Prologue. More Yen sat in a small room, her legs folded up under her in a meditative position. The thin cushion resting under her knees did almost nothing to protect them from the hardwood floor underneath. Not that Yen even noticed. She was too deep in her cycling for something so trivial to bother her. Not to mention that to someone of her level of advancement, the wood floor was as soft as the softest of feather mats. The air around her was tinged green with wind essence, and as she breathed, she pulled the thin strands into her core, cycling and purifying it to turn into ki. Normally, she wouldn't be cycling at this time of day. Mornings were best for cycling wind essence, as it was when the cooler night air would be heated up, resulting in drafts. A light rapping at the door interrupted her tranquil state, and her eyes snapped open. She could sense that it wasn't her expected company, but one of her own. "Enter," more Yen said, making sure to tinge her voice with the annoyance she felt. The door slid open, revealing her grandson, Kaido. "Apologies for disturbing you, grandmother," he said, bowing low at the waist. Yen snorted, gesturing for him to enter. "If you were truly sorry, you wouldn't have disturbed me in the first place." Kaido had the good graces to look embarrassed as he slid the door shut behind him and came to sit before her. He opened his mouth, then shut it again, his hands fiddling with the blue belt at his waist. Kaido was not yet 30, so achieving his blue belt was a massive achievement. The Mortimer clan hadn't seen a true prodigy in well over a millennium, which left them as the weakest clan within the crater. Yen herself was a purple belt, but she was old and had been leading the clan for nearly 200 years. Her time in this stage was quickly running out. At best, she had another few years before her body would give out, leaving her clan vulnerable. Kaido was their best hope for the future, as none of her 6 children were strong enough to take over once she was gone. As it was, Kaido still wasn't ready, and that was the only reason she'd agreed to take this meeting in the first place. "Well?" she asked, having no patience for people who didn't speak their minds. "Forgive me for saying so, grandmother," Kaido said, steeling his nerve. "But I really don't think it's a good idea to be taking these visitors." "So you've said," Yen replied. "And as I said, I will be taking the meeting." "Grandmother, you are the leader of the clan, and if something were to happen—" Yen held up a hand, silencing the youth mid-sentence. "Do you not think me capable of making decisions on my own?" "Of course not, Then trust that I am making the right decision. Now, if you will, our guests should be arriving soon, and I would like some peace and quiet until then." Kaido looked as though he wanted to argue, but in the end, he clenched his jaw, then rose, bowed, and exited the room without another word. Yen let out a sigh as the door closed, knowing full well that her grandson was right. She shouldn't be taking this meeting, but she had no choice. She'd just closed her eyes and gotten back into her meditative trance when another knock came at the door. It was Kaido, but this time he wasn't alone. Yen opened her eyes, composing her features into a neutral expression before calling out to allow the guests in. "Enter!" The door slid to one side, revealing her grandson. He looked quite pale, but was doing his best to keep his fear under control. "Grandmother, your guests have arrived." "Very well, show them in," she replied, not moving from her spot. Kaido moved to the side, gesturing for her guests to enter. The first to come into the room was Kyofu Ma, the leader of the Kyofu clan, and the third strongest in the crater. He was a man in his middling years, his face lined and hard, and his black hair winged with silver. A purple belt containing 2 slashes of red sat belted around his waist, but Yen did not rise to greet the man, as would be proper for one of his advancement. Though she was 2 dons below him, he was still the leader of a clan in her own home. Ma, it seemed, did not take offense, bowing at the waist before taking a seat across from her. Yen returned the bow. Then her eyes flicked up to see her second guest. This one made her spirit tremble ever so slightly as he entered. The man was tall and broad, filling the doorway as he entered. He was bare-chested, though that was not to say he was indecent. His chest and abdomen stood out in contrast to all the surrounding fur. A mane of shaggy black hair hung down his back, and a line of fur traced his jaw in an approximation of a beard. His face was narrow and sharp, his ears pointed, and the tips of fangs could be seen poking from the corners of his lips. The only articles of clothing he wore were a loose-fitting pair of pants, held up by a pristine red belt. The Beast King's slitted eyes roamed over the room, landing on the shriveled old woman sitting behind a low table.
More yen. I am pleased you decided to take me up on my offer,
he said, entering the room and taking a seat. He did not bow, Yen noticed, though she hadn't expected him to. When one was as powerful as he was, the proper respect did not need to be shown, even when meeting other clan heads. She, however, did not bow either. She knew she risked insulting the man, but she was too old to care, which was why she didn't mince words.
I didn't,
she said flatly, motioning for Kaido to close the door.
I merely agreed to meet with you and listen to what you had to say.
The Beast King's eyes narrowed just a hair, but he kept his expression schooled.
I was told that you'd agreed to join us in our efforts to crush those troublesome Tande once and for all, and now you're telling me that you didn't. I trust those in my clan more and more, so you calling them liars is a direct insult to me.
Most would have quailed under those words. In fact, Yen noticed the small twitch of Ma's fingers despite his best efforts to keep still.
Please, she snorted. Is that how you got this coward to join you? By making idle threats? She asked, gesturing to the leader of the Kyofu clan. What did you call me? He demanded, shooting to his feet, the ground beginning to shake as he prepared a technique. This is supposed to be a civil meeting between allies, the Beast King said, not taking his eyes off Yen. Sit.
Kyofu Ma ground his teeth together, clearly wanting to do nothing more than attack the leader of the Moramore clan. However, his fear of the Supreme sitting next to him tempered his rage, and the ground stopped trembling. He didn't apologize for his behavior as he sat, glaring at Yen the entire time.
See? It's not so hard to speak in a civil manner, the Beast King continued, as though nothing had happened. I assure you, Yen, that I have not come here to make threats. I have come here for your allegiance, as you promised.
Yen could already see where this was going. She may be weaker than him, but she would not surrender her clan as easily as Ma had. She was not so weak-willed that she would put her life before the lives of her clan. Besides, something about this whole situation seemed off. Sure, the Beast and Tande clans had never gotten along. They'd had their squabbles, and even some pitched battles, but never had anyone tried something on this scale. She'd had her people listening over the past few weeks, and from what she'd gathered, the Beast King aimed to wipe the Tande clan from existence. She knew why he was trying to force the other clans to go against them. That much was obvious. Though the clans were both ruled by Supremes, the Tande clan still had 2 more purple belts than the Beast clan. That was a massive difference in military power. Sure, the Beast clan had some powerful martial artists, but if Tande Kaeru could hold the Beast King off, the Tande clan could wipe the Beast clan's most powerful martial artists off the battlefield. Then, their purple belts could join up and put the Beast King down for good. From what she'd seen and heard of the Tande clan leader, Yen wasn't even sure he'd even need the help. Tande Kaeru was a legend, a figure so powerful that some theorized that his advancement was far beyond the base red that the clan claimed. Even if the Beast King cowed her and Ma into serving him, that would only give him an additional 2 purple belts. Sure, it would technically even the odds, but she wasn't so proud that she couldn't admit that she was way past her prime. She might be able to hold one of the Tande purple belts at bay, but it wouldn't be for long. The Beast King had backed her into a corner, with just one way out. Her expression hardened, even as she moved her hand behind her back in a complicated gesture, allowing her ki to flow out and into the air. The two sitting before her likely had their sense trained for any attack, but she wasn't attacking. Rather, she was sending a message to her grandson. Yen knew she wouldn't be coming out of this meeting alive, but that didn't mean the rest of her family should go down with her.
"I never promised you my allegiance, Beast King," Yen said, her face hardening. "I agreed to take this meeting out of respect for your clan. However, I do not respond kindly to threats, let alone someone calling me a liar. The Morimer clan will not be joining your little army, so feel free to leave."
Kyofuma's shoulders tensed as a red glow suddenly surrounded the man sitting next to him, and Yen had to force herself to remain calm as the Beast King's carnage aura began spreading through the room. It was a technique that was well known, and it took its name from the man's advancement path, the path of carnage. When a martial artist reached the peak of 7th Dan Purple Belt and began forming their perfect body, the ability to create chakra from their ki became available to them. This allowed the martial artist to not only use a powerful and pure form of energy, but also to branch off their main advancement path and create one of their own. This was a far more powerful and pure form of their main path, as advancing to Red Belt gave the martial artist an insight into their path that others couldn't even hope to comprehend. Thus, the power difference between a purple and red belt was many times greater between that of an orange and green. And while green belts could also start branching off into their own unique paths, it was only in a very limited capacity. For example, a wind cultivator would be able to start doing things like using the friction in the air to create minor electrical currents. Once chakra was formed, the martial artist would gain far more control over their path.
"I would advise you to reconsider, Yen," the Beast King said, as his already bulging muscles began to grow even larger.
"I will not," Yen replied, staying where she was despite the overwhelmingly powerful aura now filling the room.
"You may destroy my body, but you will not chain my spirit."
The Beast King's eyes narrowed, and his lips pulled back in a snarl, showing his enlarged canines.
"Fine, then. Have it your way. Perhaps your successor will be more agreeable."
Yen did not flinch. Even as the Beast King loomed over her, the massive power of his spirit crushing her long before her body was destroyed. Morimer Kaido received his grandmother's message to flee just 2 minutes after the Beast King entered. He felt his heart sink, even as his legs began carrying him away from the building, shouting warnings to all he passed to run. He'd known it was a bad idea to invite those people into their home, yet his grandmother had insisted. Now, they would all have to flee or be enslaved. He was quite aware of the Beast King's reputation for brutality and knew that after he killed Yen, he would offer the remaining clan members an ultimatum: join him or perish. The Morimer weren't the most powerful clan. In fact, they were far from it. However, his grandmother's spirit had seeped deep into their culture in all the time she'd headed the clan. They were all as stubborn as she was, and would rather die than join the person who'd killed their leader. Though it pained him more than he could put into words, Kaido knew he had to take whoever he could and flee. They had to run from the crater and try to set up somewhere else, somewhere far away from the Beast King. He also knew that he wouldn't have the time to save everyone. This was a decision that a clan leader would have to make, and one that Kaido bitterly resented his grandmother for foisting upon him at such a young age. "Kaido, what's happening?" Kaido turned his head, noting that around 70 people were following him through the halls of their home. He instantly recognized the person that asked the question as his sister Lily. She wasn't even 20 and had yet to advance to Greenbelt. He was glad he'd caught her on his way out. Though everyone in the clan was related, not all were close relations. He knew he'd be leaving plenty of those behind as well. But if he could save any of them, he was glad it was her. "The Beast King is going to kill grandmother. We have to flee," he said. He noted that the worried expressions of those following him became fearful, and their pace increased. They too now shouted for any who would listen to run.
"What?" Lily asked, aghast. "We can't leave her. We need to go back."
Kaido knew that every second was crucial, and if he had to try and fight with his stubborn sister, they could all end up dead. So he did the only thing he could. His hand flashed out, rapping her on the side of the head and knocking her out cold. He scooped her up and over his shoulder before she hit the ground, not breaking his stride. They made it out of the building, and he took a sharp right, angling for the border of the crater, towards the Windblight. It was a dangerous and unforgiving land, but he had little choice. Just a couple of minutes later, Kaido felt his grandmother's spirit fade. He threw a look over his shoulder, taking one last glance at the sprawling wooden structure that had been his home for his entire life thus far. Only 150 clan members followed him, most even younger than him. It seemed he hadn't managed to save that many after all. There were well over 1,000 in the main house of the Morimore clan, and an additional 6,000 spread throughout their territory. Kaido felt his sorrow turn to boiling anger as he ran. He felt like a coward for abandoning so many to either die or be enslaved, but he knew as the new head of the clan it was his duty to try and safeguard as many as possible. And, as it seemed, he wasn't capable of defending that many. A single tear fell from the corner of his right eye, whisked away by wind essence just a moment later. Lily was beside herself when she finally came to a few hours later. She'd screamed, wailed, and carried on for hours before she finally fell asleep. When he awoke the next morning, he was greeted by the gruesome sight of his sister's body, cold and unmoving in a pool of her own blood. Despite the sorrow he felt at the loss of his sister, the remainder of his clan still depended on him, so he buried her and pushed on. It took them almost 3 weeks to reach the border of the crater and the Windblight, and by then, Kaido had lost over half his remaining clan members, either to starvation, beast attacks, or illness. They were ill-suited and ill-prepared for the harsh conditions of the wilderness. With every death, more of Kaido's spirit was damaged, taking with it a portion of his sanity. Those who still followed him could often hear him muttering to himself, and occasionally breaking into small fits of insane laughter, followed by screaming that would last for minutes on end. So it was, when Kaido awoke one morning, it was to find that the remaining 68 members of his clan were gone without a trace. That, apparently, was the final straw for the young man. He had now lost everything once dear to him, and there was only one person to blame. For all the Beast King had taken, for all he'd done, he would die. No, not just him, he muttered to himself. Everyone in the crater will pay. The Beast King, Kyofuma, even Tande Kaeru. The rational part of his mind tried to tell him that the Tande clan couldn't be held responsible, as they had nothing to do with this. But his mind was too far gone for him to be rational. Kaido stumbled into the Windblight alone, his clothes ragged and his stomach growling. The powerful winds buffeted him as he stumbled along, carrying with it sand and salt, tearing at his skin and spirit. Finally, unable to take any more, Kaido's body finally gave out, and he collapsed. He lay on the ground, his entire body shuddering from the abuse he'd put it through. True, he was a blue belt, but there was only so much a person could take before their bodies would give out, and it seemed Kaido had finally found those limits. As his vision began to fuzz over and consciousness began to fade, Kaido only had a single regret: that he hadn't avenged all those who had died. "Oh my, aren't you a sad-looking excuse of a martial artist?" A voice coming from right above his prone form brought Kaido back from the brink of unconsciousness. He turned his head, staring blearily up at the indistinct form standing above him. He didn't even have the strength to tell him to get lost, though that didn't mean he wouldn't try. His dry throat betrayed him, however, and all he managed was a painful croak. "Not to worry, my downtrodden friend," the man said, getting down on one knee. "I understand your pain, what they took from you. Join me, and together we'll destroy all those who have wronged us." Kaido craned his head to the side, catching a glimpse of dark hair and burning crimson eyes. In those eyes, he found a kindred spirit, someone who was just like him. He saw the same crushing pain and sorrow, as well as a hint of madness. Kaido felt himself fading once more, and he knew that he had to make his mind up quickly. Either let himself die and allow the pain to end, or live and avenge all those who hadn't had the choice. Kaido raised his arm, trembling and shaking, and clasped the man's hand. The man didn't say anything, but the corners of his crimson eyes crinkled slightly as he smiled. That was the last thing Kaido saw before finally passing out. 1.
"What do you make of this?" Roy asked, seemingly to no one.
"How am I supposed to know?"
Jian asked, the Dungeon Core's voice sounding in his mind.
"I don't have eyes, or have you already forgotten?"
"Can't you see using mine?"
"Here I can't, but feel free to keep asking. I'm sure the answer will change."
Roy ignored the insult and instead cast his eyes ahead once more. He was standing before a massive, orange-colored torii gate, the sign of his upcoming test to advance to Orange Belt, feeling a mix of trepidation and excitement. Just a few short months ago, he'd been a cripple with no core and no hope of ever becoming a martial artist. Now, thanks to a few massive strokes of good fortune, he was facing his Orange Belt test at the young age of 20. Not even Sha Lin, the pride of the Sha clan, could boast as much. It had taken Roy a couple of weeks to gather and refine the essence required to get here. Even as he was standing right at the gate, he could hardly believe it. Aika had advised him against testing so soon, saying he wasn't ready. But Roy felt more than ready to take on any challenge. Sure, the Yellow Belt test had been a harrowing experience, but now that he knew what to expect, he was sure he could pass. He thought so, at least, and he had to hold on to that belief. Now Roy stood before the gate. He was surrounded by blackness on all sides, the only exceptions being the orange gate and the glowing golden path stretching into the darkness. He couldn't see where the path led to from here, so he was leery of stepping out onto it. Then again, he couldn't exactly afford to stay here forever. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he stepped through the gate. He kept his breathing steady and even as he began walking, feeling the ground beneath his bare feet give slightly with each step. It felt like he was walking on a very firm cushion. It was an experience to which he was unaccustomed, and for the first minute or so was afraid that the path would give out from under him. When the path remained firm, he began to relax somewhat. Well, as much as one could relax during one of the most important tests of their lives. Roy cycled his essence through his body, feeling the power it bestowed. He still only knew 2 techniques, the exploding fist, which was a physical technique, and the void sphere, a projected technique. He had yet to learn any movement or armorer techniques, let alone terrain or containment techniques. Due to his not exactly being well-rounded in terms of techniques, he was a bit nervous. He just hoped that whatever the test threw at him, he'd be able to handle it with the skills he'd acquired so far. Aside from the essence techniques, Roy was also well-versed in the Unaru Kuma, the martial combat fighting style of the Tande clan. It would increase the power of his strikes, though he would be pretty jerky in some of the more fluid moves due to his lack of a movement technique.
"How much longer are you gonna keep brooding? I need entertainment. It's very boring when I can't see anything."
Roy snorted at Jian's comment. Though the Corps had previously told Roy he couldn't enter the trials with him, it seemed he'd either been lying or mistaken. He dearly missed the peace and quiet of those times, even if he had spent them being beaten to a bloody pulp. The Dungeon Corps could be so fickle at times, not at all like the all-powerful creator of a dungeon that had once made martial artists of immense power quake in fear.
"Yeah? And how exactly do you propose I keep you from being bored, oh wise and powerful Dungeon Corps?"
Roy asked sarcastically.
"Oh, well, I'm glad you asked. Thank you for being so considerate. You can start by—"
Roy tuned Jian out as the Corps began listing off all the various ways Roy could entertain him,
most of which involved going after the Beast King of the Crater or the Supreme of Cloying Darkness. A Supreme was a title given to a martial artist who had mastered all 8 techniques in essence, ki, and chakra, creating the 9th and most powerful, the Conqueror technique. Just creating one of essence required a massive amount of power and insight into one's path, so much so that the title of Master was bestowed on anyone who managed it. And a Supreme was someone who'd managed to do it 3 times. That was not to mention that to even use ki, one had to be at least a green belt. To use chakra, one would have to advance to red belt. So if Roy were to face a Supreme right now, he would be squashed flat. The only way he could hope of defeating a red belt was to become one himself, higher than even that if he wanted a real chance at victory. And then, after you've killed him, we can go after the other Supremes. Maybe even a Sovereign or Sage. Wait, a Sage? Roy asked, interrupting Gion's rambling. He'd heard the Dungeon Corps mention Sovereigns before, though he had no idea what they were. If he had to guess, they were the martial artists above Supremes, but the term Sage was new to him. Yeah, the Sages are very powerful. If we kill them, then we'll really be legends, the murder-happy dungeon said. You've never mentioned Sages before. Well, can't exactly mention what I don't remember, now could I? Does that mean that you know what a Sovereign is? Roy asked excitedly. Gian had lost a good portion of his accrued knowledge when they'd merged, but the Corps would regain some insight every time Roy advanced and expanded his mind. I feel like I know what they are. It's right on the tip of my, well, not tongue, but you understand. Maybe your advancement to orange will give me the push I need. It was only then that Roy remembered that he was taking a test and that chatting with Gian probably wasn't a smart move right now. Thankfully, nothing seemed to have changed during the time he'd spaced out, but he did notice that the path seemed to be widening off in the distance. Picking up his pace, Roy began jogging to try and speed things up. He felt a thrill as his body responded, his legs pumping mightily as he turned the jog into a full-on sprint. He'd been crippled by a wild boar when he'd been very young, and had spent most of his life with his leg in a brace. When he'd merged with Gian and gained a core, his body had been repaired. The path began to widen as he ran, the golden light seeming to grow more substantial, until he saw the path open ahead into a wide, circular stage. He was still surrounded by darkness, but had no trouble seeing. He could also sense the ever-increasing density of power essence and worked to pull it into his core. Sure, it wouldn't do much for his advancement now, seeing as he was at 3rd Dawn Yellow and couldn't force a breakthrough no matter how hard he tried, but it would do wonders for his future growth. The more essence he packed into his core now, the better his foundation would be for future advancements. Along with allowing him to make it farther along his advancement path, it would increase the density and capacity within his core, giving him access to far more power than anyone of his stage would have. Roy felt his heart sink a bit as he remembered who taught him that particular lesson. Aika's grandfather, Tande Irisaru, was a powerful martial artist and had taken Roy under his wing, training him and teaching him all he knew of the path of power. But the man reacted poorly when he'd found out how Roy had obtained his core and had banished him from the clan, vowing to have him killed. Judging by the old man's fury, he'd expected to be practically drowning in attackers, but so far, they'd seen hide nor hair of any Tande clan members. This made him extremely nervous, and the longer they went without being attacked, the jumpier he became. Aika seemed troubled as well, and had moved them several times, moving ever closer to the Beast Clan's territory and the border with the lighted fields. She thought that the war between the 2 clans might be why they'd been left alone, but she couldn't be entirely sure. They'd had to dodge several Beast and Kyofu patrols, and now more than ever, Roy was glad he'd learned to suppress his core. Back when he'd had no power, he'd been able to hide pretty well, and animals and beasts would only have been able to find him by scent alone. However, when he'd gained a bit of power, he'd soon discovered that his essence was a magnet for all sorts of nasty creatures. Unless he actively worked to keep it suppressed,
He'd have constant fighting on his hands. And while that was good for advancement, it was extremely exhausting. Not to mention life-threatening for someone as weak as him.
"Ooh, what's going on up ahead? I can feel something big,"
Jian excitedly said. Yeah, looks like some sort of stage. Maybe this will be the test?
"Could be. Still can't see anything, but the amount of essence in the air is astounding."
Jian was right, and as he drew ever closer to the round stage, the quality and density of essence increased. It was so dense now that the crater paled in comparison. Perhaps all the ambient essence would help fuel his advancement to orange? The distance to the stage was deceiving as it grew ever larger as he ran, so by the time he finally got there, the stage stretched several hundred yards in all directions. There was a pedestal set at the center of the stage, and not seeing anything else, Roy warily approached. He could feel the same unfathomable presence he'd felt during his last test bearing down on him, judging him. He knew this to be the spiritual manifestation of power. Ika had explained that much once he'd come out, telling him that your path needed to deem you worthy before allowing you to advance. Doing his best to shake off the feeling of vastness cast over him by the essence, Roy approached the pedestal. It was made of pure golden essence, forged much in the same way as the belt around his waist. Floating atop the pedestal was a golden gemstone, pulsing with power essence. He ran his spirit sense over the object and had been sent staggering back from the sheer amount of power packed into that small gem. His heart sped up, making it difficult to keep his cycling rhythm. Reaching out a shaky hand, Roy placed it on the pulsing gem. Almost instantly, Roy felt a massive portion of his essence being siphoned straight from his core. Roy staggered back, his body going suddenly weak from the lack of essence.
"What just happened? You just lost about 80% of your power."
Roy didn't need Jian's panicked voice to tell him how much he'd lost. He could feel how much essence he'd lost, and it was extremely worrying. He panted hard, his cycling rhythm interrupted by the shock. And then things got even worse. All around him, at the edges of the stage, familiar constructs of power essence rose. Black stone cracked along their bodies as 12 golems rose out of the ground. All of them were unarmed, but that didn't make Roy feel particularly good. Now that he could feel the power of others to a certain extent, he knew these golems wouldn't be pushovers. Each one of them was at least as strong as him, if not more so. He locked his knees in place, forcing his breathing back into his cycling pattern, and began pulling essence from his surroundings as quickly as he was able. It wasn't nearly as potent as it would have been, had he been in the proper position, but it was the best he could do under the circumstances. His core hadn't physically shrunken from the loss of essence, but he had lost almost all his available power. Even if he managed to restore all the lost essence, he would still need to refine it to be used, and in the middle of a battle, he doubted he'd be able to do it. The pedestal suddenly shot into the air with a loud boom, as though that were a signal, which it may very well have been. The golems all turned their glowing eyes on him and charged. 2. Roy didn't wait for all the golems to reach him. He knew if he stayed put, he'd be surrounded and quickly defeated. No, he knew the key in this fight was to defeat the golems one at a time. Speed would be his ally in this test, so he would have to do all he could to not lose his mobility. As he ran, Roy held his hand out to one side, concentrating on gathering essence and sending it spinning. The void sphere formed over the course of 5 seconds, the many layers spinning and whirling as they expanded. The golems might have been large and bulky, but they were surprisingly fast. By the time his technique was fully formed, 3 of them had closed within 20 yards. They weren't bunched together as Roy had hoped, but he shrugged to himself. There was nothing he could do about that. With a shout, he threw the sphere at the centermost golem, swerving left to buy himself a few more seconds. He really hoped it would give him enough time to take the construct down before the next arrived. The void sphere slammed into the centermost golem just as he closed with the one on the right, expanding with a shrieking, tearing sound. Confident that the golem couldn't survive that attack, Roy channeled essence to his fists and down to his feet, forming his exploding fist.
He skidded to a halt, throwing off the golem's timing so that its attack went wide. Then he darted forward and slammed both fists into its chest in a double punch, releasing the essence outward in a bubble of force that rocked the construct with an explosion. He then pivoted on his back leg, snapping it up in a shortened roundhouse kick, aiming for where the ribs would be on a human. Seeing as the golem was nearly 9 feet tall, the explosive power of his technique slammed into its leg, shattering the stone and sending the golem toppling to the ground. Spinning in place, Roy found himself confronted by 2 golems, one with a gaping hole in its chest and another whole and undamaged. It seemed that his void sphere hadn't hurt the golem quite as badly as he'd hoped.
"Hey, don't mean to rush you or anything,"
Jian said, as Roy ducked a blow aimed at his head,
"but I think you've got more incoming."
"Thanks," Roy grunted sarcastically as he took a glancing blow on the ribs. "I never would have guessed they were coming without you."
"You're welcome. It's good to be appreciated."
If Roy could have strangled the dungeon core, he would have. Jian's latest answer to sarcasm was to act as though he simply didn't understand it. This stunt grated on Roy's nerves immensely, especially when the core pointed out very obvious things to him as though he were a child and couldn't think for himself. Roy slid aside, avoiding another attack, and struck back, sending a series of cracks across the golem's arm. As soon as it hit, he could tell that the blow didn't carry with it the usual power he would expect from the exploding fist. He cried out as something heavy crashed into the back of his skull, sending his vision spinning and his ears ringing. He turned the stumble into a roll, trying to avoid taking further damage. It seemed the other golems had finally caught up, and due to Jian's distraction, he hadn't been able to react in time. Regaining his feet, Roy was forced to immediately jump back as the golem swung at him. Unfortunately, his back slammed into yet another golem. His spine would not thank him later for the blow he suffered. The air was knocked from his lungs as he staggered forward, his momentum carrying him into yet another golem. He tried to turn the momentum to his advantage, striking out at the incoming fist with a technique, but a blow caught him in the side of the head from one of the other golems, throwing his aim off. His nose broke with a sickening crunch as the other attack impacted. Roy was sent sprawling, his eyes tearing up as pain burned through him. He rolled desperately to the side, throwing a ball of power essence to his right. It wasn't an actual technique, but seeing as it was unstable, it would explode, though it wouldn't have nearly the same devastating power. The explosion told him that it had hit something, and he managed to jump to his feet, swaying a bit as blood rushed away from his head. His gut warned him, and he ducked as a fist sailed over his head. Though he managed to avoid the fist, a kick caught the back of his knee, and Roy's worst fears were realized. With a popping and tearing sound, Roy's leg twisted the wrong way, and he found himself flat on his back with no less than 6 golems standing over him. Fear prickled his entire body. Every follicle of hair was sticking up straight, and his heart pounded. His leg was broken, just like it had been before. Suddenly he wasn't the martial artist facing down the trial to gain his orange belt, but the powerless cripple he had been his entire life. Roy froze in place, staring up at the golems in terror. His core was all but empty, his leg was broken, and he was about to die. Worst of all, he wouldn't die as a martial artist on his feet and fighting to the last breath, but as a cripple on his back, trying desperately to cling to his pathetic existence. An overwhelming feeling of disappointment and disgust pressed down on him from all sides. Then, the golems all pointed their fists at him and blasted him with condensed beams of essence. Roy cried out, expecting his body to be destroyed completely. Instead, he watched as the golems simply vanished from sight, and he found himself lying on his back, staring up at the stormy sky of the crater. He blinked several times, his mind trying to comprehend the sudden change in the landscape surrounding him. The abrupt shift between life-threatening combat and the calm and quiet crater were wreaking havoc on his senses.
"Well, that could have gone better."
Roy jumped, his body jerking in surprise as Jian's voice broke through his confused thoughts. He winced instinctively at the expected pain from his injuries, but surprisingly enough, he felt absolutely nothing. Right, he reminded himself. injuries are healed before and after the test. Sitting up, Roy looked down at his waist, grimacing as the yellow belt containing 3 orange stripes seemed to stare back at him accusingly. "It's not my fault I didn't pass," he grumbled. "There were just too many of them, and that cheating gem stole all my essence." The belt, of course, didn't respond. Gian, however, wasn't so kind.
"Don't go blaming other people. It was your fault and no one else's. You weren't ready, and you decided to go take the test anyway."
Roy just huffed, moving his legs under him to stand up. He let out a silent sigh of relief when they both responded as they should. He'd been terrified that his failure would result in him being permanently crippled once more. But thankfully, even that horrific injury had been fixed when he'd left. "You're back! That was quick. Did you—" "Oh." Roy felt his shoulders slump as Aika's usually chipper voice trailed off. After seeing the yellow belt still cinched around his waist, it would be fairly obvious that he'd failed. She'd warned him against taking the test, saying that he didn't understand the nature of his path well enough. But he'd ignored her advice. The gate had appeared, after all, which meant that he was deemed to be ready. He'd ignored her warnings that the gate would appear once the requisite power was gathered, and that the test from yellow to orange wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. She'd said that a big part of the test was knowing not how, but when to take it. Just because the gate was there didn't mean he was ready. "Guess you were right," he said, finding himself unable to face her. He was too ashamed to see her expression, and too ashamed for her to see his. Aika, however, didn't rub it in. She merely placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You gave it your best shot. At least you'll know what you're walking into next time." "Right. Next time," Roy said forlornly. He knew that if he wanted to, he could summon the gate again right now and retake the test. The problem was that, should he fail 3 times, he would be forever stuck at 3rd dawn yellow. The gates of advancement would be forever locked, leaving him as he was for the rest of his life. That could not happen. If he remained stuck at yellow, he'd never be able to achieve his goals. The Shaw clan would remain intact. The current world order of might makes right would continue, and martial artists would be able to do as they pleased. As someone who'd been downtrodden his entire life, Roy had truly felt the unfairness of being treated as nothing merely for his inability to fight back. He was sure that there had to be others like him out there. Not only those born without the ability to fight, but those who simply didn't want to, or those without the talent or drive to keep pushing forward. He couldn't fail. Not again. His resolve firmed, and he finally turned to face his friend. Aika had a worried expression on her face, which she quickly tried to hide behind a smile. "Don't worry about me," Roy said, meeting her eyes. "I won't fail again. The next time I emerge from those gates, it will be as an orange belt." Aika's forced smile turned to a genuine one at that, and she patted his shoulder once again, being careful not to put too much force behind it. As a green belt, she detained her core body. Something that would seem like a light pat to her could in fact be strong enough to break the bones of someone less sturdy, like Roy. "I'm glad you're using this as a learning experience and moving past it. Let's get back inside. We still have to decide what we're going to be doing in the long run, and it isn't safe to stay out in the open like this." "Did more patrols pass while I was gone? And how long has it been, by the way?" Roy asked as the two of them headed for the hidden entrance in the tall spire of stone. "You were gone around 3 hours, maybe a bit longer," Aika replied, pressing her hand to an activation port and flooding it with her essence. "And 3 separate patrols passed, all from the Beast Clan." A section of the stone vanished, seemingly into thin air, revealing the room beyond. Aika stepped through, followed by Roy. "That's way more than we've seen so far," Roy responded worriedly. Sure, they'd seen frequent patrols in the area, but they'd never seen so many in such a short period of time. "It seems like the war is escalating," Aika responded as the stone morphed back into existence, sealing off the exit. "Come on, let's grab something to eat and see if we can decide what to do next," she said, seeing his worried expression. Roy felt his stomach rumble at the mention of food. He hadn't realized just how hungry he was due to all the excitement. Now that the test was over, He was definitely beginning to feel it. "Sounds good to me," he replied with a sheepish grin. "I'm so hungry I could probably eat an entire cow."
3. Roy did not, in fact, eat an entire cow. 2 bowls of rice and some steamed chicken were more than enough to fill him up. His years of lean living hadn't left him with much of an appetite, so it didn't take much to fill him up. He sat back with a sigh, then felt a light nudging at his elbow. He looked down to see Fairy nudging him with her snout and looking up at him pleadingly. Roy chuckled, giving the massively oversized ferret what she wanted. Her eyes slit in pleasure, and she relaxed as Roy's fingers began stroking through the fur behind her ears and under her chin. "I think it's time we decided what to do," he said, turning his attention to Aika. She'd finished eating as well and was now sipping from a clay mug. As soon as he started talking, a sourer look twisted her face, and she set the cup down with a sigh. "Yeah, we probably should." They'd been dawdling in the crater ever since Roy had fled, unable to decide what to do next. With the war currently going on between her clan and the others in the crater, Aika understandably wanted to stay close to home. But seeing as he'd been branded an enemy of the clan, she had to stick by his side. Now, she had to decide who needed her more, and Roy wasn't looking forward to her answer. Roy knew what she'd say. After all, if he was in her shoes and had a family that actually cared, he would go help his family. He was expecting Aika to make this choice, so they'd both been putting off having this conversation. She had stuck up for him when Irusaru had kicked him out. She had come after him when no one else would, and even saved his life. Aika understood him better than anyone else did. Then again, seeing as he didn't have many friends and had loyalty to no one other than himself, and by extension Jian, that wasn't saying much. He still dreaded losing her. It was nice to talk to someone other than the voice in his head and the oversized ferret who'd once been the guardian that spoke for the dungeon. That was why, when Aika spoke next, he was surprised. "I think we should risk going through the Beast Clan's territory and head for the light fields. There isn't nearly as much power essence there, but there's no war there either. And even if my grandfather decides to send someone after you, they'll have to fight through beast territory to do so. If we—"
"Wait," Roy said, cutting her off. "You're coming with me?"
"Yeah," Aika said, her brows coming together. "I know I'm not the strongest martial artist, but I'm sure I can at least protect you better than you can protect yourself right now."
"No, that's not what I meant,"
Roy said, waving his hand.
"What I meant to ask was, don't you want to stay here and fight for your clan? I mean, I know you've done a lot for me, but you've only known me for a few months. Are you really going to leave them to come with me?"
Aika's cheeks turned a bit pink at that, and she quickly cleared her throat, speaking in a businesslike manner. "My clan is big enough that a single green belt won't be missed. Besides, without me, you won't survive out here. So I've decided that I'm coming with you."
"Oh,"
was all Roy could say to that. He had no idea how to respond. No one had ever put him ahead of their own needs or the needs of the clan. He'd always been the outcast, the cripple, the one everyone looked down on. He'd never been pitied, just ridiculed. When Irusaru had taken him in, he'd had his first taste of belonging. And when he'd met Aika, he'd gotten his first taste of friendship. Now he felt something else. He couldn't quite place the emotion, as he'd never felt it before.
"I think you humans refer to it as gratitude," Jian helpfully supplied. "Either that or gas. Not sure which." "Thank you," Roy said. "I wasn't expecting you to keep traveling with me, but I'm glad you are."
Aika broke out in her usual trademark grin then, rapping on the table lightly. "Well then, it seems like it's settled. Now all we need to do is teach you a movement technique."
"Why?"
Roy asked, confused by the sudden shift in conversation. "We are going to be attempting to move through enemy territory. Even if we move through the narrowest section, it's still 60 miles to the border. You'll need that extra speed in case we get into trouble." Roy scratched the back of his neck, feeling his nearly empty core thrumming lightly in his chest. He would need to cultivate, cycle, and purify his essence before he could even attempt to learn a movement technique. And even then, he didn't really know where to start. He voiced his concerns to Aika, but she just brushed him off. "I've got a bit of training to do, so you go cycle. After that, we can work on your technique together."
"But aren't you on the path of light? What would you know about power movement techniques?"
While it was true that all techniques had the same general effect, the way one went about using them and how a specific type of essence reacted to said technique was completely different. It would be like him trying to teach her the exploding fist, or having Fairy try to teach him how to use darkness essence. "Don't worry about it," she said, standing from her chair and brushing off her black robes. "I've been around that old man enough to pick up a few things." With that, she turned and headed to her room, closing the door behind her. Roy stared after her, feeling Fairy bump his hand again to get him to resume his scratching. "You're a spoiled little girl, aren't you?" Roy muttered, as the ferret settled back down.
"Yeah, she is. But she said that if you stop, she'll start leaving little presents in your sleeping mat."
Roy stared at the ferret, horrified. A low rumble sounded in the beast's chest, followed by a light squeaking sound. It took Roy a few seconds to figure out that the ferret was laughing at him. He still had a hard time remembering that Fairy was growing more intelligent by the day. She'd already advanced to 3rd Dan Yellow, and according to Jian, was getting close to Orange. He had to remind himself that unlike a regular animal, Fairy was a beast, a creature capable of gathering and refining essence. This would allow her to advance just like any normal human, and the more she grew, the more intelligent she became. According to Jian, she might even be able to begin speaking soon, though that might still be a ways off. For now, though, she seemed content to communicate through her old master, and the only one who could understand her.
"Message received," Roy said in mock seriousness.
The ferret gave a light huff, then placed her massive head back on the floor and closed her eyes. Seeing as he wouldn't be able to leave until the ferret went to sleep, Roy decided to do a bit of reading and review the different techniques. Seeing as he was attempting to learn a movement technique, it would be good for him to review what he'd read so long ago in the waterwood when he'd gone to gather gravel. Reaching into the small bag hanging from the back of the chair, Roy retrieved the book he'd pilfered from the Shaw clan's library and flipped to the section on techniques. Techniques. The tools of the martial artist. All martial artists will train various techniques over the course of their lives. While there are 9 overall technique types, they can be broken down into 2 categories: body and spirit. Body techniques focus on enhancing the martial artist's physical fighting power, enhancing strength, speed, and defense. Spirit techniques focus on enhancing the essence-based attacks, focusing on distance, terrain, and containment. There are 4 each of body and spirit, with the 9th technique being a combination of them both. All those who manage to combine their techniques into a single one has earned the title of master, and are considered to be true martial artists. Roy had since amended his view of what a true martial artist was. Back when he'd lived in the Waterwood, he'd believed Greenbelt to be the pinnacle of power for anyone. Now, however, he had a more liberal view of what true power was. He'd seen a green-level beast be obliterated in an instant, and learned of martial artists capable of destroying mountains with just the force of their will. In his opinion, a true martial artist was someone who always strived to improve, someone who didn't scorn tutelage and didn't look down on those who were of lower cultivation than themselves. That was a true martial artist. In addition, each technique can be improved upon a total of 5 times, increasing their power and potency, as well as cost and risk to the user. These improvements are called stages. Roy had added that last part in himself after Aika had explained how she'd managed to reach him so quickly. Apparently, any technique could always be improved to be more powerful, saving any martial artist a lot of time in developing newer techniques once they advanced. Flipping to the next page, he continued reading. Body techniques. Control of the physical self. Physical. These affect the body directly, strengthening blows or lending them special properties. They are great in hand-to-hand fighting and are most useful to those following a more martial path. The downside to these is that the user must make physical contact for the techniques to work. Movement. These affect how the body will move. This technique can increase speed, flexibility, dexterity, and so on. These techniques cannot directly harm anyone, but they can be used to bolster one's own body and techniques. Armorer. These affect how the body will stand up to damage. They are one of the most important for any martial artist, as they provide the bulk of their defense unless they manage to reach green. While yellow belts gain a certain degree of immunity to physical harm, it is nothing compared to what one would receive at orange. Even that is a pale imitation of the immunity gained at green. The downside to these is that the more punishment that is taken, the more taxing it will be on your essence reserves. Full body. These techniques are the culmination of all three body techniques combined. These techniques will lend the martial artist the aspects of all three of their body techniques, multiplying their effects many times over. You should not attempt to use it until all three body techniques have been thoroughly mastered. One slip-up can end in disaster. Spirit techniques. Control of essence. Projected. These techniques are used to control essence, projecting it outward and forming an attack. They are most typically used for range, but some martial artists have been known to use them to enhance physical techniques. The downside to these techniques is that it requires a lot of concentration and leaves the body vulnerable to attacks. Terrain. These techniques are used to control essence outside the body, affecting the terrain itself. The martial artist uses their will to control the ambient essence and bend it to their will. This technique can be used even if the martial artist has no essence stored within their core. The downside is the risk that the martial artist will lose control of the essence, causing it to run wild. Therefore, it is suggested that the core always be at least half full when attempting to use one. Containment. These techniques are used to control others, or more precisely, to either capture someone or contain powerful attacks. These require an extreme amount of control and concentration, and are normally slow to form. Full area. These powerful attacks are the culmination of all three spirit techniques combined. The martial artist would reach out to the ambient essence, then combine it with their own. They would then use their containment technique to hold it in place and trigger a technique that covered a wide or targeted area. Like the full body technique, this should not be attempted until all three spirit techniques are mastered. Master level technique. Mastery of body and spirit. Conqueror. This technique gives one full control over their body and environment. They combine the uses of all the others and demand a massive amount of both essence and control. This is the mark of a master in the martial arts. Roy stopped scratching the beast for a moment and flipped a few pages. There was a small mark near each technique corresponding to a page further on in the book, which would give more information on that particular technique. Fairy grumbled a bit, but Roy soon found the correct page and continued his ministrations. The flowing snake. Movement technique on the path of water. The flowing snake is the movement technique that is most commonly used by those on the path of water in the Shaw clan. Though others undoubtedly exist, this one is by far superior to any other. Roy had to stop right there. He stared incredulously at the sheer arrogance of those words. He had no idea who had written this book, but they were clearly biased, and in his opinion, a total moron. Anyone who believed themselves superior to such a degree would find themselves bested the first time they came across anyone who was even a little stronger than they were. Heck, they might even lose to someone weaker with that attitude. The flowing snake combines the fluid movement of the drench path cycling technique. Using this technique, the user cycles essence through their body, focusing on enhancing the legs, hips, and chest. This will allow for maximum flexibility when avoiding enemy attacks. Though not the fastest technique due to its very nature, the flowing snake is the most flexible, relying on the essence's natural strengths. Roy closed the book, seeing that the rest of the text was more of the same.
It went on explaining how someone with water essence would go about using the technique. It did him no good, though. He may not know a whole lot about the nature of power essence, but from what he did know, he knew that power was not flexible. Power focused more on bowling through obstacles than moving around them. This technique seemed almost diametrically opposed to what he was trying to do. He wished he could have found a movement technique for weakness essence. While the polar opposite of his, reading a weakness technique would at least give him an idea of what not to do. Sure, he knew that flexibility wouldn't work for him, but he'd already known that before reading it. It wouldn't do him much direction. Weakness would at least give him a set of opposites he should work on. For example, if water essence relied on flowing movement, fire essence likely revolved around wild ones, taking advantage of its burning power. He sighed, placing the book in his bag and looking down at the ferret. Her body was rising and falling slowly, but he couldn't be sure she was really asleep. He didn't normally like doing this, but if the ferret really was asleep, he didn't want to risk waking her. He reached out to Jian with his mind. "Hey, is she asleep?" "Oh, you finally decided to start speaking with me the normal way. Good for you. Perhaps I should thank those golems for smacking you around so much. They must have knocked some sense into you." "So, is that a yes?" "What? Oh, yeah. She fell asleep about 20 minutes ago." Roy gritted his teeth in annoyance. The Dungeon Corps had a bad habit of keeping information to himself unless specifically asked. For example, when Roy had first combined with him, Jian had mentioned, as an afterthought, that if he didn't advance within a certain time frame, he would die. Roy took a deep breath to calm himself. He had to remember that Jian wasn't human, and so the Corps didn't think the same way he did. He just had to make a concerted effort to always be asking questions, so things like this didn't keep happening. It wasn't such a big deal now. This time, all it had cost him was 15 minutes of cycling. But with Jian, he never really knew. For all he knew, he could be in danger of blowing up again. "I'm not going to blow up, am I?" he asked, just in case. No. I think I already told you you're fine. I think." Roy sighed, rising from his chair and heading to his room, now regretting his decision. 4. The key to developing any technique is to have a good grasp over the essence you're working with, Ika said. It was an hour later, and the two of them now stood outside the tall spire. Roy's core was now brimming with refined essence. The flower-like pattern of channels he'd burned in his chest stood out, shining brilliant gold against the dimmer channels Jian had formed when they'd bonded. He'd long since filled his core with the essence needed to push advancement. However, seeing as he hadn't passed his test, all he could do was continue to pack in more and more essence. His core seemed to have an almost limitless capacity to hold essence, and no matter how much he felt like it strained to hold more, it always did. At the moment, he had enough essence packed into his core to probably push for First Dawn Orange already. By the time he finally passed, who knew how far he'd be able to push? Then again, Jian had told him that when he advanced, he had the option to use all of the essence toward his advancement, rather than pushing for a higher dawn. This would result in a more solid and powerful foundation. Suffice it to say, Roy was going to pack as much as he could into his core, and then use it all, as Jian had suggested. Though pushing for a higher advancement was something he wanted very much, he knew that having a stronger foundation would help him in the long run. Now, I don't understand power essence all that well, but from what the grumpy old man said, I can tell you that it relies partially on force and momentum. There is obviously more to it, but for a basic movement technique, that should be all you need. Roy's brows furrowed at that. He already knew that power relied on force and momentum. It didn't help him much, though, as he still didn't know how he could use that to create a technique. "I can see you're still confused," Ika said with a grin. "I'll try and help you picture it. I won't be able to do much more than that, so it'll be up to you to actually create the technique." Roy nodded, and Ika continued. "I want you to close your eyes and picture your essence flowing through your body. Get a really good feel for it. Once you do, I want you to try and speed it up, really pushing it through your channels. Once you manage that, let me know, and we'll keep going." Roy was confused about what she meant by getting a feel for it. He already had a feel for his essence. He wouldn't be able to use techniques otherwise. But seeing as she was a greenbelt, he had to figure that she knew things about essence that he just didn't. Closing his eyes, Roy concentrated on his core. The shining golden orb sat at the center of his chest, pulsing lightly as it sent essence cycling through his body. He kept his breathing according to the cycling technique he'd learned from the diagram handed to him by the mysterious stranger he'd met in the Trial of Beginnings. His essence flowed smoothly through him, cycling out from his core and moving simultaneously up, down, and to the sides, fueling his entire body. He purposefully left the channels in his chest, surrounding his core alone. Those were there to purify and refine essence. He'd burned those channels in himself, but the ones Jian had formed when they'd merged were the ones he used for fighting. Roy was satisfied now, as he thought he had a pretty good feel for his essence. He now moved directly to the second step, forcing his essence to speed up. He pictured the calm pulsing of his core increasing, kind of like his heart when he was running his exercise. The core should then pump more essence at a faster rate. At first, he almost thought he had it, but then it seemed to slip away. His brows furrowed, and he concentrated harder. He willed his essence to move faster, more forcefully, even going so far as to try one of his other techniques, but put more power into it. All that had accomplished was the stone near his feet being blown apart and showering him with shrapnel. Roy hissed in pain, his eyes snapping open as several of the sharp rocks sliced into his skin, leaving shallow cuts in their wake. "Don't try and use other techniques while doing this," Ika said. "It'll interfere with what you're trying to do." Roy nodded, looking down at the new tears in his robe, and sighed. He'd have to patch them up once again when they were done. For now, he simply closed his eyes once more and felt for his essence. This time, instead of trying to make his core move the essence faster, he tried controlling it directly. Taking control of the essence as it left, he tried to force it to move faster down towards his leg. "Ow!" he yelled in pain, as his leg shot suddenly and painfully to the side, throwing him completely off balance and sending him to the ground. "You can't just take control of the essence either," Ika said, as he rolled onto his back. "You need to remember that all essence will naturally want to flow its own nature. So trying to force something likely won't work with an essence type that already has those elements." Roy groaned, sitting up and rubbing at his now sore leg. It had felt like the worst, uncontrollable muscle spasm, followed by horrible cramping of the muscles and ligaments around his knee and calf. It took him a couple of minutes to work it out, and once he had, he got back to his feet and tried once again. Over the course of the next hour, Roy hurt himself more than he had ever done when training alone. The closest he came to success was when both legs suddenly shot forward, carrying him face first into the stone spire. It hurt. Though Roy was a yellow belt, injury and pain were still very much a possibility. Sure, he was a bit tougher than he previously was, but without an armorer technique to shield himself, he was still quite vulnerable. Unlike Ika, who had her core body, she could run face first into that spire and not feel a thing. Roy turned, holding his now bleeding nose, and glared at her. She was standing as she had been the entire time, thumbs hooked into her belt, with her feet spread apart at shoulder width. Ika's expression was different now, and he could see that she was having a hard time not laughing at his expense. Roy glared at her. "I said you had to have a good feel for your essence before attempting anything. Clearly, you're skipping the first step," she said in answer to his angry expression. "But what does that even mean?" Roy asked, feeling his frustration building. With Irusaru, things had been easy. The old man was a power cultivator, and he could teach him directly. Ika, on the other hand, was on the path of light. It was a completely different path than his own. In fact, he'd figured out both a projected and physical technique on his own. He'd even performed what he thought of as a full area technique. Sure, it wasn't perfect, and he had injured himself somewhat, but not that badly. "You need to feel your essence. I don't really know how to explain it any better than that," she replied with a shrug. Roy gritted his teeth, then closed his eyes once again and tried to do as she said, but he was too angry to focus.
He attempted his latest idea to make his essence move faster, and he ended up with both his legs flying out from under him, causing him to faceplant with the ground this time. He heard Aika's laughter as he stood and felt his anger boil over.
If all you're going to do is laugh and give me vague hints, then just leave. I can do it myself.
Aika's laughter abruptly cut off, and a hurt expression came to her face. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it. Her head turned to the south for a moment, then she shrugged.
Fine, if that's what you want.
There was a flash of white light that nearly blinded him, and when he was able to see again, Aika was gone. He spread his spirit sense out as wide as he could, but didn't sense her anywhere close. He grimaced, flopping to the ground and getting into a cycling position. Of course, she had an amazing movement technique, so she wouldn't have any trouble getting out of range so quickly. Grumbling to himself, Roy attempted to calm down and get back into his cycling rhythm. It wasn't as easy as he'd have liked, seeing as his body was throbbing with half a dozen self-inflicted injuries. But after about 20 minutes of peace and quiet, he finally managed it. Jian had been uncommonly silent during his entire training session, which he found to be quite odd. Normally, when he did something stupid, the dungeon core would almost immediately insult him. Not that Roy was complaining, but it was just very much unlike Jian. Since he had a reprieve, he would make sure to take full advantage of it. He knew Fairy was out patrolling their surroundings. That was the only reason they'd felt safe doing this outside in the first place, and would warn him at the first sign of danger. Focusing on his core, Roy began to ponder over what he knew of Power Essence. Yes, it had properties of force and momentum, but there were others there as well. For example, during both his tests, the one he'd passed and the one he'd failed, Roy had gotten an overwhelming feeling of pride from the spirit of power. Not only that, but he felt a sort of vast, overwhelming might, like a barely contained storm that would burst if not properly controlled. There were also other less understandable feelings that he just couldn't comprehend, so he didn't focus on those, deciding that he just didn't have the capacity quite yet. As he pondered over what he understood of his path, he began to feel a sort of humming. It was coming from both within and from the essence in the air around him. In the crater, the constant lightning storms provided an almost endless supply of essence. It was the reason Jian had recommended he come here in the first place. It would be easier for him both to grow and train. His eyes snapped open as he felt his essence storming within his body. It was unlike anything he'd felt before, as though he could really feel his essence for the first time. He grimaced at that. It seemed he owed Aika an apology. It would be difficult for him to unbend his pride to do so, as he'd been forced to apologize for things that he hadn't done all his life. Now, when he knew he was at fault, it was all the more difficult. It could wait for later, Roy decided. Now that he was finally getting it, he wanted to get in some training. Getting slowly to his feet, so as not to lose the feeling, Roy concentrated inward. He noted that his essence was flowing differently than usual. Instead of moving at the calm pace he was used to seeing, it was fluctuating wildly. His core was contracting a lot more forcefully than it had previously as well. Instead of a light, quick pulsing, his core contracted and expanded hard every 5 or so seconds. This was a very interesting development. Though the essence in his body felt more out of his control than it had before, it felt more real. Jian, can you feel what's happening? He asked, needing a second opinion.
Huh? What is it?
Roy started, surprised. Jian's voice sounded sleepy?
Were you just asleep? Roy asked.
Oh, was that what that was? Jian asked with a yawn. I don't know why, but my mind started feeling quite heavy, like it needed some rest. Then I hear you talking. What's been going on?
This was a new and very interesting development. A dungeon never had to sleep, as far as Roy knew. Jian had never had to sleep up until now, so he'd assumed he just didn't need it. Roy shook himself. He was letting his thoughts wander again and getting off topic. He'd have to revisit this at a different time.
Can you feel what's going on right now?
Roy asked, noting that his core had begun calming down once again.
Yes, actually. Did you break me? It seems I can't leave you alone for 5 minutes without something happening.
No, I don't think you're broken, Roy responded, as the charged feeling that had been permeating his body slowly faded as his core returned to its normal and calm pulsing.
Oh, good. So, what was that then?
I think it was a response from gaining a deeper understanding of power essence, Roy more asked than said. He could still feel a distant connection to the essence in his core, stronger than it had been previously, and he knew that if he wanted, he could repeat what had just happened.
Really? Now that is interesting, Jian said. Have you tried using one of your techniques with your essence raging through you like that? I'd definitely like to see what happens.
Roy was in complete agreement with his friend. He closed his eyes once more, reaching for his core, and the same feeling of resonance he'd had before. It took him a few seconds before he got his core to start slowing down. He found that he needed to alter his breathing slightly to accomplish this, and this time, as he watched the process, he began to understand what was happening. Since his core contracted hard and held in all the essence for a full 5 seconds, a lot more was released with each pulse. And, it seemed, his core would force more essence out with each one, resulting in his channels stretching and being nearly overloaded. This was what gave him that feeling of wild and uncontrolled essence. And now that he could understand what was happening, he knew it would not be a good idea to attempt using a technique.
You know, I said that you should try using a technique, but I think I've changed my mind, Jian said as soon as the thought entered his mind.
So you can feel it too, Roy said thoughtfully.
Of course I can feel it. I'm literally your source of power, so anything you feel, I do as well.
Roy ignored Jian's sarcastic reply and continued with his train of thought. The essence is moving through my channels in a way that I'm unaccustomed to. If I attempt to use anything, I'll likely blow myself up or end up losing a limb. What would be the best solution here?
Widening and strengthening your channels, obviously, Jian replied.
And how would I go about doing that? Roy wondered out loud.
By cycling.
Roy hadn't expected an answer, but now that Jian had supplied it, he saw how obvious it was. He still didn't fully comprehend what this resonance was exactly. Was it a new cycling technique, or something else? Regardless, he was finally getting somewhere and was excited to get started. Sitting down once more, he closed his eyes and focused on his core. 5. At first, Roy had a bit of trouble keeping his body still with the storm raging through his channels, but he discovered that if he incorporated the channels he used for refining first, it became much more manageable. It wasn't a particularly pleasant process. The entire time he cycled, he felt like he was forcing his channels to the breaking point. It was the spiritual equivalent of an extremely hard workout, where he strained his muscles to make them stronger. He also had a bit of difficulty keeping his breathing in the new pattern. Even though the difference was slight, he'd grown used to his regular cycling rhythm, so throwing it off by even a second was very difficult. Soon, he was drenched in sweat, fighting hard to keep the technique going as Jian shouted encouragement and tips that were of absolutely no help. Roy pulled in a half breath, immediately released it, then pulled in a full breath over the course of 5 seconds. Then he blew out hard and repeated the process. He pulled power essence in from his surroundings in far greater quantity as he had before, telling him that this must be a new cultivation and cycling technique, and one that was far more efficient and effective than the last one. This made him wonder if he might not have been doing it right up until now. He thought he understood the diagram correctly, but it was possible he'd made a mistake somewhere in the process. He'd have to look it over again when he was done, in case he'd missed anything else. It would definitely be worth looking into, as he was gathering and refining essence about half again as fast as before. Sure, it was about twice as difficult, but the results would show far sooner. The world glowed gold in his spirit sense, and as he breathed, he watched vast swaths of the surrounding essence be pulled into his core. The hard contractions would then force the essence out, and he would guide it into the flower-like patterning surrounding it. The essence stretched those channels as well, but not to the same extent as the ones Jian had formed. The golden energy was refined as it ran through the pattern before returning to his core. And as soon as it did, he ran it through the pattern again, further refining it. After about 6 such passes, it was as refined as he could manage at his current cultivation level. He wasn't done, though. After his essence was further refined, he packed his core, further compressing the essence already in there and continuing to strain at the bonds holding him at 3rd Dan Yellow Belt. When he became exhausted from this exercise, he switched to channeling the essence through his body, working on widening the channels throughout his body. When Roy felt that he could no longer take the strain on his channels, he let his breathing fall into his old cycling rhythm, feeling the strain drop off, though it was no less uncomfortable now that he stopped. He groaned, stretching out on the ground. Despite not having done anything physical, his entire body ached, and he knew he'd be feeling it in the morning. He got slowly to his feet and shuffled back toward the spire, using a burst of essence to get the door open. Shuffling toward the small kitchen, he slumped into one of the chairs. As he did so, a small slip of paper fluttered up into the air, landing on the floor. Curious, Roy leaned over and picked it up. He groaned as his sore channels protested the movement. Straightening in his seat, he unfolded the note, seeing a row of neat characters. Though he'd never seen her handwriting before, Roy knew right away that it was from Ika. I picked up something that troubled me while we were training today. I've gone with Fairy to investigate, and I'll be back in a few days. Although I know you were frustrated today, I believe that you can succeed on your own. If you're going to be training outside the spire, just make sure to keep your spirit sense open. I'll see you when I get back. Ika. Roy set the note down, now a bit concerned himself. What could Ika have felt that she had to leave, taking Fairy with her, without coming to tell him in person? Surely it would have taken her less time to tell him herself. He winced as his body throbbed once again and decided he could figure it out in the morning. For now, he needed to get some food into his system, then go to sleep. Ika ran alongside the oversized ferret. It had taken a bit of coercing on her part, but after a while she'd finally gotten the beast to come along with her. Had the ferret not agreed to come along, she didn't think she'd have been able to do what needed to be done. A small twinge of guilt and uncertainty racked her as she sprinted between the tall spires, heading west. She still wasn't 100% sure that what she was doing was right, but it was necessary. She hated leaving Roy alone, especially with the war going on. But what she was doing would ultimately benefit him much more than her sticking around would. If she was lucky, she'd be able to find what she was looking for within a couple of days. If not, it could take her as long as a week to get back to him. She just really hoped he would be all right. Despite the fact that he'd snapped at her earlier, she wasn't angry at him. In fact, it was because of that she'd been able to see the problem. Before Roy had been found by her grandfather, he'd been pretty much on his own. Well, aside from the dungeon core, which was the source of his power. But still, everything he'd learned on his own. Granted, her grandfather had taught him some hand-to-hand fighting techniques and trained him to be fitter and better able to fight. But as far as techniques in essence, Roy had learned all those himself. His frustration with her was expected, and she understood it quite well. As a martial artist, it was his job to develop techniques on his own. He could ask for help from time to time, but someone who truly wanted to master the arts would have to develop their own techniques. She'd done much the same. Though she still lacked a full body or full area technique, she'd mastered 6 of the required 9 to become a master, even going so far as to increase the power of 2 of them by 2 stages and 1 of them by 1. Her movement and projected techniques could be improved upon twice, and her armorer technique could be strengthened once. Now, she was trying to form ki for the first time in her life and was having a bit of a hard time doing so. She wasn't all too worried, because she knew that with enough training and cycling, she was sure to get the hang of it. Fairy let out a light squeak, snapping her from her thoughts. Casting her spirit sense outward, she immediately felt the approaching patrol. There were 4 of them, 3 orange belts between base and 2nd Dan, and a base green belt. She couldn't tell what advancement paths they followed. Her senses weren't that keen just yet. But she could tell that they weren't from the Tande clan. They probably hadn't sensed her yet, as they would already be moving to attack if they had. She now had a choice, She could either play it safe and hide, or move in and attack. Hiding would be the smart move. She had no idea how powerful the Greenbelt was, and there was always the chance they could use Ki. If that was the case, then Aika would be at a major disadvantage. And that didn't even take into account the 3 orange belts. She had Fairy with her, but despite her size and intimidating stature, the beast was still only a 3rd dan yellow. The ferret was close to a breakthrough, and a fight like this might just be what she needed. In the end, it was that decided it for her. Well, that and the fact that wiping out a beast clan patrol would hurt them, even in a small way. For the clan that had killed her father, though, Aika was willing to make the extra effort. You circle around that spire and take them from the front. I'll cloak myself and attack from the rear. I'll try and get the green in one shot, but they may have an armorer technique going. I'll have to ask you to tie up the 3 oranges until then. Think you can manage that? The ferret looked at her in incredulity, as though to say, "Are you nuts?" I know it's a bit of a gamble, but think of all the essence you'll get. The ferret's nose twitched a couple of times. She nodded her head. Darkness essence then cloaked her form, turning her nearly indistinct as she moved to her position. Aika breathed a small sigh of relief, then cloaked herself similarly, bending the light around herself to hide her form. She had to keep her eyes visible. That was one downside of the cloaking she was using. Invisibility wasn't as straightforward as some people thought. When one bent light to hide, most didn't consider that blocking off all light would also block any of it from entering the pupil, effectively blinding them. She'd learned that from an early age, and as a light cultivator, she worked hard to make as little of herself visible when using this trick. It wasn't a technique per se, simply an application of essence. Fairy, as a darkness essence user, would have a similar technique, though it would work a bit differently. That was one of the reasons she'd brought the ferret along. There was also the fact that she had about 5 times the stamina as her, even at yellow. Fairy was a beast, which meant that she was physically superior to a human like her. If they got into a fight, Aika didn't doubt she'd win, but if they were on the same level, she wasn't so sure. That was why she had confidence in the beast to hold 3 martial artists at bay, even if they were of a higher cultivation level. She wouldn't be able to win, but if she could hold them for just a minute, that would be good enough. She slunk forward, her feet not making so much as a sound as she moved to flank the unaware group. As she came around a spire, they came into view, and Aika felt, just for a moment, a sudden flare of anger and hatred. They were from the Beast Clan, as denoted by their red and white uniforms and the telltale wild hair. Those of the Beast Clan weren't actually beasts. While a few of them, like the Beast King, were actual beasts who'd grown enough to gain intelligence, most of them were human. She'd heard tell of a kingdom far beyond the lighted fields, where entire clans of beasts weren't uncommon. But here in the crater, it was completely unheard of. Her eyes alighted on the belts tied around their waists, and she saw that she'd been right. 3 were at the orange level, and 1 was a base green. They were silent as they walked, showing that they were at least disciplined enough to stay silent in enemy territory. They were likely an advance group sent out to scout the Tonde's borders. It would be a decision they would soon come to regret. Aika padded silently around the group, keeping her core completely suppressed and relying only on the excess essence on her skin to keep her invisible. She reached behind her as she moved to the Greenbelt's back, drawing her hardwood staff. Her eyes flicked forward as she noticed the shadows around the nearest spire darken almost imperceptibly. That meant that Fairy was in position, and with the group heading right for her, her window of opportunity was fast approaching. She readied herself, mentally going over her next few moves. She would have to move quickly once Fairy attacked. With a Greenbelt here, she would have perhaps a second, maybe 2, before his guard was up. She closed the distance to within 20 feet, the group remaining completely unaware of her presence. They passed near the spire, and a blur of fur, claws, and teeth seemed to explode out of the shadows, locking onto the nearest orange belt. He cried out in surprise, his body being knocked to the ground by the massive ferret. The others let out surprised shouts as confusion reigned.
Ika uncloaked her core, allowing essence to blaze across her staff. Like a lot of martial artists, she preferred to fight with a weapon, and her bow staff was specially designed for her. It was made out of the backbone of a powerful beast her father had killed some years ago. Her father had had the smiths and artisans forge it into a staff capable of carrying her all the way to Red Belt. She had yet to unlock the staff's full properties, as its true power would be brought out with the use of ki, but it served her just fine in the meanwhile. White essence coated the 5-foot staff as she dashed forward using the light step. The green belt began to turn around, a technique already forming over his body, but he was just a hair too slow. Ika's staff slammed into his head, and she used her physical technique, the light saw. The essence coating her staff suddenly became razor-sharp, vibrating at high speeds and cutting viciously into the joint between the man's shoulder and neck. He was fast and somehow managed to twist out of her way, avoiding being cleaved in half. He grunted as her attack carved a line from shoulder to hip, but he avoided a fatal injury. Ika would have been in a bad place had she not already prepared for this contingency. She grinned as the man's fist closed with her face, and just a second too late, he tried to jump back. 3 spears made of light flashed down from above, skewering him through the shoulder, chest, and back. The man coughed, his eyes going wide as a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He tried to reach out, his hand shaking as the light began to fade from his eyes. Ika's staff blurred forward, crushing his skull and finishing him off. She spun then, forming 3 more spears of light using her projected technique, the light lance, and sending them flying towards one of the orange belts. Fairy was already looking pretty rough, the 3 martial artists having managed to open several gashes on her hide in the 8 seconds it had taken her to kill the green belt. The man was too slow to react to her attack and was skewered through the back, the 3 lances punching straight through and shattering his core, killing him instantly. The base orange jumped in surprise, and Fairy used the opportunity to latch her jaws around his neck, her multiple rows of needle-like teeth punching into his toughened skin. The second Dan Orange tried to help, but he slammed into an invisible wall when he tried to move in. He whirled on Ika, his eyes going wide when he saw his dead commander. He tried to throw up some kind of defense, but her staff caved his head in without her even needing to use a technique to aid her. The base orange was still fighting, Fairy's lower cultivation not quite allowing her to kill him. She should have been able to, in theory, but the man must have had an armorer technique active, as her teeth only sank in a half-inch or so. Not a problem. Ika came up behind him and struck out with the butt of her staff, ramming it into his spine. There was an audible crack, and the man screamed as his legs went suddenly limp. Then Fairy's teeth tore through his neck, permanently silencing him. "Well, that was fun," Ika said without much humor as she slung her staff over her back. She never enjoyed killing, especially if those she killed were weaker than her. But she couldn't deny some small sense of satisfaction at having rid the world of these Beast Clan scum. Fairy just shook her head from side to side, and her body was enveloped in darkness. Ika watched with interest as the darkness essence formed into a sphere, whirling and twisting around her body. She'd never seen a beast advance before, so she was fascinated by the process. In just a few seconds, the essence was pulled in, as though being sucked into the ferret's body. When she became visible once more, she'd gone through a noticeable change. Her fur was just a shade darker, her claws longer, and her body broader. She'd gained at least a foot in length and several inches in height. But the most notable change was in her eyes. They gleamed with intelligence that had been lacking before. Sure, she understood a lot of what was said, but only in a vague sort of way. The small, glittering orbs fixed on her, and the ferret cocked her head to one side. Then the corners of her mouth pulled up in a grin, revealing the rows of teeth. "Congratulations on advancing," Ika said with a wide grin. The ferret nodded, letting out a squeak. It seemed she still couldn't speak. That wasn't unexpected, though. Beasts could begin learning at around green level how to use their mouths to speak. But advancing meant more power, more strength, and a higher level of intelligence. Even if she couldn't speak yet, she would understand pretty much anything Ika said. "Are you ready to get going?" I'm sure we've attracted some attention with that fight." The ferret nodded and turned back in the direction of their objective. Ika grinned once more, then took off running, the ferret easily keeping pace with her. With Fairy now at base orange, doing what needed to be done would be much easier. 6. Roy awoke the next morning feeling very sore, but well-rested. He groaned, stretching in hopes of alleviating some of the pain, but it didn't do much. The pain was from his strained channels, so muscle stretches wouldn't do much. Rubbing his eyes, Roy quickly donned his newly patched robes and tied his belt firmly around his waist. No matter how many times he did this, it gave him immense pleasure. For someone who'd thought he'd never even get a white belt, tying a third dan yellow belt on was a dream come true. Even though he'd failed his last test to advance, he was still quite happy. He went through his morning stretches. Just because they wouldn't help his channels didn't mean they wouldn't help his muscles. Ate a small breakfast and headed outside. He opened his spirit sense wide as he did, making sure there was nothing in the surrounding area. Once he was sure no one was nearby, he removed his outer robe, then took off running around the perimeter of the spire. "What's the plan for today?" Jian asked, speaking up for the first time that day. The dungeon core sounded kind of sleepy in his mind, so Roy decided he would ask about that now that he had the time. "Probably just training all day," he said, using his mind. It would be hard to talk and run at the same time. "When did you start needing sleep?" "I'd say it's definitely a recent development," Jian replied as he picked up his pace. "I have a theory as to why I now need it. As a dungeon core, I didn't have a body. I was just a hardened sphere of essence. Now, although I don't have a body of my own, I am a part of one, and you squishy humans always seem to need sleep." "Why didn't you need it before now, then?" he asked, pumping his legs even faster. He was trying to beat his previous time, even if just by a few seconds. It would ensure that he was constantly working to improve himself. Even if he didn't beat his last time, he would at least know that he worked as hard as he could to make it happen. "I'm honestly not sure. Maybe the influx of new memories wore me out. I honestly don't feel all that tired. I feel as though I can go for another few months without sleep. I just did it last night because I was bored." Roy thought on that as he rounded the spire and began his second lap. If what Jian said was true, and he really could stay awake for the next few months, then perhaps the core didn't need sleep like Roy did. Perhaps his mind simply became overtaxed at a certain point, and he needed to rest for a few hours. He'd have to keep track over the next few months, though he didn't really think it would matter. Even if Jian was asleep, it didn't affect his ability to use essence. It was easier with him awake, as a second opinion was always good when training, even one who wasn't always especially understanding or nice. Roy did several more laps around the spire, stopping every other lap to do some push-ups, sit-ups, lunges, and squats. It was murder on his lower body, but he knew that it was necessary. Strong legs meant a strong foundation. One could get by with a weaker upper body, but not with weak legs. Not that he slacked on upper body training. As soon as his run was over, he moved to the heavy stones he'd gathered when they'd set up in this outpost and began a series of exercises designed to shred his muscles. He didn't go so hard that he'd be unable to fight. He was in enemy territory, after all, but went hard enough to challenge himself and build up a good sweat. He finished his muscle and endurance training after roughly 2 hours, then went to grab something to drink before heading back out. Taking up the main stance of the Unaru Kuma, Roy began moving through the forms with exaggerated care. "You know you're doing that all wrong," Jian said, as Roy made a clumsy lunge, nearly stumbling as he did so. "I can't help it," Roy replied, recovering his balance and continuing the form. "This is designed to be used with a movement technique. Without one, I can't cover the distance quickly enough, so the moves end up looking all choppy and unrefined." "You look like a fish flopping around on land," Jian said flatly. "Why don't you just give up on practicing until you've figured out a movement technique?" "Because it builds up my muscles," Roy replied, jumping forward with a flying knee and only closing half the distance needed for the move. "And it gets my body used to the movements, so when I do learn a movement technique, I won't have to learn everything from scratch." "Won't it affect you negatively if you get too used to it?"
If you continue doing the same move the wrong way over and over, when you finally can perform it, your body will want to continue doing it the way you're used to. Then, you'll not only have to learn to do the move correctly, but fight against your own muscle memory the entire time.
Roy froze halfway through a form. Jian had made a very valid point, one that he couldn't argue. Muscle memory was a real thing, and if he trained himself incorrectly, he could hurt himself when attempting to do it the right way. Huh. Now that you mention it, I can see what you mean. Maybe I should only be practicing forms that don't require any essence to perform.
That would be the smarter option. Glad you see it my way.
Roy spent the next hour and a half working through the basic striking forms of the Unaru Kuma, focusing on punches, knees, and elbows. After that, he moved on to an adjacent stone spire and began the moves all over again, this time using the exploding fist. His essence-coated limbs smacked into the solid stone over and over again. When he'd first started training this way, he would leave with his knuckles and arms bruised and bloodied. He'd grown thick calluses in the areas he used to strike, and with the added benefit of the technique taking the brunt of the force, he barely felt it now. His attacks blew small chunks of stone from the spire, leaving cracks and indents where the blows connected. He was growing increasingly frustrated, as he seemed to be unable to regulate the amount of force he wanted to put into each attack. Aika had explained that control and mastery would come in time, but Roy wasn't happy with that. When one punch blew a chunk of stone clean off, and another barely left a crack, it made using it very risky. Then there was also the part of his technique where he could build power by striking the same spot over and over. Aika had been surprised, then delighted, when he demonstrated this. She'd said that he'd found an improved version of his own technique, meaning that he'd discovered the second stage. She'd said that she never heard of someone doing that before knowing at least a few other techniques beforehand, and that he should be very proud. He had been, up until he realized that an improved technique just meant less control and a greater essence cost. His exploding fist increase, as he called it, took a massive amount of concentration. And as the damage output increased with each consecutive blow landed, so would the essence cost. Not to mention that the increase in power would be directly proportional to that of the first blow landed. So, if the first attack could crack stone, the fourth or fifth would probably turn it to dust. But if the first didn't leave so much as a dent, the fourth or fifth would do much more than leaving some scarring on the stone. There was also the essence cost involved. While he had been increasing his output every day by packing more and more into expanding his core, the amount needed to sustain the technique could be anywhere from negligible to enormous. His most powerful increase attack had been a series of 7 punches that had torn through the base of one of the thinner spires. However, that single attack had drained his core completely. Roy stepped back from the spire with a sigh, shaking out his arms to get rid of the lactic acid buildup. Control seemed to be his #1 problem with the exploding fist right now, which was the exact opposite of his other technique, the void sphere. He had complete control over his projected technique. The problem there was in the amount of time it took to conjure. Aika said that a proper projected technique should be near instantaneous, yet it took him a full 5 seconds to conjure his. In a battle, 5 seconds was a lot of time, especially in a battle between martial artists. He sighed once more and went to sit with his back to the other spire, getting into his cycling position.
Do you really think it's a good idea to be cultivating when you're so sore?
Jian asked. I don't see why not, he replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and calming his breathing. Sore muscles never stopped me from exercising, so why should this be any different?
Good point. Carry on, then.
Roy closed his eyes and began once again cycling the same way he had the day before. He'd looked over the old scroll containing the technique the previous evening after he'd finished eating, and sure enough, he found that he'd been doing it wrong all along. He also discovered that he'd been sitting wrong and breathing wrong as well. Luckily, the channels he'd formed around his core had been correct, as that would have been disastrous. Jian had helped him decipher most of the scroll, though there was still some of it he couldn't understand. But he figured that when he understood his path better, or when he advanced, he'd be able to figure it out. After all, he'd figured this much out already, hadn't he? and now he could cultivate way faster than he could before. He felt a connection with power essence, like he never had, and was beginning to understand it on a deeper level. For example, when his core expanded, pushing out vast amounts of essence at once, he didn't try and force it to obey his will. He merely guided it, nudging it so it would. Roy's thoughts screamed to a halt, and his eyes snapped open, throwing off his cycling rhythm. "That's it!" he exclaimed excitedly, shooting to his feet. "What's it?" "I figured out what I've been doing wrong. Why I couldn't seem to get the movement technique." "Really? I haven't, so do tell," Jian said, sounding excited as well. "Until now, I've been trying to follow Aika's advice. Even though we're not on the same path, I thought the basic principle would be the same. But that's not how power essence behaves. Power does not bend to the will of another. You can't force it to do what you want, but you can guide it." "Oh, now I get it," Jian replied. "All you have to do is guide the essence as it flows through you and attempt to turn that into a technique." "I think so. Though it would have been near impossible before I found this improved cycling technique." "Well, maybe not," Roy amended a moment later. "There are other power cultivators out there, and I know for a fact that Irusaru didn't have my cultivation technique, so there must be another way. But as far as I'm concerned, this is what will work for me. You know, as excited as you are about getting started right away, I don't think your channels can handle it quite yet. That's why you didn't use this cycling technique when training your other techniques earlier, right?" Jian's words hit Roy like a boulder to the face. How could he have been such an idiot? Just a couple of hours ago, he'd been bemoaning his inability to have control over his techniques, and the entire time, he'd been using his old cycling technique. Yeah, that's exactly right," Roy responded, getting back into his cycling position. If Jian assumed he'd thought this up on his own, he wasn't going to contradict him. If he knew that he'd done so just because he hadn't thought of doing it another way, he'd never hear the end of it. 7. "I think I'm finally ready," Roy said, rising from his cycling position and stretching mightily. It had been just over a week since Aika had left, and he'd filled his days with training and exercise. He'd been working his improved cultivation technique as hard as he could to get his body used to it, and although it wasn't perfect just yet, he was comfortable enough that he could begin attempting to learn a movement technique. He was growing a little worried about Aika. Though Roy knew she could defend herself, there was an ongoing war between the clans of the crater. More than once, he'd been forced to stop his training and run to hide in the spire. He'd almost been caught once, when his concentration had slipped and he'd allowed his spirit sense to waver. A patrol had sensed him and moved to investigate. It was only because of Jian that he'd managed to make it inside. And even then, the patrol of orange and green belts had poked around the area far too long for his comfort. Now, he kept his spirit sense wide open at all times, and at the smallest hint of danger, immediately stopped what he was doing and went to hide. The continued absence of the Tande clan told him that they were likely too tied up in the war to come after him. He was still on guard for them, but by now, he'd begun to relax somewhat. "Are you sure about that? You haven't already forgotten what happened this morning, have you?" Roy rubbed at his still sore arms, remembering what had happened when he'd tried using his physical technique with the improved cycling technique. "How was I supposed to know it would be so effective?" he asked, feeling a bit defensive. The resulting blast had emptied half his core and blown a massive chunk of the spire to rubble. Jian had speculated that something like that might even be enough to seriously injure a base orange belt if he connected with a solid blow. Roy was astonished by the sheer power of the attack, but knew it would be wholly impractical if it took so much essence just to use. He decided that for now, he'd be going back to the old cycling technique. He would test it a few more times to see if the power output was the same each time. And if it was, he may be able to use it once he increased the amount of essence he could hold at once. He'd decided he would test the void sphere another day, maybe when Aika was around, just in case. If he lost control, or the area affected would be larger than anticipated, he wanted someone around who could get him out of there.
Then again, if he could figure out a movement technique, perhaps he could do it himself. You have a brain, right? Shouldn't you have realized that a more powerful cultivation technique would result in a more powerful attack? Roy didn't dignify that with a response, instead taking up a fighting stance and beginning to cycle his essence through himself according to the improved technique. He focused on nudging the essence down to his legs, his mind bent completely on the task at hand. Look out! Jian's shout startled Roy so badly that he reacted before thinking. Diving to the side, he felt something catch the back of his fluttering robes, tearing it off. Rolling to his feet, heart pounding, Roy whirled in place, feeling his heart practically leap to his throat. A massive, towering, very familiar-looking monster deer stood where he'd been just a second before, its glowing eyes locked on him in anger, sure that it had caught him unaware. How did that thing manage to sneak up on me? Roy asked, trying to calm his racing heart as the deer spun on him, drool pouring from the corners of its mouth, which, coincidentally, was absolutely full of jagged and misaligned teeth. Don't ask me, Jian replied. That thing must have been hiding pretty well, though, because I didn't feel it either until it was practically on top of us. The beast let out a roar, then dashed toward him, mouth hanging open and eyes locked on his throat. Roy slid into a defensive position, channeling essence up to his arms in preparation to use the exploding fist. As the deer closed with him, he pivoted, just barely managing to get out of the beast's razor-sharp antlers. In the same move, he used the momentum to slam 2 quick punches into the deer's side. An explosion of force rocked the beast, throwing it off balance. Roy immediately followed up, chasing after the deer and raining blows into its unprotected side. Unfortunately, it seemed the deer was made of tough stuff, as it was able to shake off the first 3 and reacted quickly enough to stop a 4th from landing. It whirled in place, kicking out with its hooves, and 2 sharpened spikes made of stone shot from the ground, aimed directly at his chest. Roy stumbled back, disengaging from the deer and narrowly avoiding being skewered. Watch out, it's coming after you. Roy leaped to the side, feeling the hem of his robes tear as they caught in the deer's antlers. He shoved down as he landed, using the force of his technique to shove himself to his feet. Then he unleashed another blast from his foot to spin him 180 degrees midair. He powered up his other leg as he spun and caught the deer in the rear end, sending it tumbling across the ground. Wow! I had no idea you were so nimble, Jian crowed as he landed back on the ground and dashed toward the fallen beast. He was already out of breath, and his core had been diminished by nearly half with that maneuver. He was honestly shocked he'd been able to pull off such a feat of acrobatics and precise control over his body. Then again, he'd acted without much thought, so he had to give his instincts credit rather than his mind for thinking of it. Either way, the beast was barely scratched, meaning it would take a heck of a lot more to put it down. A wall of stone shot from the ground right before his face, but he was moving quickly enough that he was able to vault it by using the exploding fist. Essence shot from his feet, propelling him 5 feet into the air, and he performed a half somersault mid-air before coming back down on the other side. The deer was back on its feet by the time he reached it, and it lashed out with a spinning kick, throwing its rear hooves into his face. Seeing that avoiding the attack wasn't an option, Roy vented power essence from his body in an attempt to soften the blow. There was an explosion of force as the hooves impacted the cloud of essence, sending both him and the deer flying in opposite directions. Roy didn't land on his feet this time, hitting the ground hard and rolling several times before coming to a halt. Groaning, he forced himself back to his feet, wincing in pain from all the new bruises he was sure he'd picked up. Turning his attention back to the beast, he could see it was still unhurt. Then the worst came to pass. The deer roared, its body shining a dark brown as it channeled earth essence, then shot forward, the stone beneath its feet cracking under the force of its movement technique. Roy knew he couldn't avoid that attack, and by what he'd felt so far, it seemed that it was at least at the orange level. Where was Aika when he needed her? The deer slammed into him, launching him into the air with half a dozen puncture wounds from its sharp antlers. Roy cried out in pain, feeling as the antlers scraped the bone in his shoulder, as well as one of his ribs. But he still managed to spin in the air and land on his feet. That did not look pleasant, Jian said. Looks like he's not going to give you a break, either. Better do something quick. Thanks for stating the obvious, Roy yelled, gathering his essence to form another physical technique. If he could throw the beast off balance, then perhaps he could make a run for it. Fighting was out of the question, as he hadn't managed to do so much as a scratch. The deer wove skillfully around his strikes, then whirled in place and lashed out with its rear hooves once more. Only Roy's quick reaction saved him from losing his head. He no longer had the essence required to repeat his earlier feat, so he simply crossed his arms before him and hoped for the best. His right arm buckled under the blow, the bone snapping with an audible crack, and his left arm was severely bruised. Roy screamed in pain once more as his arm fell limply to his side, panting hard to keep his blurry vision fixed on the enemy. The deer whirled back around and began glowing with the telltale signs of its movement technique once again. He felt fear overwhelm the pain he was in and tried desperately to dive to the side. He only partially succeeded, and the antlers skewered his right arm, tearing bloody furrows in the skin and muscle. Roy whirled, lashing out with a kick as the deer passed. An explosion threw the beast off balance, slamming into a nearby spire and lodging its antlers deep in the stone. Roy landed hard on his back, the air exploding from his lungs and pain racking his entire body. He'd forgotten what pain like this felt like, as the last fight he'd had ended fairly quickly. Groaning, he rolled onto his feet. His mind was in shock, so he hadn't yet registered the gruesome injuries. "It's stuck! Now's your chance to run!" Jian's voice broke through the haze of pain and brought Roy back to reality. He spun, noting the deer struggling to pull itself free, then turned to the spire. It was about 100 yards away, his fight with the deer having brought him further away than intended. But luckily for him, his legs hadn't been injured. He stumbled forward, running for the shelter that would be his salvation. He kept throwing fearful glances over his shoulder, so it was only once again because of Jian that he managed to survive. "Stop!" Roy skidded to a halt, and a massive chunk of stone seemed to fall from the sky, slamming into the ground not 2 feet from him, effectively cutting him off from escape. He whirled, seeing the beast ripping its antlers free of the stone. So, resignedly, Roy turned back to face the monstrous deer, raising his left arm up in a defensive posture. "What are you doing? You need to run!" Jian yelled when he saw that Roy was planning on fighting. "Can't get around the stone in time," Roy panted. His vision was getting hazy from the pain and blood loss, but he knew that his best chance of success, meaning staying alive, was using his void sphere. "You can. All you need to do is use a movement technique," Jian said. "I don't know how," Roy replied, even as the deer bent its front legs in preparation to lunge at him once more. "Don't think about it then, just do it." Then several things seemed to happen all at once. The deer roared, then exploded forward. There was a massive boom, followed by a rushing sensation. And then, Roy was staring at the deer from over 30 feet away as it struggled to remove its antlers from the stone it had used to block him. What just happened?" "You did it! Now do it again, quickly!" The deer ripped its head free of the stone, turning to glare at him. Its glowing eyes fixed on him, and it bared its teeth, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Its body glowed brown once again, and the ground around its feet began to tremble. Then it shot forward. Roy turned to run, but was nearly skewered by a spire of stone that shot out of the ground, forcing him to stop. He whirled, watching as the deer approached as though in slow motion. He knew he wouldn't be able to replicate whatever he'd just done in the few seconds he had left, so he did the only thing he could. Squaring his shoulders, Roy pumped himself full of essence, enforcing his body as best he could without the use of a technique, then raised his one good hand. If he was going out, he would damn well make sure to take the beast out with him. Ika rode on Fairy's back, the ferret's sleek body practically flying over the blasted stone of the crater. A small brown pack was slung on her back, containing 4 orange-level beast cores packed with power essence, as well as a small bag containing a few mending pills. She'd obtained these by raiding a Tande storehouse near the border of the Kyofu clan. She'd managed to avoid detection, and if she was lucky, they would blame it on the other clan. Not that the Tande clan would need any reason to attack a clan that had joined with the Beast clan and declared war on them. It was extremely convenient,
though it had taken her longer than she would have liked to find the supplies she wanted. Traveling without a supply of mending pills would be tantamount to suicide, especially in hostile terrain. The beast cores had just been a lucky find. Now she was making her way back to Roy as quickly as she could. She was feeling distinctly uneasy. She hadn't wanted to leave him alone for so long, especially with the threat of her grandfather still sending someone after him. But it had been necessary for their long-term survival. And now that she had what she needed, they could begin planning how to make it through the Beast Clan territory. She really hoped that he'd figured out how to use a movement technique in their time apart. Though it would no longer be necessary for him to know one for their escape due to Fairy's advancement, it would still do him some good to learn one. She didn't know a single Third Dawn Yellow who didn't know at least 4 techniques, and not a single one didn't know at least how to use an armorer and movement technique. The fact that he'd made it so far on only 2 techniques was astonishing at the very least. Fairy hissed as they began their final approach to their current hideout, her nose twitching as she scented something on the air. "What is it?" Ika asked, suddenly feeling her unease turn to worry. She couldn't sense anything yet, but the ferret's sense of smell was keener than anything she could feel, especially at a distance. In answer, the ferret's body glowed black as she was cloaked in darkness essence, and her speed nearly tripled. Ika's reactions were quick, so she managed to retain her seat, but she mentally prepared herself for the worst. If Fairy smelled something, then Roy could be in danger. She had no idea what they were running into, but whatever it was, she knew she would have to stand up for her friend, no matter the price. She just hoped they would make it back in time. 8. The deer shot forward, but instead of skewering him with its antlers as he'd expected, it stopped just a few feet from him. Why did it stop? Roy had no idea. Perhaps the deer was afraid of what he'd do? That hope was immediately dashed as the deer started moving in slowly, its eyes locked firmly on his. Roy tried to use the opportunity to form his void sphere, but he found his essence slow and uncooperative. It seemed that his mind was too hazy from the pain to pull it together. The deer slowly closed in, hungry eyes never leaving him. The rank stench of rotting meat reached him then, causing him to gag as the beast's hot breath washed over him. It seemed that once again he was facing down death with no way out, and this time there was no magnanimous dungeon core to allow him to live. "Well, Gian, it's been fun," he said, as his vision began to darken. "Why does this keep happening to us? You'd think that eventually you'd run out of bad luck. Guess it's been— Wait, what's that?" A light suddenly glimmered in Roy's vision as something seemed to come flying down from the sky. Then his eyes widened as that light resolved itself into the form of Ika, somehow flying through the air straight for the beast's head. The deer, seeming to sense something, looked up, just in time to catch Ika's glowing staff with its face. And just like that, the beast that had pushed him to the brink of death was killed in a single blow. Ika whirled in place, her eyes wide as they landed on him. He guessed he must look pretty gruesome, what with all the injuries he'd acquired fighting this monster. He gave her a bloody grin, glad that she was back. Then he abruptly pitched forward as all strength seemed to leave him at once. "Roy!" she exclaimed, moving forward in a flash and catching him just before he slammed into the ground. "Glad you made it back," he said, coughing weakly. "Thought I was a goner for sure this time. Don't speak. Just take this." Roy felt something shoved against his lips. It felt like a pill of some sort, though oddly squishy. He obliged, in too much pain to do much else. The pill was quite large, and since he was lying down, it nearly went down the wrong pipe. But in the end, he managed to swallow it. "Good. Now I need you to—" Ika's voice came to him, hazy and indistinct, before fading out completely. Was he dying? "You're not dying, you idiot," Gian's voice sounded in his head just a second later. "Not if you cycle that pill." It took him a few moments to understand what Gian was saying, but then he felt it. A small light sitting in his stomach. Like a miniature sun. Warm and soothing, it called out to him. Reaching for the light with his fading consciousness, Roy pulled at it for all he was worth. The pill was surprisingly responsive and moved immediately to follow his direction. Warmth flooded his body, making him realize just how cold he'd been up until now. Then, Ika's voice came back, sounding panicked and afraid. He also felt something cold and wet poking at his cheek.
"What's going on?"
he asked, his voice sounding slurred and indistinct.
"Oh, you're awake. Thought we'd lost you there for a second,"
Ika said, sounding both worried and relieved. "Now listen very carefully. What you swallowed is called a mending pill. It'll heal you up good as new. All you need to do is cycle it. Your broken bones will take a few days to heal fully, but the blood loss should be mitigated within an hour." Roy got most of what she was saying and was glad that he'd started cycling the pill. He could feel the pain from all his wounds becoming oddly numb. This was followed by an extremely uncomfortable feeling of something crawling all over his skin. Thankfully, he was still too out of it to freak out. The wet, cold thing poked him in the cheek another time. Then he felt a warm, wet something slide over his cheek. "Fairy, I know you're worried, but you need to give him some space," he heard Ika say. There was a loud squeak of annoyance. Then he felt something warm and furry press up against him.
"Wow, she's overly protective for some reason. Don't know why, though. She's angry that she left, and you got hurt because she wasn't here."
Roy was finally beginning to come out of his fuzzy state. The pill was working remarkably well, flooding his body with healing energy and restoring his lost blood. The puncture wounds left by the deer were almost completely closed, though the torn muscle continued to squirm and writhe within his arm. His eyes finally flickered open, and he found himself staring up at two familiar faces. He was lying on his back, his head propped up on a folded-up robe. They were inside the hideout somehow, though he couldn't remember being moved. He tried to move, then winced as fresh pain lanced from his broken right arm. He was also pretty sure one of his ribs was broken. "Don't move just yet," Ika admonished, seeing his wince of pain. "You were beaten up pretty badly by that beast. It's going to take at least a day before you're going to be back on your feet." Roy felt Fairy nudge his face with her own, and he turned to meet her eyes. The ferret's eyes shone with intelligence, unlike she'd had before, and when she tilted her head to one side and widened them, it was almost as though he could understand what she was trying to say.
"She's asking how you're feeling. I don't know why she's asking again. I already told her you were fine,"
Jian grumped. Roy cracked a smile, then reached up with his uninjured arm and stroked the fur on top of her head.
"Don't worry about me, girl. I'm a little beat up, but I'll be fine."
Fairy's eyes shone, and her expression seemed sad. It was then that Roy remembered what Jian had said about her feeling guilty. "It's not your fault that I got hurt," he said, moving his hand to scratch under her chin like he knew she liked. Her eyes slitted in pleasure as he continued scratching. "The only one I can blame for my weakness is myself. I should have been stronger, and had I not failed that test, I would have been." "You can't blame yourself," Ika said soothingly. "You weren't ready for that test, and besides, there was no way you could have won against a third dawn orange-level savage buck. They get very crafty after the advance to orange, and are very good at masking their presence." They were called savage bucks. At least he now had a name to put to the horror that had nearly ended his life. "I'm sorry for being so down. I guess I should be grateful I survived and that you managed to get those pills. I'm guessing that's why you left?" "Well, that and another reason," Ika hedged, looking a bit embarrassed. From the look, Roy guessed that the reason must be a personal one, so he decided not to pry. "I finally used a movement technique," he said, changing the subject. "Really? You figured it out?" Ika asked, sounding excited. "Kind of," Roy said with a shrug. "I used it during the fight with the deer without really thinking. I'll have to do a bit of training to get it down pat, but I think I understand how I managed it." "Well, at least something good came out of this," she said with some false cheer. Roy simply nodded, then yawned widely as a wave of fatigue seemed to hit him. "The pill uses a lot of the body's natural resources for the healing process. You're going to need a lot of sleep and food over the next few days." Roy nodded. feeling Fairy push up even closer to him, nuzzling her face into his. He yawned once more, and then decided that he should probably try and cycle the pill a bit more before falling asleep. That was the last thought that crossed his mind before his exhausted body gave in to the inevitable deep sleep he so desperately needed. Tande Kaeru, leader of the Tande clan and supreme on the path of torrential storms, lounged back in an overstuffed armchair. Despite the ongoing war between his clan and those of the beast, Kyofu, and whatever remained of the Moramore clan, he wasn't too worried. The day was nice for the crater, and he was feeling particularly lazy. And, after all, what was the point of being the clan leader if one couldn't goof off every once in a while?
"Go away,"
he said without bothering to open his eyes. He knew who it was, and wasn't interested in being bothered. "You can't just lie there all day. You have a clan to run," his sister admonished, waving the stack of scrolls before him.
"Why can't you just take care of it?"
he asked, covering up a wide yawn.
"Isn't that your job?"
He felt the light smack as the stack of scrolls hit him in the face, falling to rest on his bare chest. "The clan elders will be gathering in an hour. All 5 Grand Masters will be in attendance. Best you be up to date when they do." Kaeru finally cracked open a single eye as his sister turned to leave the room. "Oh, and one more thing," she said, turning back to glare at him. "Put on a damn shirt." Kaeru simply yawned in response, then waved his sister on. Her cheeks flushed in annoyance. Then she turned her nose up and marched out of the room, slamming the sliding door closed with enough force to shatter the delicate frame. Kaeru sighed as the splintered remains of his door fell to the ground. He really should get a sturdier door put in. This way, he didn't have to replace them every time Hato came for a visit. And seeing as she came to admonish him at least once a day, it was becoming rather expensive. He looked down to the stack of scrolls sitting on his chest and, with a sigh, pushed himself up from his comfortable chair. Dropping the scrolls into the chair, he stretched out his back, scratching at his messy gray hair. Although he only appeared to be in his late 20s, he liked to keep his hair this color, as it gave him a semblance of aging that was visible to others. The aging process had slowed as he'd advanced throughout the years, and when he'd broken through to red belt and attained his perfect body, forged in chakra, nearly 50 years ago, the aging process had slowed to a crawl. In fact, he barely looked as though he'd aged a day since his advancement. He wasn't a particularly tall man, only around 5 feet 9 inches. His body was slim and well-muscled, his face youthful and sharp, and his skin was a light tan. His eyes were dark brown, and his nose and lips were in perfect proportion to the rest of him. Kaeru reached out, snatching a black and white robe from the back of a chair as he moved to his desk. It wasn't that he didn't like wearing it, but the thing just felt too stifling sometimes. It was unlike the simple robes that the rest of his clan wore. As the clan's head, his attire simply had to be embroidered with the most expensive silks, wool, and rare beast hair. The thing was so expensive that, should he sell it, he could afford to buy 100 blue-level beast cores. Seeing as they ranged from 7,000 to 10,000 gold kinka apiece, that was saying a lot. His casual lack of care for the expensive garments was another source of constant annoyance for Hato. Though she was his sister by blood, she was several hundred years younger than him. His mother had lived a surprisingly long life before finally succumbing to old age nearly 80 years ago. Despite that, she'd only had 2 children, one each with 2 different men. Kaeru's own father had passed not long after he'd been born, leaving him to be raised by his mother. It was obvious, even from a very young age, that he was exceptionally talented. So much so that the previous clan leader had named him her successor at the ripe young age of 24 when he'd obtained his blue belt. Hato was quite talented as well. At just over 90, she was already pushing at the bounds of blue belt. She'd reached 6th dan about 4 years prior, though he suspected she would have reached it sooner had she not decided to dedicate all her time to running the clan. He told her multiple times that he could handle it, but she'd said that if she left him to handle it, the clan would fall apart within the year. Kaeru swung the robe around his shoulders, not bothering to close it. Then, retrieving the bundle of scrolls, he headed to a small work table in the corner of the room. He yawned once more as he sank into the low cushion and unrolled the first scroll. It was a report of the movements of the 3 opposing clans. Nothing new there. He sifted quickly through the rest, taking note of important details, but not really paying them much attention. The last one, however, he gave his full and undivided attention. It was a casualty report of the Tande clan members lost in battle. The list was far too long for his liking, and he felt a bit of the fire that drove him in his earlier years return when he saw all those names. Just for a moment, he was tempted to leave the Tande compound and go wreak havoc on the Beast clan personally. But that urge quickly passed. He knew that his place was here. If he left, he'd be leaving his clan's base undefended. And that was not to mention that him going out to kill a bunch of those weaker than him would invite the Beast King to do the same to his clan. And besides, killing those who couldn't defend themselves just wasn't his style. Until the day when he and the Beast King faced each other on the battlefield, he would remain here, offering stability to his clan. Kaeru sighed when he saw the last name on the list. Though not confirmed dead, she'd been missing for quite some time, and seeing as there had been no ransom note, it was safe to assume she was no longer amongst the living. Kaeru rubbed at his temples, knowing that the upcoming meeting would be less than pleasant, especially with this latest piece of news. He briefly debated hiding and letting Hado go to the meeting in his place, but in the end, he decided that he owed the girl at least this much. "And here I was having such a nice day," he muttered, allowing the scroll to roll itself back up. The last name on the list was briefly visible, spelled out in Hato's neat handwriting. Tande Aika, missing, presumed dead. Hirusaru would not be happy when he saw this. 9. Roy stood near the spire, concentrating on the essence in his body. He remembered how he'd used the movement technique. Now all he had to do was replicate the process. Aika stood nearby, along with Fairy. They were both here to keep watch, and to watch him. Aika had wanted him to rest for another few days, but an entire day of just sitting around had driven him crazy. And so, much to her annoyance, he'd insisted he be allowed to go practice his movement technique. His legs hadn't been injured during the fight, so he was sure he'd be just fine. Probably. He'd discovered that using the movement technique wasn't actually much different than channeling the exploding fist through his legs. And since he'd done that many times in the past, it really wasn't too difficult. The only difference would be that he used the improved cycling technique, meaning it would impart more power. Mentally preparing himself, Roy stilled his breathing, then channeled essence down to his legs, allowing it to build there. As soon as he felt he was ready, he launched himself forward and slammed into a nearby spire. But he did so in a very weird way. His torso and legs impacted the spire, while his upper body was thrown back, his spine bending in an unnatural way. He let out a cry of pain as his upper body followed his lower a moment later, slamming into the spire. A second later, a loud booming sound reached his ears. Then he landed flat on his back, groaning in pain.
"You know, I don't think anything has to try and kill you for you to end up dead," Jiang commented. "You seem to have an amazing talent for hurting yourself."
"What happened?" Roy gasped. When he'd moved, it seemed like only his legs had shot forward, while his upper body had tried to remain behind.
"You didn't do it like you did last time, that's what happened," Jiang chided, as he slowly got back to his feet.
"If you hurt yourself again, I'm going to drag you back and tie you down until you're better," Aika threatened. Roy ignored her.
"What did I do differently last time?"
he asked, rubbing at the small of his back. The single step had carried him a good 20 feet before he'd been arrested by the spire. Still, he'd felt completely out of control as his leg had moved ahead of the rest of his body.
"You didn't use common sense, obviously."
When Roy remained silent, Jiang continued in a slightly exasperated tone.
"If you're going to go moving that quickly, your essence needs to be spread over your whole body. Unless, of course, you're only trying to move your legs and leave the rest of it behind."
Now Roy did feel like an idiot. How could he have missed something so obvious again? Maybe Jian had good reason to be treating him this way. Then he shook himself, allowing the fire that drove him to constantly better himself to wash over him once more. Everyone made mistakes, especially those who had to teach themselves. He had no help. The only person he could have helped had abandoned him, treated him just as badly as the Shah clan. Irusaru had cast him out and threatened to have him killed. He had to stop pining after the old trader's teachings and rely on himself more. He'd figured out his own techniques long before the old man had come along, and he was positive he could continue to do so. Steadying his nerves, Roy concentrated on his core once more, feeling the essence flowing through his body. This time, he made sure to allow the essence to travel through his whole body, and not only his legs, making sure to move extra near his spine and neck. Then he aimed himself at a spot clear of spires and launched himself forward. This time, Roy was able to see what happened. There was an explosion of power under his feet, accompanied by a flash of golden light. He felt the rushing of wind on his face, the thrumming of his core, and the essence pounding through his channels. As soon as he landed, he pushed off with his left, attempting to travel a shorter distance, but with more power. His body obliged. There was a flash of golden light, followed by another boom, and he was just 5 feet from his starting point, but he had arrived in just half the time. He continued moving with the technique active, constantly feeding essence into it as he went. Now that he was moving, he found it easier and easier to do so. At some point, he realized that he'd gotten a good distance from Aika, so he attempted a turn. He slipped. He'd been traveling in a straight line up until now, but when he'd attempted the 180-degree turn traveling as fast as he had been, he lost control. "You might want to take turns in between steps," Jian advised as he stood and dusted himself off. His body ached, his knees and back hurt, and his right arm throbbed in its brace. It was no wonder, though. He was using a new technique and placing a good deal of strain on both his body and his core. That small run had taken nearly all his essence, and he knew that mastery of this new technique would take a lot of time and practice. But on the bright side, he at least now knew he could use it, meaning he was one step closer to his goal. The Shah clan would pay for the way they'd treated him for all those years. And aside from the goal of destroying his old clan, he still had his long-term goal, to end the martial arts for good. Sure, he knew it was a long shot, and something that might not even be possible. But he couldn't live in a world that was so patently unfair. Those with power could take what they want, and anyone who couldn't fight was looked down on as a freak, just as he had been. Even now, he was still weak, just a third dan yellow belt. Out there in the wider world of Buryoku, there were blue, purple, and red belts who could destroy cities with their power. He was sure that red was only a small stepping stone compared to the wider world. He remembered well the stranger who'd come to save him during the trial of beginnings. There was no way that man was a mere red belt. Sure, he'd never seen one before, but it had taken 2 of them to seal Jian back when he'd been a powerful dungeon, and judging by what the core had told him, this man sounded like he was way stronger. "What do you think comes after red belt?" Roy asked as he turned back and began the walk back to camp. His core was practically empty, and he didn't want to use the last bit of his remaining essence, just in case he needed to fight. "I have no idea, though I feel like I once knew. I know red isn't even close to the end, though there has to be one. A person can only have so much power." "Are you sure about that?" Roy wondered. Was there an actual limit to the power one could obtain? If the aging process was slowed by advancement and one continuously advanced, wouldn't they theoretically be able to advance forever? He voiced his thoughts out loud, and Jian seemed troubled. "Well, yes, it is theoretically possible, though not likely. Everyone, no matter how talented, has a limit to how far they can go. Why else isn't the world swarming with super-powerful beings?" "Does that mean that I have one as well? Does it mean that at some point I won't be able to continue advancing no matter how hard I try?" Jian was silent at that, leaving Roy to ponder on his meager existence and wonder if he could truly make a difference in this messed-up world, or if he was simply chasing a goal that could never be reached. "Looks like you made it back," Aika said as they came into view. "So?" she asked expectantly. "I'm pretty sure I've figured out how to use a movement technique," Roy said,
doing his best to hide the pain he was in. But it's going to take a bit of practice before I can use it reliably.
Well, that's good enough for me,
Ika said, giving him a once-over.
We'll leave by the end of the week and make for the lighted fields. Even if you have mastered your movement technique, it's way too loud and flashy to use in enemy territory, so you'll be riding fairy.
Roy nodded in agreement. The technique would lend him explosive speed and probably strengthen his attacks due to the momentum, but it was most definitely not a quiet one. It released a flash of light, followed by a massive boom each time he took a step. He guessed that was from the release of essence. Power essence, when released, would always become unstable and explode. His technique worked by funneling essence into his legs, then allowing it to build into a small bubble. The bubble would expand, then explode, throwing him forward. The entire process was instantaneous while the technique was active, but it was far more intricate than Roy had first expected. Just as with his void sphere, it seemed all the power techniques required some finesse.
So, what are you going to call it?
Ika asked as they headed back to their hideout. Roy had been thinking about this for a while now, and he was pretty sure he'd come up with a good name.
At first, I thought of calling it the exploding or power step, but neither of them sounded quite right. If I called it the former, I'd just get it confused with my physical technique, and if I called it the latter, it would just be too on the nose. In the end, I decided to go for something completely different. I'm calling it the shockwave.
Ooh, that sounds quite ostentatious of you,
Ika teased.
Couldn't come up with anything more low-key?
Roy simply shrugged, not at all deterred by her teasing.
As you said, it's a very flashy technique, and so it deserves a flashy name. I personally think it's a great name. It'll make the Beast King and the Supreme of Cloying Darkness shake in their fancy robes.
Hearing that, Roy almost changed his mind. In the end, he decided to keep it, if only to avoid Ika's teasing. If he backed down now, she would view it as a sign of weakness on his part. The stone slid shut behind them as they entered the spire, and Roy began heading to his room. He had to cycle and replenish his lost essence, but he stopped, remembering something Ika had mentioned earlier that day.
You said that you'd managed to get some beast cores filled with power essence, right?
Yeah, I did,
she replied, stretching her back and covering a yawn.
Would you mind giving them to me now?
Why?
She asked with a raised eyebrow.
They'll do more for you once you advance.
Roy just shook his head.
Judging by how my last attempt at the test went, I don't believe I'll be ready for a while yet, and I need the extra essence to push the boundaries of my core. The more I build up now, the more power I'll have at higher levels.
It is the smarter thing to do,
Ika reluctantly agreed.
But you can do the same at Orange Belt, where you'll be stronger.
Tell me honestly, Roy said, making sure to meet her eyes. Will it really be the same if I push to deepen my core at Orange as it will be now? Ika bit her bottom lip, clearly wanting to tell him yes. But after a few moments, her shoulders slumped, and she shook her head. He could understand why she wanted him to wait until Orange before using the cores. If he did, he could likely push to second or third dawn as soon as he advanced, even if he used all the excess essence to increase his capacity at advancement rather than push further, which she was planning on doing. Roy was never one to take shortcuts, and he knew that the stronger he built his foundation, the stronger he'd be as a result. Sure, he wouldn't be as powerful as he could be right away, but he would have far more essence than anyone at this stage of advancement. If he ever had to fight a strong opponent of his level, he could be confident of victory. Besides, after a certain point, he was sure that there would start to be a notable difference between martial artists of the same advancement. The further along one got, the more it would show, and he remembered well his conversation with Jian earlier. He didn't want to go hitting a wall he couldn't break through anytime soon. If there was a theoretical end to what a martial artist could achieve, then he wanted to be the one to make it all the way there.
I hope you know what you're doing,
Ika said, handing him the 4 cores. Roy could sense the immense power each of them contained. Each felt like a bolt of lightning trapped within a small, multifaceted gem. Roy gave her a half grin as he tucked the cores into his pockets. Yeah, so do I.
10. They left their hideout 4 days later, heading east towards the border between Beast Clan territory and the lighted fields. Roy still hadn't gotten a good handle on the movement technique, but that didn't matter all that much right now. He was riding on Fairy's back while Ika jogged along beside them. In truth, he was a bit envious, watching Ika just running along so effortlessly, making turns and small adjustments with seemingly no effort. Everything looked effortless to her, from the way she moved to the way she fought. Even her cultivation seemed to be easy. She'd only advanced to Greenbelt 3 weeks prior and was already nearing her first dawn, and she was well on the way to figuring out how to form ki from her essence. Not only that, but she was in the process of developing both a full body and full area technique, both of which she'd need to create a conqueror technique. And on top of all that, she was a full year younger than him. He had to remind himself that Ika had had her entire life to practice the martial arts, and that her grandfather was a powerful and respected member of his clan. He, on the other hand, had only started a few months ago, so it was only natural that she would be better. It didn't help, though, seeing how easily she accomplished tasks that were far beyond him. He resented having constantly needed to be rescued because of his weakness. Not because she was a girl. He'd learned a healthy respect for martial artists, no matter their gender. What he resented was constantly looking weak in front of her. She was so amazing, and he was just not. Despite the advantages he'd been given, he still wasn't advancing quickly enough. He wasn't grasping the concepts needed to continue growing, and was having a much harder time developing usable techniques. There was one upside to not having to run, and that was that he got to cycle on the road. Despite how inadequate he was feeling in comparison to his friend, he had to admit that he was making steady progress. He'd absorbed the cores Ika had given him over the past few days, and at this point, his core was nearly twice as potent as it had been when he'd first advanced to Yellow Belt. It didn't look any larger physically, but the amount of essence he had reserved to call on now was significantly higher than it had been. His stamina had greatly improved as well, and he could keep going for far longer than before. His shockwave did demand a lot of essence, so it seemed that having more and more essence was becoming a requirement if he wanted to be able to fight for any amount of time. Roy was snapped from his musings as Ika began to slow, finally coming to a stop. He was momentarily confused, not understanding why she'd done so. The landscape looked the same as it had for the last few hours, but Ika was quick to explain. Right now, we're on the border between neutral and beast territory. From here on out, until we reach the border with the lighted fields, we'll be in danger. Are you still sure you want to go on? Roy nodded, not even having to think about it. The crater had been a great place for him to train and cultivate, but he was beginning to see some serious limits to what he could accomplish with regular cultivation. Ambient essence, no matter how dense, wasn't doing nearly as much as it once had. In fact, a single one of the beast cores he'd absorbed had given him more than a month's worth of cycling. He now knew what he would have to do if he wanted to increase his strength. He'd have to hunt beasts with a power path and take their cores. Either that or hunt any beast, then trade for power cores in towns and villages. All right, we're going to try and stay as quiet as we can. It'll take us about 12 hours to make it through, but I have no idea how heavily this area will be patrolled. Roy nodded once more, and Ika took off running again, with Fairy streaking after her a moment later. He could now feel a sense of urgency to their movements that he hadn't felt before. They were in enemy territory, and even the smallest slip-up on their parts could cost them their lives. Thankfully, it seemed that they were the only ones around. They traveled in relative silence, the only sounds being their breathing and the light swish of air caused by their passing. His eyes were constantly moving, as he would have the greatest vantage from his perch on Fairy's back. Ika, of course, would have a much keener spirit sense than him, so it was kind of pointless. But Roy remembered well his fight with the monster deer,
It had caught him completely unaware due to its ability to keep its core suppressed. He wasn't about to take that kind of chance again. As the sunlight faded into night and they had yet to run into anyone, Roy began to relax. They could continue moving due to Fairy and Ika's excellent vision. He could see, to a certain extent, but not nearly as well as either of them. Ika had a core body, and Fairy was a beast, so they had him completely outclassed in that sense. Despite the constant flashes of lightning overhead, he felt much better. It would be difficult to detect them in the darkness, especially with Fairy's coloration and path. He also knew that Ika was very good at hiding herself. Roy had stopped cycling nearly an hour ago as he'd begun to grow bored of the practice. They had to remain silent, so there was little else to do, but he was beginning to feel distinctly uneasy. They'd been going for nearly 11 hours by now, and he was surprised he wasn't as tired as he'd expected to be after all this time. He was sure he owed his cultivation level for that, though he was beginning to feel the effects of staying awake for so long. It had taken them over 4 hours to reach the border of the beast territory, and it was now well past midnight. They were on the last leg of their journey and approaching the border with the lighted fields. The closer they got, the more tense everyone became. Not just him, but Ika and Fairy as well. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminated a jagged structure, highlighting it against the skyline. Roy flinched in surprise, but it seemed that Ika had expected it, as she didn't falter in her running. He was impressed. They'd been running for nearly 16 hours at this point, and she showed no signs of slacking. Having a core body must come with some serious benefits, aside from the obvious, he thought, watching as the sky lit up, revealing the jagged outline again. This time, he was able to identify it as a wall of some sort. Lightning continued flashing intermittently, illuminating the approaching wall. Small details began to become visible as they drew nearer, showing that the structure was not man-made. It seemed that this truly was the border of the crater. The tall, uneven stone walls that rose before them weren't exactly built at right angles to the ground. Rather, they started on a gentle slope, becoming ever steeper as they rose, towering hundreds of feet into the sky. I had no idea the crater was an actual crater, Roy said, speaking with his mind. Really? I thought it would have been obvious, Jian replied. Any idea how this place was created? He asked, his eyes traveling up the massive walls, the top of which he could no longer see due to their proximity. I think it was one of those things I used to know, Jian answered. It's very annoying having so much of your memory ripped away, almost enough to make a sane core go mad. How would we even get over that? We probably can't. My guess is that there's a way to get through, some sort of tunnel. But it's most likely going to be heavily guarded. If you were hoping to get out without a fight, you can think again. Roy let out a low groan as he realized Jian was probably right. The thought of having to fight in his tired state was not something he wanted to do. In fact, having to fight at all before he was strong enough to stand on his own wasn't exciting. He'd seen the patrols over the last few weeks, and the very weakest of them had been at Base Orange, a full stage ahead of him. Another flash of lightning revealed a shadowy opening in the rock face. If anything, it looked even less welcoming than the wall itself. But Roy knew that to get out of the crater, they would more than likely be forced to travel through it. Sure enough, Ika didn't even slow, running full tilt into the shadowy opening. Roy had no idea why she was being so reckless. For all she knew, the place could be packed full of enemy martial artists. But then again, her senses were better than his. Roy felt frustration mounting once again at his inability to do anything useful. If there was anyone who was dragging their small group down, it was him. Had he not been here, Ika and Fairy would have been able to travel much faster. True, Fairy wasn't as fast as Ika, but without the extra burden of carrying him, she'd be able to move much faster. If they ran into trouble, and Roy always expected to run into trouble, he'd be less than useless. Darkness closed in around them as they entered the tunnel, making even his enhanced sight completely useless. All sounds seemed to be oddly muffled, and Roy could practically feel the thousands of tons of stone over his head. Aika and Fairy could obviously still see where they were going, else they would have slowed down, but that didn't make him any more comfortable. The sounds of their breathing were now more pronounced, echoing off the walls as they moved along. Then, as suddenly as the light faded, it was back, shining far brighter than should have been possible for this time of night. Roy flinched, his eyes reflexively closing against the bright light. He felt Fairy lurch underfoot, then a shout of surprise. Something flew past his head, slamming into the wall behind him with enough force to shatter the stone. Then Aika's voice sounded, loud and determined. "Don't stop! Keep pushing through!" Then suddenly, Roy was able to see. The tunnel opened up before them, leading out into a very strange landscape that shone bright as day. The sky overhead was dark, which made the entire situation look so surreal. Massive, colorful plants rose high into the sky, shimmering with multicolored light. Outlined by the cave mouth was a group of roughly 15 people, all staring at them and clearly hostile. Roy could see that one was pulling back, clearly the one who'd launched that attack, and the others were gearing up for a fight. They were approaching at a rapid pace, Fairy seeming to take Aika's advice to heart and pushing through. Aika was a streak of light, nearly invisible as she crossed the intervening distance and crashed into the group, causing confusion and scattering them. Fairy took the opening. Darkness cloaked her form, and suddenly she shot forward, slipping neatly through the gap and out into the lighted fields. "Oh, we made it!" Roy exclaimed, glad to be out of that oppressive tunnel, brief as their time in there had been. "Not yet, we haven't. Keep running," Aika called out, catching up and easily overtaking them. Roy whirled in his seat and felt his heart sink. Somehow, he'd had it in his mind that the Beast Clan would give up pursuit if they made it out of their territory. Obviously, they would be followed if they ran. With a growl of annoyance, Roy twisted back and began channeling his essence in preparation to use the Void Spear. He wasn't sure how much good it would do them, but if it could throw them off by even a minute, they might just be able to get away. Tonde Kaeru leaned back in his favorite overstuffed chair. His eyes were closed, his shirt was off, and a small reed switched back and forth above his face as he moved it between his teeth. To the outside observer, it would appear that this was a man who was completely relaxed, without so much as a care in the world. They would be only partially correct. Sure, he was quite comfortable, and though his body was resting, his mind was not. Kaeru was mulling over the meeting between the clan grandmasters just a few days prior. As it turned out, Irusaru had not shown up. This wasn't an uncommon occurrence. The old man was completely unreliable and seemed to run on his own schedule. Hato had been furious that he hadn't shown up, but there was little anyone could do about it. No one knew the old man's whereabouts. The last they'd seen of him was when he'd shown up at the school with his granddaughter and a mystery martial artist in tow. Aika had since been spotted on the open ground of the crater, but her grandfather had not been with her. Kaeru let out a long breath, the tip of the reed fluttering as a result. What the grandmasters had had to say was pretty much as he'd expected. The losses on all sides were beginning to mount, and even if they won, it would still be a heavy loss. The time was quickly approaching where he would either have to commit a large force in an all-out attack, or issue a challenge and hope the Beast King accepted. The door slid open, revealing Hato. She was dressed in a long, flowing black robe, the blue belt cinched at her waist. "Why are you not working?" she demanded as she closed the door behind her. Kaeru cracked an eye, noting that she was dressed a bit more extravagantly than usual. Her long black hair was pinned up with a long needle running through the back. Her slim, pale cheeks had a light hint of pink, and her eyes seemed to shine, highlighted by the line of black surrounding them. He didn't bother commenting. Whatever she was doing, it was her own business. "There isn't really any work to be done," he responded, yawning widely. "You are the head of a clan. There's always work that needs to be done," she snapped at him. She then launched into a tirade of all the different things he could be doing right now. filling out reports, sending down orders to his subordinates, actually leaving his filthy room. The usual and boring stuff. I'd think you'd be a bit more worried about one of your grandmasters just not showing up, she finished. Kaoru waved a hand through the air, waving away her concerns. Irisaru has always done whatever he wanted. I'm sure he's fine. And as for all that other stuff, well, what do I have you for? You do a much better job. In fact, maybe you should run the clan? He hedged. You will not dump your responsibility onto me. Hato immediately shut him down. This hadn't been the first time he'd tried to get her to take over, either. In truth, Kaoru was growing bored of leading the clan. He'd never felt like the role suited him, but had had no choice but to accept when the last clan head had passed. Running a clan for so many years had seriously stalled his own training. He hadn't grown at all in nearly 50 years. He'd managed to master all 9 techniques of chakra, earning him the title of Supreme. But that had been laughably easy. He'd already had a firm grasp of chakra, even before he'd advanced to Red Belt, and once he'd done so, adjusting his key techniques accordingly had been the work of only a single month. "Oh, come on, please," he asked, placing his hands together in a placating gesture. Hato's face was livid at this point. Her cheeks had gone from a rosy pink to a dark crimson, and Kaoru began to fear for the safety of his room. Hato couldn't do much to hurt him. No one could at this point. But his belongings did not have such protections. His sister took a deep breath, seeming to try and calm herself. "I did not come here to chastise you," she said, taking deep breaths. "I came here because I am going out to dinner with Porto. He has petitioned for my hand, and I will oblige." Now this did surprise him. "Since when are you interested in that old geezer?" Kaoru asked, sitting up in his chair. In truth, Porto wasn't actually that old, just 10 or so years older than Hato, and already he was a grandmaster. He'd only recently earned the title, but as the youngest purple belt in the clan, he showed promise for a bright future. Hato simply rolled her eyes at him and pointed to the robe he'd carelessly slung over the back of a chair. "Put that on. You are to be my escort, and I don't want to hear so much as a peep out of you. You will behave, else I will destroy that chair you so seem to love." Kaoru was at her side in a blink, robes properly tied and pleated with his belt tied around his waist. His hair had been smoothed back, and he held an arm out to his sister. "Then let us away! There is no time to waste." Hato slipped her fingers into the crook of his elbow, and he escorted her out of his room, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Kaoru didn't take threats to himself seriously, but threatened to break his stuff, and he would oblige to requests without hesitation. 11. Roy's void sphere exploded against the leading martial artist, sending up a cloud of smoke and debris. "Did you get him?" Aika asked, keeping her eyes fixed on the path ahead. "Not sure," Roy called back, watching the smoke cloud. A second later, the martial artist emerged, looking more than a little annoyed, though unharmed. The ground where he'd been standing was completely torn up, but judging by the slight sheen of brown covering his form, he was using an armorer technique. Not that it would matter either way. Roy could clearly see the green belt at his waist and knew that his attacks would do little to damage a martial artist of such power. He was having a hard time understanding why so many seemed to be so powerful out here. Back in the Shaw clan, having an orange belt meant you were destined for great things. Most of the elders were only 2nd or 3rd Dan orange. But out here, everyone seemed to be at least an orange belt, if not higher. More than half the group chasing them were green belts, and more than one was higher than even Aika. It made no sense. Growling, Roy held his hand out again, forming the void sphere in his palm. The many-layered technique twisted and swirled as it formed above his palm, locking into place and expanding. He never grew tired of seeing the technique form, and he really wished he could get it to do so faster. He hurled the attack at the leading martial artist again, this time aiming for the ground in front of him rather than at the man himself. With little effort, the man plowed straight through the spear, shattering his technique with a glowing brown fist. "Haika," Roy said, now sounding very afraid. The group was fast catching up, and he knew that Fairy wouldn't be able to stay ahead for too much longer. Already he could feel her beginning to flag as the essence she used to maintain her speed began to run low. If there was an upside to this dilemma, it was that they seemed to be losing about half the group, those at Orange, but that didn't make him feel any better. Having 6 green belts ranging from base to second dan was not something to be grateful for. Without looking back, Aika formed a trio of spears made of light, then sent them flying back into the group. It traveled faster than the eye could follow, streaking across the distance and reaching their pursuers before Aika even seemed to form them. But the martial artists on the receiving end were also green belts. One of them leaped forward, darkness lashing across her skin, and seemed to draw the attack in, snuffing it out completely. Then a blast of fire roared across the distance, followed a moment later by a hail of black needles. Fairy tried to weave around the attacks, but wasn't fast enough to avoid them all. A lance of fire burned a furrow in her side, causing her to hiss in pain. A wall of rainbow light sprang up between them and their pursuers, blocking the hail of needles. Aika retaliated, throwing a storm of light lances back at them. But it seemed to do little good, as the darkness artist drew them in once more. Roy could see this wasn't working, so he formed another void sphere and tossed it back, this time aiming for the base of a tree shimmering with rainbow light. His technique exploded, expanding out and shredding the base, sending it toppling into their pursuer's path and cutting them momentarily off from view. "Hang right!" Aika yelled, and Fairy obliged, plunging into the shoulder-length grass field stretching out before them. Roy couldn't understand why Aika would choose to head into an area with no cover or obstacles to put between them and the enemy, but he had to trust that she knew what she was doing. "Now stop," she hissed, skidding to a halt and dropping to her belly. Fairy, already exhausted, had no objections, coming to a halt and dropping to the ground. "Why is she stopping?" Jian asked. "Did she forget we were being chased by a bunch of enemies that could crush you like a bug?" "Aika, why did we—" Roy began. But Aika just reached out a hand and yanked him off Fairy's back, clamping a hand over his mouth and shaking her head. There was little he could do. Even if he wanted to run, Aika was holding him down and she was stronger than him. With no other choice, he lay there, staring wide-eyed through the swaying and shimmering grass as the tree began to buckle and snap. A moment later, the first Beast Clan green belt smashed through the fallen tree, running straight ahead. He skidded to a halt, looking confused for a few moments, then swept his gaze from right to left. His eyes alighted on their position in the swaying grass, and his brow furrowed once more. It was then that the others finally caught up to him. "What's going on? Why did you stop?" the female darkness user asked. "Look," he replied grimly, pointing to their position. Roy could feel his heart pounding as the girl's eyes practically drilled into his. They were dark brown, almost black, and seemed to radiate malice. But after a moment, she too looked confused. "What's going on?" she demanded of the other man. "Where did they go?" The man shrugged, looking once more at them in confusion. It was as though he could see them, but not see them at the same time. "They probably went further into the forest," he finally said, turning back to his companions. "Let's go!" They all grumbled a bit, but reluctantly followed him. Soon they were lost from sight, the sounds of crashing fading into the distance. Aika kept them lying there, unmoving and still. More than once, Roy tried to mumble something through her hand, but each time he did, she would merely clamp down harder and shake her head. At a certain point, he had to either give up or have his skull caved in. As it was, Roy began to suffocate. He began clawing at her fingers, but Aika didn't even seem to realize. Her eyes were intently fixed on the forest and not paying him any attention. "Jian, do something! She's gonna kill me!" Roy screamed, panicking. "Oh, don't be so dramatic. She's not going to—" Roy's face began to turn blue.
"Fairy, get her off him!"
Jian yelled, now sounding just as panicked as he felt. Ika finally turned back when Fairy's tail whacked her in the back of the head, looking cross. It was then that she noticed Roy's bulging eyes and purple-tinged skin. Her eyes went wide, and she immediately released her hold on him. "I am so sorry," she said, as he spluttered and coughed, taking in huge gulps of air. "It's hard for me to remember how weak you are before you get your core body. Are you okay?" Roy simply glared at her as he continued, gasping, sucking in huge lungs full of air.
"Was that really necessary?"
he finally asked, rubbing at his numbed lips and throbbing nose.
"You could have killed me."
"Sorry?" she squeaked. "I just had to make sure you didn't make any noise and break the illusion. Otherwise, they would have found us."
"So that's what she did. I had no idea this girl was so talented. If I didn't think I'd die if I left you, I might just go join her."
"Gee, thanks for your concern," Roy sarcastically replied, sitting upright. "Why did you keep me quiet once they'd gone?" he asked, feeling at his nose to make sure it wasn't broken. "I couldn't be sure if the others would still be coming," she replied, looking extremely guilty. "Can I?" she asked, reaching out towards him, but stopped when he flinched back. "No, I think I'm fine taking care of myself," he snapped. He knew Ika was only trying to help, but he didn't appreciate being manhandled like a child. He was getting sick and tired of being stuck in a world where everyone was so much stronger than him, and that no matter what he did, he couldn't fight back. This was like being in the Waterwood all over again, only this time no one would be shielding him out of a false sense of pity or honor. "Oh, okay then," Ika replied, getting slowly to her feet. He could tell he'd hurt her feelings, but he didn't care. He was too angry and too ashamed to try to care. More than being annoyed at everyone else for being so strong, he was angry with himself for his weakness. His entire life he'd been weak, and now, given the opportunity to improve, he was doing nothing to do so. Roy simply grunted, getting to his feet and stalking out ahead of her and Fairy, walking deeper into the swaying rainbow grass. He had no idea where he was going, but he didn't care. All he wanted to do was get as far away from both of them as he could. Perhaps he could escape the shame and the feelings of inadequacy that came along with them.
"There's no need to be so down on yourself."
"Yeah? And why's that?" he asked, shoving his way through the tall grass.
"You only started down your path a few months ago. You can't expect to be a master overnight."
"That's not what I'm expecting," he replied, shoving through the tangle as it began to thicken. "I'm just—" He trailed off, throwing his hands in the air, unable to put his frustrations into words.
"Just annoyed that you're not progressing quickly enough for your peace of mind," Jian said. "You think that if you don't make it to Orange Belt soon, you'll never make it far enough to attain your goals. But you have to remember that I have goals as well, and mine are far more dangerous than simply destroying a clan full of weaklings."
"What are you talking about?" Roy asked, now using blasts of essence to shred the grass before him. "The Shaw clan is enormous and chock full of powerful martial artists."
"Not from what I remember. Now, don't get me wrong," he quickly continued as Roy opened his mouth once more. "The Shaw clan is strong, from your perspective. But from the perspective of the clans in the crater, they're quite weak. As I'm sure you noticed, the majority of those chasing us are orange or higher. Do you know why that is?"
Roy shook his head. He had been curious about that, and he'd just been wondering the same thing. Why was it that everyone out here seemed to be ridiculously strong?
"The answer is quite simple," Jian answered. "They are merely products of their environment. The creatures and beasts in the crater are strong, so the martial artists have to be strong as well if they wish to survive. Likewise, there are places where the martial artists make the ones here look like weaklings, and so on."
Roy had a hard time believing this. Sure, the beasts in the crater were a little stronger than those in the Waterwood, but that didn't explain why everyone here was so freakishly strong. Even if that was the reason, He had a hard time believing that there were other places where martial artists were even stronger than this on a base level. He knew that there had to be artists out there that were more powerful than a red belt, but surely they were few and far between. He'd only ever heard of 3 red belts. Obviously there were more, but there couldn't be that many more. Aika herself had said that her clan leader was over 500 years old, which meant reaching such heights would take centuries of work. Surely not many would even have the patience and willpower to continue forging on ahead. When that thought crossed his mind, Roy finally realized the point Jian was trying to make. Advancing took a long time. Even someone like the Tande clan head, who had achieved the title of Supreme, had taken half a millennia to do so. So he, a lowly nobody from a clan who'd adopted him, would surely take far longer than that. He stopped walking when he realized that, and for the first time since he started on his journey, Roy debated simply giving up. What was the point, after all, if he would never reach his goal? "Jian," he said in a low voice, "why did you choose me?" "I thought it was obvious. I already told you. It was because you were available and had no core." Roy felt his heart sink even further. "So there was no other reason? Something you saw in me, maybe?" "Well, you didn't give up when Fairy was about to eat you. But no, if you want the truth, I would have joined with you either way. You were there and had no core. You were a perfect vessel for my revenge." "Right," Roy replied, his shoulders slumping further. Jian was right. There was nothing special about him. He was just a nobody from nowhere with no hopes or prospects. All he was to the core was a weapon with which to exact its revenge. To Aika, he was a child that needed protecting, and to everyone else, he was a weakling that should be snuffed out. Roy started to move on, but when he tried to use his essence to clear a path, it would not respond. He checked within himself to see if he'd somehow run out without realizing it. His core was still more than half full. He frowned, trying once more to use the technique to push through the tall grass. And once again, it didn't work. "Jian, why isn't my technique working?" Roy asked, feeling a slight tinge of panic. "What? I don't see anything wrong. You should be able to use it no problem." Roy tried one more time, but the essence refused to obey. He tried forming his void sphere, but that didn't work either. He tried using the shock wave. Nothing. Now he was really beginning to worry. What was happening? Why weren't his techniques working? "Roy? Is that you up there?" Roy turned as he heard Aika's voice sound from somewhere behind him. He was still annoyed at her, but his worry was starting to overwhelm his anger. "Yeah?" he called back, wondering why she needed to ask. Couldn't she sense him with her spirit sense? He wasn't suppressing his core. Aika's form became visible a moment later, with Fairy pushing through behind her. "You should really keep your core at least somewhat unveiled when we're traveling together," Aika admonished, though she still seemed hurt by the way he'd treated her earlier. "But my core isn't—" Roy began. Then Aika grabbed him and shoved him behind her. He stumbled, not understanding what was going on for a few moments. Then he saw them. There were several martial artists, all dressed in blue and gold robes, looking quite hostile. How had he not sensed them coming? His spirit sense had been wide open. "Who are you, and why are you trespassing here?" One of the martial artists, a woman with dark skin and a hard, lined face, asked. "We were unaware that we were trespassing," Aika replied, keeping her tone respectful. Roy could see why. The woman had a 5th Dan green belt around her waist, meaning she was on the brink of advancing to blue. Not only that, but the martial artists surrounding them were all between 3rd and 4th Dan green. This was nuts. How were there so many strong martial artists in the same spot? "Be that as it may," the woman said, "you are going to come with us. I don't know who you are, but the boss lady will likely have some questions for you. Now, are you going to come peacefully, or are we going to have to take you in by force?" "There's no need for violence," Ika said quickly. "We will be more than happy to go along with you." The woman nodded, motioning the others back to surround them. Roy had to soothe Fairy to stop her from attacking, asking Jian to explain what was happening and why they had to go along. He was sure she understood, but as a beast, Fairy much preferred fighting to rolling over and giving up. Regardless of that, Roy knew that none of them stood a chance at escape, let alone fighting. He was still a yellow belt, and although Ika was green, she was still only a base. The others would easily outclass her in terms of power, so she had little choice but to cave to their demands. He sighed as they set off, noting the looks of disgust the others were shooting him. He couldn't blame them. He was weak, and in Buryoku, weakness was a crime. He could only hope that it was a crime he would not have to pay for with his life. 12. Itachi Joan sat straight-backed, her legs tucked under her knees and her robes folded neatly out to the sides. She was writing a report to send back to her superior, Itachi Guan, and had to make sure it was as accurate and detailed as she could manage. That wasn't why she was sitting this way, however. The reason she sat so stiffly was simple. This was the proper way for one of her station to be seated. Any slouching or creases in her robes would be taken as her disrespecting her station as outpost commander, and she would be stripped of her title as soon as Guan found out. And she had no doubt that he would. The Itachi clan, while massive and sprawling, was highly militaristic, adhering to a strict code of conduct. Any deviation on anyone's part, regardless of position, would be dealt with most severely. She was especially leery, seeing as she'd only recently been promoted to this position. It wasn't a particularly glorious job, but one that needed to be done. And when she'd been called before the Council of Seven back in Light City, she'd eagerly taken the position when offered. Sure, it wasn't much now, but she was only a first Dan blue belt, hardly someone of note, and hadn't expected a promotion like this until at least fourth Dan, the general requirement for this position. However, Guan had vouched for her, and when a Supreme says you're worthy, very few would question him. The light scratching of her quill was interrupted by a knock on her door, 3 sharp raps, followed by a split second's hesitation, followed by a fourth. The Itachi clan had many such knocks, each encoded with their own meaning. But this one was one that Joan had never yet heard before in her time here. That series of knocks meant that a patrol had apprehended a group of outsiders and had taken them into custody. Despite her curiosity, Joan continued writing her letter, making the person at the door wait the full 73 seconds the protocol demanded before allowing them to enter.
"Commander,"
the Greenbelt said, bowing deeply at the waist as he entered. "Squad leader?" Joan replied, setting her quill carefully in its holder, making sure not to spill so much as a drop of ink onto the hardwood table. "What brings you here, and at this late hour, no less?" The squad leader, Jonathan, she believed he was called, dropped to one knee and began his report.
"Tonight, at approximately 0200, we came across a group of foreigners encroaching on our borders. There were 3 in all, 2 humans and a beast. One was a female, at base green, and the other was male, at 3rd Dan yellow. We believe the beast to be just about 1st Dan orange, if not a little stronger. They surrendered without fighting, and we have them locked up in the outer cells."
A yellow belt, you say? Is it really necessary to place a child behind bars? Joan asked. Though the Itachi were highly militaristic, that didn't mean they were heartless or didn't have a code of conduct. The only reason a child would be placed behind bars would be if they were considered to be a danger to themselves or others. Could this child truly be so dangerous? For the first time, Jonathan's neutral expression vanished, to be replaced by one of disgust.
"The yellow belt in question is an adult, approximately 20 years of age and of clearly foreign origins."
Though it was against protocol, Joan could well understand the man's disgust. A 20-year-old still at yellow? How had his clan even allowed him to live? The shame he would bring to his household was more than enough to call for a death sentence. In fact, if anyone in the Itachi clan were so weak, they would gladly take their own lives for the betterment of the clan. That someone like that would continue to go on was shameful and selfish. "You mentioned a beast," she said, snapping from her thoughts before the look of disgust could be mirrored on her face. "Yes, it is a ferret, or weasel, by what I could ascertain." "And the Greenbelt girl, what is her approximate age?" "I would put her between 18 and 20. Joe nodded, thinking. The Itachi clan always had use of powerful fighters with promise. The Yellow Belt would be utterly useless, and thus be turned out into the wilds to die a weakling's death. The girl, however, could be useful to their cause. "Very well, then," she said, rising from her seat and smoothing the front of her blue and gold robes. "I shall go see them for myself." Aika sat in a small 4x4 cell, her back pressed to the far wall, and her eyes locked on the third Dong Greenbelt left to guard her. Though she'd never been out of the crater, she recognized the robes of the Itachi clan. She'd really been hoping to avoid meeting them until Roy had advanced to Orange. She knew of their highly militaristic ways and how they viewed martial artists who were below standard for their age, and she was afraid of what they'd do to Roy. Immediately after bringing them into their camp, which consisted of several rows of long, low buildings, they'd been split up and led to separate cells. She couldn't even feel Roy with her spirit sense from here, so they'd either used some sort of item to interfere with him, or he was so far away that she couldn't sense him. She could sense Barry, though, so she had to suspect it was the latter. Where they could have taken Roy was a mystery to her. He'd been very frustrated lately with his progress and his inability to master everything at once. She had a feeling, though he'd never said as much, that he was feeling useless in just about every battle. Each time she had to intervene and save him, he grew just a little more bitter, and each time that happened, his patience with himself shortened just a bit more. At this point, he was likely so down on himself that he would be actively hindering his own advancement through doubt and worry. The guard half turned to look at her, but she simply glared back, putting all the malice and contempt she could into that stare. The man had actively ignored all questions about Roy. As soon as she'd been locked up, he'd been placed by the door and had not said so much as a word. She'd tried asking, being polite, even threatening, but the man had remained stoic. Even her glaring seemed to be doing her no good, as the man simply turned away and continued to pretend that she didn't exist. Despite how amped up she felt, Aika soon began to nod off. No matter how far she'd advanced, going for over 16 hours with no food, water, or sleep tended to wear a person out, core body or not. She tried to remain awake, just in case something happened, but before she knew it, she drifted off. A loud tramping of boots tore her from an uneasy sleep. She was instantly aware of her surroundings, as the fog of sleep that had once clouded her mind upon waking was no longer a concern. It was one of the many perks given to her by her core body, assuring that even if she was caught by surprise while asleep, it wouldn't hinder her to the point where she couldn't fight. A light tinge on the horizon told her it was just past 5 in the morning, meaning she'd been asleep for roughly 3 hours. Despite what some would call a short nap, Aika felt well rested. She knew that a proper night of sleep would have to come soon, but for now, she was all right. The guard posted at her door was standing stiffly at attention, his back straight, feet planted together, and his arms at his sides. A shadow fell across the open front of her cell, blocking out the dim lighting of the early morning, as well as the luminescent plants that were abundant in the lighted fields. Her guard bowed at the waist, dipping into a near 90-degree angle. It took Aika's eyes less than a second to adjust, but what she saw didn't make her feel any better. Standing before the man was a tall woman dressed in slightly finer robes than the man standing guard. A small silver badge shone on her left lapel, and a blue belt with a single slash of purple was tied around her waist. This was not good at all. Before, she may have had some small chance of busting out and rescuing Roy, but with a blue belt in the mix, that all went right out the window. No matter how strong of a green belt she was, there was no way she could overpower someone a full stage ahead of her. The woman ignored the bowing man, turning her gaze on her appraisingly. Open the gate and fetch me a chair." Her voice was strong and commanding. She was clearly one who expected to be obeyed right away and without question. Sure enough, the guard immediately pulled a small key from his pocket and opened the cell door, then dashed off, presumably to fetch her a chair. Aika did not move. She was a prisoner, so the woman could do whatever she wanted with her. There was nothing she could do against her on a physical level, but she knew martial artists like this one prided respect above all else, and she wasn't about to give it to her, not after the way she'd been treated. The woman stared down imperiously at her, her nose turned up either in annoyance, disgust, or maybe a bit of both. She did not say a word, merely stared her down until the guard came running back with the chair, placing it carefully behind her. And when she sat, he moved it forward so as to allow her the maximum comfort it afforded. "Leave us," she said, and the guard did so, disappearing from view even faster than when he'd gone to fetch the chair. The staring contest continued, the woman sitting stiffly and primly in her seat, while Aika sat slumped against the wall, glaring back at her. She wasn't sure what to make of this woman, but she knew she was being tested. The woman was probing for weakness, for signs that she could be pushed around or trodden underfoot. Aika wasn't going to give her that. If she expected her to begin groveling at her feet, she had something else coming. Finally, after the light in the sky had brightened significantly and the sun began to be visible on the horizon, the woman spoke. "I am Itachi Joan, commander of this outpost. I see that although you do not lack in power for one so young, you do lack in respect. Not to worry. Under the strict rules and regulations of the Itachi clan, we'll soon have that stubborn streak beaten out of you." "Oh, yeah?" Aika said, cocking an eyebrow. "And what makes you think I'm going to join this little clan of yours?" The woman's reaction wasn't what Aika would think it to be. She'd been expecting the woman to grow annoyed or even outright angry. Instead, she only smiled, though calling it a smile would be generous. The small upward twist of her lips and the cold look she got were enough to turn one's blood to ice. "Oh, we're not giving you an option. You're going to join the Itachi clan, whether you like it or not." 13. "Really? What makes you think you can make me do anything?" Aika asked, feeling her cheeks flush in annoyance. "We have our ways," Joan replied, her expression cold and composed once more. "Don't get me wrong. I'd rather if you cooperated willingly. It would make things so much easier and save us all a lot of pain and time." "And what about my friend? What have you done with him?" Aika demanded. Joan's lips curled in disgust at the mention of Roy. So, it seemed she'd been right. They viewed him as little more than filth due to his cultivation rank. "A weakling like that has no place in the Itachi clan. In fact, he should not be allowed into any clan at all. He will be turned out into the wilds for the beasts to take care of. I doubt he will be willing to take his own life, though the option will be given, and my men will not sully their hands with the blood of one so pitiful." Aika clenched her teeth in anger, having to physically restrain herself from attacking the smug and self-important woman. "He's much more powerful than you might think." "He's a yellow belt," Joan replied simply. "Though you're about average for your age, a green belt means that you have the potential to reach blue. Or, if you're extremely lucky, purple. While you won't add anything major to the clan, you can still contribute. Someone like him will reach orange at best before his path fails him." Aika had known that the world outside the crater was vast, and the martial artists were stronger and far more fearsome. But for this woman to say that a blue or purple belt wouldn't add much to a clan was ludicrous. A purple belt was enough to sway the course of an entire battle in the crater. "Now all I want to know is your name and where you have come from. I've never seen your robes before and do not recognize them as belonging to any clan." Aika had a hard time believing that. The crater was less than 4 hours from here. There was no way this woman didn't know her clan. "I am Tande Aika," she said. drawing herself up and glaring at the woman. "I am the granddaughter of Grandmaster Tandai Irusaru, under the protection of the Supreme of Torrential Storms. Now you're going to let both me and my friend go, or you'll face the wrath of my entire clan." Joan stared at her for a few long moments, her face inscrutable. Then she rose, turned, and left the cell, closing the door behind her. She half turned, looking back at her out of the corner of her eye. "I'll be back in a few hours, and when I return, I hope you'll be more willing to speak the truth." Then she left, leaving Aika stunned into silence. Roy sat with his back to a similar cell, just 4 rows down from Aika, though with his spirit sense not seeming to work, he may as well have been a mile away. His shoulders were slumped, his gaze listless, and his hopes of any future plans were dashed. He'd lost his connection with his essence somehow. It had started right before they'd been captured by this mystery clan, and he'd been unable to do anything since. He could still hear Jian in his mind, but that was it. He could already feel his right leg beginning to pain him as the joint deformed, twisting into its old, grotesque shape. Though he was exhausted, both physically and mentally, he found himself unable to sleep, watching as his body reverted to its previous state. His belt had started to fade when he'd been captured, and it had all but vanished at this point. The forged essence was transparent, barely visible around his waist, and he knew that in less than an hour it would vanish forever. "Why is this happening to me?" he asked, raising his eyes to stare through the bars of his cell. They hadn't bothered leaving a guard, simply dumping him in here and leaving to parts unknown. "I don't know," Jian responded, serious for the first time in a long time. "Your essence is still all here. It hasn't gone anywhere, so I don't know what to say." "It can't be," he replied dumbly. "I can't feel anything. My belt is nearly gone, and my leg is once again deformed. I won't even be able to walk without the assistance of a crutch or brace. I'm regressing to the cripple I've been my entire life, and I can't seem to stop it." "Come on, Roy. It has to be in your head. Your body is full of essence, just as much as you had before. Just concentrate. Use your cycling technique. I'm sure you'll be able to feel it." But Roy could not. No matter what he did, his essence refused to obey. His cycling technique didn't work, and all he managed to do was run out of breath trying to breathe according to the scroll's instruction. Then, when his belt had nearly gone, the worst came to pass. Jian's voice began to fade as well. "You have to... down. Can help. Hold on. Don't... Jian? I can't hear you," Roy said, feeling his depression turning into full-blown panic. While he'd still been able to hear the dungeon core, he'd still held out some hope that he might one day, with a lot of back-breaking work, regain the use of his martial arts. But with Jian's voice gone, it would truly mean the end. He called out several more times, both out loud and in his mind, but to no avail. Jian was gone, and he was truly alone. Hours later, when the sun was high in the sky, his cell door creaked open. Roy didn't even have the will left to look up, but he did when a harsh voice reprimanded him. "Get up, worm!" He looked up, his eyes half-lidded and despondent, and saw a tall woman dressed in a blue and gold robe with a first dan blue belt tied at her waist. She seemed to grow annoyed when he did not immediately respond and snapped out once again. "Did you not hear me, filth? I said, get up!" The shout shook Roy from his stupor, sending a spike of fear deep into his very soul. He cringed, trying to shuffle back from the woman, but seeing as his back was literally against a wall, it was impossible. Finally, not wanting to anger her further, he lowered his head, feeling the familiar, beaten mentality he'd held his entire life coming back all too quickly. "I must apologize, honored Blue Belt, but I cannot get up." "What do you mean, you can't?" she asked, sounding annoyed.
I know you are only a yellow belt, but surely you can stand?"
Roy let out a bitter laugh, then pointed down to his waist and then at his twisted leg. "I am afraid you have been misinformed. I'm not a martial artist, just a cripple." The woman's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Then something seemed to sweep over him. The woman's spirit sense, most likely, Roy thought. After a minute, she stepped back, looking perplexed. "How strange. My men said you were a third dan yellow belt, and I do not know them to be ones who make mistakes. Yet my scan indicates that you are truly without any essence or a core altogether. So I can only make one conclusion. You've mastered suppression of your essence to a point where no one can sense it, meaning you are either even weaker than you first claimed, or far more powerful." Her eyes looked calculating as she scanned him once more, taking extra care when examining his leg. "Since it is impossible to fake a belt higher than your current cultivation, I would assume you had to be more powerful. But seeing as your friend is a light cultivator and my men didn't examine your belt, I think you're even weaker than you first claimed. As such, I will give you one of two options. I can either allow you to take your own life and die an honorable death, or I can turn you out into the wilds, where you will be devoured by hungry beasts. So, what will it be?" Roy looked up at the mention of Ica, a small spark of hope kindling in his chest. Perhaps she might be able to help him? Even if he was a cripple once more, Ica had been kind to him. Maybe she would still like him, even without his core? "What about my friend? What are you going to do with her? And what about my ferret?" "The girl and the beast will be staying here with us. The Itachi clan is one of the great clans of the Chikurine Empire, and we can make use of both of them. I've already spoken to her, and she'd agreed to join us." "Did you tell her what was going to happen to me?" Roy asked, sure that Ica wouldn't abandon him to die. "Of course," the woman replied, her lip turning up in disgust. "She agreed that a weakling like you would only be holding her back, and that you would be better off dead." Roy felt his heart sink at those words. He felt what little left of the martial artist he had been just hours before be whisked away. "Wait," he said, holding on to one last scrap of hope. "Why should I believe anything you say? You clearly want me gone, so you'll obviously say anything if you think it'll help you." The woman snorted, a very unladylike sound, and removed a small flat disc from her robe pocket with a round white crystal set at its center. "Do you know what this is, filth?" she asked, in a tone that suggested that she was sure he didn't. When he shook his head, she continued, "This is a recording construct. I can accurately record conversations to be played back whenever they need to be." She dropped the disc to the ground, and a small projection of Ica sitting at a low table appeared, floating over the device. Something else clattered to the ground next to it, but Roy's eyes were fixed on the illusory image of his only remaining friend. "The gate will be left open. I will be returning within the hour. If you are not dead or gone when I return, your death will be a slow and painful one." Roy barely registered the threat as the recording of Ica began to speak. "Yes, I am aware that he is quite weak. Weaker than you might think, actually." "Really?" This voice belonged to the woman who had just left. "And what would you have me do with him?" The projection of Ica shrugged, a disgusted look coming to her face. "I honestly don't care. All he's been doing is dragging me down, needing constant watching and protecting. It would be better for everyone if he just disappeared." There was an odd crackling sound every few words, making them sound somewhat distorted, but Roy understood everything she said quite clearly. "So you would be fine if we turned him out into the wilds to die? You wouldn't hold it against our great clan?" Ica smirked, shrugging once again. "Like I said, I don't care either way." Roy stared blankly ahead as the image faded, vanishing back into the clear crystal. His mind was numb with shock. Out of all things he'd expected to happen, this was not one of them. He'd had no idea Ika had hated him this much, that she had thought so little of him. A small gleam of light caught his attention, and his eyes moved away from the crystal. A small dagger sat on the ground, reflecting the afternoon sunlight. He stared at it for a few long seconds, then reached out with trembling fingers. The world had abandoned him once again, and everyone he thought he could count on had left him to rot. He was a cripple, a freak, and a failure. So why go on living? He clutched the dagger handle in a white-knuckled grip, slowly raising it to his neck. One swift cut and it would be all over. All the pain, misery, and suffering he'd been forced to endure his entire life would be gone. The Shah had hated him. His old teacher had hated him. Jian was gone, and the only human friend he'd ever had didn't care whether he lived or died. The dagger trembled in his grip as he placed the icy cold blade against his throat. Life was cruel to those who were weak, and by taking his own, he would be ridding the world of his presence once and for all. He sat there for a long while. How long, he did not know. Despite wanting to do nothing more than draw the blade across his throat, the human instinct for survival was still quite strong. The pure, animalistic need to continue going on living, despite all hardships, was something ingrained so deeply that he was having a hard time overcoming it. And the longer he sat there, the more he hated himself for his weakness. Growling to himself, Roy pushed the dagger harder to his throat, feeling the blade biting into his skin. A warm trickle of blood welled up around the shallow cut. Roy took a few deep breaths, preparing himself for what needed to be done. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, highlighting his misery. His muscles tensed, and a series of visions flashed in his mind's eye. Sha Koya, framing him for attacking him. Sha Lin, docking his pay and sentencing him to starve. Sha Koya standing over him in the dungeon, laughing over the shattered remains of his leg. Irusaru, calling him a freak and turning him out. And finally Ika, saying he would be better off gone. Rage, the likes of which Roy had not felt in months, came flooding back all at once. Anger at the fact that everyone seemed to hate him simply for his deformity. Anger at the fact that no matter what he did, nothing ever seemed to work out. Anger that, after all his hard work, his martial arts had vanished, leaving him a cripple once more. And anger at himself for being so weak in the face of it all. Roy removed the dagger from his throat, instead using it to cut a few strips from the bottom of his robe. He wound one around his waist, in place of the belt that had once sat there. The others he tucked into his pocket for later. He then thrust the dagger through his belt and pulled himself onto his stomach. Then he began dragging himself forward, using only the strength of his arms. He had allowed his resolve to waver, allowed doubt and fear to cloud his vision. No matter if he was a cripple or not, he still had goals, dreams, and many other things to accomplish in his life. Right then and there, as he dragged himself from the cell and across the open ground to the edge of the camp, Roy made himself a promise. He would never again contemplate taking his own life. The ground under him was full of crevices and sharp stones that dug at his chest and stomach, but he ignored the pain. He might have to flee for now, but he would be back here someday to take revenge on those who had wronged him. And cripple or not, he would find a way. 14. It took Roy longer than he would have liked to finally reach the edge of the small camp. It was marked by a line drawn in the dirt, and as Roy crossed it, he felt a shiver run through his body. It seemed that the line did more than mark their territory. If he guessed correctly, it would also alert the people here as to anyone crossing over. Anger still coursed through him, hot and furious, pushing him on. He could feel that his palms were slick with blood and knew that the front of his robe would be torn and muddied, but he didn't care. The glowing tree line was just 40 yards away, and once he reached it, he could rest. It wasn't easy, though. Before, walking the short distance would have been as easy as breathing. Now, he had to scrape and claw his way across the ground, leaving bloody handprints in his wake. He gritted his teeth as sharp needles pierced his palms. It seemed there was a plant nearby that produced them in vast quantity, and poked at the exposed skin of his stomach and chest. This pain meant nothing to him, not next to the way he'd been treated all his life. Sure, he was a cripple, but that was no excuse. Just because he didn't have the use of both his legs didn't mean he wasn't just as capable as those who did have them. And just because he lost his connection with his core didn't mean he could give up and die. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of hot, sweaty, and bloody work, Roy finally reached the shade of the glowing trees. As soon as he entered the shade, he collapsed, lying there and panting hard. It took him nearly 15 minutes to recover his breath, and once he had, he pushed himself up onto his bleeding palms once more. They burned horribly as the needles were pushed further into his skin, but he needed to find a couple of stout branches before he could tend to the wounds. After spending a couple of minutes searching, he found a likely candidate. A forked branch lay on the ground just a few feet from him, half hidden by the tall, luminescent blue-green grass. Dragging himself over, Roy got a hold of the branch, then flipped onto his back, placing it against the trunk of one of the odd trees. It was only then that he got a good look at his hands. He grimaced once again when he saw the mess he'd caused, but thankfully none of the wounds looked too deep. Slowly, he picked the small, thin thorns from his palms, ignoring the small drops of blood that welled up. It didn't take him long to remove them, and only 2 were stuck deep enough to give him any trouble. When he'd gotten the last of them out, he pulled a few of the torn strips of robe from his pocket and bound them tight, berating himself for not binding them before leaving. Oh well, he thought, as he finished tying them off. Nothing I can do about it now. When he'd finished binding his hands, he moved on to his stomach. The front of his robes wasn't as badly torn as he'd first thought they were, but there were several ragged holes that he would be unable to patch. There were a few scrapes and needles to be removed, but overall, not too bad. He didn't have anything to wash the wounds with, but he was sure he'd come across a stream or river at some point. Next came the hardest part. Lifting the branch, Roy carefully turned and braced it against the tree trunk. Then he pushed his chest up against the end and pushed. It took him a few tries, but he soon got the branch to crack pretty evenly down the center, leaving him with 2 stout, if slightly glowing, branches. He then removed the dagger from his makeshift belt, cutting away yet more of his robe. Once he had several long strips, he rolled them out on the ground, then twisted and braided them together. When he was done, he had 3 firm lengths of string. That wasn't enough, so with a sigh, he cut away yet more of his robe. Once he had 8 such lengths, Roy placed the 2 branches to either side of his now lame leg. Then he bound 2 around the top and bottom, and drew 2 more diagonally across in an X above and beneath his knee. He then took 2 of the strings and tied them together, slinging the loop over his left shoulder, leaving the bottom half of the loop near his right hip. He wound 2 lengths near the tops of the branches and tied them both to the bottom of the loop. Since these branches would need to serve him as a brace until he could find a proper one, he had to make it as secure as possible. With a regular brace, he didn't need to worry about it sliding down his leg. But with this makeshift one, it was a possibility. That was why he had the top of the brace tied to the sash he'd thrown over his shoulder. It wasn't a perfect solution by any means, but it was the best he could do with what he had. Roy had plenty of experience making braces for his leg, since Shakoya had delighted in breaking it whenever he could. The entire process took him less than half an hour, by which time he'd calmed somewhat, but that wasn't to say he wasn't still furious at his treatment. Anger still burned hot in his chest, keeping the fear of the unknown at bay. He was out in the wilds of the lighted fields, all alone, with no food, water, map, or way to protect himself. No, he said to himself, I can and will protect myself. He still had the dagger, and with it he could fashion himself a spear. All he had to do was find himself a proper branch. But first he had to get up. Roy looked around for a branch low enough to the ground that he could hoist himself up with. But, of course, he had absolutely no luck. Growling low in his throat, Roy began the painful process of bracing and pushing, using far more effort than was necessary to get to his feet. He finally managed it, and after swaying unsteadily for a few seconds, he settled into his familiar stance, leaning heavily on the left and using his right to keep his balance. It had taken him a few seconds to readjust his posture, seeing as he'd grown used to standing evenly after his leg had healed. But now that he was standing, another problem presented itself to him. He had no shoes. The path of power was very damaging to clothes in general, and any time he tried channeling essence through his feet, his shoes had been blown clean off. But then he discovered something interesting. He didn't actually need shoes. Roy still wasn't sure if that had to do with his path or his body simply being tougher due to having essence. Now, with his essence gone, he could distinctly feel the prickly grass and small stones and branches poking into them. Yet another obstacle to overcome. Setting his jaw, Roy began limping deeper into the strange forest. The first thing he needed to do was find a stout branch with which to fashion a spear. The next thing would be to find running water. After that, he would need to get some sleep. Though he was running on adrenaline now and didn't feel at all tired, it had been well over 30 hours since he'd last slept, and if he kept going for much longer, his body would crash. It didn't take him long to find what he was looking for: a long green, yellow, and red branch poked from a purple and green tree. It was roughly 5 feet long and capped by odd-colored, bulbous fruit. It took him a bit of work to crack the branch from the tree, and though it came out a bit splintery on the bottom, it was perfect. He leaned against the tree, not willing to sit and have to stand back up on his own. He also suspected that should he sit down again, he would fall asleep as soon as he did. Taking the dagger from his belt, Roy hacked the thinner branches and fruit from the end, smoothing it out. He then placed the dagger against the top of the branch and used a rock as a makeshift hammer, pounding the thicker end of the blade. He cut 2 notches into the top end of the length of wood, measuring with the dagger handle until he had the desired length. He then parted the branch, slotting the handle into the space and binding it with a few more strips of his robe. Roy looked at the spear, quite proud of coming up with the idea. This way, he had reach should he be attacked by a wild animal or beast. He then looked despondently down at his robe, which now ended just below his waist. It had once hung past his knees, but after removing so much cloth, the garment looked more like a short jacket. It didn't really matter to him, though. The robe was the sign of a martial artist, and he was no longer one of them, so he did not deserve to wear it. Shaking off the morose thoughts that threatened at the corners of his mind, Roy set out once again, stalking through the strange forest and looking for signs of water. Though everything shimmered with strange colors, he still found traces of moss growing on the lee side of a few trees. He used the butt of his spear as a walking stick, as well as his hands for clearing away deadfall to see how moist the ground was beneath. He hobbled along, trying to ignore the occasional rock or sharp branch that stabbed into the soles of his feet. The entire time, he prayed he wouldn't step on any nettles, and even debated tearing more of his robe and perhaps stripping some tree bark to fashion a pair of sandals. But his raging thirst drove him on. The forest was on a slight incline, making him need to work twice as hard as normal to stay on a straight path. He used the spear to push between trees to keep him from going in circles, as one tended to do when lost. But finally, after over an hour of painstaking and exhausting work, his efforts were rewarded when he heard the familiar sound of rushing water. With a cry of relief, Roy sped up, moving as quickly as his deformed leg would allow him to, making for the stream. He could see the trees thinning up ahead and could practically taste the water. The trees thinned out and then opened into a small clearing. Roy froze, feeling his heart rate pick up. There was indeed a stream flowing through the center of the clearing, the water dark and clear, running swiftly down the slight incline that had been giving him such a hard time. But perched on the far side of the clearing, standing right out in the open, was a small hut made of woven branches and grass. A small fire pit sat before the hut, with a spindly and crude rotisserie built over it. A rack stood off to one side, with several pieces of meat drying over it, and the pelts of more than one animal were stretched over another similar rack next to it. Roy stood by the very edge of the tree cover, staring at the small and obviously man-made camp. He felt his anger flare once again, cursing inwardly at his bad luck. He had no idea whose camp this was, or whether they would be friendly towards him or not. If this person was living out here, they were obviously a martial artist, which meant they would not react kindly to a freak like him. Then again, it didn't appear that anyone was around right now, so maybe if he moved quickly enough, he could get some water and disappear back into the forest before they got back. His stomach rumbled at the sight of the drying meat, reminding him that he hadn't eaten in over a day. Though the tree branch he'd used to fashion his spear with had fruit, he really couldn't be sure if it was safe or not to eat. And when it came to unknown food, a good rule of thumb was to play it safe and not take a chance. Taking another martial artist's food probably wouldn't be too good for his health either, but his growling stomach was quickly overruling his common sense. Still, he was hesitant to approach, so he waited, standing still at the edge of the clearing and watching the small camp as well as the surrounding forest. It was, admittedly, a bit hard on the eyes, as the constantly shifting colors seemed designed to befuddle the senses, and after about 20 minutes, Roy began to feel his head spin. He knew that the longer he waited, the bigger the chance was that whoever this camp belonged to would return. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Roy stepped out of the tree line and began hobbling over to the stream. At first he was afraid he'd be spotted right away, but when no alarm was raised, he began moving a bit faster, using the butt of his spear to help speed up his shuffling gait. Getting down to drink from the stream was a bit tricky, but Roy had ample experience sitting with his deformity. Using the spear as a brace, he shot the leg out before him, then used his upper body and left leg to lower himself to a sitting position. From there, he flipped to his stomach and leaned over the fast-flowing stream. Roy felt pure bliss and a sense of relief as the cool water rushed down his dry throat, cooling him from within as it traveled down to his stomach. He lay there for a few minutes, taking small sips. In between sips, he unwound the makeshift bandages from his hands and washed off, hoping he wasn't too late to prevent an infection. Then, soaking the strips, he tied them back around his hands. He sighed in relief as he wrapped the inflamed skin and pushed himself back into a sitting position. He couldn't help himself, and he eyed the rack of meat on the other side of the stream. The only problem he had was how he would be able to get across. While not very deep, the stream was nearly 10 feet across and flowing very quickly. With his crippled leg, he could easily lose his balance and end up soaked. Trudging through the woods soaking wet would be a miserable experience indeed. But when he noted the few small leather bottles sitting near the hut, it was decided for him. He didn't have any way to transport water, so having a few bottles could mean the difference between life and death. Wild animals and beasts weren't the only things that could kill him out here. Roy rolled up the cuffs of his pants, then using the spear as a brace, slowly entered the fast-flowing stream. He immediately felt the current try and sweep him off his feet, as well as the sharp and slippery stones poking into his feet. He determined to fashion himself some slippers as soon as he was safely away from this camp. He began to struggle once the water reached mid-calf and had to work for each small step. He pushed the spear butt out to the side, using it to push off, but even then, he nearly lost his balance several times. Finally, sweating, panting, and completely exhausted, he reached the other side. Legs shaking from fatigue, Roy pulled himself up onto the bank and stumbled over to the rack. He quickly stuffed a few strips into his pocket, then moved to grab some of the water bottles. He hated stealing, but it would be necessary for his survival. All his belongings had been confiscated by the clan who'd captured him, so he had nothing. It took a few more minutes to get the water bottles filled and tied to his makeshift belt. The entire time, he fearfully watched for the returning camp owner, hoping against hope that they wouldn't show up. As soon as he was back on his feet, Roy quickly left the camp, hobbling as fast as he could into the surrounding forest and heading to the southeast.
He didn't know if there was any civilization in that direction, but it would be the easiest to follow in this part of the world due to the sun's position here. He was completely exhausted and knew he had to find somewhere to sleep, but he didn't even allow himself to begin looking for a camp until he'd walked for well over an hour. His feet were sore and blistered, and his eyes were drooping by the time he stopped at the base of a tree, noting a small hollow within. Slumping tiredly down into it, he pulled some of the deadfalls over himself to break up his shape and hopefully avoid any predators. One might be surprised at the amount of knowledge he had about surviving in the wilderness, but Roy, whose life had been a miserable existence with the Shah, had spent countless hours studying how to do so. He'd never had the courage to attempt it, but now that he was effectively stranded, he was very glad for all the accrued knowledge. He set the spear across his lap and stuffed a few pieces of meat into his mouth, chewing as his eyes closed. He barely managed to swallow before exhaustion finally claimed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. 15. A light prickling sensation over the back of his scalp and the sense that he was in immediate and great danger woke Roy from his slumber. His eyes flicked open, blinking rapidly as they adjusted to the bright fluorescence of the surrounding foliage. It was nighttime, though he couldn't guess exactly how late, as the moon was hidden by the glowing fiery leaves overhead. It took him a few seconds to realize what had woken him. It was silent. Way too silent. The usual sounds of the forest, birds, insects, and the like, had stopped. In a forest such as this, the silence was deafening, and Roy knew why. There was a predator nearby. He felt his heart rate increasing at a rapid pace as he shifted around and tried to get up. He knew hiding would be pointless, as whatever was coming would easily be able to sniff him out. All he could do was hope it was just a regular animal, and not a beast. Though if it were, a beast wouldn't really have much interest in him, seeing as he didn't have any essence to give. Regardless, he had to be prepared. Pushing himself to his feet, Roy placed his back to the tree and mentally prepared himself to be found. His muscles were cramped and painful from the uncomfortable position where he'd slept against the tree, and he did his best to stretch while remaining alert. A light rustling in the undergrowth straight ahead was the first sign of what was to come. Roy braced himself, placing his left leg back for support and lifting the spear to point forward, the tip dipping a bit due to its poor balance. He had no idea how to fight with a spear, other than thrusting with the pointy end. He really hoped that would be enough for him to succeed. The brush parted, giving him his first glimpse of the attacking creature. Roy felt the blood freeze in his veins as a rat the size of a horse pushed its way through the trees. Its body was covered in gray-black fur spotted with flecks of green and brown. In any other forest, this would have been great camouflage, but in the lighted fields, it stood out as much as he did. Its claws gleamed a bright red, matching the color of its two sets of eyes, one set placed forward and the other on the sides of its massive head. Its nose twitched and its eyes locked onto him. Roy could feel his body shaking as the beast tilted its head to one side, staring at him in confusion, likely not sure what it was seeing. Roy appeared to be a living creature, but one that did not contain the food it was looking for. It was something the beast had never encountered before, so it was quite understandable. Roy stood as still as he possibly could. He'd never seen a rat this big before, which meant that the beast was likely well into the blues, perhaps even pushing purple. Not that it really mattered. He doubted in his ability to even kill a base white beast in his state, let alone a creature this powerful. The worst part would be its intelligence. At this stage, the beast would likely be able to speak if it so desired, though living out here in the wilds, it may never have picked up that particular skill. Regardless, it would be just as intelligent, if not more so, than him. If he was hoping to outsmart it, he would be sorely disappointed. The rat came closer, its mouth parting slightly to reveal a mouth full of jagged and misaligned teeth. It cocked its head once again, eyeing the spear, before moving its gaze back to him, apparently unconcerned.
Roy shook like a leaf as it closed to within 10 feet of where he stood, its nose twitching faster and faster. The rat's eyes suddenly flashed a deep crimson, and small flames spouted all along its sleek coat. It hissed, crouching and opening its mouth to reveal a glowing inferno. It appeared that the beast had decided he was at least worth killing, if for no other reason than to get rid of the competition. Roy knew that he would stand no chance of whatever attack the beast was preparing, and that he had bare seconds to act. Stepping forward with a yell, he threw the spear right into the rat's open mouth. He knew that had the beast been any farther away, or moving at all, he would have missed. But with the rat crouched so close with its mouth wide open, it would be hard for him to miss. He let out a cry of triumph as the spear entered the beast's mouth. His triumph was short-lived, when the shaft, instead of penetrating the monster's flesh, simply burst into flame, turning into a pile of ash in the span of a couple of seconds. The dagger blade lasted slightly longer, a full 5 seconds, before melting to slag within the beast's mouth. If the rat noticed the molten metal sitting on its tongue, it didn't care, as it continued charging its attack. Roy stared in abject terror as a massive, condensed ball of crimson fire formed before the beast's mouth. He had no doubt that the attack was infused with ki, as he could feel his clothes smoldering and his body break out in a sweat. He stared at those flames, feeling the last of his hopes die along with his spear. There was no point in running. He would never get away. He could feel a fresh wave of anger roll over him at the unfairness of it all. It seemed that he just couldn't catch a break. No matter what he did, no matter where he went, it seemed he was destined for failure. The world was full of those stronger than him, faster than him, and better than him in every imaginable way. Just for once in his life, Roy wanted to be the one on top, to have some advantage, no matter how small, against an opponent. He growled, knowing it was futile, but he wouldn't go down without a fight. He might not be able to run, and he knew he had no chance of even scratching this beast, but something within him refused to give up without putting up at least a token resistance. This was just like when he'd faced down Fairy back in the dungeon. He may have had both legs intact, but this beast was about 1,000,000 times stronger than she'd been. There was also no magnanimous dungeon cord to stop her this time. There was no Hirusaru to save him, like when he'd faced the crater cat, and no Aika, like when he'd faced the deer. He was all alone out here, facing down death for about the 1,000th time in a row. Roy started to laugh. It was a high-pitched, insane-sounding laugh, tinged with madness. But he couldn't help himself. The sheer unlikelihood of facing such hardships one after the next, followed by the terror of his impending death, seemed to have overridden his common sense. Not knowing how to react, his body had just picked the first and easiest reaction. Laughter. As the fire built to a roaring crimson inferno before the rat's mouth, Roy laughed on, tears now streaming from the corners of his eyes. The flames condensed then, moving down to the size of a pinprick. Roy knew what would come next. At least it would be quick, he thought, just before the blast of fire tore from the rat's mouth, engulfing him in an inferno. Roy's laughter changed to screams of pain as his body was torched, burned, and turned to ashes. His muscles crumbled, his skin blackened, and his bones turned to dust. At least that was what he expected to happen. Instead, the rat's head simply exploded, sending the wash of flame billowing upward instead of straight ahead, so that it merely singed his bare feet. Roy stared in open-mouthed shock as the now headless beast collapsed to the ground, blood pooling from the gaping wound where its head had been just moments before. Oh, what now? Roy thought, already looking around for the attacker he knew had to be nearby. Sure enough, a man walked out from behind one of the nearby trees a moment later, his eyes locked on the now dead rat. He was tall, well over 6 feet, and had skin so dark it appeared to be made of onyx. His chest was bare, aside from a necklace made of animal claws, and was rippling with muscle. His hair was wild and grew in long tangles halfway down his back. It also obscured the right side of his face, which, strangely enough, looked very tired? Bored? Yes, bored is definitely the right description of this man, Roy thought as he approached the beast. From what little of his face that he could see, he could tell he was quite handsome, if a bit dirty. He had a strong jawline and straight nose and eyes as black as coal. His feet were bare as well. The only article of clothing he wore was an animal pelt around his waist. There was no belt tied there, but Roy knew better than to assume anything. This man was strong enough to have killed this beast without even appearing to try. He paid Roy no attention, as though he didn't exist. Bending down over the beast, he began to tear it apart with his bare hands. Roy simply stared, too afraid to so much as move, as the man extracted a glowing red core from the beast's chest. This was the first time he'd seen a fire core. It looked vastly different from the ridged water or gem-like power cores. It was mostly round, with sharp spines extending from all sides. It looked kind of like a sea urchin, if the urchin was made of glass and glowed red. The man stared at the core for a few seconds before making a sound of disgust and then tossing it away. Roy's eyes widened in disbelief as the core, likely worth several hundred kinka, was so casually discarded. The man then went on to pull several strips of meat from the carcass, giving them a cursory sniff before slinging them over his shoulder, heedless of the blood. He then stood and began walking away, his business apparently finished. "Wait!" Roy called out before he could stop himself. The man just kept on walking, as though Roy didn't exist, quickly disappearing through the trees. Roy stared after him for a few long seconds before impulsively following. He did stop to scoop up the beast core, wincing as it prickled at his palms, even through the wraps. He tied a loop of the torn robe around it, then hung it from his waist, quickly hobbling after the man. The man hadn't been moving fast, so it didn't take him long to catch up, even with his crippled leg. Roy stopped short of walking up to him, staying hidden behind trees and trying to be as quiet as he could. If the man realized he was being followed, he didn't show it, simply continuing on. To Roy's eyes, the man was a monster. Every once in a while, his fist would flash out in a blur. Then he would abruptly change direction, walking off randomly before returning to the path. The first time Roy went to investigate, he found a mass of fur, bones, and a glowing green beast core, shaped more like an oval than sphere, and covered in small ridges. Each time the man's fist flashed out, Roy knew it meant the death of another beast. And each time the man returned to the path, he was empty-handed. After collecting the 7th beast core he'd left untouched, another wind core, Roy began to wonder just what he could be searching for. After the rat, he didn't take any meat, simply killing the beasts, ripping their cores free, then leaving them. The more beasts he ran across, the more Roy had to wonder at his luck at not having come across a single one up until the rat. Were they all nocturnal, perhaps? That seemed to be the best answer he could come up with, so Roy stopped questioning his good luck. He continued to follow the man at a distance, doing his best to remain unseen. Despite that, he was sure the man had spotted him several times when he'd suddenly attacked and turned, giving Roy no time to scramble and hide. But the man didn't say anything, continuing to pretend he didn't exist. After following him for well over an hour, Roy soon realized where they were headed. They were going back to the campsite where he'd stolen the meat and water bottles. For just a moment, he debated giving up following this man and hightailing it out of here. Roy knew he couldn't do that, no matter how afraid of this man he was. He was in a forest infested with beasts who could kill him without batting an eye, and this man was his best chance at survival. Sure, he pretended Roy wasn't there, but simply being in the man's proximity would be a lifesaver. The trip back to the man's camp took about another half hour, in which time he killed another 2 beasts and discarded their cores. The last one Roy retrieved was shaped sort of like a diamond, but long and narrow with 2 points on either end. It was faceted and widened out around the middle before tapering back to a point. The core glowed white, showing it to be a light core. His belt now felt as though it weighed a ton, and the cores bounced against each other as he walked, making quite a racket. There was little he could do about the noise, and seeing as the mystery man didn't care that he was being followed, he made less of an effort to keep himself hidden. With the newest now tied to his waist, Roy had 4 different types of cores, and 9 in total. The money he could make selling these would likely be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. That was if he ever got out of this forest and could find someone who would buy them, rather than just killing him and taking them for themselves. The forest opened up into the familiar clearing, and Roy stopped by the edge as the man headed into his camp. Just because he didn't seem to care that he was being followed didn't mean he would be so uncaring if Roy waltzed right in. It looked exactly the same as it had when he'd been here several hours ago, which meant that the man had not yet returned here from wherever he'd gone. Roy felt his heart skip a beat as the man's eyes flickered over to his half-empty meat rack, then to the place where 6 water bottles had stood. There were now only 2 bottles there, and seeing as Roy had the other 4 tied to his waist, it would be abundantly clear who had taken them. He waited with bated breath as the man stood there, expecting at any moment to have his head blown up the way the beast's had been. But instead, the man simply dropped the meat he'd been carrying and went to start a fire. Roy leaned against a tree, blowing out a relieved sigh. It seemed the man didn't care, after all. He had left literal tons worth of meat simply lying in the forest, so Roy figured a little meat being stolen wouldn't matter to him. He'd collected some of the man's discarded meat and wrapped it in more of his robe, which was now sleeveless. Now all he had to do was figure out how to make fire. The man seemed to be able to, so Roy watched to see how he would get it started. Unfortunately, the man didn't start his fire in any way Roy could hope to. He simply snapped his fingers, and the dry kindling he'd placed there burst into flame. Does this mean he was a fire cultivator? If so, Roy couldn't understand why he would leave 3 fire cores just lying in the forest. The man then set about drying the meat over the fire, then moving to hang them up on his rack. Roy had dropped all his items by then and slumped exhaustedly to the ground. He'd only gotten about 5 or 6 hours before he'd been awoken by that rat beast, and he was once again ready to sleep. He heard the sound of splashing water, likely the man washing the blood off himself, as his eyes began to close. His upper lid barely met his lower lid when his eyes were wide open again as a shadow fell across him. He stared up at the man standing over him, his bored expression still present, though his single visible eye was locked directly on him. Roy froze, unsure of what he should do, his eyes open as wide as they'd go. Then the man stretched out a hand, pointing at the bottles tied to his belt. "Those are mine. I'd like them back." His voice was lighter than Roy would have expected. He sounded just as bored as he looked, as though the man were exhausted. Roy nodded vigorously, apologizing as he fumbled with the knots tying the water bottles in place. "I'm so sorry. I really didn't want to take them, but I had no way of storing water and His apology cut off as the man simply snatched the bottles from him and turned to head back to his camp. Roy stared for a few more seconds, more confused than anything else. "Wait!" he called out once again. But just as before, the man ignored him, heading into his small hut and vanishing from sight. Roy sat awake for a long few minutes, wondering just how he'd ended up in this situation. But his tired mind once again reminded him of his need to sleep. The adrenaline from earlier had finally worn off, and so long as this stranger was around, he would be safe. At least, he hoped so. Leaning back against the tree, he allowed his eyes to close once again. 16. Tande Hato stood atop a tall spire looking down on the arrayed forces below. A sea of color dotted the landscape of the crater as her fellow clan members faced off against the arrayed forces of the beast, Kyofu, and what little remained of the now defunct Morimor clan. This was a battle that had been long coming, and one that would likely decide the outcome of the war. The Tande clan's forces were over 10,000 strong, and not a single one under base orange. The gathered clans under the beast, however, numbered well over double their current force, though their martial artists weren't nearly as uniform in strength. Sure, they had plenty of orange and green belts, as well as the occasional blue, but there was also a whole lot of yellow mixed in there. Her eyes flicked up to the lone figures standing on spires further across the open ground. These would be the opposing side's most powerful fighters, those at 5th Dawn Blue and above, though she failed to see the telltale red of the Beast King. Not that she was surprised. Neither he nor her brother had bothered to show up. Why would they? After all, a fight between the two of them would just wipe out both their armies, making this fight completely pointless. And even if they should choose to, the victor would have no one to lord it over because everyone would be, well, dead. Lightning crackled in the sky overhead, lighting up the crater for miles around, though no one paid it any heed. Lightning was as common as stone in the crater, so that was no surprise.
"What do you make of this? Do you think we stand a chance?"
Hato turned to Grandmaster Chui, the woman staring out over their gathered forces with a critical eye. The Grandmaster was the highest-ranked member of the Tondé clan after her brother, and thus Hato had been tasked with sticking close to her during the battle. Her 3rd Dawn purple belt hung loosely at her waist, keeping the hem of her oversized black and white robes contained.
"We might, if that damned Urusaru would bother to show up," she replied, practically glaring out into the distance, as though sure the old man could see her. They'd sent a call to arms to all their grandmasters, as well as the other purple belts in the clan. They'd all come, all except for Urusaru. The old man had been mysteriously absent from the war so far, and Hato believed that he'd just up and left for parts unknown, abandoning his clan to die. Chui sighed, patting her lightly on the back. "There is nothing we can do about that now, child. We still outnumber them in sheer power, so the battle may yet be won."
"I'd be a lot more confident if Urusaru were here. Another Grandmaster could tip the scale of the entire war," Hato said, as the two armies began making their moves. Chui didn't say anything, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. There really wasn't anything to be said. It would be nice if Urusaru decided to make a last-minute entrance, but knowing the old man, he would already be here if he was going to show up. He wasn't the type to leave people hanging, at least not when it came to something like this. The ground rumbled and shook as Earth artists on both sides began shifting the battlefield, each trying to gain the advantage for their side and throw off the other. Gusts of wind shook the spires as they howled by, and jets of fire and water flew. The war truly had begun in earnest. This was no small scuffle. This was a battle, one that would decide the fate of all those living in the crater for years to come. A sudden warping of the air near one of the distant spires caught Hato's attention, and she felt her heart skip a beat. Already? It was too soon. "Chui!" she yelled, but the woman was already on it. Ki flashed across the woman's body, collecting at an astounding rate, and coating her form completely in glowing green power. The air began swirling around, distorting with the amount of gathering essence, as it, too, was converted to Ki. It was the Conqueror technique, the ultimate skill one created by combining all 8 techniques of each discipline. Unlike the others, the Conqueror technique was perfected. There was no higher tier, no way to improve upon it. It was the ultimate weapon of any martial artist, and why they were given such an austerity title as Master for creating one. Grandmasters were even above that. Having mastered the 8 techniques of Ki, as well as Essence, and creating a Conqueror technique with a purer energy, refining it within themselves and in the world around them, to create a technique that could wipe an entire city from existence in a matter of seconds. The only way to counter a Conqueror technique was with another Conqueror technique, and that was why Chui was preparing to use her so early in the battle, despite what it would cost her. While massively powerful, the technique took up a lot of Ki. If she used her essence-based technique, she might be able to use it 3 or 4 times. but a single use of this technique would wipe her out, effectively taking her out of the battle. Hato clenched her fists as the stone around Chui's feet shattered, the woman streaking across the distance to intercept the enemy Grandmaster. Judging by what she felt, the enemy would be weaker than her, but she would have to waste her energy getting there before they unleashed their technique on the unsuspecting martial artists below. She rubbed at her temples, watching as the two of them engaged, Chui's glowing green form rocketing around the spire, while bits of stone and flashes of brown tried to hem her in. Blasts of wind and lightning fired from Chui, even as she smashed through the opposing barriers. Brown energy turned a ruddy orange as blasts of lava began flying, showing that Chui wasn't the only one who had begun branching off from their base path. Not that that was a surprise. Any Grandmaster would be expected to be able to do as much. Hato staggered back, throwing her arms up in a cross-block, and threw up the fourth stage of her key armorer technique. Even that wasn't enough, as the backwash of power slammed into the spire, beginning to shatter the stone. The ground under her was shaking as spires began to crumble, and some of the weaker artists found themselves unable to retain their feet. Hato leaped to another nearby spire, reinforcing it with her ki as she landed. It wasn't perfect, as she was a fire user, but her essence melded well with that of earth when she used her branching path. The ability to convert stone to magma or lava wasn't exclusive to the earth artists. Those on the path of fire had the ability to focus in that area as well. And though she wasn't nearly as skilled as the enemy Grandmaster, she had enough to stop a single spire from crumbling. Lightning crackled across the intervening space as Chui unleashed a barrage of attacks. The two Grandmasters were now close enough to exchange blows, and the rapid pace of their fighting had turned the once spire into a crater. Another enemy Grandmaster prepared a conqueror technique, even as they fought, and Hiki, another of their Grandmasters, rushed to intercept. Hato watched grimly as the battle raged on. Hundreds had already fallen, and she knew thousands more might die before this war came to an end. She had been forbidden from fighting. In fact, the only way her brother had allowed her out here was on the condition that she not involve herself at all. It burned at her from within to have to stand by while her fellow clanmates were killed, but there was little she could do about it. She had made a promise to her brother, and a martial artist was only as good as their word of honor. If she broke her promise, it would irreparably damage her honor, not only in the eyes of her brother, but in the eyes of the entire clan. She watched as yet another conqueror technique was prepared, this one by a master rather than a grandmaster. But that was still no joke. A master's technique could wipe hundreds of their artists out within a handful of minutes. Luckily, they weren't short of those, and the telltale sign of a Tande master shone in her spirit sense as he rushed to intercept. Hours later, the battle raged on, and Hato remained perched atop the spire. Things weren't looking good for either side. Chui had managed to defeat their Grandmaster, but Hiki had lost his life in the battle with another one. Luckily, he'd managed to injure her badly enough to take her out of the battle. They were now at the point where all the big techniques had been used up, and it was simply a battle of attrition. Both sides were taking heavy losses. Despite the Beast clan having superior numbers, the Tande had more powerful martial artists, and in Buryoku, power trumped numbers. Even so, a group of 10 high Dan orange belts working together would easily take down a green belt at the lower Dans. And that was happening all over the battlefield. The Beast clan were making up for their weakness by working together and overwhelming the enemy. That wasn't to say that they weren't taking heavy losses, either. For each such successful kill, they were losing at least 3 or 4 orange belts in the process. Hato had seen death in her time. Plenty, in fact. But this was truly starting to make her feel ill. What was the point of all of this? Who could possibly benefit from so much loss of life? Even if there was a victor, the price would be so high that it would take decades, if not centuries, to rebuild. Her eyes turned westward, to where she knew her brother would be waiting, back at their clan's main city. He'd assured her that if it came to it, He had a plan that would put an immediate end to the fighting. "Whatever you have planned, big brother, I hope you do it soon, because I don't think any of us can keep going for much longer." From his seat, perched at the highest point in Besu Tande, Kaeru watched the battle unfold. Though he knew he could end it at any moment, it was something he'd rather avoid for as long as possible. As he'd told Hato, he did have a plan to stop the fighting, should it become obvious that neither side could win. But it was a risk that he was not willing to take just yet, not if they could still turn the tide of battle. The battle seemed to be winding down for the day, the two separate armies retreating to tend to their wounded, to bury their dead as well. A war like this took a lot out of people, so he knew it would be a few days yet before the battle resumed. And in that time, both sides would be warding off probing attacks and assassination attempts. War was a truly ugly thing, where no one truly won. Kaeru sat back, watching his sister ordering the retreat. He felt sorrow at the losses, for all the family he'd lost today, and for the friends he'd never see again. They'd suffered some heavy losses, including Hiki, one of their 5 grandmasters. That was a truly devastating blow. He had to wonder where Irusaru had gotten off to. It wasn't like the old man to miss a battle like this, especially with so much at stake. Having him here today would have made a huge difference. As someone on the path of power, the terrain would have bolstered the destructive capabilities of his conqueror technique and might even have dissuaded the enemy from taking further action. However, neither hide nor hair had been seen of the old man since he'd left several months prior. Perhaps he already knew of his granddaughter's death and was too busy mourning. That man had already lost so much in his life. His wife, his only son, and now his son's only daughter. All he really had left was his son's widow, and that was a poor replacement for one's own flesh and blood. Everyone in the Tande clan was family, but some were most definitely closer than others. The loss of so many may finally have driven Irusaru away for good. Kaeru rubbed at his temples. For once, he wasn't in a very good mood. This day had been a costly one, and there would be more to come. There was little he could do to directly help them, as that would invite the Beast King to act similarly. So what to do? He sat there for long hours as the last of the daylight faded into blackness. Lightning continued flashing across the sky, illuminating him on his perch every few minutes. But for a man who had lived this long, patience was something he had in abundance. Finally, as the sky began to lighten with the dawn, Kaeru finally had a breakthrough. A smile touched his lips as he realized how he could help his clan and end the war. It would be all up to him, and time was of the essence. The battle would resume soon, and if he hoped to avoid further bloodshed, he had to succeed. 17. Roy awoke sometime in the middle of the following day. He groaned as his body ached, punishing him for the abuse he'd put it through in the previous days. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Roy looked around, noting that the camp where the mystery man lived was now empty. His stomach rumbled then, reminding him of his lack of food and forcing him to get up from his sort of comfortable position against the tree. Rolling onto his stomach, Roy got to his feet. It was easier than it had been the day before, his mind once again growing accustomed to his lame leg. The brace was holding out quite well, and he was glad he'd taken the time when first making it. It had shifted a little in the night, due to him removing the shoulder strap, but that was easily rectified. He knew he would have to put something between the strap and his shoulder soon, otherwise he would start to get sores from the constant chafing. As soon as he'd hobbled into the man's camp and used the stream to wash up and take a quick drink, he headed back into the forest to fix the problems he'd been having. Firstly, he found a sharp stone, then wore the edges with another stone until he got it into the rough shape of a blade. He then went around testing the bark of different trees until he found a desirable one. Using the stone knife, he stripped away a few bigger layers, trying to keep them as intact as he could. After he was done with that, he collected some moss. Then he went hunting for vines. He was getting sick and tired of cutting away at his clothes and needed a new source of string. It took him about an hour to find one that would work, and another to hack it down and separate a few fibrous strips. He then set about fashioning himself a pair of slippers, wrapping the moss in the bark, then tying them to his feet. They weren't the most comfortable, but they would do the job. He did the same for his shoulder, using the moss as padding and the bark as a cover, looping the strap over it. The camp was still empty when he returned, so Roy set about looking for a way he could light a fire so he could cook some of the meat he'd collected. He had no luck with that, and didn't much fancy stealing from the man again, so, stomach growling, he sat down by the edge of the tree line to await the man's return. It was nearing evening when the man finally came back. He looked much the same as he had the day before, a slab of bloody meat slung over one shoulder, and the same bored expression was displayed on his face. Roy had to wonder how many beasts he'd killed today and how many more he'd kill that night. Just as before, the man completely ignored him, going about his business. He washed the meat in the stream, then went to light a fire to dry it out. Roy could feel his mouth watering and the rumbling in his stomach increasing as the smell wafted over. He didn't dare risk going over. He had no idea how the stranger might react to his intrusion. He waited as night fell, and the man finished his meal. He rose once again, kicking dirt over the fire, then turned and walked back into the woods. As soon as he was out of sight, Roy hobbled into the camp as quickly as he could, hoping against hope that there might still be an ember left that he could use. Unfortunately, the man had done a very good job at extinguishing the fire, and there wasn't so much as a spark left in the fire pit. Feeling his mood sour once again, Roy turned and headed back to his spot, slumping down against the tree. He'd done nothing today. He made no plans, exercised, or read. Not that he could do most of that anymore. His essence was gone, and along with that went his ability to function as he had before. If he wanted to stay alive, he was trapped here. He was stuck near this clearing and sticking as close to this man as possible. Beasts would know that the man was a dangerous predator, and so they would stay away from this area. Even if he wasn't around, this place would remain safe. But who knew how long the man would tolerate his presence, or when he would finally have enough of him and tell him to leave. He clearly preferred solitude if he was living out here alone, and likely wouldn't take kindly to Roy constantly sticking around. But Roy knew he had little choice. He was all alone and had no one to rely on, other than himself. If he wanted to stay alive, he would have to do whatever it took, even if it meant angering this man. His stomach growled yet again, and Roy sighed. It seemed he had little choice now. He would just have to man up and do it. He would have to eat if he wanted to stay alive. "Would you mind if I use your fire?" The man looked up from tending his meat as Roy hobbled over to him, his face set and determined. It was morning, just barely, and the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon. "I don't need any of your meat," he quickly added. "I just don't have a way of making my own." The man continued to stare at him, a single visible black eye piercing into his. Then he turned away and continued tending his fire. Roy felt his heart sink. Of all the responses he'd known he could get, this was the one he'd feared the most. If the man simply ignored his request, there wasn't really anything he could do. He couldn't force this man to share his fire, and begging didn't seem to work either. With a dejected sigh, he began to turn away, already debating whether to risk eating the fruit that grew on the nearby trees. "Why don't you just make your own?" Roy spun around at the tired-sounding voice, shocked that his host actually answered. I can't," he replied. "I don't know how." "You're a martial artist, aren't you?" the man asked, continuing to tend his meat. "Just use your essence." Roy felt a pang in his chest as he was reminded once again of what he'd lost. "Maybe once, but not anymore. I lost my ability to feel essence several days ago." The man let out a tired sigh, then, ever so slowly, turned to face him. What is it you want from me? I can clearly see the essence flowing through your body, so there has to be some other reason you're bothering me. Did Byrene send you? If so, you can tell him that I'll come back when I'm good and ready and not a moment before."
Roy stared at the man uncomprehendingly. "He could see my essence moving through my body. That's just impossible. No way."
"I'm sorry to say that I don't know what you are talking about," Roy replied, gesturing to his leg, then to his empty waist. "As you can clearly see, I am a cripple and no martial artist. My friend—"
Roy stuttered, remembering that Aika was most definitely not his friend, before continuing.
"My traveling companion and I were captured by some martial artists a few days ago. Around that time, I lost my connection with my essence. They left me with two options, to either kill myself or go out into the wilds where I would be killed by beasts. Why do you think I've been sticking so close to you the whole time? I almost died to that rat before you saved me. Why did you save me, by the way?"
The man let out another sigh, as though simply listening to Roy's babbling was robbing him of the little energy he had left.
"First of all, I didn't save you. I just happened to be nearby when you were being attacked. And secondly, I don't understand why you would continue lying about your essence. Sure, you're only a yellow belt, but your essence is purer than any I've seen in a very long time. You're clearly talented, even if your overall cultivation is low. Someone like you can go far, so clearly you have another agenda for being here. Now, I made it very clear when I left that I wasn't coming back, at least for a while. So you can drop the act and go back to Chikyu City. I told Byrene that I wouldn't take on another student, so you can tell him, nice try, but I'm not falling for it."
"I can honestly say that I have no idea what you're talking about," Roy replied, now getting annoyed. He didn't appreciate being called a liar, especially by some hermit who clearly didn't know much about anything, other than killing beasts, that was.
"All I want is some fire. Can you give me that?" "Will you leave me alone if I do?" the man asked wearily. "Yes, I'll leave you alone."
The man let out another long sigh, then pulled a burning branch from the pile and thrust it at him. Roy took it with a nod of thanks, then headed toward the edge of the clearing, to where he'd set up his makeshift camp. The man didn't say anything as Roy left, which suited him just fine. The hermit hadn't demanded he leave, simply leave him alone. He also hadn't specified how long he had to leave him alone for, and now that he'd gotten him to talk to him, he knew he could do it again. Roy ate well that night, and for the first time in days, went to sleep with a full stomach. He took the time to hang the remainder of his meat over the fire to dry. He would have to get more in just another day, but he had an idea of how he'd do it, so he wasn't too worried. The next time the man went out to hunt beasts, Roy followed him. If the man noticed him following, he didn't say anything, simply ignoring him as he went about his business. It wasn't long until they came across their first beast, the man killing it without even having to try. And, as per the previous times, he discarded the core with a sound of disgust and left the animal after taking only a single strip of meat. Roy cut as much of the meat as he could carry, loading it into a makeshift basket slung over his shoulder. He could only take so much, as he had to stay on the man's trail if he wanted to stay safe. He collected the discarded beast core as well, even though he had no idea where he'd even be able to sell it. But for someone who'd gone through life as a pauper, he couldn't knowingly leave such a fortune simply lying around. He followed the man for the rest of the night, collecting beast cores and meat. The man seemed to have a nose for beasts, leading them unerringly towards them. Roy knew this couldn't be easy, as beasts would avoid him at all costs. A predator as dangerous as he deserved a wide berth, yet he had no trouble running them down. Roy had to wonder just how long this man had been living here, and how many beasts he'd killed in that time. It was a wonder that there were even any left. By the time the man began his return trip, Roy had enough meat to last him a week and another dozen beast cores. He was grateful that the man moved so slowly, as it would have been impossible for him to keep up if he didn't. It was hard work limping through uneven terrain like that, and his right leg ached with every step. This was the price of survival. If he wanted to keep living, he would have to take advantage of his current situation. He was exhausted by the time they made it back, but his stomach was rumbling once again. He'd tried to keep a fire going while he was gone, but unfortunately, it had gone out. When the man had kindled his, Roy once again approached to ask for some fire.
"Why are you still here?" the man asked in his weary voice. "Didn't you say you would leave me alone?"
"I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I need some more fire," Roy replied.
"I don't know why you insist on pretending you can't make your own, but fine, suit yourself. Just don't bother me again."
Roy took the burning branch and left, not promising anything. He settled into a routine over the next few days. Wake up, try and do some form of exercise to stay fit, follow the man as he hunted and collected the beast cores, then ask him for fire. The man no longer asked why he wanted fire, simply sighing, shoving a burning stick at him, and asking him to leave. But Roy began to feel a distinct sense of unease, like he was wasting time just waiting around here. He couldn't really figure out why he felt that way. It wasn't like he had anywhere to be or anywhere to go. He was a powerless cripple with no family or home. So in truth, this was likely the best place for him. The man wasn't the greatest company, but at least he didn't attack him simply for being weak, or treat him badly in any way. He simply wanted to be left alone, though Roy knew he couldn't exactly honor the man's wishes. If he wanted to keep on eating, he would have to continuously bug him for fire. He started to wonder what the man was searching for, because that was undoubtedly what he was doing. Why else would he spend 18 to 20 hours a day hunting beasts and removing their cores, only to leave them there? There was clearly something he was after, but what, Ray couldn't hope to guess. Despite not knowing why, Roy was secretly glad. With every dead beast, Roy collected another core he could hopefully one day sell. He was starting to feel a bit better than he had previously, though he didn't know why. As the days went on, his body felt stronger and more energized. Even without the use of essence, he wasn't having as hard a time following the man when he went hunting, and his lame legs started to pain him less. He began practicing his martial combat forms after the first week, finding the will to do so once again. The small bit of fat that he had retained for most of his life began to burn away now that he didn't incorporate anything other than meat in his diet. And on top of that, he began to feel oddly at peace out here in these woods, his worldly worries seeming to fall away. And for the first time in a long time, Roy began to feel content. Yes, he'd lost his martial arts, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about that. And now that he accepted it, he could move on and find another purpose in life, other than the repetitive fighting and cycling. 18.
"Why are you still here?"
Roy was started from his meditative trance by the bored-sounding voice of the nameless man. He was surprised because, in the month he'd spent here, the man had never once approached him. It had always been the other way around. His eyes snapped open, and he looked up to see the man standing there, a mixture of curiosity and annoyance in place of his usual bored expression. He stared at the man for a few minutes, uncomprehendingly, before asking, "What?"
"You heard me," the man said with a sigh. "You've been hanging around me for over a month already, and I made my position pretty clear. Why, then, are you still here?"
"Because," Roy replied slowly, "I don't have anywhere else to go." The man let out a sigh, his expression growing weary once again.
"I honestly can't tell if you're telling the truth at this point. You seem to be a walking contradiction. You've followed me on almost every hunt and collected all the beast cores I've left behind, yet you haven't used a single one. I've seen you practicing forms and meditating, yet never seen you use a technique or cycle. You hobble after me like a cripple, yet you manage to keep up for hours on end. I can see the power essence clearly flowing through your channels. You continuously eat beast meat, strengthening your body with their essence,
yet you do not channel it into your core. Your body is packed with energy, your core filled to bursting, yet you do nothing."
The man shook his head, propping his back up against a tree.
"At this point, I'm almost inclined to believe that you're truthful and that you have lost the ability to channel essence, and the only reason that I can think of is that you have some sort of mental block preventing you from accessing your power. So, I have decided to help you overcome that block so you can access your essence once again."
Roy stared at the man, dumbfounded by his willingness to help.
Thank you?"
He said, almost as a question.
"Don't thank me," the man replied with a snort. "The sooner you can use your essence, the sooner you can leave. I'll be back at first light to begin work."
Ah, now that makes more sense, Roy thought as the man turned and left. He hadn't understood why the man would be offering to help him when he'd seemed too selfish and self-centered up until now. But helping him to get him to go was something the man would most definitely do. Not that Roy minded. He didn't think he'd ever get access to his essence ever again. But if this powerful martial artist believed he could help him, Roy wasn't going to argue. That night, for the first time in several weeks, Roy wondered how Aika was doing back in that new clan of hers. Was she happy there? And how was Fairy doing? Had she been growing while he'd been sitting around and doing nothing? Now that he'd had some time to think about it, the entire situation revolving around that seemed kind of fishy to him. Why would he believe some shady construct that an enemy gave him? She'd made sure he watched it, leaving behind a dagger with which to kill himself. That woman could easily have talked to Aika before visiting him and recorded their conversation, then cobbled together a recording from what she'd said to make it sound as they wanted. He remembered the odd way her voice had crackled in places oddly distorted. Then again, he had to wonder why they would go through so much trouble simply to get rid of him. The answer came to him a moment later. They wanted Aika. The woman who'd come had made that much clear. If they got a recording of him killing himself, or better yet, running away, they might use that to persuade her to stay with them. That was why they'd left the door open rather than have guards dump him into the wilds themselves. This way, it would appear as though he were abandoning her. He sighed, realizing he'd been played for a fool, and turned onto his back, staring up at the luminescent trees above. He wasn't angry as he'd expected to be. His time spent here had tempered most of that, allowing him to think with far more clarity than he had previously. Getting angry would do him no good. It would simply waste his energy. He needed to listen to the man when he came back tomorrow and hopefully find some way of accessing his essence once again. If it really was just a mental block, then he had to find a way around it. A small smile touched his lips as he drifted off, thinking that it would be nice to hear Jion's voice once again. It had been far too long since he'd heard the dungeon's mockery in his head, and he looked forward to speaking with him once more. Aika sat in her small cell, her legs folded up beneath her as she cycled the abundant light essence from her surroundings. She'd been stuck here for an entire month already, enduring the daily ministrations of the Itachi clan as they tried to convince her to join. They'd done everything they could, starting with an illusory recording of Roy abandoning her and running into the forest. She already knew that they'd turned him out to die, so the recording did nothing to sway her. She desperately hoped that he had somehow managed to survive. Knowing him, if he had, he would be doing everything he could to get her out of here. But guarded by powerful martial artists as she was, he wouldn't be able to do much. That was why she had determined to break free on her own. If she couldn't save herself, no one would. This was why, whenever the Itachi clan's torturers weren't spending quality time with her, she cultivated. They hurt her badly every day, trying to break her. However, they always healed her before starting a new session. She'd learned to deal with the pain, and by now, it barely affected her. She wouldn't lie and say it hadn't been terrible in the beginning. Since she'd gained her core body, she hadn't felt much discomfort, but the twisted torturer knew just what to do to inflict the maximum amount of pain. They no longer bothered leaving a guard, as she wouldn't run.
She had tried a few times, but each time she'd been caught before she even made it to the boundary. Eventually, she'd simply stopped trying. Those escape attempts had made one thing very clear to her. Essence would not be enough to aid her escape. To get away from this place, she needed ki. Light was the fastest essence type there was, so if she could use a ki movement technique, no one but the blue belt, Joan, would be able to catch her. She'd had a breakthrough earlier that day, moving up to First Dawn Green, and it gave her a little more insight into turning her essence to ki. It was a far more involved process than she could have guessed, and she was stuck figuring it out all on her own. Had she been back in the clan, she could have asked another light user for advice. But here, locked up in a cage, she was all on her own. Still, she was confident in her own abilities and knew it was only a matter of time. The only question was if she would figure out to do so before Joan grew too impatient and simply had her killed. The woman visited twice a week and tried to cajole her into joining. Her last visit had confirmed that she was beginning to lose her patience and would soon offer her an ultimatum. And that was not to mention her worry for her friend. Roy, if he was still alive, was out there all alone and likely fighting for his life every day. He would be growing stronger, but not strong enough to put up much of a fight against these Itachi scum. She had to work faster to find the solution that had thus far been eluding her. Just a bit more, and she would find her way out. She was sure of it.
And how many are injured?
Tande Kairu asked, looking up from the scroll with the names of the deceased.
Just over 1,200 at last count, Chui said.
Kairu was sitting at the head of a table in their official meeting room. In attendance were the 3 remaining grandmasters, his sister, and several of the clan elders who'd earned the right to be here.
How many of those will be ready for the next battle? He asked,
rubbing at his temples. Maybe 300, perhaps 4 if we push our resources. Hato answered this question, looking troubled. Kairu couldn't blame her. The war was dragging on far longer than anyone could have predicted. They'd already lost well over 2,000 of their martial artists, and more were lost each day. There had been several large-scale battles since that first one, but it looked as though the Beast King wasn't going to back down anytime soon. Though they'd suffered far greater losses than the Tande, they still vastly outnumbered them, and could continuously supply fresh fighters while the Tande had to continue fighting to exhaustion. This was not at all ideal. Tired fighters made mistakes, and mistakes often led to casualties.
How are we looking on the search for Irusaru?
He asked, changing the subject. Though he was only one man, a single grandmaster could tip the balance of this war and give them the edge they needed. Kairu had approved a search for the old man, though he doubted they'd have much luck. If he didn't want to be found, he wouldn't. And for all he knew, Irusaru could be as far as the Windblight, though he couldn't possibly guess as to what the man would want there.
No sign yet, Elder Koi said, bowing his head. Though we have gone to great pains to track him, I'm afraid we have failed in that regard.
Kairu simply waved his hand, dismissing the elder's concern.
The Kyofu are pushing at our eastern flank, likely trying to break past our forces to attack our cities directly. Grandmaster Porto will take a force of 1,000 to head them off. He will be accompanied by 3 masters, and we will try and spare a 4th if we can.
Porto, the youngest grandmaster in attendance, bowed his head respectfully, though Kairu noted that Hato looked less than pleased. Their courtship had continued over the last month, though the war had prevented either from sitting down to another meal. He had a feeling the man would be asking his permission to marry her once the fighting was over. Whether he would give his blessing remained to be seen.
That is all for now,
he continued, eyeing each of those in attendance in turn.
You may all go now. We will reconvene in the morning.
Everyone in attendance bowed low in their seats, then rose to file out. Kairu answered a few questions as one elder or another stopped to speak with him on the way out. But finally, it was just him and Hato.
These meetings are killing me,
Kaeru complained, leaning back in his cushion and slumping against the wall. "Sitting so stiffly and formally for hours on end does horrible things to my back." "I'm sure you will survive." Hato mercilessly shot his complaints down, giving him a cold glare. "Besides, your people are out there dying every day. The least you can do is perform your duties as clan leader, even if you refuse to do anything." Kaeru didn't rise to the bait. He already knew how his sister felt about him not taking a more active role in the war effort, but he'd already explained once why he could not interfere, and once was enough. Seeing that he wasn't going to reply, Hato snorted and changed the subject. "So are you actually going to do some work now, or will you just slack off as always?" "Why, whatever do you mean?" Kaeru asked, plastering a look of innocence onto his face. "I never slack off." Hato just shook her head as she stood, already resigning herself to a night doing paperwork. She couldn't directly contribute to the battle either. Not that she didn't want to, but Kaeru forbade it, and one did not go against the direct orders of the clan leader. Even if the work was technically supposed to be his, she could still contribute in some small way. "I noticed you seemed overly concerned that I'm sending Porto to stop the enemy from flanking us," Kaeru said as she was gathering up all the scrolls. "I have no idea what you are talking about," she smoothly replied. She was a good liar, but Kaeru could pick out lies a mile away, even if there were no obvious indicators, like flushed cheeks or an increased heart rate. He could detect the tiny fluctuations in a person's essence and make an educated guess. And Hato was far from a master of deceit. She displayed all signs of embarrassment, including flushed cheeks, increased heart rate, and quickened breath. "Right," Kaeru said, a lazy grin coming to his lips. "I'm sure I don't have to remind you that you require an escort should you want to meet. It is improper for a courting couple to be alone until there is an official engagement. But since there's nothing going on, that's a moot point." "Of course," Hato said, straightening to her full height, her cheeks a dark shade of crimson. "I'll be going now. Try not to goof off too much. There is still a war going on." Then she left, closing the door behind her with enough force to smash it. Luckily, this was only the meeting room, not his private chambers. It would cost the clan money to replace, but at least it could be taken care of in the morning. Kaeru rose, stepping through the splintered remains of the sliding door, and headed to his own room. His chair was far more comfortable than those flat mats. He'd never understood the tradition of sitting on the floor when using a chair was just so much more comfortable. It didn't take him long to get there, as he decided to speed up his journey by using one of his movement techniques. He breezed through the corridors, slipping around fellow clan members who seemed to be standing still. It wasn't even one of his faster techniques, but it had been quite some time since anyone had been able to keep up with him. The door to his room slid open and closed, barely making a whisper as he released the technique and flopped back into his cushy armchair, the over-embroidered robe already tossed carelessly into a corner. Reclining back in the chair, Kaeru threw his feet up, letting out a contented sigh. He allowed himself a full minute of relaxation before he got to work. Contrary to what everyone believed, he was aiding in the war effort, and it was the only sure way he knew he could. There was a contingency plan, one that he could undertake at any time, and that would be to fight the Beast King one-on-one. The victor would win the war. However, he could not, as the head of the clan, take such a massive risk. He was powerful, but so was the Beast King. The only surefire way for him to come out on top was to push for advancement. Unfortunately, gaining a dawn after Red Belt could be the work of decades or centuries if one did not have a proper understanding of how to do so. And unfortunately for him, he did not. Not yet, anyway. No one in the history of the Tande clan had made it to Red Belt. Until 7th Dawn Purple, he had a path to follow. Instructions from tutors, knowledge gleaned from reading books and old manuals. But now, he had to forge his own path, It had been quite some time since he'd really pushed to improve himself, seeing as there weren't many who could challenge him, let alone give him a good sparring match. But now, with the possibility of a fight against the Beast King, a fellow supreme, he was starting to become excited. Now all he had to do was have a breakthrough. And then he could confidently challenge his rival without endangering the clan. He just had to hope the Beast King wouldn't beat him to it. 19.
What is your ideal?
My what? Roy asked, blinking in confusion at the still somehow bored-sounding man. How could someone possibly be this bored while teaching? The man, who Roy had started thinking of as Hermit since he refused to give his name, let out a long sigh.
Your ideal? You know, the thing that drives you? The one thing all martial artists believe in, to the point they would die rather than betray it?
Roy simply shrugged. He'd never heard of this martial artist's ideal thing, so he had no idea what Hermit was talking about. For the first time since he'd met the man, he saw something other than boredom. A spark of anger flashed in his eyes, but it was gone so quickly that Roy had to wonder if he'd imagined it.
Where did you say you were from originally? Hermit asked, changing the subject.
The Waterwood, Roy responded, taken off guard.
And after that, you journeyed to learn martial arts in the crater?
Roy nodded.
Of course you're going to have a hard time then. Bunch of simple-minded idiots. All they see is the next advancement without truly stopping to understand the soul of their paths.
When Roy simply gave him another confused look, Hermit sighed, slumping against the tree trunk across from him. He then looked up to the sky above, staring at the small patches of blue visible through the glowing purple leaves overhead.
No martial artist can make it far without an ideal. Sure, they may reach blue, purple, even red belt, but they'll go no farther than that without an ideal. An ideal is something that gives a martial artist a drive, other than the will to simply grow stronger. An ideal can be as simple as wanting to protect one's family, or as complicated as believing in a god. If you've noticed, the martial artists you faced once you left the crater were far stronger than the ones inside, or further west from there. That is because they have ideals, reasons to fight and grow stronger. To remove the mental block, you need to find your reason for fighting. What drives you to go on when life throws hardships your way? Answer that question, and you will find your way forward.
Roy gave the man a dubious look. That couldn't be the reason he was unable to feel essence. As far as he knew, no one in the crater had this ideal thing Hermit was speaking of, and they managed to advance just fine. True, he didn't know of anyone past Red Belt in the crater, but that could simply have been an educated guess on Hermit's part. There was also the fact that Roy had had to find what his path meant to him before he was even allowed to take his yellow belt test, so the man was obviously making things up. He said as much, but Hermit was not fazed in the slightest.
Yes, you have to know what your path means to you, but do you really know the essence of your path? Why do you think the energy of the world is called essence, or why some of those past blue belt can't use ki? The answer is simple. They do not understand the essence of their path, the soul of their path. Every aspect of essence is, in fact, a living force of nature. What you had to answer to move from white to yellow barely scratched the surface of what your path should mean to you. As you advance, you will discover that you have to answer far deeper questions on the nature of your path and of your own nature. While it is not entirely necessary to find an ideal as soon as you get your white belt, by the time you've reached orange, you should know what you strive for. So, I will ask you once again, what do you believe in? Why do you fight? For what reason do you continue to struggle on despite hardship or strife? Can you even answer those questions?
Roy stared at Hermit dumbly and shook his head. He had no idea why he fought or what he believed in. He'd thought revenge, anger, Or perhaps even freedom was what he fought for? But none of those had allowed him to access his essence, so they were clearly wrong. Hermit sighed, then rose smoothly to his feet. Sit, meditate, and think about what I've said. Maybe then you'll figure out why you're fighting and can get out of my forest. He then turned, and in a single step, vanished from sight. That shocked Roy nearly as much as his momentary show of emotion. Hermit never moved at a pace faster than a slow shuffle, but now he was suddenly moving so quickly that he appeared to vanish. Roy sat back, letting out a long breath and trying to calm himself. If what Hermit said was true, then his inability to use essence stemmed from the fact that he didn't have something to believe in, an ideal that he stuck to no matter what, something he would be willing to die for. Closing his eyes and getting into the best meditative position he could with his crippled leg, Roy began breathing. In, out, in, out. What did he believe in? What was his reason for being? In, out, in, out. Did he even have any reason to fight other than revenge? In, out, in, out. He sat, breathing, calming the turmoil within, and trying to understand himself on a fundamental level. All the while, he was trying to figure out what he believed in. Hours passed, the sun dipping below the horizon and the trees shining brighter with their luminescence. Roy did not notice, caught up in his trance as he was. And all the time he'd spent here, never had he had more clarity than he did now. Never had he felt more relaxed, as one with his surroundings. Hunger, thirst, the need to stand and stretch, none of those bothered him. As he sat, breathing and thinking, an idea, the barest hint of one, struck at the back of his mind. And for the first time, he felt a sort of resonance. Knowing he was onto something, Roy dug deeper, searching for the meaning behind it, fighting to uncover the belief he held dear. The first sign of finding his ideal was that of a voice, one he had not heard in weeks and one he feared he never would hear again. Can't keep ignoring me forever. I know you can hear me. Stop being all high and mighty and just answer, you useless sack of... Jian? Roy's exclamation cut the dungeon core off mid-rant. Apparently, it seemed he'd been talking non-stop ever since he'd lost contact with him. For a few moments, Roy heard nothing. The silence began to stretch to the point where he feared he might have been imagining things. Then, the core's voice sounded in his mind once again, sounding oddly hesitant. Roy? Can you really hear me? If you can, say pumpernickel. Pumpernickel? Roy asked, quite confused at the odd word. He'd never heard it before. You can hear me, Jian crowed, actual joy bubbling forth from the normally sarcastic core. Ignore what I said earlier. I take back all the horrible things I said about you. Wait, what? What horrible things? Roy asked, growing suspicious. Oh, did I say that? Never mind. You must have misheard me. I've missed you so much. The only one I've been able to talk to for weeks has been Fairy, and while she has gotten smarter, she doesn't much seem to enjoy conversation. All she kept saying was, get me out of this cage. I mean, can you imagine being so selfish? Why, if I wasn't... Roy smiled to himself as Jian continued carrying on, complaining about everything that he'd been put through since they'd lost contact. Though the fact that Fairy was locked up wasn't exactly good news, it did mean she was still alive, which meant she could be rescued, but Roy would have to think about that later. A force slammed into him, rocking his entire body and knocking the breath from his lungs. Roy sat, frozen in place, his eyes open wide and glowing gold as power essence flooded through him, restoring his body to the way it had been before. The makeshift sandals exploded off his feet. The bandages on his hands tore free, and the splint tying his leg in place shattered, sending splinters of wood shredding through his right pant leg. Roy paid it no heed, feeling the warmth of the essence flooding through him once more. It wasn't just that. He could also feel a new strength he hadn't previously, noting streaks of red that had been building up in his core flood through his body, sinking into his muscles and bones. That must have been all the accumulated power he'd stored up from eating the beast meat, though he had no idea what type of essence it was. The only red-colored essence he'd seen was fire essence, but this was a much deeper crimson, resembling, more than anything, the color of blood. He would have to ask Hermit about that when he came back. After the initial rush of essence and the restoration of his body, Roy's senses exploded outward, finally feeling the ambient power in surroundings. There was so much light essence in this place that it astounded him, though seeing as everything here glowed, he shouldn't have been surprised. There was also plenty of power essence in the air, and tucking his legs in for the first time in over a month, Roy used his cycling technique. The essence obeyed, flooding into his body, looping through his channels and into his core. Only once the refined essence entered his core did Roy notice the biggest change. Somehow, some way, his core had expanded to nearly 3 times the size it had been since the last time he'd checked. It wasn't physically larger, but the depth showed the immensity of the essence stored within. He was practically bursting at the seams, with ever more essence pouring in. He allowed himself to revel in the feeling for a few moments, but stopped cultivating soon after he'd begun. Now was not the time. Opening his eyes, Roy looked down to his waist, where he saw his belt once again, holding what little remained of his robe in place. The yellow belt containing 3 slashes of orange shimmered, emitting a soft glow in the darkened forest. Only once he saw the belt back in place did Roy completely relax. He had done it. He'd found his reason for being, the ideal that would see him grow until the world itself could no longer contain him. It had taken him a long time to find his way. Days and nights spent suffering out in the wilderness, reduced to the cripple he had once been. But no longer. This experience had taught him a valuable lesson, and one that he would carry with him for the rest of his life. His ideal? Freeing the oppressed. Roy was actually surprised when it had resounded so strongly within him. He'd known that he wanted to help those who were downtrodden, much as he had been, but he never realized the depth of his conviction to do so. His entire life, he'd been treated harshly for his weakness, so anger and resentment had clouded his judgment. Freed from those negative emotions and unable to practice the means by which to get his revenge, Roy finally had time to reflect, to heal, to accept what had happened. He was by no means planning on giving up on his vengeance, but that was no longer his only goal. His real goal, the one he believed in more strongly than anything, was helping those like himself. Roy rose to his feet, a wide grin plastered across his face at the easy motion. No longer did his leg pain him, nor bother him. It was a thing of the past. Breathing deeply, Roy stepped forward, stomping down with his left foot and pivoting on his right. The essence cycled easily through his body, and Roy let out the breath he'd inhaled with a powerful exhalation. At the same time, he struck out, twisting his hips for maximum power. A blast of golden essence flashed from his fist, impacting the tree he'd been aiming for with a massive, concussive blast. There was a horrible, splintering, cracking sound, and the thick trunk collapsed in on itself, the tree falling to one side, no longer able to support itself, due to the massive chunk blasted out of one side. "Oh, wow! What was that? Is it a new technique? Have you been holding out on me this entire time?" Jian's voice snapped Roy from his trance-like state, and he found himself grinning once again. That single strike had been so effortless, so easy. The movements had been smooth and polished, and the explosion of essence had been evenly distributed. Even now, he knew he'd be able to repeat the technique, a perfect exploding fist. "No, it's the same technique as always," Roy replied, staring down at his fist. "There's no way. Have you secretly been able to use essence the entire time and have just been ignoring me? You have, haven't you?" Jian accused. "No, I promise I haven't." Roy was quick to reassure his friend. But how did he have so much more control? He hadn't been practicing, and the last time he tried to use it, nothing had worked as it should. His control had been shaky at best and completely inconsistent most of the time. What had changed? "You discovered your ideal." Roy turned, startled, as Hermit was suddenly standing across him, but staring at the broken tree. "Excuse me?" Roy asked, wondering if the man could read his mind. "I couldn't help but overhear the conversation between you and that dungeon core in your chest," Hermit replied with a sigh. "You had been having trouble with control beforehand, to the point where you subconsciously set a mental block in your path. Your soul was in conflict with itself, and thus your control suffered. Now that you have an ideal, there is no more conflict, thus a better control." Roy stood there, his mouth agape. No one had ever been able to hear Jian, aside from himself and Fairy. And then this man just casually mentioned it as though it were nothing. He even went so far as to identify Jian as a dungeon core. "Just who are you?" Roy asked, not really knowing what else to say. Hermit sighed, finally turning to face him. "No one of importance. Now, I've held up my side of the bargain. Leave, and don't come back." Roy opened his mouth to tell him to wait, but then the man was gone, vanishing off into the forest once again. Roy, who was that? And how could he hear me?" Roy simply shook his head, just as dumbfounded as his friend, as he stared off into the glowing forest around him. 20. "So where are we off to now?" Jian asked once Roy had packed all his things. "To rescue Fairy, and hopefully Aika as well," he replied, heading off into the forest and making for the camp where they were being held. "Really? And how do you plan on doing that? No offense, but you're not exactly the strongest martial artist out there. In fact, I doubt you could take a single one of them alone." "Not yet, I can't," Roy replied. "But that's going to change. We just need to make a small detour before going there." "Oh. Does this detour include finding stronger martial artists? Because I can't see any other way you can win." "No," Roy replied with a grin, as an orange torii gate sprang into existence, not 10 yards from them. "We're going to retake the orange belt test." "Well, that's great and all. You do realize that it won't make a difference, right? The lowest-ranked martial artist there was 2nd Dan Green. Even if you manage to push all the way to 4th Dan, it still won't do you any good." "I won't be pushing that far," he replied. Despite having the essence needed to push all the way to 4th Dan, and perhaps even trigger the next test, Roy knew it would be far more beneficial to use it all to fuel the advancement. This would give him a much more solid foundation, and one that could take him far. That was not to say that he had no way of pushing directly to the peak once he was an orange belt. He'd collected 2 Power Beast cores in his time following Hermit. That he'd even managed to find that many was surprising, as the majority were earth, fire, and wind. He hadn't come across a single water or darkness core, but had managed to find 6 light cores and a single weakness core. The silvery essence within the perfectly spherical glassy surface felt oddly familiar when he'd held it earlier. But at the same time, it gave him a feeling of repulsion, as though the essence were trying to push him away. The power cores, on the other hand, felt like the raging storms they were, contained within their gem-like exteriors. Now that he could finally feel essence once more, he could feel the level of the beast they'd once belonged to. This made his respect for Hermit climb even higher. One was at the peak of blue, a 6th Dan blue, but the other was at base purple. He still remembered the ease with which Hermit had dispatched both of them, leaving him to wonder how powerful he really was. The way he talked about red belts led him to believe that the man in question was above even that. But how far beyond that was the real mystery. Dismissing those thoughts, Roy focused back on the multitude of cores dangling from his belt, slung over his shoulders, and strapped to his chest and back. The weakest of them all was a fire core at 5th Dan Green, and the strongest was a light core at 2nd Dan Purple. All of them were extremely valuable and would net him a veritable fortune if they were sold. He now had a problem.
He couldn't take them with him into the test. Cores were fragile things, and if even one of them cracked, they would set off a chain reaction that would blow him, and likely everything within 10 miles, to pieces. He couldn't take them with him when he went to rescue his friends either, for the same reasons. He needed to find a place to store them in the meantime. The good thing about beast cores was the inability to sense them if one was not in direct contact with them. A martial artist's skin must be touching the core in order to feel its power, so hiding them wouldn't be an issue. All he had to do now was find a suitable hiding place. "Any ideas where I can hide these cores until we're ready to retrieve them?" he asked Jian. They were now standing right before the trial gate, and Roy could feel the compulsion to enter growing stronger by the second. "I feel like you missed my entire warning earlier about this not making a difference." "Jian," Roy said, in a half-threatening tone. "Fine, fine. But if you get us killed, I'm going to kill you." Roy simply shook his head at the dungeon core's twisted logic, but thankfully, he continued. "As a core, I would recommend burying them," he said. "That will make them hard to find if someone happens to wander into this wilderness, and it will also keep them out of reach of beasts that may stumble across them if left out in the open." Roy started. He hadn't even thought of that. Beasts would be just as likely, if not more so than martial artists, to take the cores and use them for themselves. He thanked his friend for the good idea, then set about digging a large enough hole. It didn't take long with this newly regained strength. Within 10 minutes, he'd covered them back up, layering deadfall over the area to make it appear as part of the forest. He did leave a small mark for himself so he could find the spot when he returned. "You ready for this?" he asked, rising and turning to face the gate. I guess. It'll be nice to advance, but as I said, it won't really make much difference." Roy simply rolled his eyes, then stepped forward through the gate. "Are you prepared to join the clan now?" Ika glared at Itachi Joan from her prone position on the ground. She'd just finished with another session with the clan persuader and was covered in cuts and bruises. Though the pain didn't bother her much, she still resented being kept in here like a dog. The sheer helplessness of her situation angered her like nothing else had, and she didn't hold it back. "I don't know why you even keep trying," she hissed, blood flecking across the floor from a split lip. "I wouldn't join a clan of honorless dogs like you if you threatened to kill me." The corner of Joan's mouth twitched ever so slightly, but other than that, she did not react. "Is that so?" Her cold voice no longer bothered Ika. She'd grown used to the woman's intimidation tactics by now and knew that she was all talk. She'd threatened, cajoled, and tempted her in every way she knew how. But not once had the woman made a move to inflict injury to her personally. She always left that task up to her underlings, which made Ika believe that this woman thought herself above such menial labor. Thus, she had no fear of reprisal, no matter how rude Joan was. The woman had too much pride, and since Ika could not yet physically hurt her, she would trample on that pride until the day she broke out of here. Not getting a reaction, Joan's lips finally turned down in a frown. "I see that your time here has not done anything to sway you," she finally said, folding one leg neatly over the other. "You are disrespectful to your betters and show no signs of remorse for your actions. I have been left with no other option. Tomorrow, you will be executed." I did not have the requisite permissions to do so myself, not to someone who might be of use to the clan. So I sent a letter to the main branch and received approval to carry out your execution as I see fit. I came today to offer you one last chance, but as you clearly stated, you would rather die." Joan's lips twisted up in an ugly smile, seeing the horror in Ika's eyes. "Though I won't carry out the penalty myself, it will still give me great pleasure to see your lifeless body hanging from a noose after your core is shattered. Until then, I suggest you'd enjoy what little remains of your pathetic life." The woman rose then,
and without looking back, exited the cell, slamming the door behind her. Ika stared after the woman for a few long moments, the true horror of what they had planned for her finally sinking in. The destruction of a martial artist's core was not only the worst thing that could happen to someone like her, but was tantamount to the greatest insult an enemy could inflict. Not even the Beast Clan would go so far as to shatter her core if she was captured. They would simply behead her and mount it on a stake. It would dishonor the body, but the spirit would still be free. Shattering a martial artist's core would shatter their spirit, ensuring that they would never reach the afterlife. It was also a horrible, degrading, and humiliating end to any martial artist. It was tantamount to stripping her naked and marching her through the camp for all to see, only 100 times worse. She lay there for several long minutes, her mind and body frozen in horror at the end that awaited her. She firmed her resolve and pushed it aside. If they were going to kill her tomorrow, then she had to escape today. She was close to a breakthrough, and she knew it. She was on the cusp of finding her key. All she needed was a little more time. Pushing herself up into a sitting position and ignoring her injuries, Ika closed her eyes and concentrated. All of her efforts and cultivation had pushed her ever closer to second dawn. But that wasn't what she'd been aiming for. Light essence flooded into her body, cycling through her channels and being purified before entering her core. From there, she worked to compress it down as far as she could, then pulled in more essence. Light essence behaved strangely at the best of times. It was a tricky path to be on, and one with many applications. She was trying to do something her grandfather had once mentioned offhandedly about ki needing a lot of pressure to form. Obviously, she knew there was more to it than that, but this was a start. She'd been compressing her essence for days, trying to turn the gaseous energy to liquid. That was the true form of ki, and why it was so much more powerful than essence. While essence was light and disparate, ki was heavy and concentrated. This allowed the martial artists to utilize far more of it at once. When using essence techniques, a good portion of it was always wasted. A martial artist could work to refine their control over time and grow less wasteful, but there was a limit to how far that would go. Ki was far more malleable, and, as a liquid, had less room to escape. It would also take longer to evaporate into the air than essence, due to not being a gas. Ika continued her cycling technique, pulling in more and more essence, then placing it under pressure with the force of her will. She knew something was missing. She still needed that single vital element to set off the reaction that would solidify her essence into ki, but she had no idea what it could be. Maybe she needed more clarity on her path, or perhaps a better understanding of the essence itself. She sat there for hours, long into the night, knowing that her time was growing short. Her body was surrounded by a cloud of light essence, flashes of color dancing through it as she worked to save herself. Essence always behaved according to its nature. That was one of the first lessons she'd been taught as a child, and one she tried to impart to Roy as he grew impatient. No matter how hard a fire artist tried, they could not cause something to freeze. In principle, the cold was simply a lack of heat, which was an aspect of fire. With that logic, a fire artist should be able to remove said heat. But it was against fire's nature to remove heat, and so it was impossible. Likewise, it was impossible for water to create heat. Water wanted to stay in liquid form, and thus would refuse to freeze or turn to steam. When a martial artist reached Greenbelt and gained the ability to form ki, the bonds on that rule lessened somewhat. This gave them the ability to branch out, if only slightly, from their chosen path, like an earth artist using lava or a wind artist using lightning. But these were merely offshoots of a path, not a direct contradiction. When a martial artist reached red, things became different. Chakra gave the martial artist the power to bend their path to their will. This gave them the ability to forge their own completely unique path. Even going against the nature of one's path was possible then, which was what truly set those artists apart. What Aika was looking for now wasn't a unique path or way to fight her essence. She had long ago decided on the path she would follow, and knew that to get there, she would need a deeper understanding of light essence. How did light behave? How could it behave differently once out of gaseous form? What would it do if made solid? The sky in the distance had begun to take on a rosy tint when she finally struck upon the answer she'd been looking for. And for the first time in a month, a smile curled the corners of her beaten lips as a single shining white drop formed at the center of her core. 21. The familiar sight of the long golden bridge greeted Roy as he stepped through the Tory gate and into his trial. Blackness closed in on all sides, but he didn't mind in the slightest. It gave him something to concentrate on, a goal straight ahead, with no distractions clouding his vision. The last time he'd stepped through the gate, he'd felt confident, but unsure. Now he strode purposefully down the glowing path, heading for the stage at the center.
What's your plan for defeating all the golems, with most of your essence gone?
Roy had thought about this while he'd been walking through the forest, and he was pretty sure he'd come up with the correct answer.
The only thing I really can do in a situation like that, I'll need to use a terrain technique. I've thought it over, and it seems like the only viable solution. But you don't have any terrain techniques. In fact, the one time you tried using one, you almost blew yourself up.
Roy's cheeks flushed in embarrassment as he remembered that particular screw-up. He pushed the memory away. He wouldn't be attempting the same thing now.
It's different this time. Last time I was trying to get rid of an unstable physical technique. This time I'll be attempting to use the ambient essence to form one instead of relying on my core. Again, you've never done it before. What makes you so confident that you'll be able to figure it out when you've had so much trouble with other techniques in the past?
Roy trailed off, thinking. How was he so sure he'd succeed? He'd concluded that it had to be a terrain technique simply from the circumstances. Most of his essence would be removed at the start of the test, and the ambient essence was so thick that he could practically breathe it in. In addition, there were multiple opponents, and seeing as learning a full area technique would be way out of most Yellow Belt's ability to perform, he had to conclude that the terrain technique would be the way to go. That was not to mention that a terrain technique used the environment's essence rather than his own, so having no essence wouldn't be an issue. But just because he knew what needed to be done didn't mean he'd be able to perform it correctly. Why then was he so certain he'd succeed?
I'm not 100% sure that I'll pass, he finally admitted. I know my limitations and what I can accomplish, and if worst comes to worst, I'll improvise. While using a terrain technique may be the best way to win, it can't be the only way. This test was designed for Yellow Belts advancing to Orange, and while I may once have thought that was nearing the pinnacle of power, it's nowhere close. One would have to assume that there were plenty of Yellow Belts who were unable to perform terrain techniques as of yet, so there has to be another way around this. Really? And what might that be? Jian asked. Roy shrugged. Beats me. Guess we'll just have to find out. Great, Jian deadpanned. Just bet our futures and run in without a plan. It's not like we don't have another try if you die horribly. Thanks for your vote of confidence, Roy replied with a grin. I've missed having you around. The dungeon core didn't answer, which was just fine by him. He could see the path widening up ahead, which meant he was approaching the fighting stage where he'd been so horribly defeated the last time. Though he knew it wouldn't be an easy challenge, he was confident that this time the outcome would be different. The essence in the air was thickening, and he could feel a connection to it that he'd previously been lacking. He was confident that he'd be able to use a terrain technique, but he wouldn't attempt to do so at the beginning of the battle. They would begin pretty spread out, so he would first need to lure all of the golems into a single spot for maximum effectiveness. Though it was true that a terrain technique relied mostly on the environment,
It would take something from him as well. The book on techniques had made it clear not to attempt using it unless his core was at least half full. Roy figured that was for martial artists who hadn't pushed their cores as far as he had. In his estimation, he had, at the very least, 5 to 6 times the essence capacity of any third Dan yellow belt in the Shaw clan. Even then, he suspected it was even greater than that. He'd packed his core full of essence, the glowing golden sphere in his chest continually soaking it up, while the constraints of testing kept him from advancing. He had to wonder why all the elders in the Shaw clan didn't have massive reserves, seeing as they were stuck at Orange. But, he reminded himself, there was only one elder who was at 4th Dawn Orange, and she was quite old. He would need to ask someone who was more knowledgeable than he was once he had the chance. Taking a few deep breaths and settling into his cycling rhythm, Roy approached the pedestal at the center of the stage. The same gemstone sat there, waiting for him and pulsing with power essence. A brief scan of his spirit sense told him that it contained just as much, if not more, essence than the last time he'd come. The heavy presence of power bore down on him as well, making Roy break out into a cold sweat. He knew he'd disappointed the manifestation of his path the last time he'd been here. He only hoped he wouldn't do so again. Power was proud, and it would not approve of another failure. For a moment, as he stood staring at the glowing gem, Roy felt doubt overshadow him. Could he really succeed where he'd failed previously? He remembered well the power of those golems. They'd beaten him without him being able to take a single one down, and he'd be fighting at less than peak condition. Then he remembered what he'd discovered back in the woods. His ideal. A reason to fight, other than gaining strength. His resolve firmed as he realized that he wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting for all those oppressed by those more powerful than them. If he couldn't fight for himself, then he could at least fight for them. Mind made up, Roy reached out and placed his hand on the glowing gem. He staggered back a moment later, trying to maintain his cycling technique through the massive drain on his core. Golems then began to rise around the perimeter, 12 in all, just like the last time. But unlike the last time, Roy waited. Even as the pedestal shot into the air with a loud boom, signaling the start of the test, Roy did not move. The golems began lumbering forward, closing in on him from all sides. Roy, don't mean to bother you or anything, but are you planning on doing anything?" Roy ignored the slightly panicky dungeon core, staying focused on the task at hand. Essence cycled through his body in slow, powerful bursts as he prepared to use a technique. He would have to time it just right for maximum effect. The gemstone had removed just about 80% of his essence once again, limiting his options. He only had so much to burn on techniques before attempting the terrain technique. If he guessed right, it would take roughly 5% of his total essence to form one properly, and seeing as he didn't want to take any chances, he would need to leave enough for 2 attempts. That meant that he currently only had access to 10% of his total essence. He calculated how much time and how many techniques that would give him, and only once he was absolutely sure did he make his move. The golems had closed more than half the distance to him by now and were raising their arms, most likely to fire off those beams of power essence that had finished him off the last time. They were also, apparently, not stupid, as they'd staggered themselves so as not to hit each other with the blasts. That didn't matter to him. He had his plan, and now it was time to put it into action. He knew that, unlike his last test, he would not be allowed to advance to Orange Belt until he won the fight. He made his first move. There was a sonic boom as he used his shockwave technique, flashing between 2 beams of light and coming up behind one of the golems. Roy was not surprised at how in control he felt of the technique. He understood himself better than he had before, and by extension, he had a deeper understanding of his path. He now knew where he'd been lacking, and that insight made it easier not to doubt in his abilities. He cut the technique off as soon as he'd escaped the enclosing ring, then used the momentum to spin in place, lashing out with a powerful kick from the Unaru Kuma. Power essence exploded out from the bottom of his foot as it connected with the golem's lower back.
Another boom echoed in the empty space as a bubble of force expanded and ruptured in the span of half a second. The effect on the golem was devastating. The blast not only tore it in two at the point of impact, but also sent a storm of essence-coated shrapnel exploding outward. Unfortunately, none of the others were close enough to be hit, but the stones remained where they'd fallen, crackling and sparking with power. "Okay, I admit I'm impressed," Jiang grudgingly said as Roy darted left, heading for another golem. The constructs, taken by surprise at his rapid movement, were slow to react, and he was able to land a devastating punch on the golem's right hip, cracking the limb and unbalancing it enough to make it fall. He spun in place, throwing his arms up in a block just as a beam of condensed golden energy slammed into him. He gritted his teeth as he felt the power essence searing his arms, but fought through the pain, ejecting essence of his own to lessen in damage to him. He only wished he knew how to use an armorer technique to block out the blasts. But as he used his movement technique to flank and attack another golem, he knew it was probably a good thing. His essence was severely limited in this test, and if he had an armorer technique, he might be tempted to use it. That would waste precious essence that he did not have, which was why he was going for a powerful offense. After all, if the golems were busy defending, they would have no chance to attack. Roy hammered 3 quick blows into the golem's lower back, torso, and hip, ejecting small bursts of essence with each. None of his blows had used a physical technique, as he no longer had the reserves to use it, but combined, they were enough to crack the stone and unbalance the construct. Early on, Roy had realized one thing. He didn't need to destroy the golems to put them out of commission. All he had to do was remove their mobility. They could still attack him, but they became far less of a threat without powerful close-range attacks. He rolled to one side as twin beams of essence flew at him, missing by a narrow margin. His arms smarted where he'd taken one of those attacks, the skin covered in small red welts. He had to make sure not to take one of those head-on again, otherwise he doubted his ability to keep going. He needed all his limbs intact if he wanted to win. Springing back to his feet, Roy quickly took stock of his situation. 9 golems remained standing, all bunching up as they charged. 2 lay incapacitated, and 1 was completely destroyed. "Well, it looks like it's time to see what I'm made of," Roy said with a grin. 22. Tande Kaeru sat in his favorite chair reading a book. His legs were propped up on a cushion, a long reed poked from the corner of his mouth, and a glass of iced tea sat on a small table next to him. Condensation fogged the glass, and a small puddle had formed on the wood beneath as water slid down the outside. He barely paid attention to his drink, his gaze locked squarely on the pages before him. He'd obtained this book quite some time ago from a merchant traveling from beyond the crater. He'd come through from the east, beyond the light fields, from a place called the Chikurine Empire, where people practiced all sorts of strange martial arts. Despite his long life, Kaeru had only left the crater a handful of times, and that had been to travel to the Waterwood for training. He was a water cultivator, after all, and the Waterwood had been sufficient up until he'd reached Greenbelt. After that, he'd been forced to hunt down beasts or challenge the dungeons under the clan's control to grow stronger. Regular cycling didn't do much for him anymore, though he still found it relaxing to do so. He'd purchased this book nearly a century ago and had merely skimmed it before dumping it in his do-not-read pile. The book had contained such nonsense that he'd simply assumed it was full of fairy tales for children and not to be taken seriously. But recently, he'd begun wondering. No matter how much power he consumed from beast cores, and no matter how much he refined into chakra, he could not make a breakthrough to the first dawn. He knew he had to be doing something wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He found the discarded book in his pile and had been sitting for the past several hours engrossed in this book from a foreign land. There were so many details he'd missed while skimming through it, and he now very much regretted dismissing it so readily. He was now on the part titled The Soul of Essence, which explained the basis for all essence types and their physical manifestations. It was fascinating in a way he could not explain, and though most anyone in the crater would laugh if he so much as broached this subject, he was beginning to wonder if it might actually be true. The physical manifestation of essence, or the soul as most refer to it, is the state one reaches when finally grasping the true meaning of their original path. The base path, or that which a martial artist must follow until forging chakra, has secrets that cannot be obtained merely by advancing. One's path must be studied until one is sure there is nothing more to learn, and then it must be studied some more. Only after going over every fundamental 101 times can a martial artist truly glean insight into the soul of their path. The soul, when matched with an ideal, will unlock the latent potential of any true martial artist, allowing them to break past the invisible barrier to the sagely stages of the martial arts. Without one or the other, one will find themselves hitting a wall, and it will be one that cannot be passed by, worked around, or broken through. The soul of essence will simply not allow a martial artist who is lacking within these fields to obtain true power and a path to immortality. Kaoru's eyes widened when he read that last word. Immortality. It was the one thing all martial artists strove for, but which none had yet to accomplish. Right now, he might look young, and his age might pass at a snail's pace. But if what this book said was true, and he'd never advance again, he would one day die. It wouldn't be for several hundred years yet, but it would happen eventually. But if he could somehow find an ideal, something explained earlier in the book, and understand the soul of his path, he could begin his ascent into true immortality. Kaoru could not remember being this excited for something since his advancement over half a century ago. This could not only be the path to his personal advancement, but a path to put an end to all the death surrounding his clan. His ideal. What did he believe in, to the point he would be willing to die for? Well, that was easy enough. His clan. No matter what happened, no matter how he'd ended up in this position, and no matter how much he complained to Hato, his clan was the most important thing in the world to him. If it meant sacrificing himself, he would do so gladly. He'd never said as much out loud, or even consciously thought it. But when he did so, he felt a sort of resonance within his core. And for the first time since his advancement, he felt something. Kaoru grinned as blue lightning crackled across his skin, the air becoming tinged with a bright neon blue hue and the scent of the ocean filling the room. He breathed deeply as he felt something he hadn't since he'd advanced to Greenbelt. The essence approved. Though he'd passed many trials since his days as a Greenbelt, they'd always seemed somewhat hollow to him. After passing the Blue Belt test, he didn't feel the same approval of the essence as he had before. When he'd asked his elders, they'd simply told him that as a Greenbelt, it was now his job to move forward on his own and begin working on his branching path, the one that would eventually become his very own. The essence no longer coddles those who have the ability to use ki. It knows that you are now a man and must forge ahead. He'd foolishly believed them. Kaoru felt the soothing presence of water as it touched his spirit one last time before fading into nothingness. But that was plenty for him. He now knew the truth, one which the elders of his clan had denied for centuries. That the true way forward was not simply leaving one's path as quickly as possible, but studying until true mastery. The title of Master was given to anyone who mastered the 9 techniques of essence, Grandmaster to those who mastered ki, and Supreme for those who mastered chakra. The title now felt very hollow to him. Supreme indeed, he muttered to himself. A supreme idiot, that's what he was. Kaoru chuckled then, rising from his chair and heading out of his chambers. He was going to go somewhere he hadn't visited in years. Back when he'd become the chosen one to take over the clan, a private cultivation room was built for him. Though he hadn't really been using it much, the clan still maintained it out of respect for his position. He'd told them to stop many times, to save the clan the money and resources, but the elders had staunchly refused, saying it would be disrespectful to do so. At least he had something to thank them for. The sound of rushing water and the smell of salt hit him long before he pulled back the door to the room in question. It was roughly 50 feet by 50, and all of it was raging water and crashing waves. A waterfall sat at one end and a whirlpool at the other. All of the power of the ocean was contained in the small room, though the water itself was only about 5 or 6 feet deep. The upkeep was why he'd tried to get it shut down. Simply running this place cost the clan 2 purple-level beast cores a week. For a room that was never used, he took it to be a huge waste. The amount of water essence it generated, however, was the densest for thousands of miles around. It lay in the air so thick that Kaeru could feel it pressing down on him from all sides as he entered and closed the door behind him. The crashing waves blocked out all sound from the outside, but he didn't mind. It would give him the peace and quiet needed for what was to come. There was a small tiled area before the water began, with 2 cubbies for his clothes, as well as several towels for when he was done. Kaeru was already not wearing a shirt, and gladly stripped down to his underpants before stepping out onto the water. He stretched as he walked, feeling the pleasant tickling of the waves beneath his toes. In truth, he really should come here more often. Even if this didn't work the way he planned, it was a great spot for relaxing. And best of all, Hato wouldn't bug him to wear clothes. Chuckling to himself, Kaeru headed straight for his favorite spot, the waterfall. While sitting at the center of a whirlpool was great for intense training, the waterfall was way more relaxing. A relaxed state was what he needed right now. It would likely take several days if he were to discover everything he missed in his original path while pursuing his own, so comfort was of the utmost importance. The lukewarm water thundered down on him as he walked beneath the raging water. He could have shielded himself, not allowing the water to so much as touch him, but that would defeat the entire purpose. The water fell with enough force to shatter an ordinary man's bones and force him under the waves. But Kaeru was no ordinary man. He sat cross-legged beneath the cascading water, breathing deeply and enjoying the feeling of the power pounding away at his back. Though the water was roughly 6 feet where he sat, it did not bother him, nor did he sink. He'd long ago learned to repel his own path, so sitting on the water was as comfortable as sitting in his overstuffed chair. He opened himself up to the essence then, allowing it to pour into him, but refrained from cycling it. Water essence, much like water itself, would always take the path of least resistance, so he knew where it would go. Then, with the water pounding down on him, he began thinking of essence. He thought about its nature, how it behaved and interacted with the environment, how other types of essence would affect its production and expansion, and how it could be generated outside of using a beast core or naturally occurring sources. There he sat. Several times he sensed one person or another enter the room before quickly leaving. His sister was one of them, showing up on a daily basis, shouting for several minutes, then leaving. He ignored them all, too focused on the importance of his task. He knew he was getting somewhere when he stumbled upon a concept, one he'd missed due to concentrating on forging his own path too soon. This was one that he was sure, absolutely positive of, in fact. Water could be turned to ice by application of essence. It should, in all theories, be possible, but for some reason, no martial artist in the crater, or even the waterwood for that matter, had been able to do so. It had been theorized that it might take 2 separate martial artists to do so. For example, creating steam required both a fire and water artist. But if turning water into steam was possible, wouldn't creating ice be possible as well? Flexing this new part of his mind, this new and wild concept, Kaeru sent a pulse of essence out through his skin. In an instant, the entirety of the water in the room crackled and crunched as it turned to ice. The temperature in the room plummeted, and his breath steamed in the air beneath the frozen waterfall. He stared at the room, partly believing his eyes. He'd just done what was thought to be impossible. No water artist, no matter how powerful, should be able to turn essence against its nature. It wasn't possible. Yet here was tangible proof that what he'd thought he'd known his entire life was a lie. Kaeru sat there for several long minutes, his eyes searching over the sharp, jutting peaks of the frozen waves. It was beautiful here, but he could feel a bit of a chill setting in. It was all in his head, of course. He hadn't truly felt the cold in years. But he was one who enjoyed the warmth. He was about to revert the water when something caught his attention. The essence. Kaeru shot to his feet, the ice crackling and shattering off his body as he did so. The essence was changing. It was turning from a deep azure blue to a lighter, somehow colder blue. He immediately pulled the essence into himself, feeling the chill it carried along with it. This was something entirely new. It was still water essence, that much he could feel, but it carried along with it a tinge of something else, something beyond the regular water essence. Kaeru knew he was onto something when the presence of water practically radiated around him. The physical manifestation of water approved of his actions, and very much so. Kaeru flopped onto his back, grinning like an idiot. He paid no heed to the sharp ridges of ice attempting to poke into his skin, nor the biting cold on his skin. For the first time in half a century, he felt truly alive. 23. I know you've been doing well so far, but I have to ask once again, are you entirely sure you know what you're doing? Jian asked, as Roy raised his arm. Nope, Roy replied, as he concentrated on willing the essence in the environment to fall under his command. The golems were bunched tightly together by now, and they stood less than 30 yards away. They were in a rough semicircle, and even as they approached, they began to drift further apart as they attempted to flank and surround him once more. A stream of essence flowed out of his outstretched hand, misty and golden, and Roy fought hard to keep control of it. This would be the most difficult part, mixing his essence with that of the environment and trying to stay in control the entire time. He was confident he could pull it off. He wasn't going for anything fancy with this technique, simply allowing the essence to follow its nature. Power was force, momentum, destruction, and so much more. What he was going for was an explosion. Simple, effective, and hopefully devastating. Sweat beaded his brow as the golems drew closer and his essence refused to mix. He kept his mind focused and calm, not allowing the pressure to get to him. Unfortunately, he was the only one able to keep his cool. Whatever you're going to do it now! I don't want to die! I'm too young! Jian cried as the golems got within 10 yards. They were too spread out for Roy to get them all at once, but he was sure he could get at least a few. Taking one last breath, Roy pushed his will outward, finally connecting with that of the ambient essence. Just as he was about to trigger the explosion, he had a sudden flash of insight, one that he wasn't quite sure from where it came. He listened to his instincts, and instead of simply blowing up a single area, Roy swung his arm from right to left, condensing the essence to several small points instead. The effect was as devastating and explosive as he'd hoped. A line of brilliant gold appeared for an instant, tracing the line of his hand. Then, all along the line, the tiny condensed balls of power essence became visible, just before exploding. The result looked like a golden line running horizontally through the air, with over a dozen golden balls forming, expanding, and exploding above and below. The golems caught in the technique's path were blown to pieces. Riddled with holes and missing huge chunks of their bodies, the golems fell, either blown away or collapsing into heaps on the ground. Roy felt the technique complete as soon as his hand stopped moving, and sagged as nearly 80% of his personal essence was consumed. The technique had been far more taxing than he'd first predicted, though, and unfortunately, he'd missed a couple in his attack. The two golems at the very ends had escaped relatively unscathed, leaving him to face them with a nearly depleted core. He stumbled back as a beam of energy lanced past him, only to be caught by another. It slammed into his left side, throwing him bodily across the room and burning at his skin. Roy could do nothing about it, other than roll in an attempt to get out of the attack's path. "Get up! You're almost done! Don't you dare fail now!" Roy didn't need Jian's encouragement to force himself back to his feet. He knew what was at stake and just how close he was to passing this test. Staggering upright, Roy tried moving his left arm, then immediately gave up. Though not broken, it was scorched badly enough that he really didn't want to. The golems closed in, one on the right, the other on the left. They were making sure not to bunch up, so even if he did manage another terrain technique, he wouldn't hit them both. Not that he had the essence to do so, even if he wanted. They closed quickly, and Roy had no choice but to defend, quickly giving ground. To him, it seemed that the golems were far faster than they had been previously, and were working together to put an end to him. In reality, he knew it was just exhaustion and essence depletion. Had he had just a bit more in his core, he wouldn't have had such a hard time defeating just two of them. But this was the end, the final stretch, and the most difficult part of any test. This was when he would see what he was really made of. He was injured, his left arm all but useless, and he had maybe 2 techniques left in him before he was out of essence. He didn't have enough time to gather more and refine it in the middle of a fight. The answer was clear. He would need to defeat each golem with a single attack. Try as hard as he might, he couldn't find the opening needed to carry out said attack without being seriously injured. If he used a movement technique to flank one of them and attack from behind, it would leave him defenseless against the other. Roy knew what he had to do, but that didn't mean he was going to like it. Roy dodged a wild swing from the golem on his right, then planted his feet firmly and lunged forward, gathering essence into his right fist. He let out a shout as it impacted, shattering the construct's hip and sending it toppling over. Then, an instant later, his shout of defiance turned to one of pain as the other golem's attack landed. The ribs on Roy's left side buckled, along with the burned arm. He was sent flying across the open ground, bouncing and jarring the shattered bones. The world was a whirl of flashing colors and pain, but Roy did his best to try and stay focused. He attempted to turn mid-air as he flew, but only succeeded in making things worse. He landed badly on his right foot, and the momentum, as well as the bad angle, worked against him. "You know," Jian commented as he finally came to a stop, "it seems like this test really has something against your legs for some reason." Roy lay on his back, blood streaming from his side and from the corners of his mouth. His right leg lay twisted at an odd angle, mocking him once more. Jian was right. It seemed this trial was out to get him. How else could he explain ending up with the exact same leg broken once again? Hadn't he just regained the use of that particular leg? Why did it seem that whatever he did, his right leg, the one which had been crippled nearly his entire life, ended up broken? He lay there, staring up into the darkness, his vision hazy and fading. The golem was approaching. He could feel it, but he didn't have the strength to force himself to his feet. He let out a snorting laugh, spraying blood everywhere. He couldn't get up, even if he'd wanted. Roy's head turned to the side, staring at the twisted appendage. He expected to feel fear, anger, or resentment at having lost the ability to walk once again. But for some odd reason, he just didn't. Perhaps it was because he knew that it would heal once he left this place. Or perhaps he'd finally overcome the crippling fear of losing his ability to walk once again. Whatever it was, it gave Roy something he'd been missing before. The ability to fight on, despite being down. His left arm was broken, so he couldn't even prop himself up. He threw his body to the side, aggravating the broken limb, but freeing him up to view the battlefield before him. The golem was closer than he'd anticipated, just 8 yards away. It would be directly in front of him in less than 5 seconds, the amount of time it had taken him to form his projected technique in the past. Roy grinned as he pushed his right arm out, sure that it probably didn't look too pleasant. He could taste blood, meaning it had probably coated his teeth, dyeing them crimson. He laughed, forcing the last of his essence out of his body and into his right palm. The golem was nearly on top of him by now, its stony foot pulling back to deliver a kick that would remove his head. Power essence blazed around him as the void sphere formed near instantaneously, expanding out into its multi-layered pattern. "Here! Why don't you have a taste?" Roy yelled, pulling his arm back and throwing the whirling ball of death, just as the golem's foot began its approach to his face, glowing gold with gatherer essence. The technique hit the construct low, impacting with the foot and resulting in an explosion that threw him a good 10 feet across the floor. The breath was knocked from his lungs as he slammed into the ground several times, driving the broken fragments of his ribs deeper into his internal organs. "Ouch, that didn't feel too good," Roy croaked as he finally came to rest face first with his twisted legs sticking up oddly to one side. "I'll say," Jian replied. "You don't look too good." "You think?" he groaned, turning tiredly onto his back. The last golem was lying on the ground, its lower half completely obliterated. The upper half was still moving, grasping weakly at the ground as it tried to pull itself closer. It was leaking essence fast, and its movements were already slowing. Craning his head to the side, he could see that the golems he'd thought he'd need to deal with once he was done were now as inanimate as the ones he'd obliterated. "Wow, all that extra effort, and all you had to do is break a leg, then wait for them to bleed out." "Shut up," Roy groaned, flopping back once again and staring up at the black void. He lay there for a few minutes, expecting something to happen. When nothing did, he pushed himself painfully up on his right arm and looked around. The golems had all vanished, absorbed back into the trial. The pedestal with the glowing gem stood back in its original place, rotating slowly and throwing light off its refracted surface. As he stared, he got an overwhelming feeling of certainty that he had to make his way over to it and lay his hands on the stone once more. It would be super hard for him to get there. His leg, ribs, and left arm were broken. He was completely out of essence and was bleeding from the wounds in his side. In short, he was exhausted and didn't think he'd be able to move from this spot if he tried. But he also knew that in order to complete the test, he needed to touch that gem. Turning back onto his stomach, Roy began to drag his broken body across the ground, using his right arm and left leg. It wasn't as though he was unfamiliar with moving this way. He only hoped he'd never have to do it again. He was shaky from the exertion, and he was leaving a tail of crimson in his wake as the wound in his side continuously bled. It wasn't nearly as bad as it had been before, but the pain hadn't faded in the slightest. If anything, it had gotten worse. Still, he continued going, his goal now just a few feet away. His eyes locked on the glowing gem as he came nearer, feeling the power and warmth radiating out. He then realized that he was quite cold, his fingers beginning to feel numb, and he suddenly became fully aware of just how close he was to death. His body was going into shock from the pain and loss of blood. He'd believed the bleeding must have slowed, but it seemed that there was some internal injury that he had not been aware of. In retrospect, having the shards of your ribs shred your internal organs would likely do something like that. Not that he had the brain capacity to worry about it at the moment. His right hand slapped the pedestal, fingers slick with blood. He was afraid that he'd have to find some way to force himself to his feet, but thankfully, the pedestal slowly sank into the ground until the gem was at eye level. Roy stared into the glowing stone for a few long moments, hesitant to reach out. Then a voice, one that he'd heard just once before, seemed to whisper in his mind. "Reach out and take it. You have earned this prize, Harold Leroy. You are worthy of taking this next step." He immediately recognized the voice as belonging to the manifestation of power. Fingers trembling, Roy reached out and grasped the gem. His previous experiences with the glowing stone had been less than pleasant, with most of his essence being forcefully torn from his core. Now, however, the complete opposite occurred. Roy screamed as his channels and core were suddenly filled to bursting with essence. Bones popped and shifted as his joints reset themselves, the broken and splintered bones fusing back together. His skin burned and writhed, stitching itself back up, and his blood boiled as it regenerated at a pace not meant for the human body to handle. Roy felt his core fill and fill, then finally shatter.
Essence flooded his body from the broken core, strengthening his newly healed bones and muscles. He felt it from his eyes, nose, and ears, all the way to the tips of his fingers and toes. Essence suffused him, strengthening him in every way, before pulling back to reform his core, newer and more powerful than ever. Right at that moment, Roy felt he could push all the way to the end of this new power, and perhaps even beyond that. But instead of rushing it, he reined his essence in, pulling every last scrap of essence back to reform his core. His essence glowed a richer gold than it had before, and his core grew ever deeper.
"Ooh, I like the way this feels," Jian crowed as Roy finished pulling the last of his essence back into himself. "I can remember things now, things that I couldn't. Oof! Ooh, that's a lot. Don't mind if you don't hear from me for a few days. This might take a while."
Then Jian was silent. Roy might have been worried, had this not happened before. It would take Jian a few days to adjust to all the new memories flooding in. It only made sense. Opening his eyes and getting slowly to his feet, Roy was just in time to see the last vestiges of yellow fade from his belt. He could feel tears forming at the corners of his eyes as he stared down at the solid orange belt tied at his waist. He'd never dreamed he would be a martial artist, never in a million years. But to have now made it to orange belt, something which very few in the Shaw clan ever managed, was something special. His entire body thrummed with suppressed energy. He felt like he could run the length of this stage in seconds, even without using his shockwave. He felt like he could take an attack from those golems without even flinching, or do 1,000 push-ups without a break. Roy flexed his fingers, feeling into his core and noting that with his advancement, it had grown not only in size, but in depth as well. If before he'd had 5 or 6 times the essence of a normal yellow belt, he now must have had at least double that. It seemed that withholding the essence and using it to deepen his core had been the right thing to do after all. Essence cycled easily through his channels, pouring out into his open palm and forming into the void sphere near instantaneously, just as before. The technique exploded out, forming into the many layers of translucent spinning essence, each moving in a different direction. He breathed deeply, staring at the beautiful display of power. That was until a voice called out from behind him.
"You gonna keep admiring yourself, or are you gonna say hi? It's not easy breaking into these things, you know."
Roy whirled, dissipating the technique as he did. He already knew that no one other than himself should be able to enter this trial. Yet standing there, with a wide smile and looking as nonchalant as he had the last time, was the man who'd appeared in the trial of beginnings. The man in question only smiled wider, his odd silver eyes reflecting oddly in the golden light of the trial.
"Been a while, hasn't it, Harold Leroy?"
24. "You!" Roy exclaimed, too shocked to say anything else.
"Yes, me,"
the man replied, standing straight with his hands clasped behind his back. He was exactly as Roy remembered. The man was tall, fair-skinned, and slim. He had brown hair, silver eyes, and wore black and white martial artist robes. They weren't the same robes as the Tande clan's. His robes were completely black, with the white flowing elegantly over his entire body, much like a snake, though there was neither a head or tail. This man had shown up in the trial of beginnings, saved his life, handed him a weapon and the cultivation technique he was using at this very moment, then abruptly left. In all honesty, Roy had never expected to see him again. Yet here he was, standing not 5 yards away, and beaming at him as though they were old friends. "How are you here?" was the first question he asked when he overcame his initial shock.
"Afraid I still can't tell you that," the man said with a sigh. "Wouldn't want to get the big boss mad at me or anything."
"Okay, so why are you here, and who is this big boss of yours?"
"Isn't it obvious? I came to congratulate you on passing your test," the man said, hooking his thumbs into the blurry belt at his waist.
It didn't escape Roy's notice that he completely skated over the second question. He thought about reiterating the question, but in the end he decided against it. If the man wanted to keep his secrets, he doubted he'd be able to get them out of him even if he tried. "Thanks, I guess," Roy responded, not sure as to what this man really wanted. "You're quite welcome," he replied, practically beaming. Roy waited for him to say something else, but when several long moments passed and he didn't say anything else, Roy continued. "Is that all?" he asked, looking sidelong at the torii gate that had appeared to lead him back out into Buryoku. "I do believe that is it," he replied, turning to walk away. "Wait, what?" Roy exclaimed, shocked. "You just show up out of the blue in a trial where no one but me is supposed to be able to access, just to congratulate me on passing?" The man turned, still grinning widely. "Yep." Roy shook his head and began rubbing at his temples. He could feel a headache coming on. "Why?" "Why what?" "Why come to congratulate me? Who even are you, and why are you interested in me?" The man paused, seemed to think for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give you a little information. My name is somewhat of a secret. Can't let it get out that I'm still alive and all. But you can call me Azure." "Azure?" Roy asked with a raised eyebrow. "Never heard a name like that." "Ah, yes, well, you see, I adore colors of all kinds, and I tend to take the names of those which are my favorite. Of course, they do change from time to time, but for now, it's Azure." "Right," Roy said, stretching out the word. Either this man was completely crazy, or he was so powerful that his feeble mind simply couldn't comprehend his genius. Roy suspected it was the former, though he didn't voice his opinion out loud. "Now, I can't tell you why I'm interested in you specifically just yet, but I can give you a hint." Roy unconsciously leaned a bit closer as Azure lowered his voice. The man then looked around before giving him a conspiratorial wink. "It has something to do with the martial arts." Roy stared at him for a few long moments. "Yep, this guy is definitely crazy," he thought, as the man straightened back to his full height. A sudden rumble of thunder made him look up, and Azure's smile faded into a grimace. "Well, that's my calling card. Gotta go." Roy stared as the blackness above was suddenly covered by roiling storm clouds crackling with lightning. "Oh, one last thing before I go," he said, his expression remaining serious. "You might want to look at that scroll I gave you. You may just learn something new." Before Roy could ask him what he meant, a bolt of lightning flashed down from above, consuming the man with an unpleasant sizzling sound. However, when the lightning vanished a split second later, the man who called himself Azure was gone. A moment after that, the storm clouds vanished as well, leaving him alone on the golden stage, surrounded by blackness once more. Not even bothering to question what had just happened, Roy turned to the torii gate. Despite his odd and eccentric behavior, Azure had sparked an interest in him. Roy might not have gotten a single answer out of the man, but he had told him to look at the scroll. Roy wondered if perhaps there might be some information he'd overlooked. The only problem was that the scroll was still in his pack, which had been taken from him by that mystery clan who was holding Aika prisoner. At least he was pretty sure she was being held there against her will and didn't actually hate him. Either way, they would have looked at the scroll by now, and if they figured out what it was, they'd most likely not want to give it up. Jian had claimed that the cycling technique on there was an extremely old one, and one that was likely more efficient than anything they had in the world today. Something that valuable would not be given up lightly, especially by a clan who'd sentenced him to death simply for not being strong enough. Roy shook himself and headed for the gate. Standing around here and thinking wouldn't get the job done. He had to get out of here, go and try to increase his power with the beast cores he'd hidden, then mount a rescue mission, and somehow get Aika out of a camp filled with high Don green belts and their blue belt commander. It shouldn't be too hard, right? "Oh, wow, that was a lot of information."
Jian unexpectedly broke into Roy's thoughts. Jian, you're back! Yes, I know. It's been some time. How many days has it been? About 15 minutes, Roy replied. That long, huh? I figured that since it was so much information, I would... Wait, what? Jian cut off mid-sentence, sounding just as surprised as him. Just 15 minutes? You have to be lying. Wait, you're still in the trial, so you can't be. How very interesting. I'll say, Roy answered, heading out of the exit gate and back into the luminescent forest. I was expecting you to be out for at least a week, if not more. It seems that my mental faculties are slowly returning as you grow. We will have to experiment with this further at a different time. In the meantime, I have some new information which may interest you. Oh, really? Like what? Roy asked, crouching down at his hiding spot and digging out one of the power beast cores. Well, for one, that beast core you're holding doesn't just contain essence, Jian said, as Roy smoothed the ground over once more. This surprised him, but after scanning it with his spirit sense, all he could feel was essence. In fact, there was so much of it, he could scarcely believe it. There was likely enough to carry him all the way to the second, maybe even third dawn, which was absolutely incredible. Most of the elders in the Shah clan would never reach that high before they died. I can't feel anything else, he said, sitting with his back to a tree and getting into his cycling position. That's just because you don't know what you should be looking for. Here, let me help you with that. Roy listened as Jian outlined a set of instructions, going over details of essence he hadn't even known existed. And when you're finished with that, layer it over the current sense you're using, then allow it to extend out of your skin in a cloud. This should make you far more sensitive to your environment, he finished. Roy followed the dungeon core's instructions, condensing and layering his essence over and beneath his skin. It felt odd at first, moving essence to areas where it wouldn't normally flow, but after nearly an hour of sitting in the darkness and working on perfecting it, he could finally feel what Jian was talking about. Before, his spirit sense was a little like a sixth sense, like he could sort of feel essence up to a distance of about 50 yards, but not with any great detail. He could feel a person's cultivation if they weren't trying to hide it, but only if they were within visual distance. And even then, the feeling would be hazy at best. He'd always been able to tell a martial artist's level simply by looking at their belt. Now, however, it was very different. The essence was layered over his skin, making him sensitive to the energy of the world in a way that had previously eluded him. He could now feel the essence in the air as easily as he could breathe. He knew he'd still have trouble sensing people at a distance, but within close proximity, he should be able to feel their cultivation more accurately. Of course, if they were attempting to hide it, there would be little he could do about that. But if they didn't try to suppress their cores, he should get an accurate reading. The biggest change, however, was one that Jian had predicted. He could feel it now, pulsing through the beast core in his palm. At the very center of the gem-like core, he could feel a much more powerful presence. It presented itself as a dense ball sitting at the center of a lake, except this was like a sphere of water somehow floating in a cloud of gas. The purity of the energy was unfathomable to him, as in he could not fathom it, at all. He could feel the energy, like a lightning storm contained within a pinprick, but he could not so much as touch it, or even understand how it was made. Jian? Roy asked, trepidation tinging his voice. Is the energy I feel from the center of this beast core key? He was almost positive it was. What else could this unfathomable power possibly be? Yup, got it on your first try. I must admit, I'm impressed. Perhaps advancing to Orange Belt has boosted your mental faculties. Oh, ha, very funny, Roy grumped, shifting his legs out, then pulling them back into his cycling position. He would likely be here for several hours, pushing for an advancement. Just because the Beast Corps had the energy that he needed to push all the way to second or third dawn didn't mean it was possible to do overnight. It would take him at least a week, maybe even 2, to draw the energy needed to even make it to first. Now that he was in Orange Belt, he would need a lot of essence to push for advancement, and it would take a long time to make it to where he could test again. But he had the essence needed, both in his hand and buried in the ground. He wasn't worried about beasts coming for him as he cycled. He was still close enough to Hermit's camp that they would likely stay away. He was also close enough to where Ika was being held to make it in just under an hour if he pushed himself. When he would make the final approach, he would need to slow down so as not to be detected, so that time would likely be closer to 2 hours. He was planning to enter the camp just before dawn, when guards would be the most sleepy. Even martial artists needed sleep, or at least he hoped they did. Orange belts wouldn't need more than 5 hours a night to function, and at the higher dans, they could even do with 4.5. How little sleep did high dong green belts or their commander require? He shook his head, reminding himself that no matter how far one advanced, there was still human nature to consider. Unless these martial artists were decades old and had become accustomed to never needing much sleep, the time before dawn would leave them feeling drowsy. He knew there was a barrier around camp which would warn of any trespassers, but he was pretty sure he'd figured a way around that. Mind now at ease, Roy concentrated on the beast core in his hand. He reached for the essence, already feeling the energy entering his body when Jian interrupted once more. "You know, I do have more information you may be interested in." "Do you purposely wait until the most inopportune time to interrupt me?" Roy asked, getting annoyed as his concentration slipped. Jian declined to answer, instead dodging the question and continuing, "Oh, I'm sure this is information you don't want to miss." "Really? And what could it possibly be?" Roy asked resignedly. "I finally remembered what comes after red belt." Now that got his attention, and he immediately perked up as Jian began talking once again. 25. Hato sat in her brother's small room, muttering darkly under her breath. It had been over a week since her lazy, good-for-nothing brother had just walked into his cultivation room and basically shut himself off from the world. She tried calling to him several times, but he'd simply ignored her. If there was ever a time when he was needed most, it would be now. Chui, their most powerful grandmaster, had fallen in battle just 2 days ago. It had been an ambush, one set up by the Beast and Kyofu clans. Their 3 remaining grandmasters, as well as 2 purple belts, had trapped and killed her. She'd managed to take one down and severely injure another, but the head of the Kyofu clan, Kyofu Ma, was still very much alive and in good health. The Tandai now only had 2 remaining, since Irusaru was still nowhere to be seen, and while they were now even with the enemy in terms of grandmasters, it still wasn't good. They had another 6 purple belts who were not grandmasters, but they would be far less effective. Their forces were spread thin, and for the first time, looked like they might break. The Beast and Kyofu were pushing harder at their flanks. Porto was hard-pressed to hold one, while Kaigo, their other grandmaster, was holding the other. They wouldn't last too much longer at this point, and their only hope was their brother's direct intervention. And of course the lazy lout chose now to go off and ignore everyone. She'd tried to make them disable the room, going so far as to attempt it herself. But each time she'd been gently, if a bit firmly, repelled. The clan elders, those in charge of keeping the room running, had said that if the clan leader was in there, it was because he was training and wished to be left alone. And so, she had been left to manage in lieu of his absence. Hato ground her teeth together as she read over yet another report detailing their losses, lost assets and land and resources, which would take decades to recoup. This war wasn't simply costing them lives, but a fortune in pills and elixirs to keep their fighters going. Their dungeons were overtaxed, being stripped dry the moment anything respawned. And even that wasn't enough to keep them going. The way things looked now, if they weren't overrun within the week, they would run out of supplies. Either way, this war was going to be coming to a very sudden, bloody, and bitter end. They'd most probably be the losing side. An urgent pounding on the door caught her attention, and Hato looked up to see a pale-faced messenger standing in the doorway. He was breathing hard, and she couldn't sense a speck of ki in his core. She recognized him as a frontline scout. For him to have made it here so quickly, he must have sacrificed an enormous amount of power. "Yes? What is it?" she asked, feeling suddenly very nervous.
Kaigo's flank has buckled, and the forces are moving to surround us. He managed to escape and is trying to close off with Porto, but they won't make it in time. I hate to say this, my lady, but I do believe that this may be the end."
The man sagged, then collapsing on the ground from exhaustion. Hato stared for a few long moments, feeling dread rising up in nauseating waves. This was it, the end she'd been dreading. Though she knew she had no chance, she quickly tightened her belt around her waist. A single martial artist of her advancement wouldn't make much difference. But this was her family. No matter the cost to herself, she had to do something. Tande Kaeru exited his cycling room a full 9 days after he'd entered. Power radiated off him in waves, despite his best efforts to keep it in check. It had taken a bit longer than he'd expected, but in the end, he had succeeded. He had his first breakthrough in 50 years. He'd scarcely made it down the hall when a group of elders came barreling around the corner, not looking at all like the dignified and wise pillars of the clan they often pretended to be.
"Oh, thank the heavens you are out!"
one of them crowed, as the group came to a skidding halt before him and dropped to their knees.
"What's happening?"
he asked, sensing the urgency of the situation.
"Our flank has been broken. We are surrounded and losing badly. Our forces will not hold long under these conditions."
Kairu's good mood vanished immediately. He hadn't expected things to get this bad so quickly.
"Where's Hato?"
he asked, noticing that his sister was not among the group of quivering elders.
"Hato?"
the man asked, licking dry lips as sweat beaded his brow. Kairu felt like caving the idiot's head in. They hadn't tried to stop her from going out there. Despite him wanting to act on his anger, he knew there would be time for reprisals later. For now, he needed to get to the battlefield and protect his clan. The elders didn't even have time to blink before Kairu was gone, dashing down the hall and only making a brief stop in his room to retrieve his fancy robes, allowing his belt to be drawn forth from his core. Though it really wasn't his style, if ever there was a time to wear them, it was to make an entrance on the battlefield. "Fall back! You! Take his spot in the line! Do not let them pass!" Hato was nearly hoarse from shouting orders and nearing the point of exhaustion. She'd arrived here on the front lines almost a day ago and had been directing the forces here, fighting intermittently when she was needed to hold a spot in the line, though by now it was less of a line and more of a circle. Enemies pressed in on all sides, and their forces were falling quickly. The man she'd ordered into place moved as she commanded, but she could see that he, like everyone else here, was completely exhausted. They were fighting a losing battle, and they knew it. Thunder crashed overhead as the remaining Grandmasters fought against those of the Kyofu and Beast clans, sending debris and rubble scattering in all directions. The fluctuations in power were diminishing. While their Grandmasters were exhausted, those of the enemy were well rested. Even if the Beast clan's resources were less than theirs, they'd apparently been planning this attack for quite some time and had prepared the necessary provisions for a sustained war. In addition, their forces outnumbered theirs more than 2 to 1. They could continuously supply fresh fighters, while their exhausted ones would have to keep going with shorter and shorter rests in between. In all truth, Hato was surprised they'd lasted as long as they had. In all likelihood, it was due to the Grandmasters and the few Masters they had remaining to keep their protections going. Though in their exhausted states, it was quickly beginning to cost them. Hato leaped to the side as something came plummeting out of the sky, slamming into the ground where she'd been standing just a moment before, sending up a shower of stone. The dust cloud cleared an instant later to reveal Porto, lying bloodied and half-conscious in a crater a foot deep.
"Tande Hato! It seems your brother has left you out here all alone, without any protection."
A familiar voice boomed out over the crater, silencing everyone. The fighting on both sides stopped as Kyofu Ma made a rapid descent, landing on the ground not 10 feet from her. He looked much the same as ever, though he did look to have taken a few blows. Another explosion of dirt and stone came as Kaigo landed in front of them, blocking his path, and the few remaining purple belts formed up around her. There were far too few in number for her liking, and Hato could feel despair start to sink in as Kyofu Ma didn't seem fazed at the show of force. He gestured, and a blade of darkness shot from his hand, slamming into Kaigo, whose body flashed blue in response. "Did you really think you could just land in the middle of enemy forces and leave with your life?" Hato blustered. Ma simply smiled grimly, then sent a barrage of blades cutting through the air so fast that she couldn't keep track. Kaigo vanished at the same time, seeming to appear multiple places at once, stopping the attacks before they sheared the heads off their men. Then their forces broke, and the Kyofu clan, no longer impeded by the Grandmaster's barrier, swarmed in. They broke up their meager defense, while Ma kept Kaigo busy, cutting the exhausted martial artists down until they began to break and run. Kaigo took a nasty blow as he tried to shield one of the fleeing clan members, losing his left arm. His concentration wavered, and he lost control over his armorer technique. The moment he did, a concentrated blast from the enemy purple belt slammed into him all at once. The man didn't even have time to cry out before his body was completely obliterated. Hato fell to her knees then, staring in horror as Kyofuma approached, a smug expression on his face. Porto was their last living grandmaster as far as she knew, and he was out cold. Their forces were in retreat, and Ma would not allow her to escape with her life. It was well and truly over. They had lost.
"Bow your head in defeat, Tonde, and I promise to only torture you a little bit," the Kyofu clan leader said, an unpleasant smile curling the corner of his lips.
Hato stared up at the man, rage clouding her features. What was the point of all of this? Why did this have to happen? She screamed, ki blazing around her as she triggered a full area technique in an attempt to kill the Kyofu clan leader. The area in the 50-foot radius around her was suddenly consumed as the earth ruptured and molten lava spewed up in a volcanic eruption, swallowing everyone within in a fiery conflagration. Then the molten stone froze, trapping any who still lived within. She fell back on her rear, panting hard and her vision going hazy. A 20-foot tower of twisted stone rose before her, still steaming from the heat. She sat there, the world oddly silent around her, as the members of her clan ran, pursued by those of the beast, Kyofu, and Moramor. Then a crack appeared in the stone. Her eyes widened, and sound came back to her in a rush. There was a massive explosion as the stone was blown to pieces, revealing Kyofu Ma, whole and unblemished.
"Was that the best you could do?"
he taunted, walking over to her with a swagger in his step.
"You're weak, just like your pitiful excuse of an older brother."
Hato didn't have the strength to move anymore, staring up into the face of her enemy through half-dead eyes. It seemed that this was truly it. The end had come. Ma raised his hand, a nimbus of black ki swirling around it as he prepared what looked to be a full-body technique. Something on that scale would obliterate her completely, not even leaving ashes behind to bury.
"I've been waiting a long time for this, Tonde. The day your high and mighty clan falls."
Kyofuma's words were abruptly cut off, and Hato watched, as though in slow motion, as his body fell backward. His head hit the ground a moment later, encased in a solid block of ice. Then she felt it. An overwhelming power the likes of which she'd never felt before. It was like feeling the entirety of the ocean, if the ocean could somehow be bottled up and contained into a single spot. Then a hand fell on her shoulder, and she looked up into the eyes of her big brother. The battlefield had grown utterly still, the presence of a supreme, demanding everyone's full attention. "Kaeru?" she weakly asked, blinking up at him in confusion.
"I'm sorry I'm so late," her older brother replied, looking around at the carnage of his clanmates.
To all of you! Hato winced at the sudden increase in volume as her brother raised his voice. My clan means more to me than my own life, and I've allowed so many of you to perish because I refused to act. You can now all rest assured that this war is over. No one else is going to die today.
Hato then felt something drop into her lap and looked down confusedly before recognizing the restoration elixir glowing a pale green. She didn't even question her good fortune, or where her brother could even have dug something like this up. Immediately drinking half of the potion, she turned and forced the remainder down Porto's throat. He was still alive, but he was unconscious, so it would take him a bit longer to digest than it would her. She rose shakily to her feet, feeling strength slowly returning to her body. When she was fully standing, she finally noticed what everyone else had already seen, the one thing that was keeping them frozen, despite the urge to run for their lives. She could sense the Beast King approaching, a monstrous mass of power on the horizon. Though he was miles away, at his current speed, he would be here in just a few short moments. What truly had her attention, despite the Beast King's imminent arrival, was her brother. For once, he was dressed as a clan leader should be, his long black and white robes billowing out around him as he stood in the center of the battlefield. Kaeru, when did you... she began, but her brother shook his head.
Later. I have some unfinished business with the Beast King. Once I'm done with him, we can talk.
Otto hesitated for just a moment longer, then nodded.
Retreat! Back to the main fortification! Now!
It was as though everyone was waiting for her orders, and the Tande clan sprang into action, running in the direction of their closest fortification. Not a single enemy followed. They were smart enough to know that if they so much as took a step in their direction, they would be dead before they could process anything more. Hato stooped, throwing the unconscious Porto over her shoulder, and ran as well. She couldn't help looking back one last time to her brother, standing and facing off against a massive enemy force without so much as a care. He stood like a mountain, his power towering above them all and holding everything in place. Her eyes moved from his back, traveling down to his waist, where his belt fluttered back and forth in the light breeze. She knew he was moving it on his own, as belts were made of the martial artist's essence and couldn't be affected by outside forces. But still, he struck quite the intimidating figure. The belt around his waist was red as blood, and shining on one end was a single brilliant slash of gold. The leader of the Tande clan had finally advanced to First Dan Red, something which had eluded both him and the Beast King for decades. If the pattern held true, he would need to reach 8th Dan before he could test for his gold belt. Hato smiled, despite herself, even as she ran alongside her fleeing clanmates, because she knew that if anyone could do it, could rise to the challenge, it was her big brother. 26.
Gold belt? Are you sure? Roy asked a bit skeptically. Isn't gold a brighter color than red? And isn't red a brighter color than green? Jian retorted.
Fine, I see your point, Roy conceded.
But are you really sure? Yes. As sure as you are helpless without me, the belt after red is gold.
Roy shrugged. If the dungeon core was so sure, he wasn't going to argue, though he could have done without the insults. Instead of responding, Roy turned his attention back to his latest mission. His time inside the trial had been well over an hour, though judging by the way the night sky appeared, it had only been a few minutes out here. All the better for him, since he still needed to absorb some essence before heading out to rescue Aika. He only hoped he would have the strength to go through with it. Several hours passed in this fashion, with Roy pulling essence from the beast core in greater amounts than he'd been able to before. His core seemed bottomless as he continued pulling in essence, refining it, and beginning to push for the next advancement. It was nearing 4 a.m. when he finally unfolded himself from his cycling position and rose back to his feet, stretching mightily. He was, admittedly, exhausting himself. He forced himself to continue, as he knew that this would be his best chance to go and save Aika. Right now, he had the confidence to make an attempt,
and should he wait to think too much about it, he might be tempted to talk himself out of such a foolish gambit. Before he set out, Roy buried the beast core he'd been using, removing a single fire essence core and tying it to his waist. Then, covering up the remaining core, he set off running in the direction of the camp. "I sometimes wonder why I ever bonded with you in the first place," Jian said as he made his final approach. He was crouched low behind some underbrush and moving forward carefully. His core was completely suppressed, though his spirit sense was straining to the maximum he could manage. Just as he'd suspected, Aika was still here, being held somewhere near the center of the camp. She was in exactly the same spot as he'd been. "Probably because you didn't have much choice," Roy replied, not daring to speak out loud. "There weren't many others with no core just happening by, so you took what you could get." Jian sighed. "Yes, indeed, and a poorer choice I could not have made." Roy simply rolled his eyes at his friend's theatrics. He'd been trying to talk him out of this course of action for his entire trip here, citing all the horrible ways he could end up dead. No matter what the core tried, Roy refused to back down. "Have you found Fairy yet?" he asked, to try and make Jian focus on their rescue mission. Roy was having a difficult time detecting her presence, as darkness essence was particularly difficult to sense on another being, especially at night. "Yes. She's on the far side of this camp, being held in a pen that's suppressing her essence. For some reason, they've been keeping her alive, though her endless complaining is starting to bug me." Roy had to grin at the irony of that statement. If anyone was annoying, it was the dungeon core, though he didn't voice his opinion out loud, or in his mind, for that matter. Slowly circling the perimeter, Roy spotted several guards. It was difficult to make out the colors of their belts at this distance, but since he had a line of sight on them, he could accurately gauge their power. Not a single one was under third dong green. He continued circling, intent on Jian's instructions. "There," he finally said. "Straight ahead, right on the other side of that building." Roy stopped, squinting as he peered through the gloom. A long, low building stood just a few feet from the perimeter line. He was a bit annoyed, as a direct line of sight would have been far better, but at least it wasn't too far from where Aika was being kept. Now he had to put his plan into action. Slinking a bit back into the forest, Roy ran to the farthest side of the camp, away from both Fairy and Aika. He really hoped this plan would work, because if not only would he be killed, but his friends would likely end up dead as well. "You know, it's still not too late to stop this," Jian said, as Roy pulled the fourth Dom Blue level fire core from his waist. "We can still leave and pretend nothing happened." Roy took careful aim, then hurled the core into the camp with all his strength. It was considerably a bit more strength than he'd expected, as he hadn't had a real chance to test his body since advancing. As a result, the core flew a bit farther than expected, sailing well into the camp instead of hitting the stone close to the perimeter. He threw himself to the side, using his shockwave, and dashing back around to the other side of the camp, cursing under his breath as the fire core struck near one of the central buildings, then shattered. The blast of fire essence and ki completely blocked out the noise of his movement technique, sending a mushroom cloud of searing flames shooting 30 feet into the air. The violent explosion blew several buildings apart, killing those within near instantaneously. Had they been awake, Roy knew they'd probably have been able to defend themselves, blue-gray core or not. But asleep, they stood absolutely no chance. The screams came next. Martial artists running from the fire, which seemed only to be burning larger and hotter as the seconds passed. Roy did his best to block the pained screams out, flashing through the forest and out into the open ground. No one noticed when he crossed over the barrier into the camp, too preoccupied with running for their lives. Roy dashed around the building, skidding to a halt before a large pen. There, chained up and looking quite docile, were several large beasts. No one was guarding them, for which Roy was thankful, and it took only a few seconds for him to spot Fairy. A large black chain was bound around her neck. Smaller chains bound her legs, and yet another encircled her body. "Fairy!" he shouted, dashing over and vaulting the gate in a single bound. The giant ferret, upon hearing her name, looked up sleepily. Although beasts didn't actually need sleep, there must have been precious little to do here, so he wasn't surprised she had been asleep. As soon as she laid eyes on him, she shot to her feet and tried to run towards him. She suddenly found herself arrested by the chains just a second later and was jerked backward by them. Roy approached quickly, laughing as Fairy bumped her head against his chest and licked at his face. "It's good to see you, too," he said, scratching at the beast's head and ears. He tried to get his fingers under the restraining chain, but found himself unable to, both from Fairy's excitement and because they were made of forged essence. "Sit still, please," he said, still grinning. "I need to get you out of here, and you're not making it easy." The ferret stilled then, though he could still feel her body quivering in excitement as he attempted to remove the chains. He dug his fingers in, trying to rip them free with the strength of his arms. When that didn't work, he tried enhancing himself with essence, strengthening the power of his muscles. When the chains still refused to budge, he tried using some essence of his own to blast the chains away. All that accomplished was singeing a bit of Fairy's fur. The chains remained where they were, completely unharmed and without so much as a scratch. His heart sank then when he realized that his previous assumption that these were made of essence had been wrong. "The chains are made of ki. I can't break them. What do I do?" "Well, isn't that friend of yours a greenbelt? Go ask her to do it. Not that my opinion matters or anything," Jian grumbled. Roy could have smacked himself. "Thanks, Jian. You're the best," he said, turning to head towards the cells where he'd very nearly ended his own life. He felt something latch into the back of his tattered robe as he did, and turned to see Fairy looking at him with wide eyes. "I'm sorry, girl, but I can't free you on my own. I need to get Aika, but I promise I'll be back. She can do it, I'm sure." Fairy let out a low, squeaking sound, her eyes going watery. "I won't leave you here, I promise. But you have to let me go. The distraction won't last too much longer. Sooner or later, someone will figure out what happened and start looking for the attackers, and seeing as I'm not exactly equipped to handle a bunch of greenbelts, I doubt we'll survive the encounter." Fairy stared at him for a few long seconds before slowly releasing his robe. "She says that if you leave her again, she won't be your friend anymore," Jian said. "Oh, quit sulking," Roy said, giving her one last pat on the head. "I won't leave you behind again. Just be ready for me when I get back." Fairy sat back on her haunches in response, then lifted her paw and began grooming her long claws. Rolling his eyes, Roy turned and ran across the pen. Vaulting the fence one more time, he ran for the small cell block. Luckily, it was still well away from the shooting flames, which seemed to finally be calming down. He sped up, using shockwave to cover the distance faster. He inwardly winced as the sonic boom followed him an instant later, knowing that this time it had undoubtedly been heard. Roy knew his time was limited as he skidded to a halt outside the first cell. He could no longer sense Aika through the overwhelming presence of fire essence and ki in the air, but that was fine with him. As much as it was blinding his senses, it would do the same to the others, at least for a few more minutes. Aika was not in the first cell, and Roy began running down the line, stopping to stare into each one. Though he was backlit by the fire, he had to lean in close to each one and squint inside, trying to see if there was anyone within. The further along he checked, the more his heart sank. He'd been sure Aika was here, but perhaps he'd been wrong? The next cell door he checked was slightly ajar, and Roy felt his heart leap in his chest. Had Aika used the advantage of the explosion to make her own escape? Quickly running up to the door, Roy wrenched it open and stepped inside, peering around to see if he could find any sign of her. He had no warning, as something hard slammed into his chest, sending him careening into the opposite wall. The air was knocked from his lungs, and he felt his ribs creak from the strain. Then he fell forward, landing hard on his stomach, his spine smarting. A scream sounded in the silence as something heavy landed on his back. Then a blinding white light filled the dark cell, and despite his prone position, Roy was forced to squeeze his eyes shut. "You thought you could just hold me here and torture me for all this time? Thought you could just shatter my core and I'd go along quietly? Well, think again!" Roy recognized that voice and tried to turn over, but felt something hot and razor-sharp poking at the side of his neck. "Don't you even think about it, Itachi dog! Make so much as a move and I'll kill you!" "Wow. You go through all the hard work of trying to rescue her and she threatens to kill you. Great friend you've got there." "Aika, it's me," he croaked. I'd appreciate it if you'd let me go."
He felt the body above him stiffen at the sound of his voice, though she didn't move off him.
"Roy?" she asked, her voice hesitant and disbelieving.
"In the flesh, here to rescue you like the hero I am. Though if we don't get a move on, I'm afraid neither of us will get another chance to get out of here, and my heroic act will have been wasted. Nice speech."
"Roy!"
This time she did move, and her voice sounded both shocked and relieved. Groaning, Roy turned onto his back, squinting up at the indistinct figure above him. He couldn't really make out any of her features due to the lance made of pure white light clutched in her right hand. Then she crashed back into him, and the air exploded from his lungs once again. Ika's arms wrapped around him in a bone-crushing hug which threatened to send him for a long nap.
"Can't breathe," he croaked.
"Oh, no, I'm so sorry."
Roy gasped as Ika's grip slackened enough for him to breathe, though she didn't release him. He stood there awkwardly, patting her on the back, not entirely sure what to do. This wasn't exactly the time for this, and he wasn't used to displays of emotion like this. Anger, hatred, disgust, those he could understand. This was all new to him. Thankfully, she stepped back after a few more moments, the light of her lance winking out, and he finally got a good look at her. He winced at what he saw. Her face was bloody and bruised, her left eye swollen nearly shut. Her robes were tattered and torn just like his, though he could see deep cuts and lacerations beneath. Something must have shown on his face because Ika gave him a reassuring smile, though it didn't do much to calm him, seeing the state she was in. "It's not as bad as it looks, trust me," she said, her posture relaxing somewhat. "It's so good to see you. I was so afraid you might be dead. I mean, I hoped you weren't, but—" Roy held up a hand to cut her off. Though he was glad to see her alive and in one piece, the fire was rapidly dying down, which meant their window of escape was narrowing by the second.
"We can talk later, but right now we really need to get going. I can't get Ferry out without you, so we'll need to make a stop before we go."
"Two," Ika said, as she seemed to remember their current predicament.
"What?"
Roy asked, a bit confused. "We need to make 2 stops? They still have all our stuff, and we can't survive without it, at least not for very long." Roy wanted to disagree, but he really wanted to get the cultivation technique they'd stolen from him back. Besides, Azure had hinted at deeper secrets, and he needed to know what they were.
"Fine," he replied, heading for the exit. "Do you know where they're keeping it?"
"Yeah. Itachi Joan, the leader of this little camp, has it in her quarters. I'll go get them and meet you over where Ferry is."
"Do you really think that's a good idea?" Roy asked.
On the one hand, he wanted his cultivation technique back. But on the other, breaking into a Blue Belt's personal quarters to take them sounded more like suicide than attempting to blow up their camp. "Yes," Ika replied. "She has my staff, and I'm not letting that witch keep it for herself."
"Fine,"
Roy said, seeing that arguing with her was going to get him nowhere.
"But I'm going to be the one sneaking in. I can't free Ferry, so while you're doing that, I'll go get our stuff."
He could see she wanted to argue, but after only a moment's hesitation, she nodded sharply, gesturing to a small building separate from the others. "That's where she lives. If you aren't by the pens in 2 minutes, I'm coming after you." And with that said, she dashed off toward the pens. Roy followed her progress for a few seconds before turning his attention to the small house. He felt his lips turn down in a grimace as he began jogging toward it, not daring to use his shockwave anymore. He couldn't risk being heard. "Just my luck," he muttered under his breath. Joan's house just had to be on the opposite side of the camp. 27. Roy approached the darkened house cautiously. He was almost 100% sure that the commander of an outpost would be commanding their people right now. In a situation where they were under attack and their camp was burning, she'd have to be a pretty bad commander to still be sleeping. As he snuck around to the front and tugged at the door, he found it locked. Roy had no qualms whatsoever as he tore the flimsy door from its hinges, tossing it to the ground within. The small house was neat, with bamboo matting, 3 separate rooms, and a small attached privy.
Roy stomped right in, dirty feet and all, and began tearing the place apart. He couldn't be slow or careful. He'd taken too much time in getting Ica free, and now desperately wished he'd brought along another core. However, the cheap side of him, the one that needed to conserve them so they could be sold, did not allow for a second core to be wasted. This rescue was already costing at least 100 kinka, if not more, and he would be damned if he wasted any more money. As he ripped through drawers containing Joan's personal belongings, he came across several scrolls, a small leather sack containing what felt to be coins, and a wooden chest that clinked and rattled when moved. He took all of these, silently thanking the psychopathic woman who'd tried to have him kill himself. Maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't lose money on this after all. After looting the woman's bedroom, he moved on to her study, where he found yet more scrolls and a signet ring. These were extremely rare, but Roy didn't even bother trying to take it. It would be impossible for someone without matching essence to even lift it. Even if he could steal it, she'd be able to track him by its unique signature. He did, however, find the cultivations scroll hidden under the low table, slotted into a small compartment at the base. Finally, he moved on to the last room. "Take everything!" Jian shouted as soon as he entered. Roy had to stop himself from drooling as he stared around, wide-eyed. Weapons, armor, robes, elixirs, and all manner of treasures were stacked in neat rows against the walls. Unfortunately, he was nearly out of time, and knew he wouldn't even be able to carry a fraction of the treasures contained here. Instead of wasting time crying over what he couldn't have, Roy ran for the nearest shelf, the one containing bags. It took a few moments to find theirs, though unfortunately they'd seemed to have emptied it. "Leave that old thing! Take the shiny one over there!" Jian demanded. Roy turned and saw another bag. It was displayed in a glass case and shone a light green. The leather was a rich emerald in color and stitched through with black and gold. Though it wasn't that large in comparison to their own, he immediately recognized it as being forged by a martial artist with great skill. "Okay, maybe it's not," he admitted to himself as he ran over and smashed the case. He didn't recognize it per se, he just assumed. Also, Jian wanted it, and he was a dungeon core with a vast knowledge of such things. The bag felt strangely light in his hands as he lifted it, as though it were lighter than air. "It's been imbued with wind essence," Jian supplied. "It'll make anything placed within much lighter. Also, it can carry much more than you might think." "Really? Is this one of those bags that are bigger on the inside than the outside?" Roy asked, as he dashed about the room, grabbing items off shelves and stuffing it inside. "Yes, but essence was used in the forging of this bag, not key, so there is a limit to how much can fit in there. I would assume that the limit is probably 3 or 4 times as much as the bag size would suggest." Roy nodded, shoving a bunch of different pill bottles into the bag, then looking around for Ica's weapon. He found it, along with a small medallion he'd received after his trial. The small coin contained a weapon, and he could only use it once he reached Greenbelt due to the massive essence requirement needed to maintain it for any amount of time. Then again. Roy hesitated, staring at the coin for a long second and wondering if his increased essence capacity would allow him to use it now. "You know, I don't mean to rush you, but it's been more than 2 minutes. Jian snapped Roy from his musings, and he quickly shoved the coin into the bag, keeping Ica's staff clutched in his hand. He wasn't sure if they'd need to fight, but if they did, it would be better for her to have access to her weapon. "I hate leaving all this stuff," Roy complained as he ran for the door. "Tell me about it. Had I known there would be so much loot, I would have advised bringing another core, maybe even 2. Roy wholeheartedly agreed, feeling like he was leaving a part of his soul behind in that room. There was so much he hadn't managed to fit into the bag, and in all truth, he wasn't even sure what half the stuff he'd taken was. He really hoped that he hadn't taken all the junk and left the real treasure behind. Now that would be truly painful. Running out into the night air, Roy dashed around the side of the house. The fire was now nothing but embers, and Roy could see movement out of the corner of his periphery as martial artists moved about outside the camp. He still couldn't sense anything, the world glowing red in all directions to his spirit sense. That was fine. So long as he wasn't spotted, they could make it out of here without any issues. "Roy, is that you?" Ica's voice hissed out of the darkness as he approached the pen. The sky was already beginning to lighten in the east, signaling the dawn of a new day. Thankfully, it was still dark enough for them to avoid being seen. "Yeah, it's me," he replied, coming to a stumbling halt outside the fence. Ika visibly relaxed as he climbed over, landing inside. She looked even worse than she had before. Her bruised face had gone a deathly white, and she was shaking all over. But as soon as Fairy crashed into him and began trying to lick his face off, he knew she'd succeeded. "Down! Down, girl!" Roy laughed as he tried to push the massive ferret off. He heard Ika chuckling as well, despite her exhausted state, and together they managed to get the ferret off of him. "My staff!" she exclaimed as soon as he handed it over, cradling it in her arms and practically weeping. It seemed the weapon was more important to her than he'd realized. There was a shout from somewhere in the camp, and Roy froze, thinking they'd been spotted. "Don't worry, we're still safe, but we really should get going," Ika said, looking out over the camp. The two of them quickly clambered onto Fairy's back, Ika too exhausted to make the run herself, and Roy's technique too loud. Fairy, however, didn't seem to mind at all, hopping excitedly up and down as they secured themselves on her back. "All right, we're ready," Roy said, as soon as he felt Ika's arms wrap around his chest. "Now get us out of here, girl!" Roy was nearly thrown backward as the ferret took off. Only by desperately clinging with his knees and digging his fingers into her long fur was he able to retain his seat on her back. As they streaked into the woods, Roy felt an immense relief that this was finally over. The massive amount of tension that had been sitting on him the entire time finally lifted as they were swallowed up by the luminescent forest. Itachi Jones stood at the center of her ruined outpost, her hands curled into fists as she fought to maintain her composure. Someone was going to pay, and pay dearly for what they'd done to her camp. She'd lost 6 buildings, including their mess hall where all their food was kept, as well as the armory. 4 martial artists were killed, and 3 more were severely injured. She'd lost a valuable beast and the intolerable prisoner she'd been planning on killing today. Had these been her only losses, she might not have minded as much. However, the attackers had also seen fit to break into her personal quarters. They'd completely trashed it, stealing vital information about their clan, as well as tens of thousands of kinka worth of valuable weapons, armor, pills, and elixirs, not to mention a big chunk of her personal savings. When Guan found out how badly Joan had failed, she was sure to fall out of favor. A demotion would be the best she could hope for, but execution would be the likely outcome. She'd found a priceless artifact in the hands of the weakling she'd left to die, and had told him all about it. She couldn't make heads or tails of it, but Guan had seemed quite intrigued, excited even. The fact that she'd lost such a valuable scroll on top of all that had happened here would ensure the worst possible outcome. However, not all was lost. One of her scouts had picked up on a trail just a few minutes old. Despite how hard they tried to hide, their attackers would not get away. Not without paying dearly for what they'd done. Joan would still be punished, but at least she'd have the satisfaction of knowing she'd killed the ones responsible as well. Whirling in place, Joan glared down the group of her gathered elites. These were her most trusted fighters, those at the peak of Greenbelt. Of course, she only had 4 of them, but along with the other 15 4th Dan Greens, they would be more than enough to take an enemy down. Her scout couldn't place the power of their attackers. All they knew was that they'd used a mix of fire essence and ki to set off an explosion. "Are you ready?" she asked them, fighting once again to keep her anger in check. The gathered martial artists bowed, and she whirled to face the direction the scout had pointed out. The attackers were only about 15 minutes ahead of them, and if they moved quickly, they should catch up within the hour. "All right, move out." Ika slumped on Fairy's back, clinging tightly to Roy as they barreled through the forest. She wasn't exactly sure where they were headed and could only trust in Roy's judgment. She was honestly shocked that he'd come such a long way since their forced split over a month ago. She could also hardly believe he'd come back for her, despite all the risks it entailed. She knew they weren't out of the clear yet, but there was little she could do about it. She was exhausted to the point of not being able to move. It had taken every drop of her ki to break the chains binding Fairy, and now she was left with nothing. She'd spent the night converting her essence to ki, and she hadn't had time to replenish her core. She now understood why martial artists preferred to use essence over other types of energy, despite its relative weakness in comparison. Her ki would not automatically restore itself when she refilled her core. Rather, she would once again have to refine it down, then pull in more essence and repeat the process. It was no wonder that advancing to blue took so long. One needed to push their cores with ki, not essence, to advance past green belt. It was why so many never got that far. But all this was beside the point. She was sure they would be followed, despite Roy's attempts to hide himself. Fairy was still exuding a fairly noticeable presence, and they would be sure to follow any path they could find. It also wasn't helping that Roy had circled around the camp instead of heading away in a straight line, and he seemed to be searching for something. "Roy, I don't think we're moving fast enough. What are you looking for?" "I stashed a whole bunch of beast cores nearby, and we can't leave them," he replied, much to her surprise. "They're extremely valuable and will help us both immensely." "A few low-level beast cores can't really do much for either of us. We should run, now." "We can't," he snapped back, turning Fairy once again and circling the same spot. "The lowest grade beast core I've hidden is just below blue. We need them." This shocked Aika even more. Where on Buryoku could he have gotten powerful beast cores? He certainly wasn't strong enough to find them himself. Before she could ask him, a warning flashed across her spirit sense. A group of powerful martial artists were approaching, and they would be there any second. "Roy, we really need to—" she began, but the warning came a second too late. Fairy skidded to a halt, and she felt Roy stiffen up as they were suddenly surrounded on all sides by martial artists in blue and gold robes. "Still alive, I see. I was wondering where the powerful fire artist could be, but my scout couldn't pick up their trail. It makes a lot more sense if you used a powerful beast core. I have to commend you. Perhaps you're not so weak as I first assumed." Aika slowly turned in her seat, feeling her heart sink all the way down to her shoes. Itachi Jones stood not 10 feet away, in the center of the circle. She no longer looked cool and composed. Instead, her face was twisted in a rictus of anger and hatred. "And you," she continued, eyes locking onto Aika's. "I see you've somehow managed to escape your punishment." Her face twisted into an ugly grin then, as power began blazing around her. "Not to worry. I'm sure you won't mind if I crush you here instead." 28. Roy leaped from Fairy's back as the martial artists all moved in to attack. He already knew that they had no chance of winning, that once again he found himself in an impossible situation, surrounded by those more powerful than him. It was ridiculous, really. Aika landed beside him, facing the other way. Roy noticed that her knees buckled as soon as she hit the ground. This was not good. She was too exhausted to fight, and he was too weak, and even if she could fight, none of them would stand a chance against such a large force of powerful martial artists. Roy whirled, striking out with his exploding fist and connecting with the blue belt as she reached for Aika's throat. There was a massive explosion, and the woman was hurled back with a cry of surprise. Fairy was beside him in an instant, as one of the other attackers tried to move in, lashing out with her teeth and claws. "Roy, we can't. We have to run," Aika said, trying to get them moving. But he knew it was futile. There were just too many people who wanted them dead for them to be able to make an escape. Even if they all scattered, there would be more than enough of them to capture them with ease. All they could do was fight a pointless battle. "I don't feel like running anymore," Roy said with a half grin, then placed his back to hers, facing his opponents. Fairy growled, moving closer to the two of them and joining their small, outward-facing circle. Roy felt Aika's shoulders slump before her back straightened. "Well, if we're going down, at least we'll take some of them with us, right?" "Right," Roy said, injecting as much false cheer as he could into his voice. They both knew they were about to die, and that the chances of them taking even one of the others down with them was unlikely at best. The martial artist suddenly flashed forward, and Roy tensed up to attack. Then a ringing voice halted them in their tracks. "Stop!" Itachi Joan came stalking out of the forest, her face livid with fury. She was completely unharmed, showing Roy just how effective his attack had been, but that hadn't stopped him from pissing her off.
"Hold them all down," she commanded. "These weaklings cost me everything, so I'm going to shatter their cores, then kill them myself."
Roy tried to fight, but it was pointless. In less than a handful of seconds, he found himself standing upright, his arms pulled painfully behind his back, alongside Ika and Fairy. It had taken 2 of them to subdue her, where it had only taken a single one for both him and Ika. In fact, she was so exhausted that she likely would have collapsed without the support. Joan stalked up and down before them, her fingers twitching and her gaze flicking between the 2 of them. It seemed like she was trying to decide who to kill first. A punch caught Roy in the stomach hard enough to crack bones and force him to double over. Instead, held in the iron grip of the greenbelt, the contents of his stomach were forced up, along with a whole lot of blood. For a moment, through the agony, Roy feared that she had indeed shattered his core. But then he heard Jian in his mind.
"Can you please ask her not to shatter me? I very much want to live."
All Roy could do was cough and gasp as blood ran down his tattered front, his stomach oddly concave. A scream of pain told him Ika had received a similar strike, though she seemed to have taken it better than he.
"You're still alive. Good," Joan said, walking up to him and pinching his chin between her fingers. "I was afraid I might have hit you too hard."
Roy's head rang like a bell, his vision blurring and blacking out momentarily as Joan backhanded him. He knew she hadn't put much power behind the blow, though it was enough to cause a skull fracture and a severe concussion. He knew this because the world immediately began swimming around him, and odd and colorful shapes started floating before his eyes.
"Don't you think you've gone far enough?"
One of her men dared to ask as she slammed a closed fist into Ika's nose.
"Do I sense pity from you, Ross?" Joan hissed as she whirled on the man. "Not at all, Commander. I only have your honor in mind. Is it not your ideal to not kill or attack those weaker than yourself?"
Joan seemed to hesitate for a moment, allowing Roy to somewhat regain his senses, though his head still ached and spun and every breath was agony. Then her features twisted once more, and she turned on them.
"Normally, I would never do such a thing. But these 2 are special. This time, I'll make an exception. I'm sure my ideal won't mind."
Roy groaned as he was struck once again, this time in the liver. The pain was excruciating, and Joan seemed to know just how hard to hit him to ensure he would stay alive. By the time she stopped, he and Ika were covered in bruises, had multiple broken bones, and likely a ruptured organ or 2. The martial artists holding them in place hadn't allowed them to sag or drop, holding them upright so Joan could attack without them being able to defend themselves. Once more, the man named Ross had tried to intervene, but Joan had simply ignored him. Fairy had struggled against her captors, trying to get to Roy and Ika, but though she was strong, she wasn't strong enough. Joan was leaving the ferret to stay there and not doing any damage to her. Apparently, beasts were valuable enough that they wouldn't harm her, though Roy couldn't be sure what they would be using Fairy for once he and Ika were dead.
"All right,"
Joan finally said, taking a step back and eyeing the 2 of them.
"I believe I've beaten these 2 enough for now. I know I said I'd shatter their cores and kill them, but now that I've blown off some steam, I've decided to keep them alive a bit longer. This way I can see to it personally that their lives are a living nightmare until the day I finally decide to kill them."
Roy couldn't say he was surprised. It seemed that those with power always went a bit mad when no one was around to keep them in check. This woman didn't look too much older than Sha Lin, perhaps in her late 20s, and she was clearly unhinged, despite how she'd been acting before, when she managed to keep some semblance of composure.
"Tie them up on long ropes," she ordered her men. "I want them dragged back to camp on their stomachs. Let's make this trip as uncomfortable as possible."
Roy looked over at Ika. Her head hung limp, her face was a mass of bruises, and blood dripped from the tip of her nose. There were several new lacerations showing through her robes, and she was doing her best to lean to the left, likely in an attempt not to aggravate broken ribs. He felt his hands pulled roughly back and ropes being bound around his wrists. There was little he could do in this situation, though he still tried to fight. Essence exploded from his skin, shredding the ropes. The martial artist who'd been trying to bind him let out a cry of surprise as Roy slipped free. He activated his movement technique immediately, launching himself forward and grabbing Aika around the waist. Ignoring her hiss of pain, he threw her over his shoulder, the man holding her so surprised that he lost his grip on her and let go. Then Roy whirled, dashing from the surrounding trees.
"What a futile effort!"
Roy heard, before a hard blow caught him in the side of the head, sending both him and Aika sprawling. He looked up, head spinning, as Joan approached, flanked by her subordinates. "Just for that, I think I'll break your legs before we head back. Can't have you trying to run again, now can we?" Roy wanted to scream, to shout and rage, to tear this woman's head from her body. Why was it always the legs? Joan stepped forward, malicious glee shining in her eyes as she placed a foot on his kneecap. Then, slowly, she began to exert pressure, increasing until Roy began to feel the joint straining. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. This woman was simply too strong for him. It seemed he was once again going to lose the leg.
"I think that's quite enough."
Roy groaned as the pressure increased yet again and the joint flared in pain.
"I said enough!"
The entire forest shook with the sound of that voice, and Roy immediately felt the pressure on his leg lessen, though the pressure was not entirely diminished. What? I recognized that voice, Roy thought, though it couldn't be who he thought it was. Could it? "Oh? And who are you? Not to mention, why are you interfering in Itachi clan business?" Roy heard a loud and very familiar sigh. When he craned his head up, his suspicions were confirmed. Hermit stood in the center of the clearing, his eyes half-lidded, and the ever-bored expression fixed on his face. "No one of importance," Hermit said, gaze fixed on her. "As for why I'm interfering," he shrugged. "I was just passing by and saw something that disgusted me. Naturally, I had to stop it from happening." He sighed once again, seeming to take an inordinate amount of effort to continue talking, more to himself than anyone else. "This is why I left that city. Too much of this garbage. Figures I wouldn't be able to find peace, even out here." His eyes flicked back to Joan, and Roy felt something change. A distinct sense of menace now flowed from the man, a terrifying aura seeming to surround him. "Let them go and leave before I get angry, and I might just let you all live." "What did you say, old man? Do you know who I am?" Joan blustered, her face going red. "You heard me. An honorless oathbreaker like you does not deserve mercy, but I'm sure that your ideal will exact its own toll for betraying it. So what will it be?" Joan glared at the man for a few long moments, then seemed to relax. "I don't know who you think you are, but I don't see a belt around your waist. I have no idea how you've managed to survive out here, but this day will be your last." She grinned, gesturing around to the others with her as though to point out his obvious disadvantage. She gestured a swift downward chop of her hand. There was an explosion of sound as all her subordinates attacked at once, darting in to kill the impudent busybody. Hermit sighed again, then stepped casually to one side, narrowly avoiding the first man, then bent back, avoiding a high kick from a woman. Without straightening, he stepped right, then slowly moved his left arm up, knocking another attack aside. Like this, and with seemingly no movement, Hermit either avoided or deflected every single attack aimed at him. "Roy? Who is that?" Roy turned his head to see Aika, staring through bleary eyes at the man who was surrounded by blurred figures and flashing light as the Greenbelts did their utmost to end him. "He's the reason I survived out here for so long on my own," Roy replied. "Is that why he came to help us? Because he's your friend?" Aika asked, sounding hopeful. Despite himself, Roy let out a snort of laughter, wincing and regretting it a second later. "I wouldn't exactly call him my friend," Roy replied, watching as Joan's face grew redder and redder. "In fact, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have interfered if he hadn't happened to be passing through." Ika gave him a confused look at that, clearly not understanding what he was talking about. "I'll explain later," he said, turning his attention back to the fight. "For now, let's just enjoy the show." "Don't you think we should try and run while he's distracting them?" Ika asked, looking suddenly fearful. "I wouldn't bother," Roy said, waving away her concern. "I've seen him take down purple-level beasts without even laying eyes on them. I doubt anyone here poses any kind of real threat to him." Ika opened her mouth to say something when Hermit finally decided to strike back on his attackers. With a gesture, the woman cloaked in shining white light swinging a punch at his face violently exploded, painting his surroundings in a fine bloody mist. 29. The others, seeing what had happened, immediately halted their attacks, jumping back and taking up defensive positions. After seeing a display of power like that, anyone with half a brain would hesitate to attack a man like that, whether he was wearing a belt or not. "Why did you stop attacking?" Joan demanded, stepping forward, her fists clenched in anger. Did you not see what he just did to Unchi?" one of the men asked, his eyes wide in horror. "Was that her name?" Joan asked callously. "I'm shocked that someone so weak was allowed in my squad. Now, do as I command, and kill that impudent nobody." The others hesitated, unsure of who they should fear more. They didn't have much time to wonder. Vanishing from sight, Joan appeared before the disrespectful man and lashed out with a powerful attack. There was a boom as Ki entered the man's body, shattering his core and sending him flying, his eyes blank and unseeing. "Now, are you going to disobey another direct order?" she yelled, whirling on the others who were staring at her in shock and horror. No one dared hesitate for long, moving to attack Hermit once again. The man himself, however, straightened from his slouch and held up a hand. The approaching martial artists all slammed into an invisible barrier that suddenly sprang up in their path. Roy watched in interest. This was the first time he'd seen a containment technique, though he had a feeling there was a bit more to what Hermit just did than just that. "Truly despicable," Hermit said, genuine anger flashing in his eyes. "To think that someone in my own clan would go so far as to kill one of their kin completely unprovoked, and in such a gruesome and shameful manner. The punishment you deserve for such a heinous act cannot be expressed by mere words alone." "I don't know what nonsense you're spouting, old man. I don't know who you are, but I'm 100% sure that you are not an Itachi. The clan would not suffer a weakling such as you in our ranks." Hermit sighed his usual sigh, then gestured. The invisible wall holding all the martial artists in place suddenly shifted to the side, sweeping them all off their feet and out of the way. He then turned his gaze back on Joan, his black eyes beginning to burn with dark amber light, tinged with red. "I'm ashamed that the standards of the younger generation have slipped so far while I've been gone. It would appear that I have no choice but to go back. For that alone, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But seeing as you only have one life to take, that will have to suffice." Joan growled low in her throat, and her entire body was shrouded in darkness, tendrils of black peeling away from her skin. The ground itself began to tremble from the sheer power contained within that technique, and even the luminescent plants began to lose their light. "What is that?" Roy asked, feeling the crushing weight of Joan's technique pressing down on him. "A full-body Ki technique," Ika said, panting hard as she, too, tried to fight against the crushing power being exuded by the woman. Joan began to laugh, spreading her hands to the sides, mocking the man who stood before her, seemingly defenseless. "I hope you've said your prayers to whatever god you believe in, because you're going to be meeting them very shortly." Hermit stood straighter as the light in his eyes began spreading across his whole body, shrouding his skin in the same dark amber light. A barrier of rainbow-colored light flashed up around the two of them as Joan shot forward, colliding with Hermit in an explosion of power that tore up the ground in all directions, uprooting trees and sending them crashing through the forest. Roy looked to the side, seeing Ika's arms raised, her face a deathly pale as she fought to keep her barrier in place amid the backwash of force coming from Joan's attack. "Wow! Why can't you fight like that?" Joan demanded, as a thick, choking dust filled the clearing, blocking their view of the fight. Roy desperately wanted to see more, but it seemed he would be unable to, with all the debris in the way. He would just have to resolve himself to seeing the result, which he was sure would come out in Hermit's favor. He was just annoyed that he wouldn't be able to witness that psychotic woman dying firsthand. There was nothing he could do, so he simply lay back and began cycling the enormous amount of power essence that was being generated by the fight. At least he would get something out of this. Joan staggered back as soon as her first massive attack hadn't so much as scratched the man. That was fine with her. It wouldn't be nearly as satisfying if he'd died right away. She darted in once more, the darkness key shrouding her body and pumping through her veins, lending her all the aspects of her three-body techniques combined and enhanced many times over. A spike of darkness extended from the end of each fist as she struck, aiming for the man's vitals. He, however, didn't so much as move to block, likely too slow to even keep up with her lightning-fast attacks. Joan felt a sense of glee as over 30 blows landed in the span of only 3 seconds. A new record for her. Each blow was targeted at vital areas such as the temple, neck, heart, and spine. She flashed around the still man, hammering away at him and laughing maniacally the entire time. In her mind, she was already dead, so why not take as many down with her as she could? The Itachi were merciless when it came to failure, and seeing as she'd been in command of the outpost, it would be her head on the chopping block. At this point, Joan was too far gone to even be considered for a more lenient punishment, such as a lashing or assignment to latrine duty in Yanagi City, the home of the main branch of the Itachi clan. That was why she hadn't hesitated to kill one of her fellow clanmates, despite the fact they were supposed to be family. "You ready to die, old man?" she cackled, stepping in front of him and gathering a nimbus of power into her fist, concentrating the technique into a single spot. This one attack would be enough to reduce an entire city block to rubble, so killing a single man would be easy in comparison. Her fist flashed forward and slammed into the man's open palm. There was an explosion of darkness as ki was sent scattering in all directions, the man redirecting her most powerful attack with little effort. Joan's eyes widened in shock as the man let out yet another tired sigh. "Yes, it seems like standards really are slipping these days. In my time, a first Dan Blue belt would have far more power and control than that. But I guess that's the price one pays when living away from society for a few centuries." Joan simply stared, too shocked to even move, as the man lowered his hand and sighed once more. He sounded bored and somewhat disappointed. Who are you?" she asked, taking a faltering step back. "Well, seeing as I am about to kill you, I guess it couldn't hurt to tell you," the man said, his aura suddenly shifting from dark amber to a blazing red gold. Joan was driven to her knees, the breath knocked from her lungs, and the technique she'd been holding crushed beneath the intensity of that power. She stared up, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes and her heart pounding nearly out of her chest. The visceral and primal reaction of fear was so strong that it was hard for her to even think, let alone breathe. Then something shone at the man's waist. A belt colored a dark brown, containing 10 gray slashes at one end, were suddenly tied onto his waist. Something sparked in Joan's memory then, even as she felt her fear redouble. Memories of stories that had been told to her as a child played in her head. A single story stood out the most, a story about one of the clan's founders. The man who had single-handedly destroyed 1,000 clans and carved out an empire for himself along with his 2 brothers. But that was impossible. This couldn't be him. He had died over 500 years ago, killed in the last war between the 7 great clans of Buryoku. Yet here he stood, very obviously not dead. His belt was a dead giveaway if nothing else, though there were a few more stripes on there than the stories had told. Joan watched as the very air seemed to catch on fire, and she felt her body beginning to burn up in the immense heat radiating from this legendary figure. It was no wonder she hadn't been able to sense anything from him. Someone like him would use a form of energy so pure and powerful that her body was breaking apart at its mere presence. "I know you," she gasped. "Finally recognize me, do you?" he asked, still sounding as weary as before. You were the Sage of Ruin, Itachi Hakai." The man shrugged. "Such titles don't really suit me anymore. But yes, I was once that man. What gave it away?" Joan lifted a trembling hand, now blackened, burned, and skeletal, as the last vestiges of life faded from her eyes. He looked down to his waist, as though surprised to see the 10th Dan brown belt tied there. "Oh, it looks like I exerted myself a bit too much and manifested it by accident. Thanks for pointing it out. I wouldn't want anyone else to see." He trailed off then, looking up as his belt faded from view. "Oh, you're already dead." He watched as the woman's body turned to ash, holding its shape for a mere second before it burned away. "You really should contain yourself, you know. You could have killed those children huddled behind that flimsy shield over there." He sighed, containing the power radiating from him, and turned to peer at the odd couple. "But I didn't," he replied. "I can't say the same for the rest of the people, though." Hakai, or Kai, as he liked to think of himself, turned to see that the core had indeed been right. The Itachi clan members he swept to the side had all been burned to a crisp, and were even now turning to ash. "Oh well, it's not as though it was any great loss. Even if they had lived, I would have been honor-bound to destroy them, so I guess it's for the best." "Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that you're slipping in your old age." Kai simply shrugged, completely containing his aura once more, and waving away the dust. "I'm tired of this. I think I'll go take a nap." And with that said, he turned and began heading back to his camp. 30. "Where did everyone go?" Ika asked as the dust finally cleared to reveal a 30-foot swath of bare, upturned earth. "Beats me," Roy replied, forcing himself up into a sitting position. Knowing Hermit, he'd probably just left after killing everyone. He had little patience for people, so he wouldn't stick around to chat once he was finished with his business here. He was a bit surprised to find out that he was a member of the Itachi clan, though. He'd been under the impression that they despised any who were weak and would kill them simply because of that. He'd spent an entire month living near the man. Though the hermit hadn't exactly helped him, he hadn't hindered him either. In fact, it was only thanks to him that he'd been able to regain the use of his martial arts. "Now that was one scary man," Jian said, his voice sounding oddly shaky in Roy's mind. "What do you mean?" Roy asked. He got a questioning look from Ika for that seemingly random question, but when he pointed to his chest, she nodded her understanding. "Didn't you feel it? The power coming off him was absolutely terrifying. It was like standing next to the sun." "No, I couldn't feel anything," Roy replied. "Not even with the new technique you told me about." "Really? How strange. Well, I can't really tell you how strong he is cultivation-wise, but I can tell you this much. Sure as I'm a dungeon core, that man was a sage." "Are you serious? A sage?" "A what?" Ika asked. "It's a term Gion's mentioned before, though he hasn't gotten specific about it. I think it's the title given to someone who's more powerful than a supreme." "Seriously? Are you saying that man is stronger than the leader of the Tande clan?" "Oh, without a doubt," Gion replied scornfully. "That man could squish any red belt like a bug without even trying." Ika's face paled once again when Roy repeated that out loud. Then she flopped onto her back, staring up at the sky above. "We need to follow him," she said. "It won't do us any good," Roy answered. "He doesn't like people. He won't want anything to do with us." "I think it's time you explain exactly how you know this man," Ika said, craning her neck to look at him. "Sure, but I think we should get healed up first, don't you?" Ika opened her mouth to reply, just as Fairy suddenly came bursting out of the woods, the emerald leather bag clutched in her jaws. "How did you manage to get that?" Roy asked, as she dropped the bag into his lap. looking quite pleased with herself. "Never mind that. How did you manage to get away?" Ika asked. "She ran as soon as the others started attacking the scary man. She saw the bag lying on the ground and decided to take it with her." "Well, I guess we owe you once again," Roy said, scratching behind her ears as Ika began digging through the bag. "Wow, you really got a lot of good stuff," she said as she removed the wooden box he'd stolen from Joan's room. "I can't believe you—" Ika trailed off as she opened the box, and the fresh smell of a forest clearing after a light rain filled their senses. "What is that?" he asked, as Ika removed a small bottle containing 4 pills, each shining blue. "These are—" She swallowed hard, her eyes flicking to Roy in awe. "These are stockpiling pills." "And?" Roy asked, as she removed the cap and dropped one onto her palm. "And?" she exclaimed, seeming surprised that Roy didn't know what they were. He shrugged, not really knowing what all the fuss was about. "Roy, a single one of these pills can help you move up an entire dawn in less than an hour." That got his full attention, and Roy looked at the pills in a whole new light. "Don't go getting any ideas," Ika said, dropping the pill back into the bottle and sealing it closed. "They won't be any good to either of us until we reach Blue Belt, which is a good thing. It wouldn't do to go about wasting them before that, anyway." Roy felt his shoulders sag a bit when he heard that, but he did feel somewhat excited. If he somehow made it to Blue Belt, he'd be able to advance 2 entire dawns, saving him what would likely be months, if not years, of work. "Here," Ika said, handing him a small green pill after digging around for a few moments more. "This is a low-grade restoration pill. It's far more potent than the mending pills I got and will not only restore your body but your essence as well. It will take a few hours, though, so best make yourself comfortable before you take it." Roy immediately popped the pill into his mouth, swallowing painfully before beginning to cycle. His body was completely trashed. He doubted he could find a comfortable position, even if he tried. It was mid-afternoon by the time Roy felt well enough to move again. Ika still sat next to him, her eyes closed and hands on her knees as she cycled the pill. She had been hurt far worse than he had, so this wasn't a surprise. Not wanting to bother her, Roy silently rose and dug through the bag for a few moments before emerging with one of the sets of robes he'd stolen. His were little better than rags at this point and needed desperately to be replaced. He was also aware of how filthy he was and needed to wash off before donning a new set of clothing. Fairy, who'd been resting nearby, rose when he started walking into the woods. He debated asking her to stay put, but in the end, decided he could use the company. This section of the forest was familiar to him. In fact, he was pretty sure the beast cores he'd buried would be somewhere around here. He decided that a bath was in order before anything else. It wasn't long before he found the small stream that connected with hermits just a few miles north and removed his filthy clothing. Strangely enough, Fairy stopped at the tree line and turned her back on him while he bathed. "She's getting smarter, you know," Jian said when Roy inquired about her behavior. "In case you haven't realized, she's already a 2nd Dawn Orange and nearly halfway to 3rd. "How is she advancing so quickly?" he asked, rubbing the combination of blood, sweat, and dirt from his body. "Beats me. She refuses to tell me anything. Just says that she does it because she has to." "What does that even mean?" Jian did his equivalent of a shrug, bobbing up and down in Roy's mind. When Roy finished washing up and dressed once more in the clean and fresh robes, he and Fairy headed back into the forest. It didn't take him long to find his hiding spot, and he had Fairy dig up the beast cores. He then spent the next 20 minutes tying them to her, shifting around the weight so it would distribute evenly. He noticed her eyeing the beast cores and the lack of any containing darkness essence. "Sorry, girl," he said, scratching under her chin. "I couldn't find any." She butted him in the chest, letting out a low growl, then licked at his hand as he continued scratching. "You know, she better learn how to talk soon. I'm getting sick and tired of having to translate for her." Fairy let out another low growl at that, this one sounding far more menacing than the previous. "Fine," Jian groaned, stretching out the word. "She says that it's all right. She's just glad you survived. Also, you can make it up to her by trading for a few darkness cores when we reach a settlement." Roy laughed at that, scratching just a bit harder under her chin. All right, you've got yourself a deal. Now come on, I think it's about time we get back to Aika. I was wondering where the two of you had gone, Aika said as they returned to the clearing. Her face lit up when she saw the cores on Fairy's back. Are all those light cores for me? In truth, Roy had been hoping to sell them, but seeing the look of excitement on her face was enough to convince him to allow her to have them. He could afford to be a little generous after all. Yeah, he replied, eyeing her torn and tattered robes. Though her physical appearance seemed to have mostly improved, the same could not be said of her clothing. In all honesty, he could feel himself beginning to grow embarrassed at the amount of skin showing through the many rips and tears. Clearing his throat, Roy casually turned his back and began digging through their bag once more, retrieving a pair of Itachi robes. Here, he said, holding them out behind him and pretending to search for something else. There's a stream about a mile to the east. You can wash up and change into something less torn up. Oh, yes, thank you, Aika replied. Roy wasn't sure whether he imagined it or not, but Aika's voice seemed just a pitch higher than it normally was. Not that he could blame her. They'd been in dire straits up until now, and now that their lives weren't in immediate danger, she seemed to realize the state of her clothes. The robes were stanched from him, followed by a flash of light and a rush of wind. Roy breathed a sigh of relief, allowing his shoulders to relax. Slumping to the ground, with his back pressed against Fairy's side, Roy decided to take the time to organize the bag and see if he could identify any of the objects within. Before he could get started, he felt a small tickling at the back of his mind. Then a voice whispered, "Roy?" "Did you say something, Gian?" Roy asked distractedly as he began laying out all of the items within. "No, you would have heard me if I said something," Gian replied testily. "Did you take a blow to the head or something?" "Yes, several," Roy retorted, feeling quite good at getting the upper hand for once. That feeling was short-lived, however, crushed by Gian's response. "Well then, that would explain why you're hearing things that aren't there." 31. It took him about 10 minutes to get all the items laid out neatly before him, in which time he tried to plan out their next moves. From what Hermit had said back when they'd first met, Roy had to assume that there was a city somewhere nearby. The best course of action, it seemed, would be to find this city. There were several problems with that, though. Firstly, they had no idea in which direction to go. All they knew was not to go west, back toward the crater. The second problem, and the one that was the most worrisome, were the beasts. They tended to stay away from this part of the forest due to Hermit's presence, but once they got further from his hunting grounds, they would no longer be so safe. In the end, he decided to simply wait for Aika to return, though he knew it might take an hour or so. He'd learned that she liked to take her time when washing up from their time training in Tonde Basin and knew what to expect. Right now, however, he focused on the array of goodies laid out before him. He'd separated the piles into several categories: clothing, pills, and elixirs, weapons, armor, and miscellaneous items. He didn't recognize 3/4 of the things that were in front of him, but he was sure Gian would be able to fill in at least some of the gaps in his knowledge. The first things he decided to check out were the pills and elixirs, of which there were several types. There were 5 bottles containing pills and 2 slots in the small wooden box, each containing a single pill. There were just 2 elixirs, as they were far rarer than the most common pills. "Those are water purification pills," Gian said as Roy lifted the first bottle, which smelled strongly of the sea. "You mean like pills that help water cultivators?" Roy asked. "No. They're pills that will allow you to drink any water, including seawater, without getting sick." "Oh," Roy replied, suddenly a lot less enthusiastic. What about these?" "Food purification pills. You can eat food that's gone bad without becoming sick." Roy sighed, stashing the 2 largest bottles back in the bag. So much for that, he thought bitterly. The other 3 bottles turned out to be far more exciting. He already knew what one of them was thanks to Aika, so he stashed that one away. That left him with a small bottle of yellowish pills, which he found out helped increase the flow of essence while cultivating. There was also a bottle of green-blue pills, which helped increase the potency of techniques over a period of time, and then the 2 single pills. "What does this do?" Roy asked, holding up one of the pills, a large mud brown, which smelled earthy and fresh. "This pill is for earth cultivators and can help with the creation of ki from essence. The process of creating your ki for the first time can be quite taxing, especially if you don't know what you're doing. This pill takes care of most of the work for you." "And this one?" Roy asked excitedly, holding up the last pill. This was by far the most eye-catching, as it shone with a multitude of colors and gave off a confusing array of scents. "No idea," Jian replied, immediately bursting Roy's bubble. Sighing, he set the pill back into the case. Perhaps Aika might know what it was. He would have to ask when she returned. Next, he removed the 2 elixirs, neither of which Jian could identify. Not that he was surprised. The few pieces of armor, which were mostly made of steel mesh, were easily recognizable, though Jian did surprise him about a particular piece of armor that was meant to fit over his arm. "It's called an enhancement sleeve, and I've only seen it once before. It can increase the power of a technique if channeled through the arm over which it is donned. The downside, however, is that it almost doubles the cost of the technique in question." "By how much does it increase the effect, though?" Roy asked curiously, fingering the fine steel mesh in appreciation. "I'd say you probably get about a 30% increase." Roy thought on that as he packed the armor away, leaving a shirt out for himself. Aika wouldn't need one, as her body was way tougher than any armor was, and only something made of forged ki would be better. At first glance, the trade-off seemed to be bad. Paying double the essence for only a 30% increase wouldn't appeal to most people, but Roy knew better. In a fight, even the smallest increase in power could help tip the scales in his favor. For example, if he were fighting a first dan orange belt, he only had a slim chance at success. However, if he suddenly attacked with 30% more power, he may very well come out the victor. In the end, he decided that Aika would benefit from this far more than he would. She was stronger, and it would give them a better chance at survival if she were the one to use it. The weapons were pretty average, though he didn't pay them much attention. He already had a weapon, the small coin given to him by Azure when he defeated the golem in the Trial of Beginnings. He doubted any weapon here could even come close to it, especially seeing as the coin could make any weapon he could imagine. Add that to the fact that it would be made of forged essence and weigh practically nothing, and he had a veritable treasure on his hands. The last stack of items contained mostly scrolls, a few techniques he couldn't use, and the bag of coins containing over 300 ginka and 82 kinka. The small hexagonal silver coins took up most of the bag, but the scattering of the larger gold ones made him glad he'd risked staying a little extra. And of course, he couldn't forget the treasure trove of beast cores currently sitting on the ground next to him. Not counting the 2 he would use and the 7 he would be giving Aika, that left him with just over 70 cores. He would have to trade for some darkness cores for Fairy, and a few more power cores for himself, but in the end, they should come away from this with several thousand kinka. That would be enough to buy themselves a small palace if they so chose, along with servants, fine clothes, and exotic food and tea to last a lifetime. But Roy had a feeling they'd be spending it on ways to make themselves stronger, rather than trying to live in the lap of luxury. Packing away the remaining items, but leaving the mystery pill and elixirs out for when Aika returned, Roy opened his cultivation scroll. The ancient scroll unrolled easily, despite what one might think, revealing the intricate forms needed to apply his cultivation technique. He couldn't find a name for it thus far, so he'd been calling it the power technique in his mind. As soon as he looked at the parchment, something seemed to shimmer. Then, to Roy's astonishment, lines began shifting across the paper, moving into a slightly different pattern. Then more lines appeared, showing different directions. The small image of a human outline was joined by another, this one surrounded by even more lines. The difference between the 2 was immediately noticeable. "Jian, do you have any idea what's going on?" Roy asked, staring in utter shock as the lines stopped moving, settling into their new positions. The ink then faded to match the rest, and had he not seen it moving just a second ago, he would have believed this parchment to have been unchanged for thousands of years. I did notice some strange energy running through the parchment earlier, but I couldn't quite place it. But you did discover an improved cultivation technique the last time you looked, correct?" "Yeah," Roy replied, scanning over the obviously improved technique. but I only looked once I discovered a better way to see if I'd missed anything. And when you checked, you discovered you had, correct? Roy nodded, looking over to the second figure, which was standing instead of sitting. This indicated a standing cultivation technique, and one that would allow him to cycle even when on the move. How many times did you check that scroll as a white belt? Jian asked, continuing his thought. I don't know, at least a dozen, if not more, Roy said thoughtfully. And how many once you advanced to yellow? Just twice. The first was after discovering the technique, and then again just to make sure I hadn't missed anything. And yet when you checked it just now, the entire scroll shifted. What exactly are you trying to say? Roy asked, his brows furrowing. Can't you figure it out yourself? Jian asked, suddenly sounding very smug. Obviously not, Roy replied. Why else would I be asking you? Well, since you obviously can't figure anything out without me, I'll be happy to oblige. This scroll is very obviously a scaling technique. That means that every time you advance to a higher belt, a new and improved technique will become available to you. Are you serious? Roy asked, now looking at the scroll in a very new light. Before, when he'd believed it was simply a potent cultivation technique, it had been valuable. But if what Jian said was true, this scroll would be priceless. Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'd just make something like this up? Clearly, the technique will improve every time you advance. It won't work within your current advancement level, but it will improve once you advance to green. Will this work for other people or just for me? Roy wondered. After all, that blue belt took it and must have studied it, so did she see a different technique? If I guess correctly, then it will only work for those using the Path of Power. For anyone else, it will just be the first and basic technique you received at White Belt. If, for example, a green-level power cultivator looks at it, they will see the improved technique. But if you take it back, all you will see is what is available to you at Orange. Well, that wasn't much of a loss for him. Roy wasn't planning on showing this scroll to any power cultivator more powerful than him in an attempt to cheat. He wasn't stupid enough to think that he would be allowed to keep an item this valuable if he did, especially if the other martial artists figured out what it was. In the meantime, Roy had an improved technique to master. When Ika finally returned nearly an hour and a half later, Roy had made significant progress toward his first dan. Cycling through his improved technique was nearly twice as efficient, allowing him to pull vastly more essence from the beast core and into himself. Add to that the fact that his capacity had increased with his advancement, and he was working nearly 3 times as fast as he had at third dan yellow. Of course, a higher cultivation level meant that more essence was needed to advance, and each subsequent dan would demand ever more. But that was just how it was. And with his newer technique, he could advance nearly twice as fast, saving him weeks of effort. "What have you been up to?" Ika asked, flopping down next to him with a sigh. Her cheeks were slightly rosy, her hair still a bit damp, and all traces of the battle were wiped from existence. Her core was brimming with essence, and her wounds were completely healed. The only thing she hadn't recovered was her ki, which she would have to create by converting essence. Though with several of the light beast cores he'd gathered that already contained ki, she could save herself a lot of time. That was why higher-level cores were worth so much more than the lower ones. Since ki demanded so much time and effort to produce, a ready source would go for nearly 10 times as much as a purely essence core. Just going through the stuff I managed to grab. There were a few items I thought you might want, as well as some items I couldn't identify. Ika marveled at the items now that she wasn't half dead. She was impressed by the enhancement sleeve and agreed that it would suit her better. She wasn't, however, able to identify either one of the elixirs, though she did recognize the rainbow-colored pill. "This," she said, holding up the pill to eye level, "is what's known as the Path Pill. It's extremely rare and exceedingly difficult to make. But, to put it plainly, this pill will pave the path for any martial artist when they begin branching off. This pill will make it so that the first attempt that is made to use a branching path is successful, 100% of the time." "Is that good?" Roy asked, noting Ika's barely suppressed glee. "Is it good?" Roy, branching off one's main path for the first time is insanely hard. It can take years to successfully branch off even a little. Something like this can help me get access to heat, for instance, a branching path of light essence, by tomorrow, instead of when I'm in my late 20s.
Oh, was all he could say.
Seeing as she was still a teenager, he could definitely see the appeal of this pill and how valuable it truly was. There was still the question of who would get the pill. There was only one, and it seemed to him that she was under the impression that she would be the one to use it. There was a long moment of silence as Ika seemed to realize what she'd just said. The two of them shared a look, the air suddenly seeming tense with anticipation. If Ika truly wanted the pill, there was little he or Fairy could do to stop her. She was a green belt, after all, and had strength that neither of them could hope to match. In the end, Ika lowered the pill, dropping it back into the box and snapping the lid shut. "Enough of that," she said, forcing a smile onto her face, attempting to alleviate some of the tension. "We need to plan on what our next move is going to be." Roy stopped himself from breathing a sigh of relief and returned the smiling kind.
"I've been thinking about that, but I haven't been able to come up with anything on my own. Do you have any ideas?"
"Yep," she replied, her grin becoming genuine. "We need to follow that man and ask him to teach us."
32.
"You want us to what?"
Roy asked, not sure if he'd heard her correctly. "Follow that man and ask him to become our teacher," she replied, seeming very sure of herself. "I don't think I've ever met someone as strong as that, so I'm sure he can teach us a ton."
"Yeah, just one problem with that," he replied. "Did you forget that he has 0 interest?"
"From what you told me, he taught you how to regain the use of your essence after you lost it, right?" Roy had filled her in on what had happened while they'd been cycling earlier. The two of them had taken a few short breaks in between cycling the pills to restore their bodies, the process being too taxing to keep going for long. In that time, he told her everything that had happened to him, and she had recounted what happened to her in return. It seemed that as hard as it had been on him, she'd had it far worse, being tortured on a daily basis and finally having to face execution.
"Yeah, but he only taught me to get me to leave,"
Roy retorted. "Then we will just have to keep bugging him until he agrees to teach us, so we'll leave him alone," Ika replied.
"Somehow I don't think that's going to work,"
Roy replied, rubbing at his temples. "Oh, come on," Ika said, somehow back to her usually excitable self, despite all that had happened. "Don't be such a grouch! You'll never know if you don't try." Roy sighed once again as she shot to her feet, dragging him up with her. Seeing as she was monstrously strong, he didn't even bother resisting. Fairy, who'd been dozing off, now perked up as the two of them rose, looking around eagerly.
"Fine," Roy replied, "but we'll have to move quickly if we want to catch him before he leaves for the night."
It was already nearing sunset, their entire day having been wasted on recovery and lounging about. Not that they could really have done anything without first recovering from the gruesome wounds inflicted by Joan. Ika beamed at him, then set about helping him tie all the beast cores onto Fairy's back. They decided to walk. Now that they weren't running for their lives, they didn't want to bog Fairy down with too much weight. Roy guided the two of them down the familiar trail, the luminescent plants growing ever brighter as the sunlight faded. It was nearing nightfall by the time they arrived at Hermit's camp, the sky fading from a deep red to a faint purple on the horizon. It seemed that they made it just in time, as Hermit was kicking dirt over his fire, readying himself for the night of hunting instead.
"I thought you said you were going to leave me alone,"
he said, not even bothering to look up from what he was doing. Contrary to what he'd expected, Roy found that the man didn't sound angry, merely resigned.
"Yes, well, about that,"
Roy began, before he was cut off by Ika. "Hi, I'm Tande Ika," she said brightly. "First of all, I want to thank you for saving our lives back there."
"There's no need. I was simply passing by,"
Hermit said, finally turning to look at them. "Be that as it may, you still saved us," Ika continued, not at all fazed by the man's bluntness. "So, bearing that in mind, We would like for you to become our teacher."
"No," he said, flatly refusing, just as Roy had expected.
"Oh, come on, don't be like that," Ika coerced. "You can't be happy living out here all alone all the time."
"I am. Go away."
"You can't really mean that. Someone of your obvious power and skill can't be content to simply walk around killing beasts all day and night."
"I am. Go away."
"But you don't actually keep anything from the beasts, do you?"
Ika continued, seemingly unfazed by Hermit's refusal.
"That means you have to be looking for something. Am I right?"
Hermit let out a long sigh, then turned to leave the camp.
"Don't you worry about a thing," Ika called after him. "We'll have a meal ready and waiting when you return."
Another sigh was their only response before the man vanished into the woods. Ika turned to Roy then, her bright smile not diminished in the slightest.
"That went quite well, don't you agree?"
Roy had no idea what Ika's definition of quite well was, but he was pretty sure the man's continued insistence they leave was definitely anything but that. He didn't say anything, knowing it would take far more than Hermit's blunt refusal to dissuade or blunt her seemingly eternal optimism. Ika went about the camp, helping herself to the man's food and water. Roy could feel his stomach practically eating itself by this point, so after only a moment's hesitation, he joined her. After that, with his stomach full, Roy immediately passed out, the exhaustion of the last 24 hours finally taking their toll. True to her word, Ika had food prepared when Hermit returned near dawn. She'd woken Roy from his deep slumber about an hour before, so he would be fresh when greeting their new master.
"It wouldn't do to make a bad impression,"
she said, as she bustled around the camp getting breakfast ready. Roy had already known the man for quite some time, and he knew that even being here would make a bad impression. The man clearly wanted to be left alone. Why else would he be living out here in one of the least hospitable places he'd ever seen? No one under Purple Belt would even have a chance surviving out here on their own, and the only reason he'd made it was essentially by being a scavenger. Hermit walked into the camp just as the sun was rising. The only difference between now and when he left were the few strips of bloody meat that were now hanging over one shoulder. "I thought I told you to leave," he said wearily, as Ika practically bounced up to him, holding out a flat piece of bark with several strips of cooked meat on it.
"And I said I'd be here with a meal when you returned,"
she beamed.
"And I am a martial artist of my word."
Hermit ignored the proffered food, instead walking around her and heading to the fire, which she'd kept burning. He spitted a few pieces of the meat on his shoulder after washing them in the stream, then stuck them to cook over the fire.
"Aw, aren't you even going to try it?"
Ika pouted.
"After all, I got up early and made it just for you."
"No. Now for the last time, go away. I'm not interested in being your teacher." But Ika was persistent, to the point where Roy had to wonder if he would have the same patience as Hermit if he had someone like her bugging him. "You would probably lose it in under an hour," Gion snickered, watching Ika hounding the poor man. "Probably," he muttered, helping himself to the meat that Hermit had refused. He wasn't about to let a meal go to waste. He'd learned that lesson in his time living out here. "She does have a point, though," he continued. "Without Hermit's help, we won't get far out here. We might even be forced to return to the crater, and that's something I'd very much like to avoid." Hermit entered his small hut, and Ika finally left him alone, walking back toward Roy and smiling happily to herself.
"I think I'm making good progress with him. Now, how about we get in some training until he wakes up?"
Roy wasn't opposed to that. Aside from training his Unaru Kuma, he now had a once again improved cycling technique to use. He also wanted to practice his terrain technique, which was, as of now, without a name. He'd tried to come up with one several times, but had yet to find anything that fit. Over the next couple of hours, he sparred with Ika in the Unaru Kuma. He was finally able to pull off the more complicated maneuvers due to the fact he could use a movement technique, though he never managed to land so much as a single blow on her. Even when he mixed in his exploding fist or void sphere, he couldn't so much as scratch her. At a certain point,
He began to grow aggravated with her smooth, flowing movements. She seemed to be able to avoid every single one of his strikes. She would either dodge or slap it aside, and though she was careful not to injure him, it still smarted. Finally, growing annoyed, Roy tried to use his terrain technique on her in an attempt to catch her by surprise. Enough power essence had been generated by their fight for him to do so. When they disengaged, Roy lashed out, swiping his arm downward and forcing the essence around him to obey his command. The line of golden essence struck Aika in the chest, then the series of explosions sounded as several small balls of essence compressed and expanded rapidly. "When did you learn to do that?" Roy jumped, feeling his heart in his throat as Aika's voice sounded from behind him. He whirled, pulling essence into his fists, but she merely slapped it aside, then pinned him to the ground with her containment technique. 4 half circles made of essence caught his wrists and ankles, digging into the ground and leaving him effectively immobile. Roy struggled for just a few seconds, anger and frustration at being so helpless warring against the rational part of his mind that told him this was merely training. Finally, after taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Roy looked up. Aika was still staring at him curiously, not seeming annoyed in the slightest that he just tried to blow her up. "Probably because she knew you couldn't hurt her even if you tried," Jian said, as though reading his mind. "I figured it out during my test," Roy grudgingly answered. "Really?" she asked, looking quite impressed. "You figured out that putting yourself in dangerous situations would help you, where regular training would not. Smart!" "More like desperation," Jian snorted, immediately crushing any false pride Roy may have been feeling. "What did you end up calling it?" she asked, flopping to the ground next to him and releasing her technique. "Nothing," he admitted, sitting up and rubbing at his sore wrists and ankles. Aika had not been gentle when pinning him down, and his joints were feeling it. "Really? You haven't come up with a name yet?" "I've tried a few, but nothing really felt right." Aika said, a thoughtful expression on her face. "It's an interesting technique, very different from that old geezer's, that's for sure." "What does his technique do?" Roy asked. "Oh, it just blows up a big area," Aika said, waving dismissively. "But yours is far more interesting. It seems to be a series of smaller explosions set along the line you trace in the air. Does it have to be a line, or can you warp the shape to suit your needs?" "I don't know," Roy answered. In all truth, he hadn't even considered anything else. In his defense, he hadn't had much time to experiment so far. "Well, there's no time like the present," Aika said, getting to her feet. "Let's see what you can do." 33. 3 hours later, Roy collapsed onto his back, completely spent. Aika had had him repeat the technique over and over again, and when the power essence in the air began to dissipate, she would beat him until more formed. In his time under Aika's tutelage, Roy learned one very important lesson. She was an absolutely merciless instructor. He thought Irusaru was bad, making him run miles upon miles without enhancing himself with essence, making him spar with Aika, and working him until he dropped from exhaustion at the end of the day. And while he trained with Aika alone a few times, he'd never actually been instructed by her. Roy came to regret that decision. She first had him try to use the technique in a variety of circumstances, most of which involved him getting beaten up. Then, she'd made him do it repeatedly, trying to see how many times he could do it before faltering. After that, she'd begun to experiment, seeing if he could set the series of explosions in something other than a straight line. She had him try and make it do a wave, a circle, square, diamond, hexagon, and swirl. Each time he succeeded, she made him do it another 10 times before moving on to the next. Then, while he was practicing one, she would randomly make him switch without warning and whack him with a switch every time he messed up. It was understandable that he didn't much feel like getting up when Aika announced that she would be making lunch. "Wow, she really worked you over good, didn't she?" Jian asked as he lay there, staring up at the sky and groaning softly to himself. "Shut up," he said, having no patience for the dungeon's comments. She seems to have damaged your brain when she whacked you over the head.
You seem to be acting rudely towards me when you're normally so respectful."
Roy didn't dignify that with a response, though he did wince as the egg-sized lump on his head throbbed at the reminder. He'd caught that one when he tried to avoid an attack by ducking. Apparently she'd been aiming for his ribs, but his movement had assured the injury would be far worse.
"Why are you still here?"
Roy heard Hermit's tired voice from across the clearing. "We wouldn't dream of leaving our teacher," Ika's bubbly reply came a moment later. Groaning, Roy forced himself into a semi-upright position and watched the familiar scene playing out. Ika was bugging the living hell out of the man, and Hermit was continuously telling her to go away and leave him alone. You had to wonder how long this would keep going on, and who would crack first. As it turned out, it was Hermit. After nearly a week of her bugging him, the man had finally had enough.
"Fine,"
he snapped, cutting another one of her overly cheerful attempts at conversation.
"I'll take the two of you on—"
"Really? Wow, how truly generous of you! I knew you would eventually." Ika cut him off, but Hermit was having none of it this time.
"If," he continued, talking over her, "you do something for me."
Ika shut her mouth, seemingly surprised by that. "What could we possibly do for you that you can't do for yourself?" she wondered aloud.
"That," he said, "is none of your business. Let's just say that I can't do it for personal reasons and leave it at that. Now, are you prepared to do this or not?"
"Depends on what it is we're doing," Ika immediately replied.
"Fetching an item from a nearby dungeon." "A dungeon dive?" Roy asked, surprised. He hadn't been aware of any nearby dungeons. In fact, Jian had the ability to sense them and would have mentioned it if he'd felt one in the vicinity. Even though Roy hadn't been able to hear him when he'd been here previously, they had been here for an entire week already, which should have given him ample time to inform him of any. "Yes," Hermit replied. "There is a dungeon some 100 miles to the east of here. There is an item that is guarded by the dungeon's guardian that I would very much like to have. If you can retrieve it for me, I will agree to become your teacher."
"How are we supposed to safely reach this dungeon? And for that matter, can the two of us even retrieve the item you want?" Ika shot back, her gaze calculating. The man sighed as though he'd been hoping they would just accept and leave him alone.
"I will escort you there myself. And to answer your other question, yes, you can survive."
"All right, we'll do it," Ika said, before Roy could even voice his opinion on what a truly terrible idea this was. "And when we retrieve the item, you will agree to be our teacher for the course of 5 years." Hermit growled under his breath. Apparently he'd been hoping they wouldn't specify any set time. This would mean that he could teach them for an hour, then say he'd fulfilled his end of the bargain. But with Ika setting specific terms, he wouldn't be able to wiggle free.
3 months, Hermit countered. "There's no way that single item is worth so much of my time."
"Oh, really?" Ika shot back. "An item that you want but can't retrieve on your own isn't worth 5 years?"
"No."
"Fine. Then make it 4.5.
"I won't do more than 4 months."
Roy settled back, knowing this would likely take a while. Ika seemed to really be enjoying herself, while Hermit seemed to be growing annoyed with his apparent lack of ability to get her to back off. That was fine with him. Any time Ika used to haggle was time that she wasn't beating him black and blue. In the end, they settled on 1.5 years. In that time, Hermit would teach them what he knew of the martial arts and do his best to see them grow. In return, they must fetch something called the boar fruit from the end of the dungeon. When Ika tried to press for answers again, Hermit simply ignored her.
"We'd best be on our way anyway," he said, rubbing at his eyes. "It's a long journey, and I'd like to get this over with."
"Someone seems excited to be coming," Ika said with a grin.
"No, not excited. The sooner you fail this dungeon, the sooner you'll leave me alone, that's all."
Ika opened her mouth to say something else, but Hermit simply turned his back on her and began shuffling through the forest. She shared a look with Roy, who shrugged, then began following him. There was only one way forward, and following the man was the way to do it. He didn't know how long it would take to reach this dungeon at the speed they were going, but he sincerely hoped it wouldn't be too long. He was eager to get this over with as well.
"This is it,"
Roy said tiredly, looking up at the towering cliff rising up in the distance. They'd been traveling for 4 days, hardly stopping at all for food or rest. Hermit seemed eager to get there as quickly as possible, and seemed to forget that Roy and even Ika were still human. Apparently he wasn't. Hermit looked exactly the same as he had before they'd set out, while Roy shuffled along, his shoulders slumped and his eyelids drooping. Fairy was much better off, seeing as she didn't require sleep, though Ika seemed to be feeling the effects of the prolonged travel as well. Though she wasn't nearly as bad off as he was, her eyes were still bloodshot, and she looked in desperate need of a good night's sleep. Jian had pointed out the dungeon as soon as they'd come within range. Apparently it was set halfway up the cliffside, hidden behind so much vegetation that its entrance had been concealed for what was likely to be centuries. Yes. Up ahead you will find the entrance to the dungeon. I will remain here while the two of you forge on ahead. No creatures will come near while I am around, so you need not worry about being attacked, Hermit said, slumping against a tree and closing his eyes. Roy and Ika shared a look. Then they collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Sure, we'll get right on that, Roy said, just as soon as we get some sleep. Hermit grumbled something under his breath, but Roy wasn't listening. He was already fast asleep. Roy awoke to someone lightly shaking his shoulder. Come on, we've got a long day ahead of us, and we should really get going. He groaned, trying feebly to push Ika's shaking hand away. But it was futile, as the shaking only grew more insistent. When he felt like his brain might become dislodged due to the force, he finally had to admit defeat and open his eyes. The forest around him glowed in a multitude of colors, and the sliver of sky visible through the trees was dark purple. It's barely dawn, he grumbled as he sat up, rubbing at his eyes. Exactly, Ika said, sounding way too chipper for this time of day. Dawn is the best time to begin any day. He glared at her, even as she handed him a leather water bottle. I have to wonder if it's a greenbelt thing, or if you're just a freak of nature, he muttered. No, it's definitely the latter, Jian helpfully supplied, as Ika busied herself tending breakfast. Figures, he muttered, slowly getting to his feet and wincing at his sore muscles. He spent the next few minutes painfully stretching, very much regretting not doing so before he went to sleep. This had given his muscles the opportunity to seize up, resulting in the discomfort he felt now. Come on, food's almost ready, Ika called over her shoulder. Fairy came slinking into their makeshift camp then, her nose twitching at the scent of the meat, which Roy found surprising. He hadn't been aware that beasts ate meat. They killed people, but that was simply to get their essence and nothing more. It also seemed to him that she was a bit sulky. He figured it was likely because she wasn't going to be allowed into the dungeon with them. As the previous guardian of Jian's dungeon, the dungeon they were about to enter would view her as a threat and send everything it had at her. And in an unknown dungeon with an unknown threat level, it was too great a risk to take. Where's Hermit? Roy asked as he approached the fire. No idea, Ika replied, handing him a steaming piece of meat. But I'm sure he's somewhere around here. Now eat up. We really need to get going. Roy sighed, accepting the flat piece of bark and going to sit by a nearby tree. In all truth, he was growing sick of eating beast meat. Despite their variety, they all seemed to taste the exact same. Had they not offered the bonuses that they did, such as increased essence flow and better overall fitness, he might not have eaten it at all. You're not fooling anyone by thinking like that, Jian said. Eat that food because it keeps your squishy body from dying. Roy's lips turned down, and he cut off the connection. It seemed that he'd allowed his thoughts to bleed through. He was getting sloppy, and if he wanted to keep his thoughts separate from the alien entity living in his body, he would have to be more careful. It didn't take him long to finish his breakfast, after which he pulled the sleeveless mail vest over his head. It was light and wouldn't impact his overall movement. He really hoped it would give him some meager protection in the dungeon. Ika beamed at him as he tied his belt off and nodded with his head to the nearby forest. In the distance, perhaps a mile away, the towering cliffs rose out of the wilderness. Yeah, he muttered, as she fell into step beside him, humming under her breath. It seemed that Jian had been quite right. Ika was completely nuts.
Why did you send them there when you were perfectly capable of going yourself?
Kai sighed, wishing the Corps would just mind its own business.
You know you can't ignore me.
He continued, ignoring the Corps, watching the two children weaving their way through the forest toward the dungeon.
If you keep ignoring me, I'm going to start singing, the Corps threatened.
Fine, Kai finally relented. If there was anything worse than the insufferable nattering, it was the singing. Once, when he'd been a bit younger, he'd decided to put the Corps to the test. He'd called its bluff, and the Corps had indeed begun singing. After 4 days of its off-tune warbling, he'd finally given in and done as it had asked. Now when he threatened to sing, Kai immediately caved, not wishing to repeat that horrible experience. I'm going to have to go back, as you all know. My ideal demands it, now that I've seen how far the clan has fallen. I've been away for a very long time, and it would be nice to have someone there to take care of everything I don't want to do.
So you agreed to teach them so they would do everything while you lazed around?
I wish, he said with a snort. Those two wouldn't last 10 minutes in the Empire without me, and you know it.
That still doesn't answer the question. You found that dungeon 300 years ago. The item you've been searching for has been there the whole time, yet you still insisted on going out and hunting beasts for it. I already told you what the chances were for finding it in one of their cores, and you never did.
What are you saying?
I'm not saying anything, just asking why you're sending them in there, when you could have gone at any time.
I have my reasons.
Don't give me that. We've been together for far too long for you to be playing these games with me. Now give me a straight answer or else.
Kai craned his neck up, his gaze easily piercing the foliage to gaze upon the dungeon entrance. The rainbow-colored portal swirled and twisted, inviting him into another world, one where he could find the item he'd been seeking for so long. There was a simple answer to the Corps' question. I didn't go because I didn't want to, he answered with a sigh. Getting it would mean moving on, and you know well what that would mean for the both of us. I wanted things to stay as they were, if only for the time being.
So why send them now?
They will need to grow stronger before entering the Empire, and I wish to enjoy what little time I have remaining here on my own. If they succeed, and I do not doubt that they will, I'll have to set out immediately, instead of dragging my feet.
But why hunt all these years, when you could easily have done nothing?
He sighed once again, watching the children's final approach to the cliff face. If I had done nothing, my ideal would have forced me back a long time ago. When I hunted, in my mind at least, I was fulfilling my obligation.
And what exactly is your ideal? It changed at some point. That's why you left, wasn't it? I've kept my peace about you hiding it from me up until now, but if we're going back into that, you're going to have to tell me.
Kai let out one last long sigh. He truly despised the man he had been back in the old days. Itachi Hakai, the Sage of Ruin. Back in those days, he'd been proud of that name. Hakai, in the old tongue, meant destruction. It suited him quite well. He'd brought ruin and destruction to so many clans that he'd permanently painted his very soul with the color of their blood. Even now, hundreds of years later, he could not get rid of it. They still haunted him, manifested when he chose to sleep, and made his solitude necessary. Now, though, he would need to re-enter society. What the Corps had said was true. His ideal had changed. Back during the War of the Great Clans, his ideal had been his namesake. He'd lived for destruction. Now, though, things were different. He no longer craved destruction as he once had. He had rejected the name given to him, despised it down to his very soul, yet he could not rid himself of it so long as his core remained stained with the blood of innocence. He had held off on what needed to be done, not because he had no other choice, but because he felt he deserved to feel the pain he had inflicted upon others. You want to know my ideal, but I'm pretty sure you've already figured it out, he replied, leaning back in the tree branch, towering high above the forest floor.
It's honor, isn't it?
Kai nodded. His ideal had indeed changed, into something he never thought he'd know in his lifetime. Honor by any means, for myself and for those related to me. To right the wrongs of my clan, honor demands I return. But for right now, at this moment, I can enjoy my solitude one last time.
34. Sweat beaded Roy's brow as he snared his hand in a set of vines above his head, then hauled his body upward. The cliff face was completely sheer, even from the outset. However, it was covered in vegetation, which they were now using to haul themselves up toward the dungeon entrance.
How much farther is it to the entrance? Roy asked as he stopped for a moment to rest his burning arms.
Despite how much better off he was now, he still hadn't quite recovered from the long trip here, and his body was making him pay for it.
Oh, about another 500 or so yards,
Gian replied. Roy looked down, seeing the forest flood nearly 1,000 feet below. He found that heights didn't much bother him, though being this high up, with only these vines and vegetation stopping his fall, didn't make him feel too good.
"We get there faster if you just kept moving,"
Ika said, her face tight and pale. Roy would have teased her, if only to get back at her for this morning. It seemed Ika was deathly afraid of heights. He had to wonder how she'd managed to climb to the top of the basin where they'd had their talk before her greenbelt test. He decided he'd ask once they were safely inside the dungeon. She would have moved on ahead if she could, but Gian was their navigator, and seeing as the entrance was so well hidden, it would be easy for her to miss. And if anything was worse than climbing up, it was climbing back down. Roy couldn't really understand the twisted logic, but Ika had said that when she was going up, she at least didn't need to see the ground. It would be a different story on the way down. Roy continued climbing, squinting his eyes as dirt showered down on him from above. The higher they climbed, the more they disturbed areas that hadn't been touched in centuries. This led to some of the cliff face being treacherous, as it had never been subjected to any weight. His muscles were burning, and his arms were shaking by the time Gian said they were getting close. He looked down at Ika, who was climbing directly below him, then to the ground far down. They were nearly 3,000 feet up by now, and Roy could see the world spread out like a massive blanket. The lighted fields, which were more of a forest than fields, looked like a swaying rainbow, covering the land for as far as he could see. In the distance, far to the west and barely visible on the horizon, he could make out the towering stone wall of the crater. It cast a long shadow over a good portion of the glowing forest, and thunderclouds could be seen hovering in the distance. To the north, all he could see was the forest. Far to the south, he could see the trees thinning out, turning into a massive field of swaying grass. Or so he thought. He couldn't really be sure from this far out.
"If you don't move in the next 5 seconds, I'm going to toss you off this cliff."
Roy started, nearly slipping from his precarious perch as Ika's voice broke through his musings.
"Sorry,"
he called down, quickly beginning his ascent once again.
"A little to your left. Not that far. Back a little. Now keep climbing, and we're here."
Roy stopped before a completely ordinary-looking section of the cliff face. The vegetation was just as thick here as it was all around.
"You sure this is the right place?" Roy asked. "Of course I'm sure. All you have to do is clear away the brush and you'll be able to see the entrance."
Shrugging, Roy reached out and snagged a handful of vines, then heaved outward, dislodging them at a huge clump of dirt. He blinked and spat as it showered onto him, covering his face and going into his mouth. It was damp and soggy, as well as cold. While it had been relatively warm lower down, up here it was a good 30 degrees colder. In the beginning, the cold hadn't affected him much, but now he was starting to feel it. He heard Ika cursing from below as dirt rained down on her, too, but he ignored her and continued working. His fingers were beginning to grow numb by the time he cleared enough of the brush away to see the swirling entrance.
"Finally!"
Ika exclaimed as he hauled himself up onto the narrow ledge upon which the entrance was situated. Roy offered her a hand in helping her up, which she gratefully accepted, pulling herself onto the ledge and huddling as close to the entrance as she could without actually entering. The two of them took a moment to catch their breaths, then shared a look.
"Are you sure you want to go in there?"
Roy asked one last time.
"I know Hermit said we could survive, but he never said it was going to be easy."
"I didn't climb all the way up here just to go back now,"
Ika replied. And without so much as a backward glance, she dove headfirst into the dungeon. Roy let out a long sigh, taking one last look at the spectacular view his vantage afforded him before he joined her in the dungeon.
Tande Kaeru stood at the center of the now clear battlefield, though clear was somewhat of a misnomer. The area before him was littered with the corpses of his family and that of the enemy. Anyone who was still alive was running for all they were worth, Tande and beast alike. No one wanted to be here when the two supremes clashed. He flexed his fingers, feeling the new power contained within as the Beast King's presence grew ever closer, seeming to blot out the horizon with his tremendous power. Kaeru had never been one for showboating, and thus kept his aura contained, calm and collected, while the Beast King acted like the creature he'd once been, wild and untamed. They were polar opposites, which was perhaps why the two of them hated the other as much as they did. Still, it seemed that while Kaeru was content never to see the man again, the Beast King had other ideas. He was determined to wipe him and his clan from existence no matter what. Had Kaeru not had the breakthrough he did, the Beast King may very well have succeeded. A glimmer appeared in the distance, shining for a single moment. Then the ground before him exploded as the Beast King landed 10 yards away. He had landed hard enough to crack the stone beneath his feet and form a crater that stretched all the way to where Kaeru stood, stopping right before his feet. "I see that you are as reckless as ever," Kaeru said as the dust cleared, revealing the Beast King. "Is it reckless if I cannot be hurt?" the Beast King replied in kind. He stood, dressed only in his loose-fitting pants, the rest of him covered in thick fur. Around his waist his belt sat, displayed for all to see. His body was cloaked in a red aura, similar to his belt, allowing his aura to pour from him in waves. Kaeru could feel the savagery of his carnage wash over him, threatening to overwhelm his senses. He let out a snort of derision, then flared his own power, pushing back the encroaching chakra. "Do you really think to intimidate me with such paltry tricks?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "And here I thought better of you." A smile twisted the Beast King's lips, revealing his enlarged canines. "Not at all. I was just—" Kaeru threw an arm up, his chakra rolling over him in an armorer technique. There was a horrible shrieking sound as the Beast King's claws, tinted red and extending a full foot, raked across the solid shield. Kaeru gestured then, and a torrent struck the beast in his chest, washing around to the sides as he deflected it. "Ah, that was a nice try, but I could see that attack coming from a—" The Beast King abruptly cut off, as the water around him froze solid, pinning his arms to his sides and freezing his legs to the ground. "Seems like you should be paying more attention to your opponent," Kaeru said, pulling chakra into a fist and forming a spiraling lance of water wider than his body and nearly 15 feet long. "Maybe then you might have noticed that you are outmatched." He thrust forward, aiming for the Beast King's core. But he was strong. The ice shattered, and the man threw an arm up, infusing his own armorer technique and turning it aside. But he didn't manage a complete block as Kaeru had. The tiniest fracture appeared in his armor, forcing him to jump back. "I see you've somehow broken our stalemate," he said, eyes narrowing as they shot to his belt. "Don't let that make you think that you have a chance of beating me. One dawn won't make much difference at this level, and when I'm done with you, the Tande will finally fall." Kaeru simply grinned a grim smile that promised death. "For all the pain and death you've caused my clan, I'll make your end as painful as possible." Then the two of them fully released their auras, and the sky for miles around was painted in two colors, half a blazing red, and the other an icy blue. Would you look at them go? Two men stood atop a tall spire, watching the two Supremes engage in battle. One was tall, broad-chested, and had a purple belt tied around his waist. The other was a native to the crater, his blue belt now at third dawn after months of rigorous training. "Yeah, so this is what we wanted, wasn't it?" the blue belt asked. "It was, but I was expecting them to be more evenly matched. It'll be much harder to take them out if only one is injured. At this point, it looks like the beast will fall by Tande's hand, and neither of us will get a chance at revenge." The blue belt glared down at the fighting pair, watching as the Beast King was sent flying over a mile, smashing through spires and toppling them. a blue blur following closely and raining down attacks.
I honestly don't mind as much if Tande lives, though he should die for what he did. The Beast King is the real monster here.
The purple belt didn't say anything, merely continuing to watch the battle. This whole thing was a long time in the making, and he would see the Tande dead no matter what. Failure wasn't an option, though by the looks of things he may have to wait a while before enacting his plans. In all of his scheming, he hadn't accounted for one of them advancing to First Dawn. Not that it would make such a huge difference. Normally, a single dawn didn't cause this much of a deficit. A base purple belt and First Dawn purple were likely to be evenly matched, with the First Dawn having a slight edge in terms of power. But when one started getting that highly leveled, personal power, as well as the path chosen, could make all the difference. In fact, a particularly talented base purple could defeat even a fifth dawn, given the right circumstances. If, for example, the base purple happened to be a grandmaster, he would have a serious edge. It might even take down a purple belt at the peak of red. Speaking of grandmasters, he thought, as he felt a pounding sensation from the prison capsule at his waist.
I'll be right back, he said,
pulling the small cylindrical disc from his belt.
The prisoner getting rowdy again?
The blue belt asked, in disinterest. They'd come upon him by pure chance while out in the crater and had capitalized, sealing him away in a red-level artifact. It was old, though, and one of them would need to visit from time to time to keep their guests quiet.
Yes, I do think he can sense the battle happening and is straining against his bonds. I won't be but a moment.
The blue belt grunted as he sat, then went completely still as his spirit traveled into the item. The artifact couldn't trap the body, merely the mind and spirit of a person. Their physical form needed to be stashed somewhere else entirely. The biggest downside to this was that the sealing of the spirit made the body nearly indestructible. Using it to seal someone away, then kill their body, was out of the question. If it had worked, then he wouldn't have had to go through all this in the first place. He could merely have sealed the Beast King and Kairu and been done with it. Then again, he doubted whether either of them would be so careless as to allow themselves to be trapped the same way as their prisoners had. The purple belt opened his eyes, revealing a small room made of stone. It was dark, with only the light of a single torch illuminating this prison's only occupant. He was currently on his feet, hands wrapped around the steel bars of the cage that kept him in place. His eyes narrowed, his ancient face wrinkling in disgust and hatred as he materialized before him.
My, I'd almost think you were happy to see me, master,
the man teased, leaning against the back wall.
Do not call me that filth. You do not deserve such an honor, not after the way you betrayed the clan and my son. You know why you're stuck in here, old man?
He asked, still keeping his half-smile on his face.
It's because of sentimentality like that. You've become weak, careless. You're slipping. You haven't moved up a single dawn since the last time I saw you, while I've only grown stronger. Soon I'll be strong enough to kill you, master. Dorgon! When I get out of here, I will tear you limb from limb and paint the crater red with your blood. I will have the skin flayed from your bones and shatter your core before stringing you up for the entire clan to see.
Dorgon simply grinned, his eyes glinting in the flickering torchlight.
Then I'd best become strong quickly. After all, I wouldn't want a grandmaster escaping and coming for me. Not when I have so many plans to still carry out. Now I have to get going. Seems like this fight is about to come to an end, and I wouldn't want to miss the finale. But don't you worry. I'll be back soon to visit, Hirusaru-sensei.
The old man's scream of rage was cut off as Dorgon exited the prison capsule, coming back to himself.
So how's the geezer holding up?
Dorgon smiled, turning his gaze back to the fight.
Angrier than a trapped hornet. But I'm more interested in what's happening out here. Wouldn't you agree? More and more Kaido?
The blue belt twitched, turning sidelong to glare at him.
How many times have I told you not to use that name? The Moramore clan is dead and gone, and I would appreciate you not reminding me of that.
Dorgon held up his hands in mock surrender.
But of course, how foolish of me. I suppose you wish to be addressed by your new clan name, the one from which the sovereign, who sent me to save you, rules. He did adopt me into the clan after all, so it is only right I bear his name."
Duragon nodded as though agreeing.
"Very well. From now on, I shall endeavor to call you by the family name of our great sovereign, Harold Kaido."
35.
"This was not at all what I'd been expecting," Roy said as he looked around the sprawling ruins surrounding him on all sides.
"Oh, yeah," Ika said, looking around as well. "Dungeons come in all shapes, sizes, and instances. You can walk into one underwater, or up in the stars. They can be in the belly of an active volcano, or deep in the bowels of the earth."
"Really?" Roy asked, quite intrigued. "Do you have any idea what types of beast we may encounter here?"
Ika had a thoughtful expression on her face as she looked around. Before them stretched a wide-open grassy field. A light breeze rustled through the stalks, sending them swaying in the wind. Further down the sloping hill stood the ruins of what had once been a massive castle. Stone blocks lay cracked and broken. Moss grew over most of the stone in patches, painting the overall tan with patches of green. Ivy climbed up the few standing towers, keeping them from collapsing like the rest. All in all, it looked like a place that had been hit by a natural disaster many years ago. At the same time, Roy had never seen architecture quite like this. Though there were palaces in Buryoku, he'd never seen one built in this way. He'd never seen a palace in person before, but he'd seen pictures in books. The palaces in Buryoku were long, low complexes made of carved stone, wood, and jade. Never before had he seen something with soaring towers like the palace before him, even if they were in ruins. "I'm honestly not sure," Ika replied. "I've never seen a building built like this one, so I wouldn't be able to guess what the beast could be like inside of it." "It doesn't seem to have any aspects, either," Roy replied as he opened his spirit sense. The world glowed in a rainbow of colors, all 8 paths of essence floating freely and in equal amounts. "I've noticed that as well," Ika said. "I can't sense anything past those walls. Not a thing. I've never seen a dungeon like this before." She sounded worried, something which Roy could understand perfectly. They were headed into an unknown, with no idea of what they were getting into.
"At least we've got a good view from up here," he said, scanning over to the far side of the ruin.
A single building stood on the far end. It was a domed, circular building, roughly 20 feet tall. He guessed that that was likely to be the end of the dungeon, where their prize was located. Ika nodded and drew her staff. "Well, we'd better get a move on. The faster we get in there, the faster we'll be finished." Roy nodded and reluctantly followed her. The air was strange in this place. It was oddly still and somewhat menacing, not at all like the other dungeons he'd explored previously. As though to confirm his concerns, Jian spoke up as they approached the entrance to the ruin.
"I don't like this place. Something feels very off about it."
"Like what?" Roy asked in an undertone as he followed Ika through the crumbling archway.
"Like the fact that there isn't a single thing with a core in here, for starters," Jian replied.
"What do you mean, like no beasts?"
"Exactly. I can feel the dungeon's core, so I know this place is alive, but I can't feel a single beast anywhere."
Roy began cycling then, using the walking technique he'd discovered on the scroll after advancing. He wanted to be ready for whatever might come at them. He also relayed what Jian had said to Ika, so she would remain on guard as well. The two of them walked on in silence, their footsteps echoing off the cracked stone underfoot and ivy-covered walls rising to either side. They were coming around a corner when a peculiar clattering sound reached his ears.
"Ika?" he said.
"I know," she replied. "I can hear them too. Whatever they are, they're close." Roy nodded, preparing to launch forward at a moment's notice. He'd grown considerably stronger since his advancement to Orange. His reflexes were sharper, and his muscles were denser and more powerful. He was confident he could dodge any attack headed his way. Or so he thought.
"What in the hell are those?"
he exclaimed, as they both came around the corner and came face to face with what looked like walking bones. "I have no idea, but they don't look friendly," Ika replied, getting into a defensive stance.
"I do believe those are the human skeletal system, but they're somehow operating without the use of muscle or tissue. This is definitely unnatural." "You think?" Roy yelled, as the group of 5 skeletons turned burning red eyes on them. To Roy's spirit sense, they were lit up green, blue, and red. Rather than the essence coming from within, it came from the outside of them. A tendril of essence emerged from the base of each of their spines, disappearing off into the distance. That was all the time he had to examine them as the group charged, covering the distance with frightening speed. Aika dashed forward then, her staff blurring as she caught one of them in the side, cracking 2 of the rib bones. The skeleton attacked in turn, forming a sword made of fire essence in the blink of an eye and swiping at her neck. Roy threw a punch as one of them closed with him, aiming for the neck. He was hoping that if he could destroy the spine, the connection to whatever was controlling these things would be cut off. The skeleton was quick, though, slipping past his attack and slamming a bony fist into his stomach. It hurt. Luckily, he'd breathed out when striking, so there wasn't much air to knock from his lungs. Still, the force of the blow staggered him, pushing him back a couple of steps. The skeleton followed quickly, but not so fast that he couldn't follow. He used Shockwave, slipping around behind the skeleton, and lashed out with his exploding fist. Right before it could make contact, something slammed into him from behind, throwing off his attack. Instead of hitting the base of the neck, where he'd been aiming, his attack blew out the lower portion of the skeleton's ribcage. "Better keep your eyes peeled. You won't be able to sense these things coming," Jion said as Roy whirled in place, blocking an empowered strike from the skeleton who'd snuck up on him. He winced as he redirected the blow, knocking the glowing green fist aside, then lashed out with a throat chop and finally landed a clean hit. The skeleton's head was ripped from its body, sent flying through the air. As soon as the head was gone, the rest of it simply collapsed into an inanimate pile of bones. "Try and knock off the head," Roy called, whirling to face his other opponent. The skeleton was missing the bottom 3 ribs on its right side, but other than that, it seemed to be doing just fine. It charged him, air swirling around its body and speeding up its movements. Roy was ready for the attack this time. He used his own movement technique, slipping the punch and knocking its head clean off. This skeleton also collapsed, and Roy spun to see if any more enemies were approaching. Aika was fighting off the other 3 at once, blurring through them and trying to land a good hit. However, it seemed that the ones that were fighting her were a lot tougher than the ones he'd had to face. They were faster, stronger, and seemed to have better essence control. Roy debated whether he'd even be of any help. In the end, he decided that if he could just serve as a distraction, Aika might be able to finish them off. Conjuring his void sphere, Roy shouted, "Get back!" There was a flash of light as Aika jumped back and up, seeming to vanish and reappear 10 feet up. The skeletons were momentarily confused at her disappearance, and Roy used the opportunity to lob the whirling sphere of destruction right into their midst. The golden sphere expanded, shredding the ground and the skeletons caught within to a fine powder. Only one managed to escape unharmed, while the other 2 simply fell apart. Roy was shocked that he'd managed to defeat them when Aika had been having such a hard time. The last skeleton whirled on him, its burning sword vanishing, just in time for Aika's staff to come down on its head. The fragile bones shattered, and the essence keeping the skeleton alive dissipated, allowing it to collapse into a pile and remain still. "Phew," Aika said, wiping her forehead. "Something was definitely off about those creatures, don't you agree?" "You mean aside from the walking bones part?" Roy asked wryly. "Yes, aside from that," she replied with a grin. "How strong would you say they were?" "I don't know," Roy replied. "Maybe 2nd or 3rd Dan yellow?" Her expression grew thoughtful then. "The ones I fought were either at or just below base green," she said. "Then how was I able to beat them?" "I think," she began, eyeing the piles of bones distrustfully, "that they're being adjusted to just below our levels of advancement. That's why you had an easier time of it than I did. Well, I'm at 1st Dan green, you're still at base orange, so if they're setting them to be 1 level below you, there's a full level of advancement's difference. For me, though, they were just a single Dan below me. Therefore, they posed a much more difficult challenge." "Do you really think the dungeon is that specific and knowledgeable?"
Roy asked in alarm. If it knew that much about them, it would be easy for them to be overwhelmed and killed.
No, I don't think so, Jiang cut in. It's likely that it's been automated by the dungeon itself, with the essence being supplied by an outside source. It wouldn't leave an obvious trail back to it, so I'm guessing that the fastest way to stop these creatures is to follow the source and destroy whatever's on the other end.
Roy repeated what the dungeon core told him, and Ika nodded along in agreement. It makes sense, though I'm dying to find out what's running this place. And all the time I've been going into dungeons, I've never come across anything like this before. Roy agreed wholeheartedly and followed her as she continued deeper into the ruin, in the direction in which they'd seen the essence. This place was certainly strange, but Roy could feel the power essence practically trying to push itself into him, as though trying to escape the dungeon. This made cultivating the ambient essence much easier than he'd been expecting. The walking cultivation technique wasn't as effective as the sitting one, so he'd been expecting to barely gain anything in terms of power while in here. The longer they walked, the easier the essence entered his body. He made sure to stream it through the flower-like pattern surrounding his core, purifying and strengthening the essence to a degree which had previously been impossible. The essence now glowed a rich gold when it finally entered his core, being diluted down by a full 90% by the time he was done. Aside from the increased essence cost to advance, he would only gain 10% of the ambient essence as usable power by the time he was done. He could now understand how it took some martial artists centuries to get anywhere. But with his improved technique, he was able to pull essence in much faster and in higher volume than before. He also had the advantage of having had his body cleansed by the power well, leaving him a clear path to Greenbelt. His body and channels were clear of all impurities, so all he needed to do was gather the requisite power to push his core to the brink, then find a way to be allowed to test for his next belt. For now, though, he would push for his first dan. They ran into another few groups of skeletons, each containing between 4 and 6 fighters. Now that they knew how to effectively fight them, Ika hung back, serving as a distraction as Roy took them out. It was far more efficient this way, so he didn't begrudge her for having to do all the fighting.
"Think we're getting close to the source?"
he asked, after they'd dispatched their 5th group.
"We must be," Ika replied. "The essence here seems to be heavier than other parts of the dungeon."
It turned out that she was right. As they climbed over a pile of rubble, the area before them opened up, revealing a massive stone tablet standing at the center of what had once been a tall tower. Blocks of cracked stone littered the area, and water collected in small pools. However, it was the stone tablet that had caught both of their attentions. It was glowing with the same mixture of essence as the skeletons and seemed to be giving off an ominous aura.
"Never seen such a scary-looking rock before,"
Roy said, staring down at the tablet below.
"Tell me about it. Just looking at the thing gives me the creeps,"
Ika admitted.
"But if we want those skeletons to stop, we'll likely have to destroy that thing."
"I doubt it'll be easy, though. Something like this is sure to have some defenses in place."
"Oh, just get on with it," Jian snapped as the two of them hesitated, making Roy jump.
"Best get to it,"
Roy said, taking a deep breath. The two of them slid down the pile of rubble, sending loose stone clattering around them. They came to a stop at the bottom, the sound of falling stones echoing eerily off the surrounding walls. They cautiously approached the tablet, feeling the aura of menace intensify as they did. The tablet looked ancient, with odd letters covering its surface. Roy had never seen writing like this, and had to wonder just what it said. He was cut short of his pondering because, as they drew within a few yards, the ground beneath them trembled, then a massive pulse of essence flashed from the tablet, washing over their surroundings. Both Ika and Roy flinched back as a roar shook the entire room, sending a few loose flakes of stone showering down from the ruined walls.
"Guessing that roar came from this thing's guard dog?"
Roy asked nervously, placing his back to Ika's. "Probably," Ika said, her voice sounding tense. They didn't know how on the nose Roy's prediction was until a mass of bones exploded from the ground before the stone tablet. They quickly stepped back, placing their backs to one of the tall stone blocks spread throughout the room. Bones swirled in a mesmerizing pattern in front of the block, stacking together and building some monstrosity from the ground up.
"Oh, that is not good," Jian unhelpfully stated.
The massive three-headed hound roared at them, bony mouths opening and spraying wind, water, and fire essence in a stream before them.
Really, really not good.
36.
So, what are the chances this thing will be as easy for me to beat as the skeletons? Roy asked, as 3 pairs of eyes turned on them. Roy noted that each of the head's eyes matched their essence type. Not that it really mattered, but in that moment, his mind needed to focus on something other than the terror of what stood before them. Ika didn't answer, making a gesture and sending 3 spears of light flashing across the space between them. Roy watched as they slammed into the head on the far left, taking the creature in the neck. Instead of shattering the bone as he'd expected, the lances of light shattered against the toughened bone. The 3-headed bone monster roared once again, and one of the heads blew a stream of fire at the 2 of them, scorching the ground, before it a cherry red.
"Aim for the joints!"
Ika yelled as the 2 of them activated their movement techniques to avoid the attack. There was a loud boom as Roy flashed to one side, his muscles feeling powerful and compact as he channeled essence into a shockwave. The hound wasn't about to let him get away, it seemed, and a blast of wind slammed into him even as he attempted to flank it. Roy was thrown off his feet as what felt like thousands of tiny blades slashed at his skin. He hit the ground hard, rolling to try and lessen the force of the impact and springing back to his feet. His body was now covered in numerous tiny cuts, all bleeding. His new robes were once again ruined, but thankfully he wasn't hurt too badly. Ika was fighting on the creature's left side, trying to break the joints on its legs, but not having much luck. Light rippled around the areas where she struck, revealing that the creature had some kind of armorer technique active. Another blast of wind shot from the hound's mouth, and Roy hurled himself behind one of the stone blocks, feeling it shuddering under the force of the attack.
"You know, you really should do something," Jian commented. "Like running away. Running away is good."
Roy ignored his advice, whirling around the stone block and hurling his void sphere at the creature. Unfortunately, the hound seemed to have a brain in its empty skulls, and it sent out another blast of wind, impacting and setting off his technique before it could reach it. He didn't waste the opportunity the flashy technique gave him, though. Activating his shockwave once again, Roy flashed from behind his cover, moving behind a block closer to the creature before it could get off another attack. A blast of wind slammed into the stone just as he reached it, followed a moment later by a stream of water. Roy yelped, diving to the side as the thin stream punched straight through the rock, slicing a path towards his head. He used shockwave once more, despite his rapidly depleting core, and dashed for the monster's right flank. He was hounded by blasts of wind and water, but he used his exploding fist to send blasts of force outward, weakening the attacks enough so that they only did minimal damage as they landed. Finally, he reached the creature, diving forward to avoid yet another attack, and came up near its front leg. The appendage was massive, each bone as thick around as his torso and probably twice as dense. Ika was still hammering away at the monster while avoiding blasts of fire.
"Any ideas on how to take this thing down?" he asked Jian, as he too began throwing punches while dodging blasts of wind and swipes of the thing's claws. "Run! You can't win," Jian helpfully replied. "You know what? You're useless," he yelled, throwing himself back and catching only a grazing wound from the hound's claws. He screamed as the wound that had at first seemed shallow burned white-hot. He fell to the ground, writhing in agony as the pain began to spread. A blast of wind hit him, tearing the robes from his chest and opening another dozen wounds, but he barely felt it through the agony radiating from that single tiny scratch. Suddenly, Ika was there, deflecting attacks from all 3 heads, her face set tight in concentration. "Roy, that attack was infused with fire essence! You need to purge it from your body!" Ika yelled, while simultaneously attacking and defending. Roy coughed, gagging, as bile rose up in his throat and sweat beaded his brow. The pain was horrible, but if what Ika said was true,
He could make it stop. He didn't have the fine control needed for precise targeting of the area. He couldn't muster that much concentration through the agony, so he was forced to take a more costly approach. A scream escaped his throat as he flooded his body with essence, forcing more and more to flow through him and venting it from his skin to avoid internal injuries. There was a series of explosions as golden power burst from his body, taking with it the invading essence. The pain began to lessen, yet Roy continued venting essence from his skin until he was positive it was all gone. This maneuver had been costly, and despite his considerable essence capacity, he had his limits. His core was nearly empty, and he had perhaps 2 or 3 techniques left in him before he'd be out. Aika still stood over him, her arms and body a blur as she fended off all the attacks aimed at him. She couldn't seem to land a hit, at least not one that mattered. The hound had 3 heads and could attack from multiple directions at once. They could also cover each other's blind spots, so surprise attacks were out of the question. Then Roy noticed something he'd missed before. The hound's back legs weren't completely formed. In fact, they seemed to be fused with the ground. Neither of them had noticed, since the beast had been keeping them so busy, but the creature had not so much as taken a single step forward. But how could that help them? So long as the hound stood before the tablet, it would continue defending it. And by the look of things, it wouldn't be growing tired any time soon. Roy's thoughts came to a screaming halt then as he realized how they could win. For this to work, they would have to be quick, way quicker than he could be. Which meant? Aika, I've got a plan, but it will all hinge on you. Are you listening? Aika let out a grunt as she knocked aside a powerful jet of water, then retaliated with an attack that was blocked by the firehead. Do you think you can use the 3rd stage of your movement technique? The plan hinges on that. I can, but it'll be risky, she replied. I don't have much ki, so it'll be a one-shot deal. This will be the only time I can use a ki technique until I have time to create more. Roy understood what that meant. Ki techniques were far more potent than essence, meaning that their most powerful weapon would be all used up if she were to use it now. He knew she could use the light step dash using only essence, but it would be too risky for her to perform as the pressure of the inferior energy could backfire, destroying her body. Yes. Now, on my count, I want you to dash between that thing's legs and attack the tablet directly. I don't think we can beat this thing, but if we destroy that, it should fall apart. I see what you're getting at, Aika replied, hands a blur as she deflected attacks. But I can't exactly let my guard down, or we're both toast. Leave that to me, Roy replied, getting slowly to his feet. When I say so, close your eyes and make for that tablet. You don't have to see to know where it is, right? No, but it would be good if I could. There's a very good chance I'll miss if I can't see it. Great, Roy replied, gathering all his remaining essence into his hands. Now! Roy released all the remaining essence out into the air, creating a brilliant and blinding flash as power essence exploded, nearly deafening them both. The monster roared, its attacks going wide as it flinched reflexively back, tearing chunks of stone from the walls and ground instead of blowing them both to pieces. At the same time, Aika dropped her guard, then exploded forward. Even as the hound was flinching back, she slammed into the tablet, unleashing all the force and momentum of her ki-enhanced charge. The tablet exploded with the sound of a green-level power core, sending bits of stone shrapnel flying in all directions. Roy dove to one side, but his left arm was still caught by a few of the fragments, and he hissed as it sliced through both skin and muscle, going nearly to the bone. Aika was much better off, as she had an armorer technique going, and only took a few minor cuts along her arm and one on her right cheek. The hound got the worst of the flying debris. As the tablet exploded, the essence keeping it together fled. It was pelted with chunks of stone, ripping through its rib cage and rear legs. Roy got to his feet, coughing and clutching at his arm to try and staunch the bleeding, even as the hound collapsed forward, shattering into 1,000 tiny pieces. Aika staggered to her feet as well, the explosion having thrown her a good distance, and pumped her fist in the air. We did it! Roy grinned as she began laughing, then winced as he realized how much blood he was losing. He tore a strip of material off his pant leg and quickly bound the arm.
It would have to do until they could leave and use one of the mending pills. Why they hadn't brought any with them, he had no idea. Ika had said something about portal travel messing with the pill's structural integrity or something like that, so they couldn't bring any along. Dust floated thick in the air as he turned his eyes to the pile of bones that had, just seconds ago, been trying to kill them both. It seemed his plan had worked, though he was now thoroughly exhausted and would need some time to recover at least a bit of essence before going on. They still had to face this dungeon's guardian, and if it was the strongest thing here, he dreaded having to face it in the condition they were in right now. Jian's voice sounded in his mind, breaking him from his thoughts. "You won. Now that was unexpected." "Jian?" "Yes?" "Shut up." 37. "What's our next move?" Roy asked. He and Ika were sitting with their backs to one of the stone blocks as they tried to recover some of their lost essence. While he was both physically and spiritually exhausted, Ika was only physically tired. Using her techniques, it cost her quite a bit, but she still had plenty of essence to use. Though, as she'd stated previously, she was completely out of ki, and forming ki from essence was an intensive process that would take hours. "We go take down the Guardian and get that item Hermit wanted," Ika replied. Roy was a bit jealous of her, if he were being honest. Here he was, beaten up and drained, while she just had a few minor scratches. Her robes, except for a patch near her right elbow, were whole and undamaged, and not so much as a hair on her head was out of place. He, on the other hand, had lost most of his robe. All he had left now were a pair of pants with half of one leg missing. He was covered in cuts and bruises, and his left arm was bound tightly, the piece of material stained red with his blood. On top of that, she'd done almost all the work, while he'd just been beaten up. He was seriously growing tired of needing to be rescued all the time. He knew he couldn't really be jealous of her. It wasn't her fault that she was stronger than he was. And, he reminded himself, she had been training for far longer than he had. The fact that he was already an orange belt was a miracle in and of itself. It was definitely something he'd never thought he'd see in his lifetime. Now all he had to do was keep going until he was the strongest one around. "Come on, we really should get going," Ika said, rising to her feet and offering him a hand. Roy accepted it, allowing her to haul him to his feet without complaint. They had a dungeon to complete, and would only see their reward once they got out of here. They climbed back over the pile of rubble and headed deeper into the ruin. Oddly enough, they didn't encounter any more trouble. It seemed that the stone tablet had been responsible for running all the creatures here. Taking it out had been the smart thing to do, even if it had taken a lot of effort to accomplish. Roy managed to recover some essence in their time walking, though his wounds still pained him. His left arm throbbed horribly, and the dozens of shallow cuts he'd taken stung and burned. He didn't utter a single word of complaint, taking the pain with his usual stoicism. Pain wasn't something that was new to him, and he'd dealt with far worse over the course of his life. 2 hours of wandering later, the two of them found themselves facing the final room, the only structure still fully intact in this entire ruin. The building stood roughly 20 feet tall and had a domed ceiling. The entrance was relatively small, only about 5 feet, forcing Roy to stoop in order to enter. The interior, however, was nothing like he'd expected. "Oh, wow," Ika said, as she entered the room behind him, her eyes going wide in amazement. Roy didn't blame her. The room was richly furnished, with polished wooden floors, rich maroon carpets, and tapestries adorning the walls. A raised dais stood in the center of the room, upon which stood a single glorious throne. The throne was made entirely of black marble, with veins of white and blue throughout. Standing next to the throne, seemingly very out of place in this majestic room, was a small withered tree. A single beam of light came down from above, illuminating the tree and revealing that it was not dead, as Roy had first thought. A single dark gray fruit hung from one of its branches. It looked old, rotten, and would likely squish uncomfortably in their hands the moment it was touched. But it did glow with a strange aura to his spirit sense. Just to be sure, he decided to ask Ika what she thought of it. "Is that what we're looking for?" Roy asked, pointing to the tree. "I think so," Ika replied, sounding unsure herself. "I mean,
The fruit has this strange aura, something I've never quite felt before. It must be what Hermit is after.
Are you sure? What about that sword? Roy asked, his eyes moving over to the throne, against which leaned a magnificent sword. He'd never seen a weapon of such beauty and craftsmanship in all his life. The pommel was made of solid gold and was encrusted with precious gems. The hilt sparkled as it caught the light, revealing the wire wrap to be made of silver or some other precious metal, and the crossguard was completely see-through. If Roy had to wager a guess, he'd say it was made of solid diamond. The blade itself was spectacular as well. It was blazing with power essence, with runes carved along its length. Each inset was silver and standing out against the blade. Perhaps this was what Hermit was looking for? You know what? Ika said, her voice taking on a dreamlike quality. I believe you may be right. But should we even give him such an amazing weapon? I mean, why don't we just keep it for ourselves? Think of things I can do with that! Roy's head snapped toward her, his eyes blazing in anger. What you could do? I found it first. That weapon belongs to me. Besides, what can you even do with a sword that uses power essence? Ika turned on him, her face twisting into a sneer. You clearly don't deserve such a magnificent weapon, especially if you think it was made for power essence. It's clearly suited for me. I can feel the light essence pouring off it. And with a weapon like this, I wouldn't even have to worry about anything ever again.
Roy, you two aren't exactly acting rationally here.
Jian tried to cut in, but Roy wasn't listening.
Think you can steal my weapon, huh? Well, I won't stand for it. And if you stand in my way, I'll kill you.
Ha! That's rich coming from you,
Ika retorted, raising her staff.
I could kill you without even lifting a finger. That sword will be mine, and if you insist on fighting me for it, this will be your final resting place.
The two of them glared at each other, then began slowly circling until they'd formed a triangle between the two of them and the sword. Neither of them noticed the man now sitting on the throne, a skeletal grin on his face as they faced each other. The sword at his side blazed with power, warping their perception and turning them against one another. This was the power of the cursed sword of ages, the blade which had brought this kingdom to ruin thousands of years ago. There was a reason no one came to this dungeon and why it had been abandoned for so long, and that was because no one who entered ever left. The sword was a test, and whoever killed a comrade to claim it would have their souls ripped free and swallowed by the blade. That was the curse that had broken this kingdom and claimed so many lives, and now he knew it was going to claim another too. Roy charged forward, power essence sparking across his skin as he prepared to launch all his essence at once. The overload would likely cause permanent damage to both his body and core, but he didn't care. So long as the sword thief ended up dead, he would be happy.
I really hate to do this to you, but I guess I have no choice.
Roy heard a strange voice in his mind right before massive pain seemed to explode out from the base of his skull. Roy staggered, falling to the ground as an empowered strike flashed by over his head. He could taste blood and guessed that he'd bitten his tongue, and his head rang as if someone had struck it.
You come back to your senses yet?
Jian, what's going on? He asked, his head feeling like it was stuffed full of cotton.
Roll to your left, now!
Roy did as he was told, and Ika's glowing staff slammed into the ground not an inch away, shattering the polished wood and sending splinters driving deep into his skin. That finally cleared the last cobwebs from his mind, and his eyes widened in shock.
Why is she attacking me?
He asked, using shockwave to get some distance between them. Ika screamed, running after him and brandishing her staff again. She didn't seem to be in her right mind. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, her teeth bared in a snarl. She didn't seem to have her usual control, either, instead allowing a massive amount of essence to flow into her weapon as though she were trying to empty her core all at once.
No idea, but you were acting nearly as insane before I, helped.
Roy jumped back once more, dodging the wild swings of her staff, easily managing to avoid the attacks that would snap him like a twig.
Well, something has to be causing her to act like this,
he exclaimed, using shockwave to get some distance.
The massive boom threw her off course, and every time he moved, she seemed confused for a few moments before her eyes would lock back on him once again. Roy led her in a circle around the room, ducking and dodging her attacks, but he knew it couldn't last forever. He was tired, his essence depleted once again, and he was nearing his wit's end. Then, as he turned to avoid another swing from Ika's weapon, his eyes alighted on something that definitely had not been there when they had entered. A ghostly remnant of a man sat in the throne, his face twisted in sadistic glee as Ika moved in to attack again. A gleaming sword rested on his lap, and when he looked at it, Roy felt his mind begin to go numb once again. "Hey, keep your head in the game. Don't go letting shiny things distract you." "That's rich coming from you," Roy snapped, avoiding yet another attack. But seeing that blade had sparked a memory in him, something he was sure he'd never experienced before. A battlefield filled with soldiers butchering one another, the sword shining as it was held overhead, the sword owner being butchered, stabbed in the back by his best friend. He watched, in an instant, as the blade was passed from one person to the next, war following wherever it went. Then it was here, in the hands of a powerful king. His advisor stabbed him in the back for the weapon, but this time, the man's eyes burned a fiery red. He screamed as something was sucked from his mouth, and his body collapsed to the ground, a burned husk of its former self. Soldiers rushing in and beginning to slaughter one another, then citizens. The day and night cycles flashed before him, spinning so quickly he feared he would throw up. Then it suddenly stopped, revealing a lone man standing at the center of the room. The place was in ruins, and the corpses of thousands lay strewn about. From the pile rose a single withered tree bearing a very familiar-looking gray fruit. The man sobbed, falling to his knees. He lay there for weeks, until something tore free of his body, a remnant of what had once been a proud and noble man. Twisted and mangled, it sat upon the throne, preparing to eternally guard this cursed weapon. Roy staggered, falling back on his rear as Ika's staff whistled before his face. "What the hell just happened?" he yelled, feeling sweat practically pouring from his body. "Looks like you got some backstory to this place. That's really rare. I'm actually kind of jealous," Jian said, sounding a bit pouty. "Not helpful. How do I win?" he yelled again, diving to one side as Ika's blazing staff shattered the ground. "Oh, right. You'll need to destroy that remnant. It should be pretty easy. Just destroy the throne and it should vanish." "Is that all?" Roy asked, feeling suddenly disheartened. He didn't have the strength needed to shatter a throne like that, not with the meager amount of essence still in his core. In fact, he was just about finished, and in one more attack, Ika would— Roy turned and ran. "Finally, taking my advice and running. Good for you, Roy! It may be seen as a coward's way out, but— oh, you're running towards the specter and not away from it. I take back the nice thing I just said about you." Roy sped up, trying to use his shockwave. He managed to run all of 5 feet before the technique guttered out. His core was completely empty, and he could feel Ika practically on his heels. The specter was cackling madly, brandishing the sword, its face a twisted mask of horror. Ika screamed right behind him, and Roy stopped, whirling in place, and faced her down. She came barreling in, her eyes blazing in fury with not a shred of humanity remaining. You might want to move," Jian said. But Roy wasn't listening. He faced his friend down, squaring his shoulders with not a shred of essence in his core. He was calm, his breathing even, and his heart rate was carefully controlled. Then Ika was on top of him, her staff glowing so brightly that he feared he might go blind. The arc of light streaked towards him, the mad cackling of the specter sounding behind him. Roy dove to the side, and Ika's staff passed straight through the laughing ghost, slamming into the throne and shattering it into thousands of pieces, like everything else they'd defeated in this terrible dungeon. 38. Roy felt a pulse in his chest as the throne shattered. His core throbbed a single time, pushing out painfully against his ribcage before settling back into place. He gasped as something burned through his body, and suddenly, a single green slash appeared at the tip of his belt. He was so astonished that he didn't see Aika coming until she was right on top of him, her staff poised to strike. He tried to shuffle back, but he knew it was already too late. He was in a bad position, on his back, with no essence in his core and no way to escape. Then she froze, her staff pulled back halfway and an inhuman snarl on her face. Her eyes rolled back into her head and she collapsed backward, hitting the ground and the light around her staff going out. He sat there for a few long moments, expecting at any second for something to happen, but nothing did. His eyes swiveled over to what remained of the throne just in time to see the last wisps of the specter fading into thin air, along with the apparently cursed sword.
"I think we won," Jian said, taking Roy by surprise.
That got Roy going, and he immediately moved to check on Aika. She seemed to be all right, though she was out cold. Roy figured it probably had something to do with essence deficiency. She'd used so much in such a short time that her body simply couldn't handle the strain. Once the driving force was gone, she'd simply collapsed in exhaustion. "Can you sense the dungeon core nearby?" he asked, getting shakily to his feet.
"Yes, but I'll ask you to leave it alone. It seems to be highly intelligent and one of the survivors of an ancient civilization."
"How can you tell?"
"Didn't you see this dungeon's backstory?"
"I did, but isn't it all just made up?" Roy asked.
"Of course not. Sure, dungeons are on separate planes of existence, but that doesn't mean they aren't real places. There is more than one empire on Buryoku that has set itself up inside a dungeon. This one just happens to be one of the older ones, and it just so happened to be destroyed."
Now this was news to him. Roy had never even suspected that an entire empire would, or even could, make their homes inside a dungeon. But if the dungeon allowed it, it did make sense. Dungeons were alive and wanted to protect themselves while growing strong, and if powerful martial artists were around all the time, they could offer it protection and help it grow. "Why didn't you do that with the Shaw clan?" Roy wondered as he approached the dais and the withered tree.
"Never liked them much," he responded. "And besides, that clan is full of ignorant idiots. They wouldn't have even known it was a possibility."
Roy stopped before the sad tree, eyeing the gray fruit in trepidation. He now knew the source of this tree and how many bodies had been piled up for this fruit to grow. So he had to ask himself, did he even want to take such an evil thing? And come to think of it, what use could Hermit have for something like this? He looked down, thinking, and his eyes once again alighted on his belt. The single slash of green on his orange belt troubled him, as he'd advanced an entire dawn without a single drop of essence in his core. "Any idea of how this could have happened?" he asked Jian.
"Can't say that I do, though I feel like it's something I should know," Jian replied. "Having your memory stripped away is so frustrating. I know that I should know certain things, yet when I try to draw on them, all I get is a blank."
"Don't you worry about that. I'll continue to grow, and the more I do, the more you'll be able to remember, right?"
Jian sighed, but answered all the same. "I suppose. I'm just growing sick and tired of not knowing anything. Ask that strange man when we leave this place. Maybe he can give you some answers."
Roy nodded, then turned his attention back to the tree. The grapefruit sat there, looking much the same as ever. He could still feel the strange energy it exuded, pulsing and throbbing, touching something within him that he couldn't quite place. A light groan from behind him snapped him from his musings, and he turned to see Aika slowly getting to her feet. "What happened?" she asked, clutching at her head and looking at him blearily. "The last thing I remember was looking at a sword, then—" She trailed off, and her eyes went wide. Then she let out a breath, as though someone had punched her in the gut and collapsed onto her back. Roy was by her in an instant, watching her worriedly. "Aika, what's wrong?" he asked, not being able to see any obvious signs of what could have made her fall. Had she strained herself too much during that fight and damaged her spirit? Then, shockingly, her belt began to glow, and a moment later, a second slash of blue appeared above the first. She gasped, taking deep, shuddering breaths and staring up at the ceiling. "But how?" she whispered. "I'm weeks, if not months, away from the next dawn. There isn't a speck of ki in my core, and my essence is nearly depleted as well." Beats me, Roy replied, but the same thing happened to me.
Ika looked up at that, noting the slash of green on his belt. Then her expression became serious. Tell me what happened. Roy recounted all that had happened. How they'd both gone berserk and attacked one another. How Jian had freed him, and of what he'd seen while they were fighting. Of how he'd gotten her to smash the throne, and of his advancement afterward. When he was finally finished, Ika was looking at him with a mix of guilt and curiosity. I'm sorry for what I did, she said, looking down in shame. I honestly don't remember a thing. And I tried to kill you?
It wasn't your fault,
he immediately replied. He already knew he wasn't going to blame her for her actions. She couldn't help herself, just as he hadn't been able to. It was all thanks to Jian that he'd even snapped out of whatever had possessed them both. But still, she began again. But Roy cut her off.
It's only thanks to you that we managed to win it all. We're even, in my book.
Ika looked up then and gave him a hesitant smile, one which he returned.
The question still remains, do we take that fruit out of here or not?
We don't really have much choice, do we? She replied, getting back to her feet. We need that item for Hermit to take us on as students. We can ask him about this item before we give it to him, and we'll refuse to hand it over until we get some answers. Roy could agree to that, so together they climbed the dais and stood before the tree. He reached out a slightly trembling hand, brushing his fingers against the fruit. He'd been expecting it to be squishy and rotten, but he felt instead a surface that seemed solid as steel. Surprised, Roy wrapped his hand around the fruit and gave it an experimental squeeze. The solid flesh was rugged and cold beneath his fingers, and didn't give, even a little.
It's much tougher than it looks,
he said, as he plucked the fruit from the tree and held it up for examination. Before Ika could ask what he meant, the entire dungeon trembled profusely.
Jian? Roy asked, looking around the room nervously. What's going on?
The room shook again, harder this time, and Roy had to brace himself to retain his footing.
No, don't be alarmed,
he began, immediately setting off alarm bells in Roy's head.
But I think this place is collapsing. Better run for it.
Collapsing? What? Roy shouted.
Yes, the dungeon core seemed to have crumbled the moment you picked that fruit. Good job.
Roy shared a quick look with Ika, and though she couldn't hear his mental conversation with the dungeon core, she understood him perfectly.
Run?
She asked.
Run,
he replied, and the two of them dashed from the room. His essence was exhausted, so he was forced to run at his usual speed. While Ika still had a little left, she wasn't going to leave him behind. A massive, rumbling crash sounded from behind them just moments after they left the domed structure. They both whirled to see it collapsing in on itself, the stone being sucked into a small point before vanishing entirely. "Faster?" Ika asked, her eyes going wide. Roy didn't respond, merely digging in his heels and speeding up. Everywhere he looked, the ruins were vanishing at an alarming rate. Stones, vines, and towers were being sucked into various points in space, disappearing in the span of just minutes. The two of them were forced to vault stones, duck under hanging blocks, and dodge around falling debris, and it was made all the more difficult as the ground didn't stop shaking the entire time. There was a heart-stopping moment when the ground right before them began to collapse. Ika managed to save them, grabbing Roy by the waist and hurling him over the widening crevice before leaping over it herself. Had this been a different situation, Roy may have resented needing to be rescued yet again. But seeing as the world was collapsing around them, he wasn't about to complain. It seemed to take hours before the floating ring of distorted space appeared before them. They dashed from the ruin entrance, Roy breathing raggedly as they began the steep ascent up the grassy hill. He glanced quickly over his shoulder, seeing the ruins going up in a puff of dust as the last remnants were pulled into a single point, then began ominously expanding, a black void opening from the center and spreading over the surrounding landscape, swallowing all in its path. "Run faster!" he yelled, running for all he was worth. His injuries were a thing of the past. He didn't even feel them through the adrenaline that was pumping in his veins. That was why, when the portal loomed before him, darkness right on their tails, that he didn't even think.
and dove headfirst through the opening. Luckily, he had Jian, though. Otherwise, things could have ended very badly for him. "Grab onto something!" Jian yelled, just as Roy exited and found himself soaring over open space with a 3,000-foot drop beneath him. Roy yelped, a very unmanly sound, but twisted in the air, snatching for purchase with both his arms. He screamed, then, as his fingers dug into the ivy and vegetation, as the wound in his left arm flared, sending pain flaring up and down his arm. He didn't have time to think, as Aika came sailing out of the portal right after him, seeming disoriented. She plunged down, screaming and flailing for purchase. Roy's left arm shot out, and he grunted this time, as the already torn muscles in his left arms were further overextended. The vines beneath his fingers snapped ominously and began tearing themselves away from the cliffside. "Oh, no you don't!" Roy yelled, scrabbling with his hand and feet for better purchase while he attempted to haul Aika in to get herself a handhold. Unfortunately for him, Aika seemed delirious with fear and couldn't seem to even think straight, leading him to wonder just how bad her phobia for heights could be. Luckily, he'd caught her around the waist, so despite the horrific pain in his left arm, he still had a good hold on her. But he was still sliding down the cliff face too quickly. The more he scrabbled and tried to get a good hold, the faster the vegetation tore, until they were falling at nearly 50 miles per hour, with Roy desperately trying to slow their descent. Sharp stones and vines dug into his hands, causing his fingers to begin bleeding. He dealt with this pain before and knew that it was up to him to save them both. And this time, he would have to be the one to do it, rather than relying on others. Still, he slipped and scrabbled down, with the ground growing ever closer and him not being able to slow down. Finally, when they were just about 100 feet from the ground and traveling at nearly 70 miles per hour, Roy's arm snagged on an especially strong vine. He grimaced as his shoulder was wrenched out of its socket by the sudden stop. The vine only held for a few seconds, just enough to arrest their fall, before they continued down. He tried to slow them once more and succeeded in only hitting the ground hard enough to dislocate one of his knees. The air was knocked from his lungs, and he let go of Aika as he slammed into the ground, his adrenaline keeping him from passing out from the pain. Both of his arms were useless at this point. The right stood straight up above his head, the shoulder dislocated, and his entire forearm up to the elbow covered in gashes and cuts. His left arm was bleeding profusely as the wound had been worsened by their fall. His right knee was dislocated from his awkward landing. "You really do seem to get hurt a lot, don't you?" Jian asked as he lay there, staring up at the cliff face. "Yep," Roy croaked out with a bloody grin. "Especially my right leg." "So, I see you succeeded in getting the fruit," Hermit said, as the two of them came back into camp, Aika supporting most of Roy's weight as he bled all over her. "Is that all you've got to say?" she asked, helping Roy to the ground, and then moving quickly to the pack to retrieve some mending pills. "What else is there to say?" Hermit asked. "You succeeded, so it seems like I'll be forced to deal with the two of you over the next year and a half." He sighed at that, watching as Aika pushed the pill between Roy's lips and made sure he swallowed before rounding on him once more. "You could at least have given us some warning about what we'd be facing in there. We could have died." "But you didn't," Hermit said, the conversation seeming to tire him even further. "I think the least you owe us is some answers," she continued, removing the fruit from her pocket and waggling it before him. "Like what exactly this thing is, and why you would even need a horrible thing like this?" "Oh, that's pretty easy to answer," he replied, snatching the fruit from her fingers before she could so much as blink. The gray outer shell shattered as he exerted what seemed to be an immense amount of pressure. A wall of force hit as soon as the shell was removed, though, forcing Aika to stagger back as the inside was revealed to contain a bright red-gold flesh. The fruit itself seemed to be pulsing with power, though Aika could not comprehend the energy it was emitting. "If you want answers, I'll give them to you," he continued, popping the entire fruit into his mouth before swallowing it whole. "But for now, I have a test to complete." Aika's eyes went wide as a solid dark gray torii gate appeared in the small camp. Hermit's shoulders seemed to slump as he looked upon that gate, as though there was anything else that he'd rather do than walk through. With a long sigh, he took a single step forward and vanished along with the gate. Ika stared for a few long moments, wondering just what the hell had just happened. A cough from behind her snapped her from her thoughts, and she quickly turned to see Roy, sitting up against the tree and staring at her with now lucid eyes. What just happened?" he asked, looking just as shocked as her. "Well," she replied, coming to sit down next to him and look over his rapidly healing wounds. "I would say," she said, prodding at his arm, "that our new teacher just went to test for his gray belt." "Gray belt, huh?" Roy said, leaning back against the tree once again and looking up at the sky. "I wonder how much stronger that is than gold belt." "Well," Ika replied, flashing him a grin and moving over to lean against the tree with him, "I don't think we'll have to wait too long for an answer." Roy smiled tiredly at her, settling into a more comfortable position among the glowing vegetation. He was exhausted, bloody, and had been beaten to a pulp. But this time, he had managed to save someone else. Their mission into the dungeon had been a success, and when Hermit emerged from his test, he would be taking them on as students. His small smile turned into a full-blown grin then, as he imagined all he'd be able to learn from a martial artist like Hermit. "Yeah," he replied, watching the area where the gate had vanished just moments ago. "I think he'll be back soon, and I can hardly wait." Epilogue. Tonde Kaeru stood over the bloodied and panting form of the Beast King. The fight had been going on for the better part of 2 days by now, but finally showed signs of letting up. And though it had been a long one, Kaeru had to admit that it hadn't been nearly as strenuous to win as he'd first thought it would be. Advancing a single dawn should not have caused such a vast difference in strength, yet that was exactly what it had done. Before, the two of them had been evenly matched, so a fight would most likely be decided by a lucky blow. But once that he'd advanced to first dawn, he'd placed his odds of winning at around 53%. Not great by any means, but just a hair higher than the original 50%. An edge, however slight, was still an edge. However, what he hadn't expected was the incredible increase in power he'd seen as a result of his advancement. At first he'd thought that perhaps he was imagining things, or that the Beast King might be holding back. But as the fight went on, he soon discovered that the man was indeed going all out, unlike him. In all honesty, though the fight had gone on for this long, he'd only needed to exert about 70% of his power, and that was just to match his opponent evenly. The moment he started exerting more power, he began to see a difference in their strengths. The Beast King had tried everything, exhausting his chakra, ki, then essence, but nothing he could do could hurt Kaeru. And now, after stretching out the fight for as long as he had, Kaeru was just about ready to finish this. The Beast King hadn't suffered nearly enough for all the pain and death he'd caused his family, but he was tired of seeing him alive and still breathing. It was time to end this.
"Seems like our rivalry is finally at an end," the Beast King said, looking up at him with tired and bloodshot eyes. "Who was to know that all it would take was a single dawn?"
He chuckled, then leaned over, vomiting up blood.
"It's been centuries since I felt this kind of pain," he continued, "and if I'm being honest, I don't think I much like it."
Kaeru's eyes narrowed at that.
"Why start this pointless war? All you did was weaken both of our clans, not to mention completely destroy one of them. I know we've never gotten along and have had our scuffles from time to time, but we've never fought on this scale before."
"In all honesty, I have no idea," the Beast King replied. "I had a vision one day, an omen of hard times. Then someone spoke to me, a heavenly voice containing such power that it made me tremble where I stood."
The Beast King looked up at the sky then, and Kaeru could tell that his enemy was very near death.
"I can't remember what it said, only that I had a compulsion to start a war, to try and rule the crater on my own."
He coughed again, blood flecking his lips, and took a shuddering breath before continuing.
"Honestly, I feel like I've heard this voice somewhere before, perhaps even all my life. There always seemed to be a driving force behind all my actions, but now that I think about them, a lot of them don't really make much sense.
The Beast King focused on Kaeru one last time and gave him a crooked grin.
Either way, it looks like I'll never actually find out. It has been an honor, my old rival.
Then the light faded from his eyes, and the Supreme of Carnage died. Kaeru stared at the dead man for a long time, puzzling over his last words. Could what he said have been true? Was there an outside force at play here, and if there was, how much of a threat did they pose to his clan? He felt a jolt then, a throbbing sensation right down to his very soul. Kaeru winced, dropping to one knee, and it took him a few moments to figure out what it was. The ideal he'd sworn to, the one to protect his clan at all costs, had reacted to those thoughts. He could feel the compulsion to protect his family grow ever deeper, and as he rose back to his feet, he knew what he would have to do. His sister would not be happy. But with the Beast King gone, there shouldn't really be any threats that the Tande clan couldn't handle on their own. They still had one Grandmaster, the only one left in the entire crater. It would be more than enough to watch over the clan in his absence. And with Hato there to guide him, they would begin to rebuild. He, on the other hand, would have to journey out of the crater and head east. That's where the merchant who'd sold him the book had come from. That was where he was the most likely to find his answers. He just hoped that whatever the answers were wouldn't destroy him. If someone had been tugging on the Beast King from the shadows for all these years, then he could scarcely imagine the kind of power they would wield. Shah Koya staggered out of the crater and into the lighted fields beyond. He was bloodied and broken, yet he was still alive. The past few months had been a living hell, as the Beast King had reconstructed all of his crushed limbs and organs, then bound him to his service. His missing arm and legs had been replaced by monstrous appendages instead of human ones. His arm from the elbow down was scaled, dark blue, and covered in rippling muscle. He only had 4 fingers, and they were each tipped with short claws. Both of his legs were dark red, covered in fur, and had been hard to balance on at first. The foot was smaller than the one he'd been used to, more like that of a cat's than a human. The worst part, for him, was the tail. The red appendage twitched behind him as he walked, letting all know that he was no longer entirely human. After the painful procedure in which his body had been reconstructed, the Beast King had begun a war, and Koya had become his glorified slave, forced to do whatever he was bid, and stopped from advancing or training at all. He burned with the desire for vengeance, to kill the freak who had ruined his life. In his mind, Harold Leroy was responsible for every hardship he'd ever faced. But up until now, he'd been able to do nothing but stew over it, letting his hatred fester, even as he was forced to perform menial labor for the Beast King. But the Beast King was dead now, which meant he was free to act as he wished. Koya had been in the middle of washing the Supreme's outhouse when he'd felt the tether break. At first he'd thought he'd imagined it. The tether had been placed there as soon as he'd agreed to have the Beast King save his life for the 3rd time. After that, the man had torn him from beneath the spire that had crushed his body and taken him back to be healed. When he stood and exited the outhouse without suffering for his disobedience, he quickly realized that he hadn't been imagining things. As soon as he came to that realization, he ran. There had only been a single guard watching the border of the crater, and Koya had been able to get past him, though not without taking some hits in the process. Though he was still relatively weak, whatever the Beast King had done to him had enhanced his physical strength far beyond that of a human's. Because of this, even though the guard was at base orange while he was at second dawn yellow, he'd managed to defeat him, something which should have been impossible.
"Not for me, it isn't," he growled to himself. "Not anymore."
Koya had felt a sort of savage glee in tearing the man to pieces. It aroused a sort of bloodlust in him he hadn't realized he'd possessed. His core had been tinted with an odd color, something he'd never seen before. Now, whenever he called upon his water essence, a grayish light clung to the fringes. It was strange, and he had no idea what it did, but he had a feeling that it had something to do with his body being changed to such a degree. He shook himself, pushing off the wall and staggering out of the crater. His entire body felt as though it were on fire. He knew he'd lost a lot of blood, and that if he continued going like this, he would end up dead. But he had little choice. He had to keep moving or risk death.
The Beast King was gone now, but that didn't mean that no one would come after him. He'd been treated as though he were worse than an animal by the Beast Clan. They'd tormented him, called him a freak, and made his life as difficult as possible, especially when the Beast King wasn't around. One would think that Koya might start to understand how Roy felt, but instead, he funneled all his anger and hatred at Roy. Roy was the one responsible, so he had to die. He'd failed to kill him twice. He would not fail a third time. However, conviction could only take him so far, and Koya collapsed not 10 feet from the exit. He could feel blood pumping from various wounds, and the shattered bones grated as he hit the ground. He knew he was dying, yet still he tried to keep going. It was pointless, and after just a few moments of effort, he collapsed onto his face in a growing puddle of his own blood.
My, what have we here?
A voice sounded from above him, and Koya forced his head up, staring at the blurry and indistinct form blurring in and out of focus. He tried to speak, tried to move, but found himself unable to.
Not to worry, my young friend. I am not your enemy. Once I was where you are, burning for vengeance and on the brink of death. Then a stranger made me an offer, and I accepted. So, tell me, would you like to join me?
A hand entered Koya's field of vision, and on it rested a gleaming pill. Koya couldn't be sure what it was, but he had a feeling that it would make all his problems go away. His hand moved in a blur, slapping the proffered hand away.
Get lost, he growled. I've been one man's slave. I'd rather die than do it again.
And he meant it. He'd spent months being tormented by the Beast Clan, and he was not going to take another man's favor and end up in the same situation. Instead of reacting with anger as he'd expected, the stranger merely laughed.
We are not savages like those in the crater. We do not take slaves. Our master believes in finding those with talent and offering them a place among our ranks. If you join us, you will have access to all the resources we have available, as well as a place to call home. You will not be mistreated, but rather treated as part of our family.
The pill was offered once again, and though Koya wanted to slap it away, he could feel the truth in the man's words. He was injecting his essence into every single one, and if he lied, his own core would destroy him.
And if that isn't enough of an incentive, the man continued, we will also help you get revenge on those who have wronged you.
Koya's hand flashed out once again, but this time he took the proffered pill and popped it into his mouth. His vision began to clear immediately as power flooded through his body. He could tell it would take a few hours for his body to be fully restored, but his mind seemed to be sharp and focused once again. Now that he could see, he was able to look up and meet the man's gaze. He was a third Dan blue belt, which he had learned was the one that came after green. This man could destroy the entire Shaw clan without so much as blinking. And in the crater, he would be considered quite powerful, especially seeing as he appeared to be so young.
Who are you?
Koya asked, looking up at the man, his eyes burning with the fire they once held. Now that he was no longer on the brink of death, the hatred that had permeated every waking moment of his life had been rekindled. If anything, it burned even hotter now than it had before. The man smiled, hooking his thumbs into his belt and leaning forward a bit.
Why, I'm your new big brother. You can call me Kaido.
Kai stepped from his trial, feeling all the injuries he'd accrued wipe away in an instant. It had been so long since he'd faced an actual challenge that he'd almost forgotten what it had felt like. He'd known the trial would be tough, all of them were, but he simply hadn't been prepared for the sheer amount of effort it had taken him. He hated exerting himself in any way, which was why he lived out in the middle of nowhere.
Didn't think you were going to make it there for a minute,
his ever-present guest said.
Yeah, well, I did, and it's over. I don't understand why you're so grouchy. An advancement like this would put you on par with the most powerful in the Chikurine Empire. I doubt it, he said with a sigh. Oh, come on. You were plenty strong when you left, and I doubt anyone could have grown much stronger in the time you've been away. Yeah, well, think again. The leaders of the 7 great clans would be constantly training to gain even an ounce of power over the other, meaning
that they would constantly have to be growing. Little Geeky has probably already reached the ranks of sages, and Ikari has probably become a sovereign. She would have to if she wanted to continue leading the clan. And you're telling me that you can't reach that rank by the time we arrive? The Core asked skeptically. You're already practically there. All you need is a single dawn more. You've pretty much mastered Reiki, so that's all you have left. And after pushing off an advancement for so many years, you could likely push for it right now. Yeah, maybe, he admitted. In all honesty, he really didn't want to. He'd never wanted to advance past brown belt. He was already extremely long-lived. But with his advancement to gray belt, he would no longer die of natural causes. That, more than anything, was why he'd put it off for so long. He'd been hoping that he would fall to the ravages of time. At brown belt, one's lifespan moved into many thousands of years. Though it had been a long shot, it had still been of some small comfort that he was still mortal and not immune to the ravages of time. Now that he'd gone through the trial and achieved his immortal body, that was out of the question. He could still die of unnatural causes, like being killed. True immortality would only come by the next major advancement, one that had never been achieved by someone on Buryoku in their entire history. Finally! Kai was snapped from his thoughts by the annoying young girl who was standing before him with a wide grin on her face. You owe us a whole lot of answers, Hermit, and we won't be budging from here until we get them. Kai started, looking between her and the boy who'd been bothering him for over a month now. Hermit? He asked, cocking an eyebrow. Oh, right, the girl replied, her cheeks taking on a rosy tinge. It's what Roy called you in his head since he didn't know your name. Should we call you something else? Kai opened his mouth to give them his real name, when he stopped. Why give them his real name? He'd hated that name for years, as it no longer suited him, and had desperately wished to change it. Something resonated within him then, and his core pulsed a single time, dispersing the red haze from around itself, leaving it shining a brilliant silvery orange once again. For the first time in centuries, Kai felt a smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that his curse had finally been lifted, the blood of all those he had killed fleeing along with his old identity. No longer would he be Itachi Hakai, the sage of ruin, but Hermit, the man who had atoned for his sins, and was now returning to honor his ideal. You know what? He said, his back straightening as a little life seemed to flow back into him. I think Hermit is just fine. Doragon walked purposefully down the long corridor, his soft shoes still sending echoes bouncing off the vast walls and tall ceiling. He had been summoned back from the crater unexpectedly by his master's aide. They had a new mission for him, and it was one he was eager to begin. The responsibility of finding lost souls had been passed on to Kaido, his payment for being inducted into the clan. He would continue on this quest until the master deemed him worthy and gave him a new assignment. At first, Kaido hadn't been too happy about it, but seeing as the Beast King had been killed and his clan avenged, he did as he was told. He still wanted to see everyone in the crater perish for perceived wrongs against his clan, but that would have to wait. Doragon had his own revenge to dish out, but he had the one he wanted to kill securely locked up and dangling from his waist. Irusaru's real body was being kept by the clan, stored away in a safe location until the day when he had enough personal strength to kill him. Then he would set his spirit free and butcher the old man. He came to a halt at the end of the corridor, facing a set of massive double doors. He did not need to knock. The master would know he was here and would open the doors when he deemed fit. He could be stuck waiting out here for days, or even weeks. When the master called, one came as fast as they were able, but the master could keep them waiting for as long as he saw fit. The doors creaked open, a sliver of light splitting them down the middle and growing wider as they swung inward. It seemed that the master was ready for them now. Doragon entered the room, then dropped immediately to his hands and knees, pressing his forehead to the floor. This humble servant greets the sovereign. He felt no shame in what he was doing. This was simply how one greeted someone of the master's power if they did not wish to be obliterated. You may rise, Doragon. The sovereign's voice echoed throughout the chamber, shaking him down to his very core. Dorgan rose immediately, keeping his gaze averted and not daring to so much as look in his direction. "You may look upon me, for what I have to say is of the utmost importance." Dorgan hesitated just for a moment before moving his gaze to the throne occupying the center of the room. A man sat there, his back rigid and his face inscrutable. He was the most perfect being Dorgan had ever seen. His face was smooth and ageless, his body perfectly proportioned, and every aspect of his being portraying power and dignity in equal measure. He felt his heart speed up, and a flush crept into his cheeks despite himself. He'd heard rumors that the master had this effect on everyone, both men and women alike, no matter their preferences. And though he'd scoffed at them in the past, he could now understand why. The being before him was not a mere man. He was a god. "You have called, master, and I have answered. How can your humble servant be of service?" "I have had a vision," the master said, his smooth voice echoing through the hall. "Though I had thought him dead, lost to savages along with my dear wife, my son, Leroy, still lives." His entire body blazed with power, his eyes so intense that Dorgan felt he was boring into his very soul. "Find him. Bring him to me."
The following is a preview from the book Supermage, Rise to Omniscience, Book 1, by Aaron Oster. 1. Morgan arose to sunlight streaming in through the many cracks of the dilapidated shed he called home. He blinked a few times, shielding his eyes from the bothersome rays, and groaning in protest. Why did the sun have to be so bright? Couldn't it let him sleep in for just a few more minutes? Finally, admitting defeat, he threw off the threadbare blanket and rolled off of the lumpy pile of rags he used as a bed. He shivered as his bare feet touched the stone floor. Quickly he made his way to the other side of the small room, where a basin of cold water lay. Steeling himself, he plunged his entire head into the basin, clearing any lingering sleep from his mind. He quickly dried his hair, then he slipped a tattered shirt over his head and slid his feet into a pair of shoes that had definitely seen better days. He then moved to stand in front of the cracked mirror, rubbing his slightly bloodshot eyes as he examined his features. He stood at just over 5.5 feet tall, which was a bit short for his age. Bright silver eyes peeked out from under a mop of brown hair that hung down to his shoulders. A small scar ran from his lip to his chin, where a city guard had smashed him with the haft of a spear. He had a light complexion, and his cheeks were slightly sunken from years of malnourishment. No one in City 4 liked orphans. For some reason, they hated him most of all. Morgan was only a few weeks away from his 16th birthday, but had yet to awaken an ability, which was almost unheard of at his age. By now he should already have joined the Awoken by developing either a super or mage ability. There were, of course, late bloomers, but those were rare, and none of them developed an ability past the age of 16. He might just have to resign himself to being an even bigger freak than everyone already thought he was, and stop dreaming of becoming something more. Morgan snorted and walked away from the mirror. He was meeting Sarah soon, which meant he would eat well today. Just the thought of eating fresh food, as opposed to the half-rotting garbage he was used to eating, made his sour mood evaporate instantly. He headed to the door, then turned to look around his hovel, making sure that he hadn't forgotten anything. Then, peering through a crack in the door, he quickly let himself out into the muddy alley. He closed the door behind him and hung a dirt-covered cloth in front of it, effectively camouflaging the door. He double-checked to make sure none of the door was visible. He'd kept this place a secret for over a year and didn't want to risk being found out by another beggar, or worse, the city guard. Nodding to himself, he quickly made his way out of the alley and into the bustling crowd. He walked with slumped shoulders and made sure not to jostle anyone as he moved. Attracting any attention was the last thing he wanted. Staying with the crowd, he moved through the wide streets of City 4 and made his way toward the center of the city. He took a chance and looked up at the sky so he could get a better idea of what time it was. It was nearly noon, and he was supposed to meet Sarah nearly 20 minutes ago. He could feel a cold sweat break out on his back as he thought of how angry she likely already was. He'd better hurry. Sarah was a mage, and a prodigy by all accounts. The last time he'd been late, she'd encased his legs in ice and doused him with freezing water until he'd promised never to be late again. That thought alone was enough to make him speed up his pace. He accidentally jostled a few people, but luckily for him no one seemed to take notice. He breathed a sigh of relief as the city lord's manor came into view. He was only a little late, and he hoped Sarah wouldn't blame him too much. Morgan quickly ducked into a side street and cautiously approached the open courtyard surrounding the manor walls. Here goes nothing, he thought to himself. This was always the tricky part. Sarah was the only daughter of Lord Simon, the lord in charge of City 4, and it was known that Simon despised him. In fact, he'd ordered his guards to kill Morgan if he was spotted near the manor. Morgan wasn't worried about dying, as the guards couldn't legally kill him for just walking near the manor, no matter what Lord Simon said. But he wasn't overly fond of beatings either, and he had gotten several of those when he'd been caught in the past. He moved to the end of the alley and crouched in the shadows as he watched a group of patrolling guards pass, then began to count under his breath. When he reached 20, another group of guards came into view. He waited for them to pass out of sight, then made a mad dash for the wall, counting down in his head. 15, 16, 17. Morgan began panicking because he knew that he was nearly out of time. The clump of bushes he was running toward were still a good 20 feet away. He chanced a quick peek over his shoulder and saw the tops of spears coming around the wall. Heart pounding, he made a wild dive and just made it into the bushes as the guards were coming around the bend. He held his breath, despite his pounding heart, as the guards marched past. He let out an explosive breath once they were out of sight, relieved to have not been caught. He turned to the wall and began trying to loosen one of the stone blocks there, pausing every time a guard patrol passed. After about a minute, he had the block free and quickly slipped through the hole, moving the block back into place as he did so. He looked around the grounds, thankful that guard patrols were less frequent here, and ran toward the small cluster of trees near the far side of the wall. Sarah was already there when he arrived a few moments later. Her arms were folded over her chest, and a scowl was planted on her face as Morgan slipped into the secret spot that they'd cleared out years ago. "What took you so long? I've been waiting for almost an hour!" she exclaimed. She glared at him as he bent over, wheezing, as he tried to catch his breath. "Overslept. Increased patrols. Almost caught," he panted, each word caught in between breaths as he worked to slow his heart rate. Sarah's expression softened slightly at this, and she went over to the small stump to get him a glass of water. He took it gratefully and downed it in one quick gulp. A minute or so later, he had his breathing down to a normal level and straightened up to look at her. "Sorry I was late. I overslept and only noticed the time once I left," he said sheepishly. "You know that excuse is getting old, right?" she asked with a mock scowl. "I don't think you've been on time once." "It's not my fault that it's so hard to get in here. If your father didn't hate me so much, I wouldn't have to sneak past so many guards just to visit," he replied. He walked past her and sat down on one of the tree stumps. He grabbed a loaf of bread and ate hungrily, cramming huge chunks into his mouth. He barely chewed before taking the next bite. Sarah watched him eat with a mixture of disgust and fascination. "You shouldn't eat like that in front of a lady. It's very rude." "I don't see any lady here," Morgan said. His mouth was still full of food, so the words came out garbled, and he accidentally sprayed her with breadcrumbs. "Oh, you wound me, sir," Sarah said, as she moved her hand up to cover her mouth. "No, I'm just getting rid of your delusions. The sooner you accept it, the better off you'll be." Sarah pretended to swoon, and then fell dramatically to the ground. Morgan snorted a laugh, spraying the contents of his mouth everywhere. "Fine, you win. I don't want to waste any more good food," Morgan said, as he wiped the mess away from his mouth. He took a drink of water. He stood up, then gave her an exaggerated bow. "Please do excuse my rudeness, Lady Sarah. You are the epitome of ladiness. May I please kiss your feet?" Sarah tried to keep a straight face, but her resolve lasted all of 5 seconds. She burst out laughing and began rolling on the ground in a very unladylike manner. Morgan found himself smiling as well. Let her laugh, he thought. He knew it would give him more time to eat uninterrupted. When she'd finally calmed down, Morgan held out a hand to help her to her feet. She brushed off her dress as Morgan continued stuffing his face. "So, do you like the way I look today?" Sarah asked with a coy smile. Morgan shrugged. She always asked him this question for some reason, though he couldn't figure out why. He glanced up at her. She had a pale, slim face with light green eyes and high cheekbones. Her long red hair was bright and lustrous, falling in waves down her back. Her lips were painted a light pink color, and she wore a dark green dress that showed off her figure without revealing too much. Yep, same as always, he thought to himself. I don't know why I even bother asking, she huffed, slumping down in her seat. Normally, Morgan would ask her why she was mad and receive a vague answer, but today he was too distracted by his upcoming birthday and his seemingly lack of an ability. She noticed this, and the annoyed expression slipped from her face, replaced by one of concern. "What's wrong?" she asked as he began picking at the plate of chicken in front of him. "I'll be 16 in just 3 weeks," he said sourly, taking a piece of chicken and popping it in his mouth. "My chances of developing an ability are shrinking by the day." Sarah leaned back in her seat and let out a long sigh. Morgan's lack of an ability had become a sore subject over their last few visits, so she had to approach this carefully. "You still have time," she said, trying to force false cheer into her voice. "There are plenty of people who don't awaken until well into their 15th year. But no one has developed one this close to their birthday," Morgan said forlornly. Sarah sighed, unsure of what to say. She felt sorry for Morgan. After all, they'd been friends for years, and it hurt her to see him so distraught. "Tell me again how it felt," Morgan said, breaking her out of her thoughts. Sarah knew what he meant by that. Ever since she'd awoken her ability 3 years ago, Morgan had asked her about it every time they met. She'd started becoming annoyed after the 5th time he'd asked her to recount it, but eventually realized that it gave him hope. Once again, she recounted her tale. "I was getting ready for bed on the night of my 13th birthday. The lights had already been turned down when I suddenly began to feel very nauseous. At first I thought it was just a passing thing, and that it would wear off in a moment or two, but the nausea soon turned to pain. It wasn't long after that when I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I felt better, sharper, as though I'd been living my life in a fog, and suddenly I could see clearly. It was the most amazing feeling, and the feeling only intensified when I was able to open my status for the first time." Sarah finished her story with a wistful smile on her face, and looked over to Morgan, who was pulling a chicken bone out of his mouth. "Weren't you listening?" Sarah shouted. "After all, you were the one who asked to hear the story." "Keep your skirt on, Princess. I was listening," Morgan said as he popped another piece of the chicken into his mouth and chewed slowly. "I can listen and eat at the same time." Morgan reached out for the pitcher of water, but he froze when the entire contents rose out of it and began floating towards him. "Sarah?" he asked slowly, eyeing the floating orb of water nervously. "Yes, Morgan," she replied in a sickly sweet tone as the water floated over his head. "What are you planning to do with that water?" Sarah pretended to think for a moment, watching him squirm as the ball of water undulated over his head. "You know, Morgan, you are a bit stinky. I thought you could use a bath." "Thank you for the kind offer, but I really don't think—" Morgan was cut off as the water fell over his head. He didn't know how, but the contents of one pitcher somehow managed to soak him completely. "Thank you for the bath," he said between clenched teeth as he glared at her. "You're quite welcome," she answered. Morgan opened his mouth to retort when they heard voices nearby calling out for Sarah. "Shit! I wasn't expecting them to come looking for me so soon," Sarah said, standing up. She moved toward the wall of foliage to peek out. She then turned back to look at Morgan, who was looking at her with a raised eyebrow. "What? Just because I'm a lady doesn't mean I can't curse." "Your words, not mine," Morgan said, hiding a grin. She made a rude gesture at him, then peeked out from between the trees once more. "I have to go. Wait for a few minutes to sneak out. It was good to see you again, Morgan. I'll send a messenger to schedule our next meeting." Morgan waved as Sarah pushed her way out of the clearing and disappeared. He sighed and sank back down on his tree stump. He likely wouldn't be able to see her for at least another month, and even then it would be a risk to come. He did as he was told and waited a few minutes, taking the time to finish his chicken and pack away the rest for later. He smiled to himself as he did this. Sarah always brought extra because she knew how hard living on the streets was for him. Slinging the small bundle of food over his shoulder, Morgan made his way out of the clearing and ran to the spot with the loose brick. Looking up at the sky, he was astounded to see that at least 3 hours had passed since he'd made his way in. Had it really been that long? He wondered to himself. It certainly hadn't felt that long. He worked the brick out of the wall. Then, slipping out into the bushes, he slid the block back into place. He waited for the first round of guards to pass, then started counting. Once the second patrol passed, he made a quick dash across the open courtyard toward the safety of the alley ahead, but he'd misjudged how quickly he could run with a full stomach. He was only halfway to the alley when he began to cramp up, and his speed began to flag. Just then, a troop of guards came around the bend in the wall and immediately spotted him. "Stop right there, Morgan!" one of them shouted. Morgan groaned inwardly, knowing that he'd been recognized, but he didn't slow down. He wasn't stupid enough to do that. He could hear the guards giving chase and pumped his legs even harder, shooting into the alley and taking a sharp turn. He could hear the clanking of armor as the guards packed into the alley behind him, but he was pretty confident he could lose them. Taking a few turns, Morgan was soon back on the main road. He was having a hard time breathing again, and his head had begun pounding. He stopped running immediately, slowing to walking pace and losing himself in the crowd. He heard the guards crash into the main road, shoving people out of the way as they looked frantically around for him. Morgan smiled to himself, despite a mounting headache, as he ducked out of the crowd and into another alley, heading towards his home. He grimaced as a sharp pain lanced through his chest, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He must have eaten more than he thought. He wobbled sloppily towards his home as the pain in his chest intensified. It wasn't only his chest that hurt, either. His entire body felt like it was on fire, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. He had to find somewhere to rest for a few minutes so he could catch his breath. He entered the first deserted alleyway he could find and collapsed on the ground in a heap. He lay there writhing in agony as he tried to inhale, to get even a drop of air into his starving lungs. Then he blacked out. 2. Morgan came to in complete darkness. With a start, he sat bolt upright, and he felt as his heart began pounding in his chest in an unfamiliar rhythm. His head whipped from side to side as his mind tried to process what was going on. After a few panicked seconds, he slowly relaxed, leaning against the alley wall as he tried to piece together his last few hours. He'd gone to visit Sarah. Then he'd been chased by the guards and escaped. There was that burning pain in his chest, and then nothing. He didn't feel any pain now, though. In fact, he felt better than ever. Something wasn't quite right, however. He'd never felt this good before. His mind was clear, his body felt strong, and he wasn't even the slightest bit hungry. Then Sarah's recounting of her awakening flashed through his mind. It couldn't be. Could it? He was suddenly very much aware of his surroundings. Concentrating inward, Morgan soon felt what he'd been hoping for. A small, circular mass of red energy sitting on the left side of his chest, which he instinctively knew to be ki. He realized that wasn't all he felt. There was something else, a blue sphere of energy in the same spot on his right side, which he knew to be mana. But that was impossible. He couldn't have both ki and mana, could he? Even that wasn't the most shocking thing to him. The biggest surprise was that he no longer seemed to have a heart. Instead, the red sphere of ki seemed to be acting in its place. No wonder the process of awakening his power had been so painful. He was now glad that he'd passed out, shuddering at the thought of staying awake through the process of having his heart replaced. He could feel the two masses of power calling out to him, and instinctively he knew what to do next. Concentrating inward, he manipulated a tendril of both ki and mana. They fused together in his body, and a light purple screen flickered into view. Name, Morgan. Super, rank 0. Energy to next rank, 0 of 100. Mage, rank 0. Energy to next rank, 0 of 100. Super ability, gravity. Mage ability, air. CP, 90 of 90. Regen 0.8 per second. MP, 90 of 90. regen 0.8 per second. Strength 8, agility 11, constitution 7, intelligence 9, wisdom 8. Super skills, fly, heavy-handed. Mage skills, windblade, tailwind. Morgan could hardly contain his excitement. He'd been so afraid that he'd never awaken at all, and now not only did he have an ability, he had two. Tamping down on his excitement, he focused back in on his status and began opening each tab to figure out what each stat meant. Super Mage, rank 0. The world is divided between supers and mages, who each have unique abilities and skills. Supers generally have more direct melee-based abilities, while mages tend to have more ranged abilities. There are, of course, a wide variety of abilities, and not all are combat-oriented. All supers mages begin at rank 0 and can increase in rank all the way to 50. By collecting energy from the world around them, supers mages can increase their rank. Morgan blinked. He was very interested in ranking up and gaining more power, but how was he supposed to collect energy from the world around him? He sighed when no further information was forthcoming and focused in on the next tab. Super ability, gravity. Harness the power of gravity and bend it to your will. Mage ability, air. Harness the wind and bend it to your will. He groaned in frustration. What was up with these vague explanations? He took a deep breath to calm himself and moved further down the list. CP-MP. While mages use mana to power their skills, supers use ki, pronounced key, to power theirs. CP, or key points, determine how many times you can use super skills. MP, or mana points, determine how many times you can use mage skills. Well, at least that explanation made sense. Morgan moved further down his status page. Strength. Determines physical strength and power of super-based skills. Supers develop this attribute at twice the rate of mages. Agility. Determines both speed and dexterity. Supers develop this attribute at twice the rate of mages. Constitution. Determines health, endurance, and how much damage can be absorbed. Both supers and mages develop this attribute at the same rate. Intelligence. Determines intellect, how much ki mana can be used, as well as power of mage-based skills. Mages develop this attribute at twice the rate of supers. Wisdom. Determines learning speed, memory retention, and how quickly ki mana regenerates. Mages develop this attribute at twice the rate supers. This all made sense to Morgan. Supers, who were more physically inclined, would be quicker to develop strength and agility, as they helped with hand-to-hand combat. Mages, on the other hand, mostly dealt with spells and ranged attacks, so their strength and agility wasn't as important as intelligence and wisdom. Finally, Morgan focused on the last tab on his status. Skills. These determine what aspects of your super mage ability can be used. Fly. Manipulate gravity to make yourself lighter and move through the air. Cost, 1 CP per second. Max height, 30 feet. Max speed, 20 feet per second. Max carry weight, 50 pounds. Carrying any more weight will decrease speed by 0.1 feet per second for every additional pound. Heavy-handed. Manipulate gravity to make your blows land harder, currently ×2. Cost, 20 CP. Duration, 10 seconds. Windblade. Manipulate the air around you to create whirling blades sharper than steel. Cost, 40 MP. Duration, until dismissed. Tailwind. Manipulate the air around you to increase speed, currently ×2. Cost, 20 MP. Duration, 10 seconds. Morgan closed his status as his thoughts began to race. Those were some pretty amazing abilities. Fly would let him, fly. Heavy-handed would allow him to hit twice as hard, effectively doubling his strength for a full 10 seconds. Tailwind was also pretty straightforward. Just like his heavy-handed ability, this would double his agility for a full 10 seconds. He wasn't entirely sure what the Windblade skill could do, though. Well, only one way to find out, he muttered to himself. At the cost of 40 MP, Morgan activated his Windblade skill. There was a sound of rushing air, and Morgan's arm shot out to the side. A 2-foot cone of wind extended out from his arm, swirling at high speed and forming a wicked point. He swished his arm through the air a few times, but the wind didn't disperse. It looked more like a lance than a blade, and it seemed to be almost insubstantial. Taking a step forward, Morgan stabbed the point of the blade towards the alley wall, not expecting much. Instead of dissipating, as he'd been expecting, the tip of the blade easily punched through the wall. The spinning condensed air tore apart the brick and mortar as the blade sunk further in. Quickly dismissing the blade, he stared in awe at the gaping hole he'd just created. So that was what Windblade did, he thought. He shuddered at the thought of what that would do to a human body. He would have to experiment more later. For now, he knew that he should probably head home and get some sleep. Morgan took a single step towards the mouth of the alley when two figures moved in front of it, silhouetted from behind by the moonlight streaming in. Morgan cursed silently as he recognized two of the city guards, Gimple and Squee. They were recent additions to the guard. They made an extremely nasty pair, and were the absolute last people he'd wanted to run into in a dark alley.